Good morning and welcome to the NRG Series $5,000 trial here in Minneapolis. I am joined here today with Mason Clark.
Hey, Drake, I'm happy to cover Modern.
Yeah. Happy to see Modern. A little bit of Pioneer action that happened yesterday, and we can go over some of that when we take a look at the leaderboard. But for now, let's talk about what the players are playing for today throughout the course of this tournament. We can talk a little bit about the difference here between our trials and our showdowns. So you can see the breakdown there. First place, $1,200, a DreamHack qualification, and 30 points. Of course, now all of our events do qualify you to the regional championships, giving out quite a few invites every single weekend. And then, of course, second place, $600, small drop off in points there, 25 points. Third and fourth, same deal, $400, 20 points. And then, scales down from there, $200, $100, $50, and, quite a bit of points to give out this weekend. Can cause quite a bit of movement in the leaderboard. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the changes. This is the updated leaderboard from the performances yesterday, and Daniel Weiser with a dominant performance on his take on Azorius control in the Pioneer format. You can see now in fourth place and qualified to our end of the year championship. Beyond that, a little bit of movement. Sean Gallagher now moving to second place. A big deal. Other than that, feel a bit shuffling around. We are very early in the season, so I'd expect, outside of Steven Dykman with his very dominant start here on the NRG series, I would expect quite a bit of movement in the rest of the leaderboard given that gap. And that includes all of the points that we just talked about giving out today. Well, before we can kind of dive in and see some of those players, we have a round one feature match here between two players. Pretty standard matchup, I'd say, in Modern, but Robert Ganzi maybe a little bit, I guess, more notable. He dropped out of the tournament yesterday, went on to win an RCQ in one of our side events. Pretty big deal for him, and we're going to see him battling today, just playing all of our events with Mardu Midrange and the glare there, Obosh. This is an Obosh deck in our Modern format. Obosh the Prey Piercer, all odd cards. Not one I've seen that often in Modern, Mason. What do you think of this deck?
Yeah, so players have been experimenting with Obosh deck since its release. It's sort of the companion that I would say has gotten the most play, but not the most consistent results. It's a deck that, we've seen players actually do very well with red-white on MTGO from time to time. And so it looks like Robert here is trying to pair that with some of the black cards. And it's a spot that really I think is unexplored by the wider Modern audience. So it's going to be cool to see Robert's take on it because, like you mentioned yesterday, Robert had a sort of rough start. We played one of our rebound RCQs and just won it all, went undefeated through that. And so we're going to see if Robert can keep it up here. But yeah, looking at the deck list here, we have them pulled up. Robert has some really neat additions to the deck, I think. And it's going to help in certain matchups having these black cards. Things like Thoughtseize, Inquisition, and Kozilek are going to help a bunch in fighting through these counter spells and also against the various combo decks.
Absolutely. And of course, his opponent, Taylor Kaiser, on Murktide, going to kick us off with the signature start. Spirebluff Canal into Ragavan Nibble Pilfer. This is the start that makes Murktide what it is in Modern, despite being named after Murktide Regent. Ragavan, pretty strong card, I think we figured out. We'll see with this crack of the Bloodstained Mire what Robert Ganzi has to say about that.
Yeah, a little bit of a propaganda machine, not to call it, the deck Ragavan. It's just in that way players don't realize, but, it's okay. Yeah.
Just kind of mask what the actual problem is here. Yeah. Worried about the Murktides. You can let this Ragavan hit you. It's totally cool.
Yeah. You're not gonna assault my Ragavan. My deck's called Murktide.
A little bit of Spider-Man meme here as Robert Ganzi also going to kick us off with a turn one Ragavan. Being able to play that card, a big deal as far as being able to support Obosh and still have a powerful game plan. We will see if Taylor has a removal spell to follow up. We're going to start with a Mishra's Bauble. Target myself. A little bit of bobble. Yeah, look at how about that? Little bobble trickery. Gonna fetch with the Misty Rainforest. Doesn't like that card on top. Gonna go ahead and get rid of that one. Basic Island to find.
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen a lot from the Murktide decks is, they want to play Bobble to really turn on a Holy Heat, DRC, and things like that. And it gives you a nice little bit of selection early on. We saw this in the Shadow decks in early 2016, and it's sort of been really adopted into Modern and really helps just give the consistency to this deck. Having, basically like a 56 card deck means you're going to find the cards you want and can play the game plans you want to play, which is very important in this style of deck.
Absolutely. And Ragavan's going to trade off as well. Setting up Delirium, maybe worth noting from Taylor here right off the jump, but no follow-up after the Ragavan play, it looks like. And we move back to Robert Ganzi. Oh, maybe Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think Robert's drawn yet. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get our card
Yeah.
from Mishra's Bobble.
Yeah, it looks like
And-
Taylor probably said like drawing up, keeping Robert had just picked up the card. Taylor's like, hey,
Yeah, I just went ahead and drew. A little clunky for that reason, potentially. I can see why we've maybe moved away from those delayed triggers as time has gone on.
Yeah, it turns out it's not super fun, and it's not a good place to put your power. If like that was a thing that we just saw only in Cube, then okay, cool. But for it to be a mainstay in a competitive format, maybe not the place to put your power. But it was a different time. That was maybe 6 weeks. It happens.
Once we see like Underworld Breach putting like whatever, you have to track how many times you've cast and cracked this thing, putting like 7 to 8 triggers on the stack. I think that's the point at which I see when taken to extremes. Maybe this isn't as good. This is not what we're trying to do. We're very quickly going to dash a Ragavan this time. Not interested in getting that one tagged by any sorcery speed removal spell or blocked. And Lightning Bolt, the reveal off the top from Taylor's deck. See if that's worth cracking a treasure to get 3 extra points. Does not appear to be. Going to use the treasure to Thought Seize. Response. Spell Pierce. That one's going to take care of the Thought Seize. Ragavan's going to go back to hand, and back to Taylor we go. Now let's see what Taylor was so interested in protecting. Another island added to the mix, passing of the turn.
Interesting. I thought Taylor maybe was protecting a card like a Murktide region, maybe just had a fast draw there. Taylor does play 1 Archmage's Charm, so that might be sort of what's going on there. And Taylor's like, I got the next turn covered.
Yeah, got a little bit of view on the grip there. It looks like a pair of counter spells, a Lightning Bolt, and a land. Totally fine. I mean, Spell Pierce kind of expiring as time goes on, and the counter spells are good things to kind of hide information about. So I can kind of see that.
Yeah, especially if your opponent's playing an Obosh deck. Like, you can assume there are a lot of powerful 3-drops in the deck. So something like Seasoned Pyromancer, Liliana the Veil, these are cards you can pretty easily predict coming down. It makes a lot of sense to want to make sure, like, hey, I've got a counterspell for those.
And as you called out, there is Seasoned Pyromancer off of the Fetched Plains. Going to eat a counterspell very quickly. So even though there's a little bit of graveyard value there, does not get the enters the battlefield effect from the very powerful 3-mana card from Modern Horizons. And Expressive Iteration, the follow-up here for Taylor. Very, very well known how powerful that card is. I think Modern may be one of the only formats left where it's legal, and very powerful. And once again, another real big draw to the Murktide deck. Despite being called Murktide, I'd say cards like Ragavan and Expressive Iteration do a lot more to define kind of what's going on here than Murktide region on its own.
Yeah, Expressive Iteration really lets this deck be more than just a tempo deck. Like, it gets to play like a gen deck. It actually gets to trade resources. This is a card that puts you up 2 cards at its strongest. Taylor here actually played it and didn't get any value off it because wanted to hold up Counterspell. And so that's going to make that Expressive Iteration fall off a little bit. That's a great sign if you're a Robert fan. Not getting that 2-for-1 value in this sort of mid-rangey matchup is something that Taylor really needs. And maybe he was looking for another red source land to combo off later. But you'll typically see players hold that card until it's like the last thing they can possibly do because the value matters so much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, typically, exactly. Use it for that, or just to hit your land drops or whatever, but not casting to consider here, like you mentioned. Real loud declaration that there's counterspell in the mix. And now, if you're Robert Ganzi, you can kind of proceed with that information. Do things like this, where you just maybe spend only a little bit of mana where the counterspell is not that good. Do things like pick up your Obosh and all that stuff. Like if your opponent has no pressure and is like that determined to hold up counterspell, that's a lot for what Robert can do to navigate this game. Going to respond to a Lightning Bolt targeting Ragavan here.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Robert clearly has something because he had 3 mana, and I like playing just the Ragavan to bait a counterspell and maybe having a follow-up play that puts Taylor in a really hard position, but didn't pick up the Obosh, so clearly there's something going on in the hand.
We'll see what's up here. A lot of 3-mana instants available to Robert, little one-ofs and stuff like that. We'll see if we're going to see one of those. And it's going to be a channeled Takenuma. Need to get that legendary discount ahead of schedule here. So we're going to go ahead and channel that one. Now it's going to mill 3 cards here. Fury and Seasoned Pyromancer among the mix. Some good mills. Got options and another graveyard value card in the mix. And going to pick up a Seasoned Pyromancer as Ragavan is going to be dispatched by the Lightning Bolt.
Also, a first time in coverage history, Takenuma actually cycled. So that's great for the NRG series. Make sure to clip that for our best of.
Is that on the bingo sheet? I'm gonna go ahead and check that one off. Finally, the rare score.
Yeah, I mean, I no one's ever seen it happen before, so it's got to be on the bingo sheet.
Absolutely. Untap Steam Vince here. That's gonna dash a Ragavan with Robert all tapped out. That one's gonna work and is gonna find a Bone Crusher Giant. Well, I have to imagine there's some worse hits than that one.
Yeah, it's interesting too because Taylor knows Robert picked up that Seasoned Pyromancer's low on cards, but this stomp's very appealing because if you stomp, you do get to put the giant on your adventure. So Taylor would be up, 2 damage and a body if he chooses to lower the shields.
Yeah, I'm glad that works flavorfully. You know, that would be such like a trap if you stopped it and like they got the card. It's like, wait a minute, this is not what I ordered. Gonna choose to do nothing. So determined to hold up this counter spell, and you know we'll see that we do know about this seasoned Pyromancer that is going to align with this counter spell, and Robert has to be aware at this point in time. Counter spell in the mix. How to proceed from there? Maybe not as clear. Robert, plenty of cards in hand, and once again that Obosh the Prey Piercer just waiting for its time to get involved in the mix as well. So we'll see. Looks like Bone Crusher, Giant, Seasoned Pyromancer. Can't get a great look on the last card.
It's interesting, too, from Robert's point of view, because Robert has the Seasoned Pyromancer in the graveyard. So even a land here is a great draw as he can flash back the Pyromancer to make 2/1/1. So Lingering Souls, that's
was the third card. Yeah, how about that one? Pretty good against the Ragavan that's being dashed. Yeah, that one's not going to work too much longer. And yeah, Taylor's like, no thanks. I'd like my Ragavan to work, please. Going to counterspell the Lingering Souls and pass the turn back. But I think we might be just about out of specific counter spells here. So this Ragavan going to need to start doing some work. And Bloodstained Mire is the hit. Maybe in the wrong order of these Ragavan hits for Taylor. I bet we'd be interested in this Bone Crusher Giant right about now.
And I really like the way Robert sort of played this, where on multiple turns, he's sort of been like, hey, I know you have Counterspell. I'm going to play the thing that you kind of have to do something about. But if you don't, I'm going to get really far ahead. And then it punishes these Counterspells too. Lingering Souls, that's a spell with flashback. We could very easily, resolve a Pyromancer, hit a land, flashback this Lingering Souls.
Absolutely. And that's exactly, that's what we're doing here. It's just, we're going to go ahead and flashback this Lingering Souls, get our value out of that now. And looks like no counter match can happen there. 2 spirits going to be added to the mix. And now this Ragavan facing down some roadblocks as far as being able to get into the red zone. So we'll see if Taylor's going to pivot here. And even these spirits could do something to maybe answer some of the other threats that Taylor could even have at all here. Maybe a little innocuous, but even just blocking a Murktide for a turn or whatever buys a lot of time for this Marden deck.
Yeah, if you think about it, Lingering Souls is low-key like a draw 2 in this deck against the Murktide Regent, right? Which is sometimes what you need when your deck does have high-impact answer cards, as Stomp gets cast on the Ragavan.
Yeah, Stomp, I think this shows how valuable these spirits may actually be for Robert here, that we're willing to go ahead and, instead of just blocking this, which, is free and on the table, we're going to go ahead and just use the Stomp on the Ragavan and preserve my spirit token. That way I can either, start getting busy with some of them, have it for future Ragavans, future blockers. And we're going to Lightning Bolt the Ragavan in response to Fizzle the Bone Crusher Giant. Don't want getting extra value out of that, but still a 2-for-1 for Robert as we go back to his turn.
Yeah, Taylor not wanting Robert to deploy the Bone Crusher Giant there. I like the idea in theory, although I think Robert's hand's a little full. But, Taylor might also just be trying to set up for big Murktides. It looks like Bolt and something else was discarded. 2 spells means 2 tokens. And we've just got
these are 2
tokens?
1-for-1s.
Yeah.
Yeah, more tokens on the ground, and now suddenly this force looking very overwhelming. Isn't Murktide not known for having a wide variety of sweepers in the main deck? So these tokens going to be worth quite a bit as this game progresses. And we've seen, Taylor be very aggressive about making sure to counter some of these token generators, but with, Taylor just about out of counter spells, something, like a Murktide here that was being cast, going to be big, is kind of exactly what Taylor needs. Something to be able to block and start kind of play the Abyss role, because that's the only way we're going to be able to start working through these tokens over time that doesn't cost cards.
Yeah, and you're seeing Robert choose, he could have bolted and lost the token, but the tokens, I guess the tokens actually don't, Obosh is odd. I was thinking that they got doubled, but, choosing to have the value on the board is still something, right? Like it is a real choice versus just 3 damage, So,
yeah. We'll see how Robert wants to proceed now. Even still, attacking into a Murktide isn't great, but when you have a bunch of 1/1 tokens, it's not that bad. Going wide, not that weak against going tall. And it looks like Robert does decide to just buy the... No, he didn't buy the Obosh. I didn't get a great look at what he did.
No, I think he did, because the companion tokens. Yeah.
I see. It's a companion zone token. I see.
Yeah.
A little bit of glare on that side of things. Can't get a great look. We got an on the adventure right next to the companion, but we got it all figured out. As here is a chump block. This is exactly what we're kind of talking about. Preserving that spirit token, certainly worth something now in the face of all this pressure, and a certainly delirious Dragon's Rage Channeler added to the mix as well for Taylor.
Yep. Yeah, and it's going to be interesting here. Robert hasn't found the 5th land. Getting the tokens is a way to go, around this sort of Murktide. Now the DRC is sort of holding up some blocks, but looks like we're going to Prismatic Ending.
Maybe not. Not with Prismatic Ending coming down. That was a great pickup for Robert, and the way is clear now. Can crunch 4-5 right now, but still dead 2-1 Murktide hit. And so that means a removal spell for the spirit is potentially problematic. So we'll see. I mean, Murktide, once again, deck's called Murktide. It's going to go to work. But, I mean, it's very, very risky not attacking with everything. Can't attack with the spirit. Got to have some kind of follow-up. And this may be a sign of no follow-up. So maybe Taylor drawing to a removal spell to win this one?
Yeah, Taylor has Liliana the Veil in the deck, and I think that's it when it comes to actual hard answers. Oh, sorry, we have a Kaya's Guile as well. So
Yeah,
we're drawing to 2 sack effects. So killing the DRC is very important in multiple ways. So I guess we're really leaning on this Fable the Mirror Breaker, as usual for Fable the Mirror Breaker. A little bit of an unknown card for the viewers at home, Drake. So maybe they can look.
Never seen that one before, huh? That one's not super involved in the Magic the Gathering formats of any kind. Yeah, it's going to do a lot, as you mentioned, to maybe dig towards an answer for this Murktide Regent. And now these players kind of in a standoff, both at 8 life. One with 7 power in play, the other with 8 power in play. You'd think in favor of the 8 power. We'll see exactly what Taylor can assemble. Of course, removal spell here, likely good enough to win. I have to imagine that would be fired off pretty quickly. So just an attack here. Going to eat the obvious jump block. Now, we will see what Robert can assemble in what is likely the final turn of this game.
Yes, someone's going to be losing the next turn cycle.
Yeah, this game is very close to its conclusion, and this Fable the Mirror Breaker going to do a lot. I think we see push, another Fable, Obosh, Fury as the current hand. We'll see which, if any of these, I have to imagine we're getting rid of some, Robert is interested in throwing in the graveyard.
Yeah, I like what Robert's doing right now. Robert knows he has to draw one of his 2 sacrifice effects, but if Taylor has, maybe a bolt or something like that, the game could keep going. Taylor could go bolt into, expressive iteration. Maybe the game stabilizes for a little bit. That'd be the only way, though. But Robert's being like, well, if that's the only thing that matters, let me take a second to think about it. This game is going to be over either in 1 turn or 20 turns. So I might as well take a second.
Absolutely. And here we go. Here is an attack. Everything but one, respecting potentially a Ragavan dash?
Yeah, this signifies to me that Robert thinks that the Murktide region is covered.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. I think it's trying to cover other things. And a follow-up Lingering Souls, that does do a good job of covering Murktide for quite a long time. He did find an answer.
Yeah, and, I forgot about that, how that, there's 3 of those, and if we flashback to block with that, too, that's such a good one against, a counter spell or something along those lines. So now Taylor's in an awkward position.
Yeah, Taylor's in a ton of trouble. What can we even find here? Has to be some sequence of removal spells, some kind of unblockability, and there's nothing. Taylor going to pick it up in a timely Lingering Souls for Robert's going to close what was otherwise, incredibly close game.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the reasons we're seeing Robert move to a card like Lingering Souls, right? It seems to be incredibly powerful in these 1-for-1 heavy games, which Modern really is this point. And Izzet Murktide, one of the most popular and best decks in the format, this card lines up incredibly well there. So really impressive to see those deck building decisions pay off right here.
Absolutely. And, we called out, a lot of counterspells involved in the Murktide deck. A lot of Robert's cards good against counterspells. Lingering Souls part of those, and they certainly performed there. With that, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the sideboard options available to these players. So here's Taylor Kaiser. Izzet Murktide looking fairly stocked as far as what we've seen before across, not only our events, but Magic Online for Murktide. What do we like here as far as an approach to all of these tokens and beating these cards where counterspells maybe aren't so good for Taylor?
Yeah, I think we're going to probably want these engineered explosives. That's going to clean up a card like Lingering Souls really cleanly for us. We might want our own Seasoned Pyromancers too as a way to go longer. I could also see Dress Down being a card that we potentially want. That, we don't know exactly all the 3 drops and powerful cards that the Obosh player could be playing. So Dress Down is a card that we might want to see in that spot. It really depends on kind of how many of these counterspell effects you want. We got a couple Spell Pierces, Archmage's Charm. These cards can kind of be awkward when our opponent's multi-spelling. So really a bad approach there from Taylor. Taylor could also maybe cut Murktide regions if they think there's going to be a lot of graveyard hate. That's something that we sometimes see players do. Taylor has opted to have the 4 Murktides in the main. A lot of people do 3 in the main. So, very much a lot of options available to Taylor and how he wants to approach the deck and the game, which is a big draw to the Murktide region deck in general.
Yeah, very, very flexible. And, especially when it comes to maybe, not as known of a deck is this Mardu mid-range Obosh setup that Robert is presenting. So, maybe even decides on a plan here in game 2 and wins that one. Maybe it changes in game 3 based on the look he sees in that game. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at Robert's deck list, see exactly how he wants to do. Things are a little bit more face up for Robert. Murktide is usually Murktide, and I imagine he has a plan for this. Obosh, going to work with all the sideboard cards. Don't have to leave that one behind by doing any amount of sideboarding. No ley lines or anything like that present. But a lot of removal spells from Murktide. I have to imagine those look good. How do we want to sideboard here?
Yeah, so we have this Kai's Guile that can hit both the graveyard and sacrifice a Murktide region with like those. Path to Exile is going to be pretty good. Just a clean answer to that. Outside of that, we don't really have much more besides a Relic of Progenitus, which we could bring in as a way to sort of manage the graveyard. Cards like Unholy Heat might be problematic. Maybe DRC is something we're worried about. I could see that, either making it or not. It looks like Robert really geared his sideboard to beating up on the Hammer deck. 4 Wear Tears. Kaya Orzhov Usurper, March of Otherworldly Light, a lot Blossoming Calm is a card to hit, or the scam decks. It looks like Robert kind of has picked a few decks and is sort of just hard targeting those, which is a great way to sort of approach your brew. If you think you have strong game in a couple matchups like this, we saw a lot of cards that make counterspell awkward and things like that. You just don't have many cards that are hard hammers in the matchup. And instead you choose to have these cards that are applicable in lots of places. Like Path to Exile, if you're putting up plays creatures, it's going to be pretty good. So I imagine we'll see Robert do that here.
Yeah, one card I do want to call out before we kind of move back to the match is this card, Kaya Orzhov Usurper. That's a card that the down tick take care of a lot of the one-drop threats. Up tick maybe can exile the graveyard. I can see that card potentially being added to the mix as well. It's a card that you used to see quite a bit of play across multiple formats, and maybe not so much anymore. We'll see if he brings that one in as players are off the races. Taylor once again kicking things off with the Spire Bluff Canal, and Robert with Bloodstained Mire. Neither player with Ragavan this time is considers going to leave the card on top, and back to Taylor's turn we go. Yeah, maybe less pressure for Ragavans in game 2 when there's a lot of removal spells flying around.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how it plays out too, because I would imagine that my Murktide opponent, if they saw what we saw in game 1, they would probably trim down on Spell Pierce. And so Kaya might even be a little bit better than we might think in the abstract, where it's like, oh, this deck has a bunch of Spell Pierces and stuff like that. It's going to be awkward to run your 3-mana spell into it. But Spell Pierce lines up really poorly with all the spells Taylor saw outside of, the discard spells. So even then, they have a fall-off rate. So we might see that those go, and the Kaya might be a great way to come in here.
Absolutely. And Ledger Shredder is deployed on turn 2 for Taylor. Going to be quickly answered with 2 mana for a Prismatic Ending by Robert. So the players very much back and forth here. It's a shock on Steam Vents, likely for the Archmage's Charm in Taylor's hand as the turn gets passed back. Maybe a little bit of telegraphing. We'll see. Robert did a good job playing around counterspells, in part because of his deck construction. I mean, obviously, all these cards flashback, even Seasoned Pyromancer having a form of its own flashback. All this came up in game 1. And we'll see in the face of Archmage's Charm if, Robert can maybe get some of that done again this game. But maybe no land as an in-step Archmage's Charm?
Robert, having a lot of respect right now, has a Ragavan in hand and chooses just to pass the turn. And Taylor must be wanting to make the land drops, just, takes this opportunity to get a draw 2 off the Archmage's Charm, convert to some more material. But yeah, it looks like Robert's just got a bunch of answer spells in hand and a Ragavan.
Yeah, not playing the Ragavan, huge here. Really heads up. Could have gotten that one stolen. Although that one might go back to hand even if you dash it. But, even just deploying it, anything like that, Archmage's Charm lines up great. Gets cashed out for 2 cards, but that's more or less kind of the floor on Archmage's Charm. That's why the card is so powerful and sees play across multiple formats. And here's a quick turn 4 Murktide. Only 2 spells underneath that one, but a 5/5 can get the job done very quickly. Is quickly going to get Path to Exiled by Robert. No thank you. Thanks to this sideboard Path to Exile. I'm going to go ahead and answer the Murktide region.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of basics from Taylor. I wonder if Taylor considered Blood, since their opponent is on a Mardu strategy. We saw a decent number of basics in the last game, but I wouldn't be surprised maybe if Taylor brought in Blood Moon, just like, hey, I'm on the play. I'm not exactly sure my opponent's mana base. Let's see if they built their deck correctly or not.
Right. I mean, and that's a good call too. In game 1, we saw quite a bit of like fetching for like islands where we could get steam vents and stuff like that. And it actually cost Taylor later in the game when we had to like, shock just to like dash and we were kind of short on red sources. I think there's a lot of respect for potential for even main deck Blood Moons out of the Obosh deck, because that's something that we've seen before in Modern. We've seen, typically one of the best options for a deck that can only play odd cards is Blood Moon, a card a lot of people are playing when they can play with any cards. So, a lot of respect, I think, for Blood Moon, and I think it's good to call that one out, especially with a swamp already on the table. But I can't imagine Robert's overly interested in that card in this matchup, given the quality of the other cards. As here's Seasoned Pyromancer. You see him kind of look up expecting a counterspell. It looks like that one's going to resolve.
Yeah, Taylor's thinking about it. Taylor, yeah, it looks like It did resolve as Robert seems to be resolving it. Also, worth noting, the Jace the Mind Sculptor was the hit off Ragavan last turn. That seems like Taylor maybe took a more controlling role this game and having that card in the deck to go long, and losing that one is definitely going to hurt.
Oh, yeah. I mean, with a fetch land and all that mana, I'm sure Taylor would have loved to be casting a Jace the Mind Sculptor on that previous turn. Empty board, ton of mana, and a fetch land. Yeah, that would have been a great one. Getting that one out of here is a huge deal. Kind of a shame Robert couldn't cast it. That would have been sweet.
Yeah. To the surprise of no one, by the way, Robert made 2 tokens, stuck on lands for a bunch of turn, had some spells to discard. Crazy how that works out.
Yeah. It turns out this card's pretty good when you can actually cast it and you're a little behind on lands. Ditching an extra copy, worth noting, that could come up later in the game. And clear also that maybe Robert a little flooded on things to do with 3 mana.
And it looks like Taylor is just trying to find a threat right now. Seems to have like bolts and cards of that nature. Did find a Ledger Shredder.
Shredder, expressive iteration, I think, among the mix. Is this a Fury? I think this is a Fury.
Bam!
Yes.
Hard cast. Let him
Get
know.
it all. Get it all out of here. No, thank you. Response. Bolt the Fury, I think. All right.
Yeah.
Keep the board clear. Makes sense to me.
Okay. Yeah, and not the worst exchange in the world here. Taylor is just trying to kind of, it looks like, set up for this Ledger Shredder, since it's the only threat besides the Fury, and it's something that you kind of want to double spell with when you play on the same turn. Probably just still want to bolt down a Seasoned Pyromancer and is waiting to develop it as a dash Ragavan.
You have to imagine that one's going to eat a bolt. Can't really wait on that one too long, especially at this stage, kind of in the late game. And, Robert's short on mana. Getting hit by a Ragavan could be potentially disastrous, as Robert does have another land. March Flat's the follow-up, so maybe breaking out of this little bit of mana shortage that was happening for Robert, as Taylor deploys the Ledger Shredder follow-up. Expressive iteration?
Maybe.
Sure is.
It does trigger the expressive. Yeah, Taylor
with that guy.
Discarding a lightning bolt. Yeah, Taylor really aggressive with the expressive iterations, making sure to always play them kind of at the first opportunity and not getting a lot of double spells off these games.
Land being the hit for Taylor. Can't imagine that's super great when we're this many lands in, but we did just tap 4 mana. Maybe we have something we can do with the remaining 3 mana. And we're going to go ahead and fetch on instep is Robert Ganzi, building up to potentially 5 mana. That opens the door for things like a hardcast Fury. If we have a 5th land, be a big deal in the face of a Ledger Shredder. But we see Counterspell, Engineered Explosives, among other answers. Taylor been maybe a little threat light over the course of this game. Now with a threat in play, should have plenty of interaction to defend it. So we'll see. Should be seeing a little bit of back and forth as players start to assemble some pressure.
Looks like Taylor also has an expressive iteration in hand. Picked that up off the last expressive. So if you are going to have an expressive not go super well, that's the best way to do it.
True. Prismatic Ending coming down. See if there's a response. There is. Counterspell. Going to go ahead and pick that one off. Any follow-up for Robert should trigger the Ledger Shredder. We'll see if he's interested in doing that as a Blood Crypt coming in untapped.
I think this might be a Kyle's Guile here from Robert.
Whew. Kyle's Guile. I'll tell you what, I love that card. That was a card people tried to make work for so long when it came out. Seeing it finally get a little bit of resurgence here in 2023 makes me smile.
Same.
And there it is.
Shout out to Zach Allen.
Control. Yeah. Control just master. This card really good in a lot of Esper setups. Sack a creature, exile that in graveyard, takes care of any future Murktide Regents, shrinks those Dragon's Rage channelers. So answer a threat, maybe do some amount of work to answer future threats. Looks great here. Kai's Guile.
Yeah, and here's the expressive iteration with all the mana. Taylor, if there's 2 spells, is going to get those 2 spells.
There is 2 spells, but kind of awkward potentially. Counterspell a card you want in your hand. You're going to go ahead and exile a lightning bolt. Have to imagine that land worse than even just 3 damage to the dome. But, obviously ideally would like to be exchanging with a card of Robert's. These expressive iterations, maybe not been completely ideal, but still strong. A lot of 2-for-1s have come through for Taylor, the Fury, multiple iterations, that kind of stuff. So plenty of mana to work with. Still cards in hand to work with. But Robert does as well. Only a little bit behind in mana at this point.
Does Robert have Obosh in the companion zone? I think that's just the companion card.
No, I think there's 2 cards. I think
that's
there's
Obosh.
no Obosh.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's no Obosh there. As Bone Crusher Giant deployed, we've seen the board be so clear. I mean, we just saw Lightning Bolt go face. We just elected not to use a stop. Really interesting. These Ragavan, kind of expectations, I'll say, with these removal spells. maybe a little bit missing.
Yeah. Also, I would say this too, that Robert has a lot of respect for the card Spell Pierce there, right? Like if you think Spell Pierce is a card Taylor might have, then it makes sense to not stomp. Otherwise, stomping is like a pretty good way to get something here. Also, Taylor says, no, I'm bolting you, and deploys the Murktide
Bolt
region.
face.
Yeah,
Kill
now that
you.
Bolt last turn's looking pretty good.
Yeah, now we're in a racing situation with Murktide Regent, and what a powerful card, Murktide Regent. We just had the entire graveyard annihilated from Akaya's Guile. 2 bolts later, and with this expressive variation, we have this Murktide Regent, 6/6 in the air. Going to do a lot to race Robert now at 10. So we get a good look at the very powerful Blue Dragon from Modern Horizons 2. Delve flying, 2 powerful keywords, I have to say.
Yeah. One thing to keep in mind too is when you're Izzet Murktide player and you're trying to figure out how am I going to win these games, I'm kind of behind. A good sort of heuristic to fall back on is if I can assemble Murktide plus Counterspell and the board's relatively clean, I can typically go the distance against that. It's very hard to kill a Murktide region. We saw in this game, Robert, you needed a Path to Exile as one of the only clean ways to answer it. Here, is hoping to maybe combine something like a lightning bolt. We see Taylor kind of squint at the eyes.
I love this attack. The bolts have been just awful all game, so it's just like very reasonable that Robert would potentially be flooded on it. This would be such a sick bluff attack. I legitimately hope Robert just doesn't have it here. Here you go, 4 blocking. What you got? Yeah. No, I didn't think so. 10 all.
Robert like, okay, well I got to do something with these cards now. There's a Ragavan.
Ragavan deployed. Thinking of that one potentially. Maybe that one happens. Follow up by Obosh. Yeah, that one's going to hit the hand. And passing of the turn as Taylor untaps quite a few lands. Engineered Explosives for 1. That takes care of the Ragavan. Goodbye. Not wasting any time on that. Follow up. Dragon's Rage Channeler. Maybe could have played that one first and got a Surveil, but then you lose your Dragon's Rage Channeler. I just don't know how much that's going to matter with Murktide in the air. Going to get answered by a Fatal Push anyway. Turn passed back. Need a lot of damage this turn for Robert in order to win this, and Obosh doesn't do it on its own.
Yeah, Obosh doesn't do it on its own, even with this Bone Crusher Giant getting doubled up, even if we didn't have a counterspell here from Taylor. I think Taylor did a good job sort of navigating this game to get to a spot where it's like, okay, I fought over the things I needed to. Bone Crusher Giant doesn't matter. I have big draws that can beat that. And now, Taylor's rewarded here, putting Robert once again in a very awkward position.
Absolutely. And we've seen this kind of situation where the players tied up life totals kind of in this racing setup as Obosh going to get deployed immediately, answers counterspell. No, thank you. That Bone Crusher Giant can stay small. And Robert now looking to face down a losing race against a Murktide Regent. Pretty low on resources. This is exactly the kind of setups that Murktide's looking to get to. Low resource, but the Murktide player has a Murktide left over. And that's exactly where we're at with Taylor. Things looking really, really good. And there we go. Taylor picks up game number 2 off the back of Murktide Regent. I mean, the deck's called Murktide, Mason.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, our life totals were not updated there, so that was a moment of, that's why the player conceded. They weren't actually at 10, they were at 4. But yes, no, I mean, the Murktide deck does such a good job of sort of, 1-for-1ing over the cards that actually matter, and then using their creatures to sort of invalidate some of the other ones, whether that's, flying over the top of them to kill you, or, like having a big Murktide or a big Lotus Shredder back on defense, sort of like, all right, yeah, you've got these creatures, but they can't really attack, so, like, does it matter? And then when I get my Murktide, I'll start attacking.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what happened. And even through Graveyard Hate, and we saw multiple answers from Robert as well. We saw a Path to Exile come down on a creature that wasn't a Murktide. We saw a Sacrifice come down on a creature that wasn't a Murktide. So, you have these answers in your hand for Murktide Regent, but had to use them on other threats. And kind of at the end of the game, you're left with the Bone Crusher Giant that doesn't answer Murktide Regent. And, then that's kind of the setup the deck's looking for and why it's so powerful that Murktide's the card that comes down last. So with that, we'll see. Let's take a look at the players' deck list one more time as they move on to game 3. See if there's any adjustments we want to make from Robert Ganzi's side. Maybe with less targets for these bolts and stomps. Is that something that we're looking to throttle a little bit back on after watching our game number 2?
Maybe I will say this, that the Bone Crusher Giant also being a creature does matter. We saw in that game sort of got outpaced, but being both, a Ragavan and creature, we maybe go down on that card, but we probably want to keep some of them, and probably similar for Bolt. Just want to make sure we can actually kill Ledger Shredders before Knives go off. They are very awkward in the matchup, but, Robert only has 2 bolts. You probably don't even want to have that many. So it probably won't be the end of the world. And I just think Robert doesn't have enough cards to actually bring in. We could maybe see a world where March of Otherworldly Light comes in so that way you can always kill Electro Shredder, for 3 mana. If you're willing to make that sort of exchange. We played a kind of a long game. We didn't see any Spell Pierces there. But I don't think we want anything, Ashiok Dream Render, kind of a cute card. You go turn 1 Ragavan, turn 2 that. But I think that's going to probably end up being more of a liability than something that we actually want in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Yeah, like I said, we saw some bolts and stuff. The Bone Crusher Giant, like you said, being a creature matters a lot. Going to matter for the races, like we saw at the end of the game there. So probably can keep those in, maybe throw back on other stuff. And players shuffling up very quick, ready for here. Can't imagine Taylor's interested in too many changes. Although the Jace really heads up. Obviously planning for a lot of 2-for-1s, a lot of exchanges. I'm surprised to see that one come in, but it did look very, very good for Taylor and his plan for the matchup. As Robert gets to kick things off for the first time with a tapped Savai Triome.
Ooh, way to pass.
I said that right.
On knowing Savai. No, you did.
Oh, beautiful. And another dream start here from Taylor. Going to go ahead and get the Dragon's Rage Showing plus the Bobble. Gives you a little bit of immediate value. Don't have to use a fetch land or crack the Bobble quite yet in order to make a decision on it. And going to leave that card on top. So no crack on the Bobble.
Yeah, I love this no crack. Your opponent showed you Thoughtseize in game 1. Right. Might as well just, wait. You don't have any mana. Nothing to worry about. Boom, stop.
Found a target this game. That lined up much better as it goes on an adventure. There we go. Got our little adventure token there taken care of. Gets to join Obosh in the zones that are exiled, but specifically named. Gonna choose to Bobble now. Take a look. Maybe
I love
fetch land follow up. Yeah, waited on it. Get a little bit more equity out of your cards. No rush.
Yeah, if you have a fetch land and you sort of your next turn's kind of maybe already lined up where you're not really needing anything, might as well wait, right? It's not like, oh, I'm going to really need to jam my Ragavan this turn or whatever. It's like there's a Bone Crusher Giant coming down. So, who cares?
Absolutely. Here's a quick fetch on turn 3. I have to imagine that Robert, whose deck, flush with odd cards, very interested in the turn 3 play. We'll see exactly what that manifests in. But Robert, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B with all this 3-drop action with like 1 Liliana, a couple Kaya's Guiles, Kalagon's Command, stuff like that. All those lining up really, really well against Dragon's Rage Chandler. We'll see exactly what he has to deploy here.
Yeah.
3 mana.
I think that's Kaya or Orzhov Usurper. Yeah.
No, thank you. The Spell Pierce is going to take care of the Kaya, and that's huge for Taylor.
Yeah, we talked about this before too. If you're Robert, will my opponent keep Spell Pierces in? What will they do? We played a long game 2, saw no Spell Pierces. So I think it made sense for Robert to jam there and get the minus value. But Spell Pierce coming in hot.
And the Surveil turns on Delirium right away, hitting land. The instant goes to the yard. That's 4 cards, 4 types, 3 damage coming across as required by Dragon's Rage Chandler. And what a great sequence for Taylor there. Spell Pierce, we talked about it all, like you said, may not line up, looked incredible there against Kaya Orzhov Usurper that would have otherwise taken the Dragon's Rage Chandler off the table as Island very quickly fetched here for Taylor. Maybe a little pleased with himself.
It's possible Taylor also brought in the Spell Pierces after seeing so many spot removal spells in the last game. It's just like these bolts did almost nothing. Maybe I just want to try and line up against a Prismatic. Oh my goodness, Murktide, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, also, I love how Taylor's so nonchalant about this. Like, yeah, I had the Spell Pierce. Yeah, obviously I have Delirium. You're dead.
Obviously. Here's a Murktide Reach at 4/4. Doesn't matter. Gonna win the race anyway. Robert,
I didn't come out here to lose round 1.
And this shows kind of the explosiveness that the Murktide deck can have. You mentioned the flexibility when we were talking about the sideboarding. I think it really shows itself here in the aggressive stance that the Murktide deck can put forth here when on the play. I'm sorry, on the draw, but still, even on the draw.
Yeah, no, I think it's really good when your deck can play, like we saw in that last game, played a really good 1-for-1 game. Even when our 1-for-1 cards lined up kind of poorly, we still did a great job of getting it to work out. And then now this game, look, that same exact deck, almost no changes. We're just an aggressive deck that can put our opponent immediately on the back foot. And if Robert doesn't answer this board immediately, I'm going to let you know a secret. Taylor probably has a lot of good 1-for-1 cards and is ahead on board. It's going to work out pretty well.
Absolutely. And here's the Path to Exile. That one, more or less required here to answer the Murktide region, lest we see a repeat of game 2. Going to go ahead and take care of business here. Basic on the way for Taylor.
I like that Taylor did a little force negation check. Make Robert think about it in the future. Like, no, didn't draw the force?
Keep on his toes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Looks
Looking
like
to see how many islands are
uh-oh.
left. We out of islands? Didn't mill any. Is there one in the
I think
hand? Oh, yeah.
we
Failed to find. There's one in the hand. Hello.
now we got some value. That's a good answer to Murktide. You know, before maybe we open up some double spell situations for Taylor. Not today, as we do see this Bone Crusher Giant come off the adventure.
Absolutely. Go ahead and exile that. No downside. Thank you. Path to exile looking nasty. And now, Dragon Trace Chandler, I mean, we have some things to be able to turn on, but still a long way from Delirium. There's land. Let's see what we can find off Mishra's Bobble. Looking at graveyard, basically any diverse type. Cards maybe on top. Expressive Iteration. I don't know what we're looking for, but definitely don't want to lose the race to this Bone Crusher Giant.
Expressive Iterations, one you'd probably keep. I imagine you maybe end up keeping like a bolt or something for the Bone Crusher Giant. Just, to answer it right away. Robert is sort of running lowish on cards.
And Taylor's a lot of looks, right? If we graveyard this, we have the Bobble, we have the Misty Rainforest to help kind of control what you draw off the Bobble. So, the first card would have to be pretty good. You can see Taylor really giving it a lot of thought. Card has to be pretty close.
Yeah, I wonder if the card I could think of that might be close is like an Unholy Heat situation where eventually it turns on. And right now it isn't very good. Also, maybe there's some amount of thought to like a consider type card. Like, do I want to keep this, multiple turns here? Think about that. Looks like we do have a Takenuma
on top of the library. Actually, a pretty good one for Robert in this spot. Something like the Bone Crusher Giant getting answered stuff. But Taylor, clearly wants the card right away if we're cracking the Bobble. You mentioned this, the Thoughtseize deck. The Thougeize typically do stay in against these kind of counterspell setups. So, Lightning Bolt is in the hand. I don't know if it was there before, but potentially the card that was left there.
Yeah, I think we have a Bolt and an Unholy Heat. It was a little hard. You flicked them a little quick there for me, but definitely has an island.
Yeah, we know about that one. That one's face up from the Path to Exile. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say Taylor, I think, has done a really great job of playing with intent and thinking through his turn. A little bit of a small misstep on that last turn to play the fetch land before. We all know it's in your hand. You sort of looked everywhere, and then you were like, oops, I sideboarded out the island.
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah. Where could the last island be?
Yeah.
Creature milled off of the thing. And Season Pirates are a big pickup. Does a lot to help swing races. Also, obviously, creature for the Dragon Trace Challenge. So now this fetch land representing Delirium at any point. Whenever Taylor's ready to turn that thing on, he has the ability to.
Yeah. Let's see.
Players giving a lot of thought to these turns. These turns pretty critical for how the rest of this game's going to play out. And Lingering Souls is a great pickup again for Robert. Can do a lot with this one. Either stave off the attacks or maybe do some multi-blocking setups.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if Robert's going to fetch or play around Spell Pierce. Yeah, because you did have Flashback Lingering Souls, which is just, a clean block on the DRC. But looks like we're going to respect Spell Pierce.
You could also just race the DRC, right? I mean, you just start attacking with the other ones, kind of like a weird Bitter Blossom impression where you just attack with some, leave some behind, that kind of thing.
Hold on, we're running some math. 4 is bigger than 3. I got my fingers right here. This is more.
How do you do it, math? See, this is why they pay you the big bucks. This is that content people come for. Is there?
Wait, you're
mathematic skills.
It's attack for 3.
3 damage coming across the red zone. No blocks at all, it looks like. So that's going to put Robert down to 12. Taylor at 15. So on the front foot there on the attacks. We know we have an Unholy Heat in hand. That one works whenever we want. Got Delirium online. Got Consider potentially as an option. And then, of course, gonna pull that one out. Yep. See, okay. That costs 5. I have 5. Pass. Your turn. We can make decisions later, says Taylor.
I respect it. Some players might not want to look at it because they're like, oh, I don't want to know my opponent to know or blah, blah, blah. But not only does your opponent play the card, but it's better for you to make informed decisions than to be guessing. Right. It's like, oh, I thought it was just instant. Turns out it's a sorcery speed. I need to do this. You lose. That looks a lot worse than, oh, my opponent, is reminded I had a card in graveyard that they knew about.
Sure. I mean, worth noting, if we do the Season Pyromancer path, that does turn off Delirium. So maybe, that factors in the mix here for how Taylor's going to sequence things. And, we'll see if the Dragon Trace Channel even lives through the turn. That's certainly not a guarantee against a deck that has access to red, black, and white, all of which are colors that contain removal spells.
Yeah, my guess would be that if Robert flashes back like a Lingering Souls, we might see Taylor flash back the Seasoned Pyromancer just to give himself something to do with his mana. But, with just this Seasoned Pyromancer coming down here, it looks like we're going to consider first.
Consider in response, looking for Counterspell, maybe. Taking a Taking a quick look, gonna have 2 surveils. Bolt hits the bin. Now the surveil from Consider Resolving is gonna go off. Ragavan very quickly hitting the bin. Not great against all these tokens. And it looks like Seasoned Pyromancer is going to resolve. Path to Exile and a card I didn't get a great look at hit the bin. 2 cards coming. We'll see if it's a spell or not. It is not. It was a land.
Yeah, interesting.
That's Arid Mesa. Gonna take a look at Seasoned Pyromancer. Yep. 2 cards coming.
Yeah.
Now we 3 mana left over. We can buy Obosh. That's the floor of this turn. We also have Flashback Lingering Souls. Robert flush with things to do with mana.
Yeah. And looks like Robert did draw a spell. Just double checking Taylor's hand. It looks like Fable, the Mirror Breaker coming down. And yeah, Taylor seems to have Unholy Heat and plus another one. And not quite what you're looking for here, as Robert is flooding the board, but Taylor has EE in the deck. So he might be trying to sculpt the game towards that.
Right, and a lot of looks. I mean, Dragon Tree Chandler is, not only great at pressuring, but great at getting a lot of looks and a lot of different cards. Every card that we cast gets us a look at another card. And then, if you're looking for a specific card like EE, having all these removal spells and considers does do a good job of doing that. And I think we left the card on top. I can't be excited about that if you're Robert.
Yeah, I was curious if we're supposed to maybe... Oh, that's a great one. Yeah, I was curious if we're supposed to hit the Seasoned Pyro in case of EE, but I guess we're pushing damages. Fury comes down, and that's going to definitely clean up... Yeah, all these tokens are just gone.
Get them gone. And we have Delirium once again, 3 coming across the red zone. Seasoned Pyromancer can't block that one. So even though we got, a second chapter of Fable coming off this turn, Robert under a lot of pressure. Fury not only going to do a good job cleaning up these tokens, also does a great job pressuring the opponent, getting life total done. And that is kind of the power of Fury as a card that the Murktide deck has access to.
Yeah, you're ready for some high-level analysis. Fury is often a 3-for-1 and kills the opponent quickly. That's what you want in a card that's also sometimes free. I'll be taking the rest of the round off. Have fun.
Yeah, sweet. Sign me up. Can't talk enough about how powerful these elementals are. But overall, I mean, if you want to talk about these kinds of designs, I think they have done a good job of giving us the magic that we see here. A lot of back and forth, a lot of very fair. Modern at one point in time was just kind of blowing the doors off of each other. As an entwined Kaya's Guile going to go on the stack. 6 mana paid for that one. Yeah, check it out. I get the whole Christmas list.
Holy. All right, check. Do you know all the modes of Kaya Guile?
I know we got an edict. I know we nuke the graveyards. I know we get a 1/1. The last one, I think it gains life, but I couldn't tell you the rest.
Yeah, you gain 4 life. Bam.
Oh, there you go.
Undo
Awesome.
the DRC a hit. Yeah. Congratulations on passing the test.
I mean, every single one of these modes matters. I love this use of mana from Robert. Being able to swing this race, get rid of a threat. I mean, even though you could take 6 here, you've got a blocker. 2 mana. Yeah. Ledger Shredder. Does a good job of blocking. Here's an attack. Gonna eat a chump. Seasoned Pyromancer still around, but Fable coming along. If this Fable can ever be not summoning sick with Seasoned Pyromancer, Mason, that's a good setup, I think.
Yeah, that's some kiki-jiki stuff right there. So we do have a bolt for this Fury.
And a huge pickup. Lightning Bolt for Fury. Certainly the pickup for this turn. Can't imagine we're making the block otherwise. And Fury going to hit the bin. Now only a Ledger Shredder left behind. We'll see if Robert is going to play another spell. Going to let that connive potentially happen. Yeah, it seems like it is worth it to him as Flashback Lingering Souls is happening. Taylor quick on the connive. Land quickly hits the bin. There's just a 1/3 and more tokens coming for Robert. Suddenly, things went from pretty bad for Robert to really, really good thanks to Kaya's Guile. That was a really, really sweet entwine. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, that was great. Looks like Taylor's going to let the Lingering Souls resolve. Looked like maybe he had some responses that could have happened. Don't know exactly what's in Taylor's hand, but a lot of different things it could be here. And I wonder if Robert was even supposed to flashback here, just because Expressive Iteration is the way Taylor gets out of this, and every look towards that card could matter so much as Obosh does get added to the hand.
Yeah, I mean, you do have the companion buy, right? That Robert does anyway, but you could do that, use some mana and not cast any spells and not give a connive. But I think adding more pressure to the mix, kind of where Robert wanted to be based on how he played. And a draw, played Dragon Tree Chandler, passed the turn, and now Reflection of Kiki Jiki is no longer summoning sick, available to do some copying. And take a look at this one. That can take any non-legendary. So no second Obosh, wouldn't want it anyway. Legend Rule is not very fun, as Obosh does hit the attempt to hit the battlefield. Counter spell going to come down, trigger the Dragon Tree Chandler's Surveil. One Taylor wants it. Yeah, he tops it. So clearly doesn't turn on Delirium and is potentially a card he wants.
Yeah, now Robert's got to take a big think. okay, I can activate this Fable, but maybe this card I have in hand, it might be something like a Fatal Push or, another Prismatic Ending. Might just be worth it to actually, kill the DRC, get it out of the way. We're going to see as we
Ragavan
discard a
into the
Ragavan.
bins. You've got to make one token, but you get 2 cards for your trouble anyway. Don't have to actually discard 2 to get 2. Part of the power of Seasoned Pyromancer when you're low on resources can be just strict card advantage, even if you aren't getting the 1/1s. Get a little bit of that action here alongside a 1/1 as a bunch of tokens now all over the battlefield for Robert. Guys, is this a tokens deck or a mid-range deck? What are we doing here?
I don't know. I'm noticing a lot of 0 mana value cards in our Obosh deck. That's just all I can think about.
It's just maybe less of a synergy than some of the other things. As an attack with the Seasoned Pyromancer copy does come through. A little think about the block. Block does happen. No effects. Follow up. Expressive Iteration is the card on top. Exactly what Taylor's looking for. Let's see if this Surveil. Gonna leave that one on top too. Has to be pretty good.
Looks like it was a DRC. Found a Ragavan and an Odawara. Gonna put the DRC in hand.
Bottom of the Ragavan. Only access to 1 more red this turn. Couldn't cast it anyway. Gonna
small, yeah. So we have 1 minute left in the round. The players are playing kind of quickly. I was about to say Taylor, who's been very composed, made a small misstep there, not putting Odawara in hand to trigger the connive and potentially keep a spell. But time is going late here, and so when you're low on time, it is better to play a little sloppy and get the match over with and find a winner than to get a draw, especially in round number 1. So understandable from Taylor here. Been playing very precise the entire game. Got a little bit of snow, but that's okay.
This is a great spot now for Taylor as far as just on board racing. We have a lot of power in the air, right? We got Delirium now. Sorcery turns on Delirium. I see instant sorcery creature land. So that's 4. So we got 6, 7, 8 power in the air. That does a great job of winning the race against a lot of power on the ground. But this reflection of the Kiki-Jiki plus Seasoned Pyromancer is going to give Robert a ton of looks in the following turn as Robert quickly untaps as these players are moving through, trying to use the most of this last minute in the round. But I have to imagine this is probably going to be over in turns as another Kaya's Guile going to come down. Looks like an Edict and make a 1/1 the modes.
Yeah, you're seeing Robert once again really respecting Spell Pierce. Could have entwined. We saw that happen before. Decides not worth it.
Graveyard's a Seasoned Pyromancer. There's a copy. 2 cards coming for Robert. Another token coming for Robert. Just game objects everywhere. Attack for 2. The only attack. Block with the 2/4. Happens. Follow up.
Yeah, we might see a stomp here.
Oh, we have the stomp? It's not just a bluff attack like it was last turn. This turn, we can finish off the Ledger Shredder. And I think there's a Prismatic Ending too. We might be able to just clear Taylor's board.
Yeah, so this is our first spell of the turn. I know this is the second, so we're just going to get a mill off.
Yeah, we Kai's Guiled, so yeah, Connive's going to happen. Yeah. That Graveyard's a Murktide region. Not even sure if that's where Taylor wants to be. Doesn't have an option in the matter.
Yeah, great play there from Robert, making sure not to stomp and potentially, obviously Taylor has no card in hand, but if had stomped there, would be in a very awkward position. Robert gets to decide. And it looks like time was called in the round. Players have suddenly slowed down. Yeah, and there is a dice at the top of the turn, so we turn number 1 for Taylor. And Taylor's going to need another Expressive Iteration, Murktide region type card to really start winning this game. As we do see Taylor move to combat.
Yeah, Dragon Shredder has to come across the battlefield here. And maybe this is the first time we've seen this game where that's actually a downside. There's a lot of, chumps that can be made. Even just taking the damage is fine. And there is a large attack coming back at Taylor if there's no follow-up, which, can't imagine there is. We're looking at blind cards off the top, basically out of resources.
Yep.
And Robert, maybe he's going to be able to get this done in turns as we are in turn 1 here. Stomp can go face. Oh, no, we're going at the Dragon's Rage Channeler because we've blocked with the Lingering Soul. So that is actually just going to take care of the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe could have gone face there. I don't know. I want to race.
It was pretty close, right? 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, we were really close to Bone Crusher being lethal, but I guess because there's enough turns in turns, you can just this turn play the Bone Crusher, copy the Fable, attack for 8, leave back a chump blocker for Ragavan, and call it a day.
And as you mentioned before, a lot of times the spots out for the Murktide deck are Expressive Iteration, and keeping the Dragon's Rage Channeler off the board is a big deal as far as mitigating what that Expressive Iteration can really look like in percent. As we're copying the Dragon's Rage Channeler once again, here's a Dash Ragavan. Haven't done the math, but can't imagine it looks great, and certainly over 2 turns it's going to look great, as here's just a mess of permanents coming across the red zone.
10, 11.
How much damage?
Yeah.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
11.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's a Bone Crusher Giant copy.
Oh, it's a Bone Crusher copy. I thought it was another.
No, we didn't discard any cards.
Oh, all right, sure. There we go. Down to 3. Bolts lethal for Robert. Does not have it. Robert needs a great one. Here's Expressive Iteration. If a card's gonna get you out, it's this one. Land, not great.
Oh, another Expressive Iteration.
Okay.
All right, maybe we can, yeah, if we find EE plus Kill Spell, can we live? All right, we're a little short, maybe. I don't know. We have to see exactly what comes off the top.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We can take a hit from the Seasoned Pyromancer again, but we can't take a hit from the other 3 drops. So we'll have to see exactly what Taylor has access to. Counterspell, Ledger, Shredder, and Land. Yeah, that's not going to do it. And they're going to offer the Fist Bump. Done in turns is the revival of Lingering Souls in Modern via Robert Ganzi and his take on Mardu Midrange with Obosh. And, as far as a deck constructed to beat Izzet Murktide, I think it did a pretty good job there.
Yeah, it did a really good job, and it seems like Robert really kind of knows the battles he wants to fight and is fighting them. We saw Robert win our RCQ, the side event one yesterday, and this is, we started off 5-0 there, just 6-0 now. Just going to maybe run it all the way back top 8. But yeah, the Lingering Souls card really well lined up against Murktide region. We're going to see how it lines up versus the rest of the field, but we might be seeing Robert later today with such an exciting deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said it as far as, exciting deck, an interesting take. And I have to say a lot of the appeal of Modern, I think, for everybody at large is the flexibility and the availability of cards like Lingering Souls to come back and make a huge impact here. Well, with that, we will be going to round number 2 here very soon. You got to see, a long round 1. We're going to bring you more action here in round number 2 here very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Thanks for watching. And we are back here with round number 2 of the NRG Series Trial Modern format in Minneapolis. I am Drake Sasser. I'm here in the booth with Mason Clark. And we have some players to watch and the results from round number 1 to show you before we dive into the action. So here we got players to watch. Andrew Ellenbogen starting off with a loss. Still a lot of winning left to do. A lot of magic left to play today. Cliff Boyardee, same boat. Chris Smith in the top 8 yesterday, well-known player in the series, gets good start, 1-0. Our champion from yesterday, Daniel Weiser, 0-1. Then, of course, you see Sarah Shearing, Sean Gallagher, Steven Dykman, and Thiago Saporito, all starting at 1-0. Star-studded crew, pretty good starts across the board. Anything specific you want to call out here, Mason?
Just some of our people that we saw top 8 yesterday starting to have a little strong here. Cliff, our one exception there, but it's going to be really exciting to see how these players sort of play things out here. Modern is a format where your skill expression can really shine through in a way that doesn't always come from Pioneer. Pioneer a lot about deck selection and, kind of winning the dice roll. Modern, much more about having mastery of the format. So it's going to be exciting to see how these players who are all masters like Andrew Ellenbogen, can they rally through the rest of the rounds?
Absolutely. Like we mentioned, a lot of talent here in our event today. And let's kick things off here with round number 2. Go on down to the feature match area. We got Taylor Boyardee on Boros control. Have to imagine that is a burn deck. Little Boros burn action. Life total control, as it has been called here in the Twitch universe, versus Alexander Wong on 5-color creativity. As far as I understand it, the deck with 5-color lands is pretty weak to the burn deck. Do you have any specific analysis on that? I love your hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, I always have the hard-hitting. It is just bad. Your deck essentially starts at like 13 life if you're lucky. All you have is a bunch of fetch and shocks, and you spend the first turn typically setting up a triumph. So while your deck does have really high power mid-game cards that can take over, and you can win all these grinding matchups really easily, this is a position where that doesn't really matter. Boros control, as we were jokingly calling here, being burn, is something that Taylor shows to bring and wants to play this sort of matchup. You play burn because of decks like 5-color creativity. They're slow trying to play these grindy games, and you're like, yeah, that's really cool. Lava spike you.
Absolutely, yeah, sweet, nice. How much damage does your lands do to you? Okay, for sure. As we see, Bloodstained Mire, a damaging land on the start here for Alexander Wong, likely going to fetch a Triumph on the end step. Taylor wasting no time grabbing that Sacred Foundry. Fetch shock here is a Goblin Guide getting to work immediately. And then Indomitable Creativity, the reveal. No extra cards for Alexander. We'll see if he has any responses to the Goblin Guide.
So Alexander has Bolt in hand. Looks like, yeah, I'm just going to, whatever. I'm going to take a bunch of damage away from my mana. I'm going to draw this creativity because I kind of need to slam an Archon. Because if Alexander can get to the attack step with an Archon, you often can win the game. Just because you gaining 3 life and putting them down a resource is often enough. Or essentially, every turn you're dealing 9 damage and gaining 3 life. All their cards do 3 damage. Can't really catch up.
Absolutely. And a Painless Mountain added for Alexander. That could be potentially big as this game develops. And we pass it back to Taylor. No play, but you mentioned the Lightning Bolt now available, and Alexander's still able to grab a tapped land as Blood Crypt going to get added to the hand too. A little downside from the Goblin Guide. Lightning Bolt, after the trigger resolves, going to go ahead and happen. That Goblin Guide hits the bin. Mountain added to the mix for Taylor. Let's see what the follow-up is.
Yeah, both with the cool Kamigawa Mountains. I'll say this, the Snow Kamigawa Mountain, the best Kamigawa Mountain. No one ever plays it. Dragon Trigger is too cool. And I understand that.
True. Come on. Yeah. Lava Spike, that's Lava Spike, right? Yeah, Lava Spike, the follow-up here. And then Skewer the Critics, going to go ahead and deal 6 for the trouble. Leaves Alexander here at 12. Make that 11. Fetch going to happen here. Likely going to be a Triumph of some flavor.
Mm-hmm. It really does. And I wonder what exactly you're winning. It looks like there's maybe some confusion about life totals there between players. But yeah, Alexander here has the Blood Crypt in hand. There are a couple black lands in the deck, so late game you can hard cast your creativities. Your Archons, and not have to just creativity into them. So that's a land that's really just like a shock mountain. It doesn't really cast any other spells besides that, and enables Leyline Binding, and that is about it. One thing you also note here is Alexander, like most of the creativity players, is playing 4 main deck spell pierce. This is something this deck does in order to fight early battles and go for its combo quick. That is something that could come up here, and this is why you saw Taylor go for those double burn spells right away and use the sorcery speed ones when there wasn't a chance for Alexander to spell pierce without losing 3 life in exchange for spell piercing. It's like, you're going to fetch shock? All right, sure, you countered my bolt. Cool.
yeah, for sure. Good job. I got it anyway. We made it happen. As Alexander untaps, looks like multiple lands that deal damage to Alexander, and kind of deciding which way is the best path to go. Teferi in hand among the mix. Need to get an object in play to get rid of with the Indomitable Creativity. That is, of course, part of the mix. Fetch land picked up the Wooded Foothills, going to allow the Dwarven Mine to make that happen. So we're just able to hold up all 3 mana here. Don't need to deploy anything like a Fable or anything like that. Turn passed over to Taylor. 9 life. Precarious spot to be against the deck that has a lot of 3 damage burn effects. Suspend Rift Bolt, go.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna
Prismari.
Prismari Command, make a treasure and probably loot here for Alexander. That's going to be something that's going to be really hard for Taylor to respond to with the creativity. And even if Alexander doesn't want to, can play Teferi Time Reveler and negate that Rift Bolt. So Alexander has sort of made it through. This was kind of the big turn. Taylor could have very easily shot 9 damage at Alex's face, but here we are instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to wonder too, is there any world where the burn deck, after Archon enters play, you point a couple bolts at that and then maybe go on to win the game? Is that a plan, or is once Archon hits the battlefield, we're just in a lot of trouble and basically need to win right away?
Yeah, so my mama said sometimes you got to work hard for your wins, and that is as the ultimate version of working hard. You are sort of losing 6 life, but it is better than dying. It is something that we might see come up, especially in post-board games. Sometimes you'll see players have Path to Exile out of their burn decks to answer those sort of things. But I think here in game 1, at this point in the game, not only will the Archon be very strong, as we are going to see Teferi Time Reveler come down, that's going to negate that Rift Bolt. But it's going to be a spot where Taylor's going to lose a card in hand, which is probably a bolt considering we have only spells in hand, right? We didn't play a land last turn. So the Archon is probably going to be a 3-for-1 in that sense. So probably not going to be the case, but we take up here and Rift Bolt is not able to be cast. It actually stays exiled.
Yeah, stays in exile. Yeah, whatever, get it moved over.
Yeah, it's a very
so
fun
we get one more
card.
turn maybe. Taylor, obviously Alexander maybe can set up, grab that Dwarven Mine, and then maybe 2 Archons can come down, and that'll slam the door in the game very, very quickly. So we'll see. Taylor, something like a 3rd land into triple bolt, of course, is the nightmare, and there is land number 3. That's a nightmare for Alexander. We'll see what the follow-up is. Skullcrack, 3 to the dome. Can't do that one in response to any Archons, thanks to Teferi. So Teferi kind of playing double duty here.
100%, yeah. And also one thing to note too is Teferi's Plus is very relevant with your creativity. You can just wait until the opportune moment to go for it. So if Taylor knows in this situation that there is a creativity in hand from the Goblin Guy on turn 1, but Taylor has to cast spells on their turn. If they don't, then okay, Alexander can just do this end of turn, and we don't get a chance to do the sort of double bolt down in Archon line.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alexander, able to leverage the cards and the information from Goblin Guide to put himself in a great position here. I don't want to call it over. Alexander is at 5, but like you mentioned, with access to instant speed Archons, things are beginning to look a little grim if you're a Taylor Boyardee fan. We'll see. Enough burn spells can potentially power through in a quick flurry, but we know there's no instep tricks thanks to Teferi, stops all that from happening. Taylor's gonna have to have a great turn on the following turn in order to power through the potential multiple Archons that could come down this turn.
Yeah, and it looks like
maybe just one.
It looks like Alex is just going to main phase here on the treasure and keep the dwarf in case of some haste creature shenanigans.
Yeah, some kind of removal spell or something. And maybe, just a follow-up creativity later on. Now this dwarf gets to stay around. You get to, cash that one in. But either way, the first Archon, usually good enough against a lot of spots, maybe good enough here if Alexander gets to untap. But certainly, if second creativity is in the mix, that'll slam the door on the game very, very quickly. A lot of pressure on Taylor to have an incredible next turn if we want to see Burn be victorious in game number 1 here.
Yeah, small critique is maybe Alex should have got rid of the dwarf to have the treasure up in case we drew a spell pierce, since the only way we can win is kind of triple bolting. But, right. I'm going to let Alex cook despite Taylor being the Boyardee here. So we're going to go to game number 2.
Jeez. But yeah, either way, Alexander able to pick up game number 1, maybe stealing this one, as you called out. Matchup can be pretty tough for the 5-color deck in a format dominated by shock lands to fix your mana. So with that, let's have a look at some sideboard options, cutting right here to Taylor Boyardee and our Boros control burn deck. Love it. Let's see. We have Core Firewalker, 3 copies of Sanctifier in Vec, 2 Orvar the All-Form, 2 Deflecting Palm, 3 Smash the Smitherings, 2 Chalice of the Void, and 2 Roiling Vortex. Mason, what do you like here?
So Orvar the All-Form is for this matchup only. The card doesn't do anything anywhere else. It only matters when it is discarded in the Boros burn deck. And so we're going to bring that in, and that's going to be a way for us to discard a card to the Archon trigger, and then boom, put our own Archon in and sort of reset the game state with us having that. We're going to definitely bring that card in. I'm sort of the opinion that burn players shouldn't sideboard more than like 3 cards. Otherwise, their deck's going to kind of fall apart sometimes. We might see Deflecting Palm come in as a 1 of. We might see Rolling Vortex come in as like a 1 or a 2 of. Those are sort of 2 cards that can both line up pretty well against what the creativity deck is kind of doing. It's going to matter a lot on what Taylor is choosing to approach the game. I would guess that Rolling Vortex makes the most sense since we're on the play and we're going to be putting that pressure on our opponent. And we want to make sure that when the Archon comes down, we don't gain any life due to the Vortex being able to stop that. As we actually had some in the main deck here from Boyardee.
Yeah, we got access to 4 total. So yeah, we can potentially load up heavy on that if Taylor wants to. But let's go ahead and move over to the Alexander Wong 5-color creativity deck. In the sideboard, we have Emrakul the Aeon's Torn, Teferi Time Raveler, 2 copies of Flusterstorm, 2 copies of Strike It Rich, 3 copies of Veil of Summer, 2 Hallowed Moonlight, 2 Brotherhood's End, and 2 Unmoored Ego. What do we like here?
So Flusterstorm's great. That's probably always just going to be a 1-for-1 against our opponent. That's great. Another thing that sort of is a little weird here is Strike It Rich might jump out to players. That's a card that's specifically used in most cases to beat Blood Moon. It's sort of your anti-Blood Moon attack. However, in this matchup, it is a way to sort of get to your mana quicker and have like a double spell turn. So I could see worlds where Alexander maybe wants to bring in Strike It Rich and just take out some of these more clunky cards that don't actually line up very well in this matchup. For example, Teferi Time Raveler is probably a card that we're going to want to lose from our deck. It doesn't really do much. We saw it be nice in that game, but it only really lines up against Riftbolt.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You cut some of these, value 2-for-1 stuff, get a little bit faster. It makes a lot of sense to me. And with Alexander Wong already up a game, only needs to get it done in 1 of 2 of the subsequent games. So we'll see if Alexander can get that done, having a very fortuitous first game, kind of like I said, able to use that information from Goblin Guide to guarantee himself a indomitable creativity. Goblin Guide, known for its power across multiple formats, maybe gave Alexander the tools to win the game there. Game number 1, a very, very good draw. But Taylor this time gets to be on the play, and we'll see exactly if he can kind of blow the doors off of Alexander before we get things started.
Yep. Yeah, and that fast start is really what matters. We saw in that game where Taylor seemed to have a bunch of 2-mana burn spells in hand, including Searing Blaze. That sort of card's probably going to end up leaving the deck in order to just have, those more efficient sideboard cards we talked about before for Boyardee here. So that is something that we can kind of expect. And it's going to lead to less clunkiness in the matchup, which is going to make this sort of the true nature of the matchup shine. We sort of drew the worst half of our deck as Boyardee. Even our Skullcrack, which is sometimes, our really good burn spell can stop the Archon due to Teferi coming down first to Alexander, sort of sequencing correctly, made it so we didn't even get to line that card up well.
Right. Yeah, that's certainly true. A card I kind of want to call out as players are kind of taking a look at opening hands and resolving mulligans here. Do you like Eidolon in this matchup? Feels like if they're trying to resolve a 4-mana card, it could be not great. But if you're burning in things like Strike at Riches and stuff, Bolt, Spell Pierces, it could be really good.
So I hate to do this to you in chat, but welcome to the new age boomers. We don't play Eidolon anymore in Burn. It's not good enough. Boyardee here does not have any Eidolons in the 75. And so that is something that, it's not good. It breaks everyone's heart. I'm not even sure if it's right, but typically on Magic Online, Burn players have been moving away from that card just because it doesn't do like it used to. Cards like Solitude, Leyline Binding, it makes it so it's not always getting in its 2 damage. Before it used to be like, well, if you kill an Eidolon, it's like it had haste, you do 2, you move on with your day.
Sure. I mean, you see the Roiling Vortexes specifically, kind of that like potential swap as far as cards that you can kind of proactively put in play, maybe amount to stopping your opponent from doing their game plan, lest they actually just die to it on board. It's seen a replacement full 4 available in the 75 for Taylor, and with a format dominated by Cascade cards and lots of just incidental life gain, the card's extremely strong and makes a lot of sense that it would be more powerful in a similar role.
Hatsune Miku sleeves.
As someone that played a lot of Izzet decks in my life, I've lost to many Eidolon, the Great Revel.
Oh yeah, you love to see there's no Eidolon.
Happy to see players. It gone. Get out of here.
Yeah, yeah. You think that idea is really good, and they should probably just never think about it again and make it a clean cut forever.
Forget it's a card. It's not real. Yeah. Alexander on the mulligan. Looks like we have opening hands. Taylor maybe also on a mulligan. Both players on.
Both players went to 6. I think Taylor's deciding, do I want to actually keep this?
Yeah, and can't get a great look at what the decision is, but some thoughts on it for sure.
I wonder if this might be a situation where we have like an Orvar in hand and we're trying to figure out, can we actually assign lethal through a piece of interaction before the Orvar will matter or not? That's sort of one thing you need to think about when you're on a mulligan with these Boros burn decks, because they do need every piece of the Buffalo to typically win.
Right. Known for kind of having to be really slim on lands. And once you get to a certain point in the game, you're just hoping that your burn player draws lands, not burn spells, because otherwise you can't win. And here is the Rift Bolt coming off suspend. And
Bam.
3 damage should go to face 4 Alexander Wong. 1 should be in the graveyard. As we think about our turn 2 here. 2 damage already dialed up. Things like Skewer the Critic are available for this turn if we want them. 2 mana, Roiling Vortex. Okay. Spell Pierce, great time for it.
Yeah, this is a card we talked about, might be seeing a sideboard in, and we saw Taylor Boyardee have this in their main deck as a 2 of already. So this card's going to prevent life gain from the opponent and make it so that you kind of get a consistent ping every turn. That's going to make your cards like Screw the Critics much more reliable at turning on. Normally, you have to have another spell resolve, so a card like Spell Pierce might stop the Skewer from happening a turn. With Rolling Vortex, we're just going to get the 1 every single turn.
Right. And like you said, like maybe being able to kind of supplement your skull cracks with that activated ability can do a lot to mitigate the non-lethal Archon turns where, you just need to kind of stop them from getting life, discard a card, hope to top deck a burn spell. That's the setups that burn decks get to eventually anyway. Rolling Vortex, they should do a great job of this. As we are shuffling up, going to grab a tapped, looks like Savai Triumph, I believe.
Yep. Back-to-back Savai Triumphs for you. Kind of lucky.
Yeah, a lot of Mardu cards flying around today.
It's so hot right now.
A lot of mountains. Very hot. As we're going to untap. Take 1 to the Roiling Vortex. Going to go ahead and draw a card. Let's see a Fire Ice among the mix for Taylor. Card does a good job answering some of the burn creatures. Also can kind of tap some lands. Maybe we're interested in doing some of that. It's 1 damage coming across for Taylor. Can't imagine he minds too much. So we move to turn 3 for the burn deck. Can't get a great look at the hand, but I assume here Alexander basically has to have the creativity on 4 and hope that Taylor does not also have the Orvar in order for things to kind of line up here on the draw, given how far behind Alexander is just off of being on the draw to begin with.
Yeah, I agree. I'm unsure. I'm curious what the thinking was about. So it's either maybe we have a couple creatures and burn spells. I'm trying to figure out, do we want to get the creatures in now versus like when do we want to use the spells? Or if there's maybe some other card, like a second Rolling Vortex, where we sort of take this turn off, but we insulate ourselves from a card like Leyline Binding, which could very easily come down here at the end of turn.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just a removal spell for the Rolling Vortex can be disastrous for the Archon turns that we called out. Really want to be able to have that in play, have the red mana available to stop any potential life gain. Lava Spike going to come across, even 3 damage, 4 bolts from victory. Let's see what the follow-up here is. Make that 3, skewer the, or sorry, make that 3, skewer the critics. Going down, going to go down to 9 is Alexander Wong. Make that 8 as a fetch from Bloodstain Mire coming through.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see here, does Alex have the Triumph set up so that we can Leyline Binding here and sort of remove this Rolling Vortex and keep our life total precious? Because going to 7 matters specifically for Boros Charm in a really big way. Also, the next turn, it will be in a position where it's like we can get, double bolted just from the Rolling Vortex trigger. So we're going to need to answer that either now or somehow invalidate it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, to the extent that like we're doing math in 3s, as soon as Rolling Vortex cashes in its 3rd point, that's also just a really big one too. So if you're not answering it here, then like it's likely you're going to take 1 this turn, and then I'm not necessarily, unless you top deck something, you're going to take a 1 on the following turn, and then it's a 2-bolt game instead of a 3-bolt game, and that's a big deal. So something like Leyline Binding could be huge. You've been calling it out, and here it is. Leyline Binding on instep. That one's going to go after the Rolling Vortex. And Alexander going to untap, no damage coming through, and that is a huge deal for Alexander's chances of winning this game as tapped Blood Crypt is added to the mix.
Yep. And, we mentioned before, Alexander has both Flusterstorm and Spell Pierce. If Alex has one of those in hand, it's going to be very hard for Taylor to get these last couple points across because we are low on cards for Boyardee.
Yeah, looks like only 2 cards left from what I see. And even if they're both Lightning Bolts, that's not good enough. Get it done all on its own. It looks like one of them is a land, Sunbait Canyon. That one's immediately going to get cashed out. Another card coming. And no play past the turn.
Drake, you seem like a Hatsune Miku fan. Are you a Hatsune Miku fan?
I
Do you even know what that is? That's the character on Taylor's sleeves. They're like a pop star type thing.
Oh, yeah. No, I have no idea. Dude, I don't watch any shows. I'm so...
It's not a show. She's a pop star. It's okay. We'll talk about it later as the Skullcat comes down.
I'll take your word for it, Mason. I'll take your word for it. I'm so uncultured. You really outclass me in analysis and in culture.
You got me. You got me when it
I
comes
was gonna go ahead and cycle. Dwarven Mind coming across, gonna make a 1/1. 4 mana right away. That has to be a creativity, and it sure is. This would be the time to have Orvar. You mentioned it's only for this matchup, and it's only for these spots for the most part. And going to come up big here. There's an Archon. Going to go ahead and get added to play thanks to Indomitable Creativity, getting rid of the Dwarf token. Exactly the kind of turn 4 Alexander's looking for in this matchup.
Yeah, and that is what we call in the business game. Taylor has no cards in hand. Every card Taylor draws does 3 to 4 damage. So until we draw an Orvar, which is, I think, our only good draw left at this point, we are going to basically invalidate the life gain. So it's Orvar, Skullcrack are kind of the only cards we can draw here, unless Taylor did decide to bring in something like Deflecting Palm, as we will just be gaining so much life over these next couple turns.
Right. Even something like Rolling Vortex is just not even going to win the race, right? Like it's actively bad for you to take the point. And Searing Blaze is the card that was drawn, and that's not going to be good enough. And Alexander's going to win this one. 2 games to 0.
Yeah, if you're Alexander, you got to love having that happen. Winning this sort of bad matchup is how good tournament runs happen. No one wins a tournament without being a bad matchup. So Alexander's got that done. Maybe he'll hit a couple 4-color control players, as we are going to jump live into match number 2 right now. But yeah, good stuff there.
Fast match. And you know what? Burn is something that promises that. The game's going to be over quick one way or the other, and it sure was. And Alexander able to, kind of steal that one thanks to some very, very quick creativities in both games. So yeah, let's dive right in to our backup feature match where we got a little, we got game objects in play. here for the Mono White Hammer player on your left, Sam Grasecci versus Emily Kuntz. And Bant Blink Soul Herders with a lot of power and toughness versus Pure Steel Paladin. I see Colossus Hammer, Shadow Spear. Oh, we're loading up an Esper Sentinel. We got a Cauldron. Wow, we just got all the equipment versus some massive Soul Herders. We're doing it here.
Yeah, the good part of featuring Burners our main is we get to cover our backup. As these players are still in game number 1, you can tell because, Soul Herder's been in play for 11 turns with all the dice on it.
Yeah, that is a lot. And with Sam at 43, I mean, you have to imagine this Solitude has been going to work, exiling creatures that have hammers on them. And, so as a result, we have just massive. I mean, I don't know the power toughness is. What is this? 2, 22, 23, a 23, 23 trample lifelink coming across. And then our Esper Sentinel here is a 6 + 10, 16 trample, first strike, the works.
Yeah, and our Urza Sagas are also 16.
Oh, sure, of course. Ephemerate. All right. We're going to ephemerate the... Would you like to pay 16?
Yes. Oh, yeah, and
No.
these Soul Herders get bigger. All right.
Oh, sure. yeah, sure. Add more dice. Why not? Okay. So we're ephemerating our Ice Fang.
Oh, instead of
goes
interesting.
To exile. That Solitude might be an exile. I think that might be the exile.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. I thought it was attacking.
Yeah, I have to imagine if that Solitude was available, we'd be ephemerating that. And that looks like it's going to conclude game 1. So it came there at the end. Looks like that the Blink deck had a pretty good setup. The Hammer deck, more or less, just able to power through it with just every single equipment available to it. And is going to get game number 1 there in this matchup. So let's take a look at the sideboard here. 3 Drannith Magistrate, 2 Sanctifier Invect, 2 Solitude, 1 Blacksmith's Skill, 2 March of Otherworldly Light. Can't get a great one. Looks like Surge of Salvation. 1 copy of that. 3 Hallowed Moonlight and 1 Pithing Needle. What do you like here against Bant Blink? Bunch of value creatures.
I'm going to take a double check here on Hallowed Moonlight until enter of a creature would enter the battlefield and it wasn't cast. So we're going to want that one. That's going to be pretty good at stopping the Soul Herder and the Ephemerate type stuff. That's going to be pretty nice. There's maybe a world where you want Solitude in some spots just because that deck is sort of about a specific, like getting a couple creatures together and having a breakup there. You're going to notice if you look at Sam's deck here, if you look on Melee, it says 14 lands. It's actually 18 because of Miria's Call. We have sort of the double-face lands. That allows us to have our 2 main deck Solitudes as well. This is something we have seen content creators like Disgruntled Elf really popularize, and we've seen some on Moto as well. So I imagine we're going to definitely see the Hallowed Moonlights, and we might see a card like Solitude, and probably see Blacksmith Skill come in as a way to fight over stuff. And if you have the read on Force of Vigor, which I'm going to assume that the Bant Blink deck has enough green cards, you probably want Surge to stop a Force of Vigor, but that's going to be sort of a dealer's choice moment there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, obviously can be good against some Solitudes type setups and stuff like that. So let's take a look at this pretty interesting Bant Blink deck utilizing, Ephemerates and Eternal Witness and stuff like that. We got 3 copies of Burnt and Forge Tender, 3 Knight of Autumn, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, 2 Fluster Storms, 3 Counterspell, and 3 Force of Negation. A lot of counter magic. What do you like?
I think Knight of Autumn is definitely going to come in. That's going to ETB and just kill one of the most important cards from the Hammer player. And we could maybe see a world where something like Force Negation comes in. I don't think it's worth it, but some players might value that card there to sort of stop the fast kills. It kind of depends on what your matchup plays out like that. But we're going to definitely see Knight of Autumn. I think the players are ready for game number 2.
Yeah, let's go ahead and dive right into game number 2. And you called out potentially Force of Vigor being something. Makes a lot of sense if you're a Blink deck. Reach for a card like Knight of Autumn, something you can blink a ton, has a lot of different value and a lot of different matchups in order to have as your coverage for artifact and enchantment decks. Plays your game plan very, very well, but is a lot more expensive, not free like Force of Vigor is. And we'll see if that comes up here as Emily has Misty Rainforest pass of the turn. Just an Ornithopter is the start for Sam as Emily is fetching here on Instep.
Yeah, it really depends the kind of way you want to build your sideboards, because we see in some of Emily's sideboard, things like Counterspell, for example, when you combine with her Eternal Witness and Ephemerates, create a lock. And so, some players might play a single Knight of Autumn for its ability to be found off something like a Coco or flickered with a Eternal Wanderer or something like that. But here, with Eternal Witness, you could also have Force of Vigor and just pick it up a bunch. So really, there's a lot of different ways you can approach this. And that puts a lot of pressure on your opponents, as these decks aren't super common, but they have a lot of play to them.
Absolutely. His wall of blossoms. The green wall of omens going to be added to the mix for Emily. And an Inkmoth Nexus, Stoneforge, Mystic very, very quickly. Long game one. These players understanding they need to play a little bit faster if we're going to go ahead and finish this match, as these games can get extremely grindy. And Colossus Hammer added to the hand for Sam. Pass the turn on back to Emily.
Yeah, and this is a big spot too. If you're playing against Sam, as Emily is, if Sigarda's aid comes down next turn, we're sort of threatening to sort of go for the combo in the following turn. So there's a lot of pressure in the moment of, like, okay, this is my one turn to sort of tap out before this Inkmoth Nexus is going to sort of be having the combo hold over my head the entire game. As it looks like Teferi Time Reveler is being played and was brought in from the sideboard.
Yeah, Teferi available here. Going to be able to return something to its owner's hand and maybe can do some amount to stop an instant speed Inkmoth kill. Can of course pick up your own Wall of Blossoms if you're looking for just card advantage mattering, but I have to imagine, Stoneforge Mystic, pretty scary. The threat of something like Cauldron, even if it's already in hand, something you probably need to respect. And going to be able to do some amount of defending it with this Wall of Blossoms, but Inkmoth itself can actually pick off the Teferi, so kind of need to pick what Sam's going to do on his turn as he very quickly draws and deploys a Horizon Canopy.
Yeah. And some players might be against or afraid of flickering back the Stoneforge Mystic, but like you said, Cauldron might be a card that Emily can't beat, and maybe she can just beat a Hammer. That is not unreasonable for her deck to do, especially with Solitude. So it's going to really come down to sort of how you want to approach playing these games. As we saw last game, Cauldron came down and did seem to matter as Hammer comes up on this Ornithopter.
Yeah, we got free equips right away. Able to deploy the Piercesteel Paladin is Sam, and then immediately cash out that Colossus Hammer that was found, draw a card, and equip it to the Ornithopter. No longer has flying. Emily can choose to block this, and that will successfully take care of all of the damage. Elects not to block. As we pass the turn back to Emily, takes a big old bonk from the Ornithopter on the ground here, and Teferi gets to stick around for another turn. It's going to stop some amount of instant speed shenanigans with something like Sigarda's aid, but Piercesteel Paladin looking to be Sam's plan for the moment, as I believe Temple Garden added to the mix here. Uptick on Teferi. Take that out.
Emily probably wanting to use Wall of Blossoms to block in the future to save more potential damage, but now we've opened up Shadow Spear as a line. So if she wants to stop that, she's going to need to answer this Piercesteel Paladin sooner than later as Soul Hunter comes down.
Yeah, being able to block in the future allows for things like this, where you have the flicker. You can also potentially, if we draw something like Ephemerate, able to block Ephemerate, kind of check some amount of this as long as there's no trampling equipment to come down. But we know that there's a Stoneforge Mystic in Sam's hand, and if Sam wants it, should be able to have access to a Shadow Spear. As here is another Colossus Hammer. That one's going to draw a card from Piercesteel Paladin trigger. Going to fire up the Inkmoth Nexus and move some hammers over to it.
From the Ornithopter. Now the Ornithopter gains flying again, loses flying.
Yeah, we could do the flying again trick, because we get to activate it again, give it flying once again, and now it has flying. And in fact, and we have Solitude pitching Wall of Omens to go ahead and take care of the Inkmoth Nexus, and we have the Ephemerate too. Oh my god, we have it all.
Yeah, Emily had it rolled up, and that's probably why she went for in the last one, trying to maybe bait Sam for not getting more hammers. Sam punished for not equipping the Paradise Mantle with the Ornithopter. Now can't play another play this turn. Unfortunately for Emily, though, she'll just have to deal with the fact that Sam gained, 20-something life this turn. But she's in a commanding position. Having the flickering every turn of Solitude is something that is almost impossible to beat.
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. Sam, we saw in game one, I think had to use a Solitude to check the first Solitude that came down, and now Ephemerate going to be able to come off suspend, can either draw a card, that's the floor, or it can flicker the Solitude and get rid of this Ornithopter as well. Chose to flicker the Wall of Blossoms. 2 cards coming for the turn here. Tapped Hollowed Fountain added to the mix for Emily. And what an insane sequence for Emily. Able to just dispatch, looked like she was just dead, able to actually just kill all of Sam's permanents. As here's Knight of Autumn, and alongside Soul Order, I can't imagine this game is going to progress for too much longer, as Knight of Autumn is going to be able to take care of creatures and the hammers that are left over, as Solitude's going to find its way to the red zone.
Yeah, and I love the play here for Emily too. Making sure to flicker something like the Wall of Blossoms. We have the Soul Herder that can flicker our Solitude at the end of turn. We don't need to worry about it. And now that we have this Knight of Autumn, we can just blow up the hammer, and who really cares about this Ornithopter? If it's going to be hitting us, thanks to Teferi, it won't be at instant speed, and we can just chump block when that time comes.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to the no blocks on that first, attack. It is tempting to just go ahead and cash out the Wall of Blossoms, but Emily able to use the Wall of Blossoms to refill her hand, make sure she has a good density of cards for the Solitudes. Things like that matter a lot when you're going to be, 1-for-2ing yourself with these elementals, and even digging yourself to things like ephemerates and stuff like that to set up a really explosive turn. Kind of saving your resources and using your life total as a resource. Something Emily has done very well, I think, in this game, as Stoneforge Mystic is going to get deployed. And another hammer added to hand, but with Solitude and Night of Autumn in play alongside Soul Herder and Teferi, it kind of feels like a locked up situation. I mean, what does the outs look like?
Yeah, it's really hard for Sam when Emily has the Teferi too, because otherwise an out might be like, okay, we get 2 flyers, we Sigarda's aid the one that can't be blocked, or whatever, boom, we win, right? We get this Ink Moth through. But with Teferi protected, it's going to be very hard. So Sam's going to need to draw something like the Solitudes that were in Sam's main deck, potentially boarded in as well, because Blacksmith Skill is also not going to work against it. So, Emily really right here, her job is just to take over the game slowly but surely, make sure no momentum gets built against her, and just attack in for a little bit, because that is the only problem with her sort of deck is it's very good at killing stuff, but winning is sort of an afterthought. And in low time rounds like this, we don't want to end up with a draw. That might be something that's going to be a problem for her there. So we do see 5 mana tapped, and it's Time Warp.
Time Warp. Well, that'll do a good job of getting the game over with in a hurry here.
Yeah, and that is something. So we've seen Emily here. Her deck has Eternal Witness in it. That's going to do a really good job of being a loop with the Soul Herder as soon as we find the Eternal Witness, and that will win. We talked about, winning sort of an afterthought can take some time. Well, once you present a loop of infinite turns, hey, I'll just do this every turn. I'll Teferi eventually bounce away your board and start attacking you or recasting my Solitudes, however you want to do it. And Soul Herder gets bigger and bigger each turn. We saw Soul Herder sort of stay back to protect Teferi, but now we might see Soul Herder sort of smack in, for 4 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, you mentioned setting up like a kill. It doesn't matter how long your deck takes to kill. If you're taking all the turns, it'll happen eventually. And that may be what we're setting up for, as Emily able to go ahead and take another turn here after blowing up something. Didn't get a great look. I believe we dispatched the hammer with the Night of Autumn. Huge Soul Herder coming across, rumbling across the red zone for 6 damage. And we've seen these Soul Herders grow massive from what we saw in game number 1. Just does a good job, not just playing the Flicker game plan for Emily, but able to just close the game very quickly once things get going as well. Wall of Omens added to the mix. You get a great look right there. Soul Herder grows not just from its own ability, but from additional flickers with things like Ephemerate. And that is something that has happened quite a bit this game so far. So the 3 mana uncommon from Modern Horizons plays huge here as Urza Saga goes back to the hand with Teferi. Wow. And a flicker, draw another card here. And here's another Soul Herder. Sure.
Yeah, and that's going to allow us to flicker over these walls and blow something up. This turn we might end up just killing, both creatures. With Solitude, you can blow up one and then have Night of Autumn blow up the artifact. You can't target the same thing twice, obviously, because it flickers, it won't be there. But we have enough things that's not a huge problem. Yeah,
and with 2 Soul Herders, I mean, these Soul Herders just grow each other. They grow super fast. This game, 35 life, going to be short order to work through. And it would not surprise me if Sam did not take too many more draw steps from this position, even though he is sitting at 35 life. Truly emblematic, maybe, of how life totals don't necessarily demonstrate who is winning the game. This is certainly a case study in that.
Yeah, I think Sam's sort of holding on hope that he could maybe assemble hammer plus Sigarda's aid on this Ink Moth Nexus in a turn, and it's sort of being like, well, as long as I have that out, I'm going to continue to play, as we do see a Cauldron get grabbed here. But from Emily's perspective, all she has to do is hold back a flyer or / find one, and she'll be fine. So that doesn't even count any ephemerates on Night of Autumn. So for her, she's really got a bunch of really good draws to find here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if she doesn't draw anything, the Soul Herders will make sure that something relevant happens in this turn, as the players, once again, moving very, very quickly in order to be able to finish this match, as game 1 did take so long. Literally, game 1 took as long as our first match did. So these players are going to be very, very quick to finish this match. Wall of Blossoms out of the next card coming for Emily. And we will see Windswept Heath lead for turn.
Yep.
And we'll see what this attack looks like. Yeah, I have to imagine it's going to be a massive attack. Some things are even going to be able to untap and block. So love seeing all the creatures coming across the red zone here. 7, 8, 12, plus 3, 15, plus 2. Make that 17. Yeah, that'll be a 2-turn kill once these Soul Herders grow from this turn. And
Yeah,
we will see.
not to be that person, but I do think we're probably supposed to trade our Stoneforge Mystic with the Knight of Autumn. It's not going to stick around from the Solitude anyways. Now Knight of Autumn's on board, making our Cigar to 8 out a little bit harder to accomplish due to Ephemerate maybe flickering a Knight of Autumn. So
True. Yeah, the trade probably would have. I mean, the Solitude's got to be hard to beat on it. So we're just in a lot of trouble as it is. And yeah, Sam going to very quickly pick things up here, and we'll get a quick look at the decks one more time as we shuffle up for game number 3. Have to imagine that's going to happen very, very quickly. Something I want to call out is when you're Sam, you see those Teferis in the deck in game 2. How does that change your sideboarding? Do you throttle out maybe some of these instant speed effects, or where do you stand on that?
Yeah, especially with the time changing as well. Like with the time in the round being so short, you might see a card like Surge of Salvation get removed from the deck. There is some amount of Surge of Salvation and Blacksmith Skill. You can cast them when your Inkmoth Nexus is still a land and your things gain hexproof. And that's something that you can do to sort of beat a thing like Solitude. You know, if we had Solid 1 more mana, we could have, you know, Blacksmith Skill the land, animate, attack, boom, it's already hexproof. We can't do anything to stop it. So we might still see those go because there might just be some cards that Sam doesn't super like in the main deck, like Esper Sentinel. But besides that, we probably won't see too much. But it is definitely a consideration. If your opponent has a bunch of Teferis, you definitely probably want to cut those cards.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the game. Players are drawing opening hands here. Yeah, a little bit of adjustment potentially possible for Sam. We see Emily already ready to go. Opening hand dialed up. I love to see this kind of stuff. Both players very eager to make sure this match reaches a natural conclusion.
Yeah, it looks like Sam did opt to keep an Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if there's Teferis involved in the mix, you know, it does look a lot more appealing.
Yeah. Also, maybe a situation to quickly bring them in on the play or something, but
yeah, Esper Sentinel deployed alongside Ornithopter. Yeah, I mean, you need game objects to put the hammers on too. So to some extent, I'm sure that matters. As Emily very quickly deploying a Utopia Sprawl, Esper Sentinel going to go ahead and trigger. Card coming for Sam.
Yeah, Sam getting big rewarded there. And Utopia Sprawl also a really important card for Emily here. And that's why you're seeing her sort of jamming it on turn 1, because for her, it is a card that lets her get to these powerful 3-drops, which her deck is really built around strong 3- and 4-drop cards. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And I can't get a great look at what it was named. Probably going to be either blue or white, given that, you know, green is already available. Depends on what the turn 2 is going to look like. And turn 2 for Sam looks like Urza's Saga into Ornithopter. Esper Sentinel coming across the red zone for 1 point of damage. And you mentioned Hallowed Moonlight, really the only spell available in Sam's hand. The other thing, Amaria's Call, is basically just a land. That's something you called out when we were looking at decks. Urza's Saga, basically two lands for Sam and the Hallowed Moonlight. We'll see if that Hallowed Moonlight's going to be able to come into play at all here.
Yeah, it's definitely a card that's really strong against all the flicker cards in our deck. But yeah, here's the Teferi. We're going to get to draw again. Wow, looking at Emily's deck, she has so few cards that actually trigger, but Sam having it on the play here, and it shows why play draw sort of decisions can matter, right? It's a spot where it's like, yeah, this on the play is actually a lot more appealing. My opponent has to jam cards like Utopia Sprawl will fall behind. And we do see Emily just sort of bounce the Urza Saga, probably trying to buy herself some time, and sees, Sam didn't develop anything strong like a Stoneforge Mystic, Cigar's Aid, anything like that. Might be using this opportunity to get ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. If Sam's planning to do Urza Saga things as his primary game plan, bouncing it's going to do a lot to set that back, as the Teferi is going to get cleaned up, by
the Esper Sentinel. Don't worry, Drake. I got you, but as the thing jump
comes
down, you were choked up by how beautiful the play was. I understand.
Yeah, I was. You're absolutely right. And Esper Sentinel going to go ahead and clean up the Teferi as we move back to Emily's turn number 4. Temple Garden coming in untapped. And 3 mana coming down.
I really like Emily's approach to not play. So, by the way, this is Cosmic Rift. Drake, I'm sure you know Cosmic Rift.
No idea.
You want me to read it for people at home?
Absolutely got me. I have no idea.
So, it's 1 blue, 1 green, white. Choose, it's an instant. Choose target permanent card in your graveyard. If it has mana value 3 or less, you may put it onto the battlefield. If you don't put it on the battlefield, put it into your hand, gain 3 life. So,
it's a one shot like Savine's Reclamation. All right, Cosmic Rebirth. That's a nice new addition here.
Yep. After the Machine Aftermath card. Players have been experimenting with those, just out for a week now. But yeah, it's actually like a great card to rebuy her Eternal Witnesses and things like that. Those sort of cards get immediately killed. And in this matchup, it is something that, or in any matchup really, you really want that sort of card. So having it is nice. And it also just fail state is a regrowth, which is very nice.
Right.
It's not about comes
And
down.
regrowing your Eternal Witness and your Soul Hoarders, I'm sure, going to come up fairly frequently as Knight of Autumn added to the mix for Emily. This is like the important sideboard card in the matchup. If you're looking for something to blink, doesn't get much better than Knight of Autumn against Sam. That was going to pick off the Urza Saga, which has just struggled to get going all game as the Esther Sentinel has been rumbling across the red zone for all the damage that has been dealt by non-land permanents this game.
Yeah, and I really like Emily's commitment to sort of stopping this, right? She's been like, hey, no, I'm going to stop it here and paying the one, make sure the Esperson doesn't get another draw here. But fighting over that, a lot of players won't keep a hand unless they have hammer or a way to equip. Urza Saga counts as a hammer, so fighting over it makes a lot of sense, just sort of preventing the hammers from coming down when maybe you might get got if it came down a little sooner, as Sam does seem to draw an actual hammer and is hesitant because this Knight of Autumn's in play.
Yeah. And it looks like nothing to put at all. No attacks in the Esper, and maybe the gas stopped a little bit here for Sam as we move back to Emily's turn. A lot of mana available thanks to these Utopia Sprawls. 3 mana on 1 land. You see that happen right here. And Cosmic Rebirth once again. That one can rebuy the Teferi, and then we can just pick up our Knight of Autumn, redeploy Knight of Autumn. I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. Oh, no, we're bouncing. Okay, we're bouncing the Urza Saga to go ahead and stop that one for another turn. Another card coming for Emily. Let's see if there's any further follow-ups beyond that. But once again, like you mentioned, containing these Urza Sagas turn after turn, really stifling Sam's progression.
Yeah, and Emily is just making her land drops. And once again, her deck has sort of more powerful cards if she can get the pieces interlocked than the Hammer deck does. The Hammer deck's just more efficient at it. So we're going to see that Triome played there, and that's a pretty big sign. You know, if your opponent has all this mana and is playing a Triome, they might have some big double spells in hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, not choosing to play it, not cycle it. Worth noting, of course, 2 mana on Instep. Ice Fang Quaddle, going to bring another card along with it. No effects in response for Sam, thanks to Teferi. Emily knows all the things going to work. Able to move very, very quickly through the Instep to her turn. Uptick on Teferi coming through. We'll see what the big finale is here for Emily. Something like a Soul Herder would be a big deal. Ephemerate coming down. That's another great option. Triggers Esper Sentinel. See if she's going to pay for that. Not clear, but did destroy the Urza Saga. So I think we're on turn 5 of Urza Saga attempting to function and failing to do so.
Yeah, Sam really has just not been allowed to have these Urza Sagas. And it's like, that's
so
not your toy.
Yeah, absolutely not. Stop that. And Sam says, okay, fine, I'll play a Plains. And here is Ginger Brute. That one able to be unblockable with the additional cost of 1 mana.
Yeah. Only haste creatures can block, and Banff not really known for its haste creatures.
True. It's going to be a big deal if we can get something like a hammer deployed. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and make that able to be only blocked by haste creatures. We're attacking. I have to imagine we're going after Teferi. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take down the Teferi by 1. Keep that from doing any further bouncing beyond this, as Ice Fang Quaddle number 2 added to the mix for Emily. And Emily really being able to stop things in the air and things in the ground as Ice Fang Quaddle number 3 comes down. Ginger Brute, kind of Sam's only hope for being able to connect with a Colossus Hammer from here with all of this defense in play for Emily.
Yeah, and Emily, worth noting, has the snow permanents so that these Ice Fang Quaddles are death touching. So it's not even like they're just chump blocking like we sometimes see in these decks. They are actually factually killing stuff, as we are going to pay the 1 for the Ephemerate trigger, and then we're going to Knight of Autumn blow up the Ginger Brute since it's the only thing we can't easily block.
Wow, this Knight of Autumn has just overperformed, as you would expect it to from the Bant Blink deck, just over and over again, able to dispatch of Urza Sagas, Ginger Brutes, and the Ice Fang Quaddle is able to clean everything up. Emily in a great position, but we will have to see if she's able to close this game in time. You mentioned these Bant Blink decks often trying to win as an afterthought. We'll see what she can assemble. Eternal Witness added alongside Ephemerate. That's going to be a big
good
deal. Yeah, we can now I get to pick all my things up forever.
Yeah, so if you don't know, the way it kind of works is your Ephemerate, you sort of use the first one on your Eternal Witness to just get a card. Any card you want from your graveyard. Then the second one, you can target your Eternal Witness when the Ephemerate is rebounded. It will be in the graveyard upon resolution, which means the Eternal Witness can target it. So you basically have white draw a card every turn. And that is really, really strong. That's why you see things like Counterspell and Emily's sideboard, is there are some matchups where that's actually a game-winning play. And in this matchup, just, have my Eternal Flicker. The Knight of Autumn can be really strong. We see how Moonlight here get cast immediately. This might be a start. Emily wants to, do this before it resolves. Yeah, we're going to see the Knight of Autumn.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and respond to the Ephemerate. Hallowed Moonlight loses a lot of value when there's a different time travel in play. Gonna go ahead and cycle that one. Emily responds with the Ephemerate. That one's gonna take care of Esper Sentinel and is gonna go ahead and be on suspend as Sam desperately looking for any of the cards that work here and doesn't seem to find any, as just 2 Ornithopters in play for him as Emily untaps, Ephemerates, target Eternal Witness, get the Ephemerate back, and let's draw for turn. That is the combination you just mapped out for us. And now something like a Time Warp, something like a Counterspell, anything like that can just slam the door on this game, and Emily free to attack with her army of creatures until this game reaches its conclusion as Utopia Sprawl number 3 added on that now massive forest.
Yeah, and these players are going to be dangerously close to time in the round. Our feature matches are on a slightly different clock just because we have to make them walk up to the table and set them up. So it looks like there's 2 minutes left in this game. That's probably enough for Emily to get there if she can find Time Warp before time's actually called. But, we'll have to see what exactly goes on as Sam is, asking, okay, what are the power toughnesses here? Knight of Autumn can actually grow. So, it might be the situation where we flicker into a 4-3, whatever, just to hit you for more.
Right, just get the game over with. I mean, we have 4-7. We have a 2-turn clock on board. So assuming no blockers or the blockers are covered or whatever, the game should reach a natural conclusion. But there is a lot more Magic that can be played as Horizon Canopy cycled from this Urza Saga from Sam. Desperate looking for anything. Sigarda's Aid deployed. And
Emily has so much more self-control than me. I would have ephemerated on that Urza Saga the moment the trigger went on the side. I've been like, no.
How many times do I have to teach you this lesson?
Yeah, exactly. How many times am I going to blow up your Urza Sagas for you to learn that they do not exist in my neighborhood?
Absolutely not. As the Knight of Autumn does get flickered by the Ephemerate, it looks like we went ahead and picked off the Sigarda's Aid. Eternal Witness does rebuy that one. And tick up to Fairy. Crunch with the team. That looks like 6 damage. Put Sam down to 8. Gonna go ahead and Ephemerate, target the Knight of Autumn. Yeah, get that. Yeah. No sagas. Not around here. Not in this house. Not ever. Or is the saga hits the bin.
And another blocker. It's technically untapped as we're gonna play 3 hammers. All right, if we draw Pure Still Paladin or something, if we sell the Ginger Brute, maybe something happened. But yeah, this is an end of turn Solitude because it's a 3-2. And now we can just choose not to cast our Ephemerate. And I believe that is game for Emily. All she has to do is say, nah, I'm good.
I mean, I think even if she just says, okay, whatever, Eternal Witness pick it up, we have 9 here, right? So it just absolutely does not matter. She does choose to just leave it at home to Fairy, able to prevent any spells from being cast. And here's an attack for lethal. And Emily, able to get it done very quickly after 2 sideboard games, thanks to the power of Knight of Autumn. And what a round that was. Bant Blink, not something I've seen too much of. Cosmic Rebirth, a card you got the privilege of reading to me, looked incredibly powerful in her deck. And she's able to dispatch of Hammer very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Well,
that was awesome for Emily. Drake, do we have any upcoming events if someone wants to play a deck like Emily's coming up?
Yeah, if you're looking to play some Modern, or frankly, any of Magic's wonderful formats, we have some events coming up here in June, Chicagoland. There is a Modern Showdown. You can register Bant Blink, play for $10,000, and a chance to play in the NRG Championships at the end of the year. Of course, if you're a Legacy fan, you can play on Sunday, get a little bit of Legacy action in the Legacy Trial that will happen then. Following that, July, we are looking at St. Louis. That's going to be a team showdown. I know you love team events, Mason. I certainly do too. And you're going to have a team showdown. Everyone gets to qualify there for the NRG Championship. So a good chance to play a really sweet event with your squad. Legacy Trial on Sunday. Once again, if you are a Legacy fanatic, I certainly am. I think you're a little bit lower on it, but whatever. And then
I just bought duels, baby, from the good people at NRG.
Fine. And then our third event after that, we got Detroit. That one's going to happen in August. Modern, once again, if you are a Modern fan, it's going to be a great series of events for you as you get yet another chance to play for $10,000 in the end of year showdown. And of course, we have a Pioneer Trial on Sunday. So I'm sorry, if you're into Legacy, this event may not be for you. If you're into any of the other formats, that one certainly is. Thank you very much for watching. We're going to bring round number 3 to you very, very shortly. And we are back. Round number 3 here in Minneapolis Modern Trial. we get a little update here on how things are progressing for our players to watch here after 2 rounds of Swiss. We get CJ there, 2-0. Crushing it to start off. Cliff Boyardee, 1-1, battling back after an 0-1. Chris Smith, 2-0. Great performance following up yesterday's great start to today. Daniel Weiser, 0-1-1. Going to need to do a lot of winning from here. Sarah Shearing, 2-0. We might be seeing a little bit of her here very shortly. Sean Gallagher, 1-1. Stephen Dyton and Thiago Saporito, both 2-0. And Thiago, someone I think we're going to be seeing very, very shortly indeed. Some good performances from a lot of good players. I think we're going to get to see some of them very shortly. So let's dive right down to the match and see.
Yeah, if you're a Chris Smith or a Sarah Shearing fan, they're a backup feature match. And very important, both those players are making a run at NRG Series Championship at the end of the year. So those players, this is the big one. Whenever you get a chance trick, as you know you did in the past, you can knock out someone who's also in the race. Bam, you get the more points and they get less. That's a win-win situation for you.
Yeah, love leaderboard matchups. There are a lot of high tension and really, really great magic happens there. And with the leaderboard kind of still very much, I guess, under instability, we'll say, where Dykeman really confer very, very commanding lead. Everyone else kind of just fighting with a near 30 points. Very, very easy to make up that ground, especially so early in the season. So all of the leaderboard kind of point transitions and point fights, like you called out, those going to kind of come up a ton as the NRG series really kind of gets into the thick of these point battles and where people are going to fall as time goes on. I love this. Both players kind of getting a tweet off. Love this a ton. Thiago Saporito, someone we've heard before. Temur Rhinos, Brazilian professional player here, battling out in Modern. Interesting to see. Brazil, kind of a long drive. I wonder exactly why we ended up here, but happy he is.
Yeah, very long drive. I'm also curious. I wonder if it's the situation we came out for maybe the Pro Tour, and then we just stayed and hang out for a bit. Maybe see some friends and play a little energy. We love to see it.
Show off a little bit as players looking open hand. Of course, we got Joey DiGlacomo. Took a swing at it. Not sure. But Izzet Murktide, once again, a deck we've seen quite a bit in Modern because it is very, very powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Temur Rhinos sort of, in a lot of ways, it is a lot of players saying, hey, this is actually kind of what you want Murktide to be. It is a tempo deck, more so than like a Jun deck, and gets on the board quickly. We've seen players like Oliver Tomiko top 8 our last event and really champion the deck along with Nathan Stoyer and a lot of other Magic Online grinders, just sort of doing their best to really be like, hey, this deck's great. Look at it. And they dominated everything. Drake, there was a 3-weekend period where the same 75 won every single tournament, or top 8 did. And so that's a really big sign that no matter what, this deck is real.
Yeah, you want to talk about Modern over the last few weeks. It certainly was kind of before Oliver and company started their dominance with Rhinos featuring kind of the main deck for Mystical Disputes, which has kind of become stock, I'll say, these days. We really saw mostly Murktide and creativity, and that may have changed here a little bit as Thiago does start off kind of doing it the hard way, suspending the crashing footfalls. Not really the way you want to do it, but is a fine way to get it done, as we've seen happen many times before with the Temur Rhinos deck, and no turn 1 play on sorcery speed for Joey. But yeah, we have the Consider on end step following Thiago's Island for turn.
Yep. A big innovation to these Rhino decks, in case you haven't watched Modern in a while, is the addition of main deck Mystical Dispute. That's going to allow these players to have some counter spells to actually protect the Rhinos once they're resolved and you're kind of okay spending the 3 mana. But also in these sort of blue matchups, they can be a highly impactful swing card. And before, there were these other cards like Bone Crusher Giant or Fable of the Mirror Breaker that sort of swung certain matchups, but like not really. Mystical Dispute, incredibly impactful when it's good. And once you have the Rhinos down, is totally reasonable. You don't really care and the game ends very quickly. So spending 3 mana for 3 mana is an exchange you actually are okay making.
Yeah, I mean, given how inefficient your other cards are. And speaking of, we got Ice. Going to go ahead and ice down that Spire Bluff Canal. Love it a lot. Joey, no turn 1 play, maybe preventing a turn 2 Ledger Shredder, something like that. Ice going to stop that from happening, and also stops Counterspell from being held up as the main phase Violent Outburst coming down. That's going to trigger Cascade, and we're going to go looking. What could it be? Could be anything at all. Just kidding. It's always going to be Crashing Footfalls. We are going to
this is a lot like when I thought seize my opponents and they draw the same card. I don't know how they always do it, but it does make me a little suspicious.
A good deck building, I think, is how I'd chalk that one up.
Yeah, and we see Joey here. This is part of the matchup can be awkward. Has cards like Lightning Bolt in hand. not Unholy Heat, doesn't have the Delirium on, even if we did have it. I guess we are just a fetch away from it, but, not able to cleanly answer these Rhinos with more Rhinos coming.
Absolutely. And Thiago here with maybe what could be called the ideal start in blue matchups, able to just kind of suspend, use something with your mana at all on turn 1. Great. Turn 2, you're able to ice down the blue source on the play. That means no counter spells available for the turn 3 Rhinos. And like you mentioned in the main deck games where the Rhinos are really hard to answer once they're in play, Murktide really looking to answer them on the stack. This more or less the way Thiago drew it up for this matchup. And Joey's going to need to get a lot of work done here in this turn, kind of finally free to use his mana in order to catch back up and maybe look to answer some of these Rhinos.
Yep. And it looks like Joey has Expressive Iteration in hand, but doesn't have much else going on. And, Saporito with 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, just a ton of cards, a lot of expressive iterations. Not where you want to be when you're facing down pressure on the board, but could potentially find some answers. You called out something like Unholy Heat would be something that works once this sorcery hits the graveyard.
Yep.
We'll see exactly what we're doing here. Casting Expressive Iteration. And that one's going to resolve. Let's take a quick look. Ragavan Lightning Bolt. Can't get a great look at the third. Went to hand. Ragavan to the Exile Zone. Plenty of lands that we have access to. Didn't need to find one there. Flooded Strand added to the mix to show just that. And choosing not to play the Ragavan as Unholy Heat called out. Maybe something on the radar. Now works. Delirium online.
Yeah, we don't want to turn on a card to force a negation. Maybe if we're going to make them do it, maybe have them tap out on their turn. Although, looks like maybe we just don't have. Maybe it's a card Consider in hand that we actually want to play. I'm not sure. As a Murktide Regent coming down, this is the other big addition. We're talking about Mystical Dispute. Murktide Regent just becoming the second backup threat. When you think about it, if you do your Rhino thing, it's for sure going to make your Murktide Regent into at least a 5/5. That's pretty good. If you do any other interacting, it's certainly going to be a 6/6, 7/7 type card. So just a good backup threat and sort of does what Murktide's trying to do in a lot of the matchups originally from when Modern Horizons 2 came out of, hey, I'm going to be a tempo card and come down early and apply a lot of damage and end the game quickly.
Yeah, having access to 3 of those, a big deal, and gives you something to do to win the game that isn't just really mopey cards. Out if you get something whatever, your Crashing Footfalls are all gone, they're surgical, whatever, unmoored egoed. You actually have something that does pressure your opponent well, that isn't just Charlotte's Agents, maybe some Elementals, Brazen Borrowers, or whatever. Murktide's a real plan. This is a very good plan B, and allows you to more or less just ignore those effects entirely, making them extremely poor against your deck on average. So Murktide, a powerful card for a lot of reasons. I mean, there's literally a deck named after it on the other side of the table for Thiago, and going to provide quite a bit of value to the new kind of iterations of Team Rhinos from what we've seen in the past and the modern format. As Joey doing a long think here, a lot of options, a lot of cards in hand, but a lot of pressure on the table. And with no Unholy Heat there on end step, pressure is to find the Unholy Heats. We need to find answers to these very large creatures, and Lightning Bolts don't get it done on their own. Gonna need to pair them with other effects in order to finish off these massive creatures.
Yeah, it looks like the eyeball in the graveyard might be doing a little Murktide. It looks like we're in an Expressive Iteration.
Expressive Iteration. That one finds
Ledger
Shredder, a land, and maybe another Ragavan. Again, more threats that don't do a great job trading against Rhinos. And Joey just picks it up. Dead to another copy of Rhinos resolving next turn. Murktide on the battlefield. 2 Rhinos already there. Nope, can't beat that. And Thiago up a very quick game here in the Temur Rhinos Murktide matchup. And being on the play, called out, mattered a lot. But even still, there's a lot of power very, very quickly for Thiago, able to run over the Murktide deck.
Yeah, and this is a matchup where Joey, knowing what it is really matters a lot. We're going to see that in the post-board games. Having the ability to mulligan to a card like Ledger Shredder is actually really good early. The Cascade will always trigger your Ledger Shredder. It can easily outgrow a Rhino, and suddenly, you're blocking or even trading off of the Rhino or killing in the combat, maybe in combination with something like a Fire Ash and then a trade. That can be really impactful in these games. And so Joey, knowing this, is going to get to mulligan and sideboard really differently. And speaking of which, let's see those sideboards.
And we'll start off with the Murktide deck. You called out the Lightning Bolts being not great, but let's look at the Cyber, see what we can maybe pick up in place. We got 1 Seasoned Pyromancer, 1 copy of Subtlety, 2 Fluster Storm, 1 Brotherhood's End, 1 Force Negation, 1 Mystical Dispute, 3 copies of Engineered Explosives, 1 Relic of Progenitus, 2 Dress Down, 1 Unlicensed Hirsch, and 1 Blood Moon. Mason, what do you like?
So Engineered Explosives is great. That's an amazing card at killing all the Rhinos. We're definitely going to want that. Flusterstorm, another very powerful card, something that you're going to probably want in order to stop the cascading as well. So those are going to be 5 cards we definitely want. I've seen some players mess around with other things like having their own mystical disputes. I'm not the hugest fan of that, same when it comes to force negation, but there are a lot of different ways you can approach sort of having things here. Notably, a card like Fury, very common to have in the Murktide sideboard. Joey forgoed that this weekend. Has a bunch of EEs. Maybe he's hoping that can cover that similar spot. But we're going to probably see those come in, and cards like Lightning Bolt just immediately get cut from the deck. Spell Snare as well. We're seeing here in the main deck, that card does not do really anything against the Rhinos deck.
Makes a lot of sense to me. I like those changes a lot. Let's take a look at Thiago Saporito's Temur Rhinos deck. Here we have access to 4 copies of Endurance, 2 copies of Fury, 4 copies of Force of Vigor, 3 copies of Blood Moon, 1 Boseiju Who Endures, and 1 Gemstone Caverns. Lot of options here. What do you like?
So Endurance is a great card at sort of stopping the Murktide from coming down, turning off Unholy Heats, make the DRCs weaker. We'll probably see similar to those. Also, Gemstone Caverns. We're on the draw. We'll probably see this card come in just as a way for us to sort of steal the initiative back from our opponent. So we can probably expect those small changes to happen from the Rhinos player.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. The Gemstone Caverns matters a lot for, like I said, stealing the playback. We saw that come up big with the ice in game 1. So yeah, I imagine that card's going to look really, really good as we move to game number 2 here for these players. Do you just always board out your copy of Gemstone when you're on the play? Like have both in the sideboard and then board them in when you're on the draw? Is that how that goes? Or
yeah,
you keep one and just because you need the mana source?
I know the deck really likes having mana sources, so I don't know if you actually sideboard out your 2 in the main deck and go down 23 lands, because you are a deck that has to have the 3rd land by 3. But it is something that I'm sure players have experimented with, and maybe we see one come out in certain sideboard configurations. Maybe there's matchups where you have higher impact cards and you don't need to have it there. There's a lot of different ways to approach it. For example, Boseiju might come in some of those spots and do that sort of thing for you.
Yeah, totally makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's more or less exactly what I was trying to get at. Where do you bring in these kind of utility lands for mana sources? It's a really cool option and something I like to see a lot. Big Gemstone Caverns fan. This player's taking a look here at opening hands. Joey seems to like his, and there is a Gemstone Caverns. Joey went to get started playing. Thiago says, "No, wait, I'm on the play." Just kidding. Yeah. Go ahead and get rid of this breeding pool for Gemstone Caverns with luck counter.
Yeah, and this matters a lot. We're seeing a Ragavan get developed right here. Normally, Joey might be able to tap out for something like a Legislator next turn and feel pretty comfortable about, like maybe one of my creatures dies to an interaction spell, but not the end of the world. Now, with this, we can't tap out for Legislator without the potential of a Rhino coming down, which maybe we're fine with, but that is a new decision point and a new spot to, that Thiago might be able to blow us out. What if we go for it and they have a mystical dispute on our Legislator? Lots of different plays happening as Ragavan is going to swing in.
Yeah, and it's going to connect. Endurance off the top and Misty Rainforest with Joe. I mean, that one's going to do a good job not being. I can't get a great look at what. Okay, there we go. That's the treasure token. Sorry, that was a little bit of delay there. Got a fetch on end step here for Thiago. Going to grab a tap land. No answer to the Ragavan. Have to imagine that means that we should be expecting some Rhinos. And Joey just chooses not to deploy anything at all post Ragavan, representing some amount of counter magic. We'll see exactly what Thiago's going to present on his 3rd turn to maybe try to stop this Ragavan from connecting. Do you in the camp that Ragavan connecting doesn't really matter against this deck because most of the cards just aren't great to hit?
Yeah, the Ragavan really matters in the sense of the treasure. Like getting a treasure is so important in the Murktide deck because it allows you to sort of fight these fights and sort of, develop onward and still fight through things like mystical disputes, etc., and other matchups. So this is definitely a spot where, hitting it isn't really going to very often do much when it comes to the cards until we get to the late game. But honestly, just you would be very happy to be like, no, keep your card. I just want the treasure. It's fine. That's an exchange you'd be okay with doing. It's a little nicety.
Yeah, I mean, especially with things like we saw ice come down in game 1 and kind of tax the mana, being able to basically get ahead on mana, make stuff like that not matter, certainly does come up. As Shardless Agent, one of the better ways, if you're going to get your Crashing Footfalls countered, one of the better ways to do it does present a blocker for the Ragavan as well. We do see Flusterstorm come down very quickly for Joey. No more Rhinos, please, thank you. But Shardless Agent, they're ready to block Ragavan. So kind of a two-part solution for Thiago, and one of the best turn twos possible for Thiago. Of course, you have to remember Gemstone Caverns allowed him to get ahead of schedule on getting this 3-mana card into play.
Yep. And if you're liking this coverage while we were shuffling up here, make sure to follow that way you don't miss anything. Big shout out to Jim Davis for the raid there a second ago. Everyone coming and joining us. Good to have you.
Thank you very much. Welcome everyone. Is considered here on In Step. Going to surveil that one. Going to give it a think. Big think here.
Yeah, and this is important too. These sort of early turns really dictate a lot of how these games go. So you don't want to make these wrong decisions early. There'll be cascading effects from that.
Absolutely. And I mean, we need to, Expressive Iteration coming down here on main phase, potentially looking for an answer for the Shardless Agent. Shardless Agent doing a lot to kind of stymie the pressure from Joey. Not only is Ragavan, represent whatever, mana advantage, all those things, but just getting the game over with. We saw Thiago very quickly dispatch of Joey in game one, just kind of powering through all of the tools that Joey would have access to. That is kind of at risk to happen again in this game. I would more or less like to see Joey continuing able to attack every single turn, and with Ragavan currently not able to do so well, Expressive Iteration going to have to do some work in order to get some pieces of the puzzle solved.
Yeah, and it looks like Joey could have grabbed another Ragavan, but opted to just keep this one and put a different spell in handy to see what it was. But
yeah, interesting either way. Odawara, the land for turn, notably could have been safe to bounce a Murktide, not in the market for that, or it has that covered from other angles as Shardless Agent number 2 deployed.
Yeah, and this is a pretty big moment, right? Like, Thiago is a very skilled player. He's going to know Odawara can matter here, but played it first. We might see something like a Mystical Dispute here as a way to fight over this. Yeah.
I mean, Joey's fetching. It seems he intends to fight. We'll see if Thiago is going to do some fighting back. Players doing quite a bit of shuffling thanks to Cascade and the fetch lands. Love it. But even if all of this goes well for Joey, right? The Crashing Footfalls doesn't resolve. Just the pile of Shardless Agents mean that Joey still has additional work to do to find something like a Murktide Regent or something in order to cover kind of just being able to get Thiago dead, as Counterspell is going to answer the Crashing Footfalls. Yeah, that's covered. Okay, but Shardless Agent resolves. And the follow-up here is just a manual suspend. And yeah, okay, I'll sit behind my Shardless Agents. I'm good to go. This will come off suspend eventually, and then good luck. So Joey, we'll see what he can do to answer that more or less face-up game plan. Maybe there's a little bit more. 2 cards in the end there for Thiago.
It looks like Joey does have a Ledger Shredder in hand. We'll start off on that.
That's a start. Follow-up. Looking for a Connive. Does not have one. So back to Thiago we go. Counter chiming down here on the Crashing Footfalls. 3 cards in hand for Thiago. We'll see if he wants to make a move of any kind. Explosive first few turns with multiple Crashing Footfalls attempts. None of those coming to fruition. Very quickly fetching here with a Wooded Foothills. Something like a Fury, maybe? Be good. Forest, respect the Blood Moon.
True. I think Fury makes the most sense as a 5-mana play here. Unless we're playing around a card like Spell Pierce.
Yeah, playing around Spell Pierce makes obviously a lot of sense. Flusterstorm harder to play around if our plan is to cascade into Footfalls, and this would be Footfalls number 4. So this is maybe the last Footfalls in the deck, barring something like some Endurances targeting yourself. We'll see if this one finally works. Joey, not necessarily postured like someone that has this last Footfalls covered turn after turn after turn. It's Thiago cascading.
And what you said there about endurancing ourselves is like very real. That is something that will come up in this game, if Joey doesn't close the door in a timely-ish way. Obviously, we're hitting a lot of endurances here, as we're going to see just how Thiago sideboarded. There we go.
Last Footfalls number 4 does have the 4th, and it is now on the stack. That will trigger Connive.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Ledger Shredder can eventually work its way towards blocking some Rhinos. Got some work to do before that happens, though, and the clock can get quick very, 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 very quick.
Yep. Our Connive here might be the way we find something. This looks like a mystical dispute was in hand. Obviously not very good at...
Doesn't counter crashing Footfalls. Well, not well. Does do a good job.
Yeah. Does look like the Rhinos are in the house.
Rhinos are finally here. Attempt number 3 is successful. And now the Shardless agents can go ahead and get busy with the Rhinos back having the Ragavan covered.
Yep. Like this, gotta start getting your clock on before a card like Murktide comes down and stabilizes what's going on.
And a card like Murktide is certainly what Joey's been looking for. Yeah, being able to kind of free block the first Shardless agent makes some sense, but even something like an Engineered Explosives being found could be a big deal for Joey. Being able to clean up the Rhinos, finally start getting in with the Ragavan.
Yeah.
And the Shredder gets grown from the Violent Outburst, so that's actually just going to kill the Ledger Shredder. Woof.
That is big, and now Murktide's coming down. I do think Joey has a mystical dispute, which is something, but definitely not happy you can see there, Joey, with his play there.
Yeah, I wonder if Joey was aware of the +1 power. It looked like there was a little bit of conversation around that, and a shake of the head. Maybe not exactly the way Joey wanted things to play out with the free block, and suddenly needing probably a Murktide of his own, maybe some additional resources. Engineered Explosives can kind of get the party started as far as removing the immediate pressure, but once again needing to close the game off, because you mentioned endurancing yourself. Getting those crashing Footfalls back in the deck can come up and matter. They're exiled now, but there's still one in suspend that's going to come off. You can get that one back in the deck and start going after it again. The Rhinos are going to keep happening if this game goes on for many, many turns. Need to close the door on the game and answer the immediate pressure. Ledger Shredder is a start.
Yeah, Ledger Shredder number 2.
Pass the turn back. Down to 2 goes the crashing Footfalls. And Thiago's 12 power in play does represent Joey's entire life total. Any attacks that happen will require a block of some kind.
Yeah, looks like Thiago just attacking for 8.
It's the 8, respecting the Ragavan. Maybe. Still got the hand on the cards. This is like the chess rule, it's final once you take your hand off.
Yeah, I think there might be some consideration like, do I want to attack at everything and just not care about the Ragavan? What could they actually hit? What could they do with the mana? Also, just like, don't attack with one of these Shardless agents. And yeah, it looks like Thiago's just going to force there to be some amount of blocking. It might just be a Ledger Shredder on a Violent Outburst, but we might see Joey play around another Violent Outburst off the top to grow the team. Who knows exactly how Joe will want to play it.
Yeah, the free block's the only block that's made, right? Like getting in front of the Shardless agent, that's 10 points. You go to 2, you're dead to ice, or fire specifically, but you're dead to fire, ice, and you're just dead to any creature. Every creature becomes lethal. So, the kind of weighing that against the Ragavan potential block of, trading with the Shardless agent, I think you've got to be thrilled. And then it's like, okay, well, what can he hit off the top of my library? And it seems like Thiago says, nothing really matters. And the block happened anyway. I'm sure Thiago's happy about that, as Joey going to sink down to 4. Taking the hit with the Rhinos. Once again, something like an Engineered Explosives can do a lot to stymie the immediate pressure. This Ragavan that draws Spell Pierce in hand. Doesn't look like there's any copies of Engineered Explosives at the moment. Ragavan going to be dashed and attacked. Okay. Well, not interested in blocking. Dispute the exile. Yeah, that's not going to be good enough. Wow. The handshake and really 2 incredibly quick games. Team of Rhinos dispatching of Murktide, and kind of the way we drew it up. Like, if you're talking about being able to jam Rhinos turn after turn after turn, just doing what the deck does. Did a great job of it. Gemstone Caverns allowing even game number 2 for it to happen ahead of schedule. And the deck performed as it does. Incredible performance from the Team of Rhinos deck.
Yeah, the Team of Rhinos deck continues just to show how good it has gotten, how these innovations, re-adding Murktide into the deck and getting the suite into the main deck. These sort of changes, along with the metagames, that has shown this deck is dominant. And one of the decks you have to respect. If you're going to a Modern tournament, you have to respect the Rhinos deck, as we just see great players pick it up weekend after weekend and dominate with it. It's not like they're all picking it up and not doing well. They keep winning. We're going to get Thiago actually on the mic and interview. I think he might be ready here in a second. But it's going to hear why did they choose Rhinos and all that other stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to hear kind of his, his process, and of course, his presence here, kind of what his experience is testing for the modern format and playing in the NRG series. This is something, a lot of experience, great players showing up, and specifically choosing his version of Rhinos. I'm very interested to hear about that as we go ahead and let's get Thiago on the line.
Congratulations on your win.
Yo, thank you.
So, what made you want to choose the Temur Rhinos deck for the modern format here this weekend?
So I don't really play Modern, and I saw that Nathan won some tournament with it like 3 weeks ago. I just copied his 75.
If he's the best in the world at getting the job done, you might as well take him. So, your plan for the Murktide deck from the booth, it looked like that was about as good as you drew it up. Game one, you're able to ice down, keep counterspell off, start slamming Rhinos turn after turn, and then game two, having the Gemstone Caverns. Give me your thoughts on the Murktide matchup, how that played out. That was a really cool match to watch.
I'm not sure. I was afraid of explosives the whole game, but there's nothing I can do. I just keep casting my spells and hope that he doesn't have it. So.
That's true. Murktide does some amount of work. You had access to that both games as well. Does some amount of work to mitigate the potency of engineered explosives. So your preparation for Modern, literally just taking exactly Nathan Stoyer's exact deck, showing up, seems to be paying off very, very well. One question I asked Mason in the booth, I would like to postulate to you as well. The Gemstone Caverns, do you take those? They're all in on the draw. Do you take them all out on the play, or do you leave some in for mana sources? Personal curiosity entirely.
So every time so far that I sideboarded, I was on the draw, so I just added the second copy. But on the play, I might put the Passage instead of the Gemstone, and that's gonna be it.
Dang, Mason, you're right.
Yeah. Well, every now and again, I get one, Drake. Thiago, thank you so much for taking some time to talk to us. Go enjoy the rest of your weekend in the NRG circuit here series. We will be seeing you more, I'm sure, as you continue to dominate these rounds. So good luck. And I think we have a backup match, Drake, that we get to go to, which is very exciting. So if you're liking Paper Magic, make sure to click that follow button. Yeah, Bullwinkle, kind of made the deck, Drake, and then Oliver Tomiko said, "No, this is my deck," and then Nathan said, "No, this is my deck." Now Thiago says, "This is my deck," and so
maybe if you ask Oliver, he might have a different story. I'm sure this gets passed around, these innovations, but either way, it seems like the iteration on the Temur Rhinos deck certainly very potent, and Thiago, kind of emblematic of exactly that. So, like you mentioned, sounds like we have additional magic. So let's go ahead and dive right in to our backup feature match here. We have Sarah Shearing on your right, Azorius Control versus Chris Smith, Rakdos Scam. Both players we've seen quite a bit here on the NRG series. Talk to me about this matchup. What are we doing here, Mason?
Yeah, so in this matchup, if Sarah can sort of stabilize and get a good board presence and there aren't any early scam type stuff, she's going to be in a very dominant position against Chris. However, Chris has a lot of really powerful early game cards and has a few cards like the Undying effects that are going to make it so cards like Supreme Verdict can't stabilize as well. There's going to be a lot of good back and forth, but Chris is a little bit unfavored if he can't get an early start going that can maybe, put him ahead with the board like a Ragavan or pick a hand apart with the Thoughtseize and take a key card. So we're going to have to see what's going there. And as you were mentioning, by the way, seeing these two players, Sarah actually lost in the finals of our last Modern NRG series event playing Murktide, decided to switch up this weekend. Chris lost in the top 8 yesterday playing the Niftalite deck. So both players have been on a bit of a heater recently.
Yeah, a lot of winning for both of these players. No surprise to see them sitting here at 2-0 and facing off versus each other. And here is turn one Thoughtseize, exactly what you called out. All lands in hand after this counter spell, it looks like, for Sarah. So land heavy hand, ready to go after the Rogren Triome. Chris Smith going to go ahead and write them all down. But either way, not a lot of spell casting going to happen for Sarah. Of course, does have access to the Kahira if she really wants it, but either way, not a whole lot of action. Counterspell, land drops, seems to be good enough on the mulligan. Can't say I disagree, but either way, following Thoughtseizes and Griefs, not going to look super good.
100%. Yeah. And we see this is maybe why when we came in, Sarah was sort of, going back and forth with her head, like, should I keep or not? She just had a bunch of lands on a mulligan to 6 with a counterspell. And this deck does want a bunch of lands. And we see Sarah really respecting the card Blood Moon here, just grabbing the blue sources to make sure we have counterspell up.
Yeah, extremely heads up there. These Rakdos Scam decks usually play, some number of Blood Moons in their deck. And being able to just play around that with how many lands you have access to, it becomes fairly free. And she is going to leverage that here. Looks like we picked up a spell. Can't get a great look at it, though. Not a lot of action from Chris Smith. Just played the Seer Step pathway past the turn. Teferi Time Raveler going to go on the stack and very quickly uptick.
Yeah, with the world's smallest dice.
Yeah, not large. That is at 5. I can't read it, but wow, that is some small dice. So we go back to Chris. We'll see if he's interested in deploying anything at all here. A lot of 3-mana options usually for the scam deck. Things like Seasoned Pyromancer, Blood Moon, stuff like that can be extremely appealing.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Sarah grabbing the Zagoth Triumph. That way, Leyline Binding can be up. And we have this Teferi that already answers the Blood Moon. We know Chris is stuck on spells in hand. This is sort of our time to develop and have things go the way we want. And looks like we're ticking up because we didn't draw a card.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we fetched Plains. We got Blood Moon covered. Teferi checks it too. Chris, obviously stuck on lands a little bit. Teferi is going to be able to mitigate any pressure that he does eventually assemble. So, Teferi Time Raveler just ticking up and up and up represents eventually, keeping the board clear, even when Chris kind of does get unlocked as far as his mana goes. But, I'm certainly missing land drops in this matchup. We see multiple creature removal spells in hand. This is kind of the power of control decks at large in Magic. You get to ignore a lot of these creature removal effects. And, they more or less rot in the hand, as here is a dashed Ragavan. That one's going to get caught by a Solitude. Hard cast. Going to go ahead and exile that. And now 3-2 in play for Sarah. Can pick it back up at Teferi if she really wants. But everything kind of coming up Sarah after keeping a hand of all lands.
Yeah,
and a counterspell.
yeah, most of all lands in some matchups that's going to work out really well for you. We see Chris here go down to 5, and this thing with the Rakdos game deck, you mulligan a lot because your 5 and 4 card hands can sometimes be stronger than a lot of 7s in the format, but you have to be willing to go there. As Chris, I think, picked up the Blackleaf Cliff, so now all the spells are online.
Yeah, Blackleaf Cliffs now, 3 mana, access to everything. Is it too late with Gahira and Solitude already in play? Teferi at 8, not clear. Here's a Lightning Bolt going to clear the Gahira, and Terminate going to take care of the Solitude. Has to be done at main phase, thanks to Teferi Time Raveler. As we pass back to Sarah, this Teferi just goes up and up and up. And yet another land tapped past the turn back to Chris. We'll see if Chris can finally get some pressure going. Sarah maybe finally seeing the downside of the flood here as Blood Moon attempt to be casted. Yeah, that one's gonna work.
There's an old adage of, if you're flooding with mana, you often lose to the person who has less mana because they just have more spells. Not always the case, but we are sort of seeing it happen here. And Sarah does have the option to, minus this Teferi and bounce the Blood Moon and sort of make it so Chris didn't do very much in the last turn, and she gets another card draw. So we're going to see exactly how she wants to approach this, because having the Teferi have a lot of loyalty does turn off all the scam cards. So
yeah, I mean, I love it. We have a Chalice here that we can throw on one. We got Teferi actually rolls up, so Teferi can just check the Blood Moon whenever. So Sarah may be kind of making this declaration: this Blood Moon is worse for you than it is for me. You have it. Go ahead. I can answer it whenever I'm ready to.
Yeah, it's all making sense too. Why Sarah has the very small dice as well. If you put it on your Chalice, it's very hard to know. You might trick your opponent.
Is that how that works? Is that how that works? Well, Grief is going to go ahead and resolve this one. Pitch cast. That one's going to see Teferi Time Raveler, looks like Prismatic Ending and Leyline Binding among the mix. Can't do any kind of scam stuff here, though, thanks to both Chalice and Teferi shutting those down. But Seasoned Pyromancer is a card that's going to work.
Yeah, and we're seeing why. We were going to go for the Seasoned Pyromancer anyways. We might as well just, do our Grief for who cares, Make sure we're not walking into a counterspell with all that mana up, as we did get a land for turn and a pass back, as we have 2 little elemental tokens.
Yeah, 2 elemental tokens. I mean, not nothing. We've assembled some real threats. We threw another Seasoned Pyromancer in the graveyard. That one can be, exiled, flashed back more or less for 2 more elementals. So, even though Sarah is using some resources here to go ahead and take care of them, Leyline Binding a great answer to Seasoned Pyromancer, not allowing a second flashback. But, Chris, despite looking fairly locked out underneath a Teferi and a Chalice, able to assemble something here as the elemental does go after Teferi.
Yeah,
and a hard cast
Fury. Yeah, so now we know there's another Teferi 3 in hand, but this Teferi can't just answer the elemental token, which it was sort of lined up to do before.
Right. And this elemental token kind of on just attack the Teferi duty, keep it from getting cashed out once again. So Sarah's life total extremely protected, still at 23. Chris, not a lot of action either, though, since the players take draw steps back and forth. This Blood Moon's still in play. Sarah content to just play around it the entire game. As here comes yet another attack on the elemental on Teferi. Will either player make a move? Sarah will. Here's an Archmage's Charm. 2 cards coming for her. Casting that underneath a Blood Moon is quite the flex.
Yeah, that is a big sort of sign of like, hey, I've got some other stuff in hand. I don't need to worry. You often see players sort of, keep Archmage's Charm in hand when they have nothing else going on, just to make sure they don't fall too far behind. So we often see Seasoned Pyromancer using its little flashback type mode to now get on board and pressure this Teferi.
Yeah, now, a real attack force assembled here. Something that can actually dispatch of the Teferi. If Sarah has nothing to say about it, we'll see exactly if she's interested in interacting with this at all. Archmage's Charm, take 1. That's a way to do it. Teferi going to fall to 1. And the Elemental will be untapped.
Oh, it looks like... Oh, okay. Yeah, Chris attacked Sarah.
Oh, Chris attacked Sarah. Content to give up on the Teferi, more or less.
Oh, you know what I think maybe happened is Chris went the 1 elemental after Teferi to prevent it from minusing, and so Sarah saved the 1.
Yeah, can't get a great listen on that, but that is likely what happened. A Supreme Verdict gonna clean up the rest of the elementals, and now Chris on no second Black Source can't hard cast the Grief and just land and pass the turn. Sarah in an extremely commanding position. Here's Teferi, hero of Dominaria, and that is usually the sign that this game is not long for this world. And Chris, you see, very eager to untap, take a draw step. Wonder if he will continue to play. He sure will not, even though he finally drew the Swamp. And that is going to conclude game number 1. Azorius controlled dispatching of Rakdos Scam fairly quickly. And after a hand that looked like it was not going to have a lot of action.
Yeah, we sort of got stuck on land circle turns there for Chris. That gave Sarah the time to sort of set up. We got this Teferi 3 really large, and even though we had all these spells, we sort of caught back up with our land patch, and Sarah found her spells, and she was able to get those 2-for-1s and sort of high-impact cards that we were expecting. We're going to see if there's anything in the sideboard to help, but like I said before, this matchup is going to be a little bit hard for Chris unless he can get on board early. Kind of had the right start at the discard, but didn't have a threat to follow it up.
Absolutely. So like you said, let's take a look at Chris's sideboard options. We have 2 copies of Hidetsu Consumes All, 1 Magus of the Moon, 2 Ob Nixilis the Adversary, 1 Colligon's Command, 2 Path of Peril, 2 Chalice of the Void, 3 Engineered Explosives, and 2 Unlicensed Hearse. What adjustments are we making here?
Yeah, so Nixilis the Adversary probably going to come in. That's a card that we see players have for specifically controlling tight matchups, going to whittle away and provide some chip shots. We're also probably going to see Colligon's Command. This is a pretty good card just for buying back one of your threats and making them discard a card. Sometimes you get a shock on a Planeswalker. Besides that, we don't have too much that's very good. Our Fatal Pushes and our Terminates aren't super great. We might end up leaving some of those. You might see Unlicensed Hearse come in. I've seen players do this in the past where they trim some of their Terminates and just turn them into Unlicensed Hearses because they're hard to answer threats, forces a Leyline Binding. But, we saw that last game. There are a lot of basics in Sarah's deck. She's going to fetch them aggressively. So cards like Magus of the Moon are not going to be super high impact in this matchup. But we might still come in. Sense.
Sarah did not care too much about the Bloodmans in that game at all. Well, let's take a look at her sideboard and see what she has to bring to the table. The Kahira likely going to stay. Kahira the Orphan Guard. You got 1 Flusterstorm, 1 Celestial Purge, 3 Joven's Veto, 3 Hallowed Moonlight, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Dress Down, and 2 Rest in Peace. What adjustments are we making here?
Yeah, so Celestial Purge is definitely a card we're going to bring in. This is Exile, Red or Black permanent. Pretty easy swap in there. We could see Dress Down come in, I imagine. So this is going to stop the Evoke Elementals and things like Seasoned Pyromancer from getting their effects. This is a card we've seen players do before. Even if, they get to keep the body behind afterwards, sometimes you'll care with that. In the late game, you're really happy to prevent that sort of ETB. So we might see that happen if there are enough cards you want to cut. And then Rest in Peace is another card that we've seen players experiment with. It prevents any of the scam stuff from happening. I think with Sarah on the draw, unless there's some cards in her main deck she really isn't happy with, we probably won't see the Rest in Peace, but we might see it on the play where she's able to get down a little bit sooner.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Well, it sounds like there's a lot of adjustments being made. Quite a fair game to play as these players are shuffling up. Of course, Chris going to be on the play. So let's go ahead and dive down to game 2. Jump right into the action. And here we are starting off with the Thoughtseize. Once again, getting to see Sarah's opening hand. Looks like 3 lands, a Subtlety, a Dress Down, a Celestial Purge, and a Teferi Time Raveler. Very diverse hand. Dress down the card that is going to bite the dust.
Yeah, it says something to me about Chris maybe having a Seasoned Pyromancer in hand and really needing it. A lot of Grief is something that you would be not in love with it stopping something from happening. You would have still a 4/3 behind. So must have some card like Seasoned Pyromancer in hand to really get some value in that department. Otherwise, I would imagine a card like Celestial Purge would be the take. But Chris obviously knows the hand, and I do not.
Right.
Also
I
some
mean,
good
he has
questions in
access to all
chat.
the information, and we certainly do not. As Swamp fetched here for Chris.
Yeah. Also, if you're Sarah, that gives you some information, right? When your opponent casts Thoughtseize and you have a hand like that, you can really get a vibe on sort of what they are weak to because they take that sort of card, right? And you might be able to leverage something about that with a later draw step or in a couple turns down the line.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of tells you some information about what their plan is for the game as Chris goes ahead and dashes this Ragavan. That one's going to, it can be answered multiple ways at sorcery speed. The dash prevents that from happening. So solid heads up play if we're going to be using this Ragavan more or less at all this game. As we head back to Chris, just a Mystic Gate past the turn for Sarah.
Yeah, and Twitch chat was asking why the pathways were playing modern. Some scam players have been moving towards pathways just to have untapped mana. And the deck does have some demanding mana costs from things like trying to go Dothy Voidwalker into Season Pyromancer, but some players have valued the untapped lands like we're seeing Chris do today.
A lot of value. I mean, we talked about this previously when we were talking about the creativity deck and the, kind of how awkward its mana base is with, the tap triomes and stuff. Untapped lands, pathways, they do the job. They get it done. We've got it done in multiple formats, and it makes a lot of sense they'd start to pick those up. Chris reaching for 2 mana, yet another Ragavan. Can play Ragavan and a 3-drop in the same turn if the Ragavan connects. Sarah, if she wants to use mana really at all with this Mystic Gate, going to need to fetch, is going to do so. Island the grab. Some amount of respect potentially to Blood Moon.
Yeah, we do see Blood Moon in Chris's hand. Chris maybe just didn't have enough cards to cut. We talked about having a lot of dead cards for Chris with all the Fatal Pushes and the Terminate. So it makes sense that maybe some Blood Moon stuck in there. Sort of like, hey, let's hope the high roll. Sarah has a lot of basics, but maybe she doesn't draw them, or maybe I go Ragavan into it. We saw Sarah have the Celestial Purge made, so the Blood Moon was going to be answered if it had been kept on turn number 2, which is part of the reason I thought Chris might take it, but maybe Chris just drew the Blood Moon and we missed that.
Yeah, multiple answers to like the Blood Moon, at least in the temporary sense with Teferi as well. So Blood Moon, like you mentioned, kind of awkward, kind of checked here, but can, kind of punk Sarah out, especially on the play. If you can get like a Ragavan hit turn 2, maybe she doesn't have time to even set up with the basics like she did in game number 1. But here, still a little bit awkward. Chris does have both his swamps this time to be able to cast multiple cards, but Sarah already has Island and Plains set up, so the Blood Moon may be mitigated even outside of what the Teferi presents as far as temporarily answering it.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see. It looks like Chris is maybe lining up a dash and to figure out if he wants to Blood Moon. We could also dash at Teferi and play Blood Moon so that if Teferi is going to answer the Blood Moon right away, we don't have to worry about that. But it looks like it is 2 mana.
2 mana. That's going to be a dash of the Ragavan. That is going to go with the Teferi. So that one's going to go down to 3. And now, yeah, we can deploy the Blood Moon. And that's going to require the Teferi to be cashed out if we want that to happen. And Chris doesn't know about any counter spells from the opening Thoughtseize. So maybe Blood Moon could be in the clear to resolve in the following turn as Sarah adds yet another basic. Teferi down to goes up to 4. Yet another time we see Sarah just uptick her Teferi in the face of a Blood Moon. Says, all right, I can play around it. I got 2 islands and a plains. I'm good to go. I don't need anything else.
Yeah,
so
I think
seasoned Pyromancer.
That second island draw was big for Sarah having to not think about the Blood Moon. Sarah's someone who plays very quickly and efficiently as well, but when she has that, she can be like, well, we can always just do this later. Subtlety is the play.
Hard cast Subtlety. There we go. That's going to get some pressure going and going to do a pretty good job of answering the seasoned Pyromancer for at least a short time, keeping it from making any pressure for your Teferi. And you could even kind of run it back, right? You could pick up your Subtlety with Teferi. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. We can do this again. I can hit you for 3 again and then eventually maybe set up a racing situation.
Yeah, and Chris is in a real spot where it's like, okay, what am I going to do? It looks like he's going to lead on Ragavan, sort of mix things up a little bit.
Maybe a little awkward too, because we can't play Ragavan and Seasoned Pyromancer in the same turn.
Yeah. And yet, Sarah just doesn't really mind the Ragavan right now. It's just like, yeah, I will wait, and this Subtlety can hit that Seasoned Pyromancer. As we do see a Hall of the Storm Giants come in untapped thanks to Blood Moon. Now you had a reason to mine. You got a Hall of the Storm Giants untapped. Bam.
Yeah, there you go. That's a 2-turn clock. We can get it done very quickly. As we uptick Hera, maybe a consideration. Can't get a great look at the hand. Prismatic Ending, among others.
Yeah.
Can take care of the Blood Moon at any time. Just flush with answers to this Blood Moon. Just not interested in answering it at all. As Thoughtseize is going to come down. That one could be potentially good. Subtlety. Oh, wow. 3 Prismatic Endings, a Subtlety, and a land. Yeah, get that Subtlety out of here. We're going to slog through these endings, I guess. And with Teferi uptick, that can be done at instant speed. So I would not be optimistic about this Ragavan connecting anytime soon.
Yeah, you really just, it feels like you got to send the Ragavan just at the Teferi to force the Prismatic Ending. Because if you're Sarah, all of your prismatic endings now can cover other things. And you have so many of them, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, the season Pyromancer now is actually set up to be really good. I mean, this Thoughtseize cleared the way for this kind of season Pyromancer to be able to cash out the 2 spells that are not great in the hand and actually set up real pressure that 1-for-1 removal spells like Prismatic Ending are not going to do a great job to cover as she rolls Teferi back up again to 3. And maybe the Blood Moon starting to have a real effect. Can't fire up the Hall of the Storm Giants and access to only 1 white mana in this turn cycle. As we pass back to Chris, quickly takes a draw step. Let's take a look at the board.
Yeah, it's so awkward here. Chris knows the season Pyromancer is dead if Sarah wants it to be. So what are we going to send at Teferi? What are we going to send at Face, right? Is there any way I can trick Sarah into maybe letting me keep this Pyromancer and use her mana a different way? Looks like it's all going to go after the Teferi. The Prismatic Endings also, can be used to answer Blood Moon and then cast the other one to answer Pyro if we're really having problems with that. So,
yeah, there's the instant speed. Go ahead and cash out on the Pyromancer. It feels really good to get that one in exile. Make sure that one can't be kind of pseudo flashbacked. And
K-Command!
That's Colligon's command going to be able to finish it off. Nothing to return. Can't return any of these season Pyromancers because they are in exile, but is going to be able to get a card out of Sarah's hand and go ahead and pick off the Teferi. So the Teferi finally answered for Sarah. And I mean, only 2 elementals left over for Chris, but Chris maybe finally turning this game to his advantage.
Yeah, he has at least got stuff on board and has the Hall of Storm Giants locked out. So that is going to be a spot here for Chris where he can maybe start to pull around the corner here. There's a lot going on. Sarah also has this Kakira she can put in hand now and then maybe cast later once she finds the white source. But yeah, Blood Moon is actually doing a little bit of work here. Once again, Sarah does have 1 more Prismatic Ending. So if she wants, she can take the Blood Moon down. But
maybe has 1 more Prismatic Ending. We'll see how that plays out. Get a look at the hand. It's Counterspell. Could have Counterspelled it if she wanted. Chose not to. Kahira, Solitude, Leyline Binding, and Prismatic Ending. Once again, a very diverse hand, and we'll see exactly where Chris wants to go with this as he falls down to 7 life points. Notably now, if that Blood Moon goes away, this Hall of the Storm Giants suddenly looks kind of lethal.
Yeah, it is actually just lethal with a land off the top, and this Leyline Binding can be casted into turn. There's a mountain in play. So we have 3 for Domain. Yeah, Chris is just like, I don't know if I can play around you drawing lands and spells. Just passes the turn back to Sarah.
Yeah, attack for 2. We'll see. I mean, Sarah obviously giving it a think. See if she wants to Leyline Binding on instep. Does choose to. Yeah, that Blood Moon does finally matter. And now Hall of Storm Giants unlocked. We find an untapped land, and we sure did. This could be it. Fetch twice. Terminate. Trigger Ward. That's good enough. Handshake. And Sarah's going to get it done with Hall of the Storm Giants. 2 very quick games. And honestly, some expert navigation from Sarah regarding the card Blood Moon. But in both games that came up, both games she had a very clear from the start plan for it. And I mean, I think that was executed masterfully.
Yeah, it really showed how that card could theoretically matter on turn 2, but doesn't actually do too much once you get a couple of basics in play for the blue-white control decks, and why, it's sort of a high-risk card. That deck obviously had, a lot of kill spells we wanted to cut. We looked, we saw at least 1 Terminate left in the deck, so there might have just been not enough cuts, and we're just like, yeah, this card's really high variance, but sort of an awkward matchup. Gonna do what I need to do. Speaking of gotta do what you gotta do, Drake, I gotta get out to the next NRG event in Chicagoland, June 24th through the 25th. That's going to be a Modern 10K and then a Pioneer 5K. If you win the 10K, you get to go into our end of the year series events. But don't worry, we're also going to St. Louis, July 8th through the 9th. That's going to be a team showdown. Drake, maybe we got to get the casters together here because we can play Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. We just got to find someone that wants to play Pioneer or ready to go. Also going to have a Legacy.
We'll make you do it. We got it.
No, I gotta go. Something came up that weekend. Legacy Trial 5K on Sunday happening there as well. But that's not all. We're also going to Detroit, I believe August 12th through the 13th. Let's go with a Modern 10K showdown. Dom Harvey talking like when he got to that one yesterday with the Pioneer 5K trial. A lot of Steven Dykman, Roger Suleiman from this area. So a lot of our big players are going to be at this one if you're wanting a chance to battle against the best on the NRG series.
Absolutely. All of these showdown events do qualify for our end of year NRG championship. Of course, we have multiple invites to the RC given out each weekend too. So if you're looking to dabble in both kind of circuits, you get 4 RCQs per weekend. That's 9 RC invites. And of course, each weekend got $15,000 in cash prizes. So no matter how you like to play Magic the Gathering, if you're a competitive Magic player, these events are for you. And I cannot recommend showing up to them enough. We got great coverage team. We have a great judging staff. We got great venues. Everything about them is everything you could want in a tournament. If you want to play the RC, it's a great way to do it as well. So make your way out to our events. Please show up. Please have a good time. And you know what? Maybe we'll do a little commentary on your matches. But until then, we were going to cut to a break. We will be back with the 4th round of Modern today in our trial here very shortly. Welcome back. We are here with round number 4 of modern coverage of our showdown here in Minneapolis. I am Drake Sasser. I'm here with my good friend Mason Clark. Before we dive in, let's look once again at our players to watch, get a little update from them, see how they're doing. Here at 3-0, we got CJ, Cliff Boyardee down here at 1-2. Chris Smith, we just saw take a loss in our last feature match, 2-1. Daniel Weiser started the winning, 1-1-1. Sarah Shearing, we saw her advance to 3-0. Sean Gallagher and Steven Dykeman both at 2-1. Still got a lot of magic left to play today, though. And Thiago Saporito, after a dominant performance in round number 2, we got to see is at 3-0. So a lot of talent here at 3-0, a lot of points poised to move on the leaderboard. And with that, we can dive into our round 4 feature match. We got, a modern classic, I would say, of Temur Rhinos versus a deck I don't think I have seen nearly as much. Maybe you've seen it a little bit more and are the resident expert, but Naya Enchantress, what is going on here?
Yeah, so Naya Enchantress, a bit of a brewski here from Anthony. And, Enchantress is a deck we've seen. It really got a lot of injections from the Modern Horizons 2 set. But this deck is really got some innovative cards. We have like Jeskai Ascendancy to combo with our Sanctum Weavers and a bit of reunion in order to give haste our Emrakul in the turn we cast it. A lot of other really cool things. I don't want to spoil all the surprises right ahead, but just know Anthony here 3-0 has a lot of purpose with all of the cards in this deck, all 61 of them. So a lot going on.
I know you're a big fan of the 61 card special as a, once again, a resident expert on that as well.
I prefer a 62, a little 62.
Oh, a little 62, a little extra flavor, a little season with your heart.
You gotta up the land ratio. You're not gonna add a spell, gonna throw everything off. What are you gonna do?
No, not a chance.
That's not cooking.
that's not cooking. And like, if you're gonna let Mason cook, he's gonna make sure it's very well seasoned. As these players looking at some opening hands here. Yeah, Anthony Nedland, great performance, great start here, 3-0 with his take on Naya Enchantress, something we haven't seen too much of. And you have to imagine that, with this dominant performance and this dominant start here, going to have a plan for the Temur Rhinos deck. So exactly going to see as we replace a little sleeve replacement action, what this matchup is going to play out as.
Solitary Confinement is a really hard card to beat once it comes down. Now, some Rhinos players play Brazen Borrower. It looks like we do have the full forward here for CJ, someone we've seen on the tour do very well with the Rhinos deck at multiple points. But with Brazen Borrower, that's sort of an out that normally doesn't happen. But we have cards like Starling Grove that do give hexproof to our enchantments. So there might be a little House of Cards situation to require CJ to really come together, as we do get a fetch of a Snow-Covered Forest.
Yeah, Snow-Covered Forest, the start. You called out the Temur Rhinos deck 4/4 Brazen Borrowers, and notably no Mystical Disputes. That's going to play big here against a Naya Enchantress deck, where they're probably not going to be super good, as this forest is going to be very quickly tapped for Utopia Sprawl. Very common Enchantress start. Got to the very cheap enchantments that can draw cards later on and can add a little bit of mana. And I love using the Epic Storm token here to indicate which color we're doing. We are using white for our Utopia Sprawl.
I like it. Yeah, it's essentially a land in all intents and purposes. So, having it happen is pretty good.
Yeah, they make artifact lands. Haven't made a ton of enchantment lands, so sometimes you got to use some Utopia Sprawls to get it done. As we very quickly pass back to Anthony, just a Missy Rainforest for the Temur Rhinos deck. And a Sterling Grove going to enter the battlefield. Yeah, gonna have to get a read on this one. And we can as well. This card gives other enchantments you control Shroud, and you can sacrifice it, search the library for any enchantment, reveal it, and put it on top. So it can play double duty, protecting your enchantments from removal, and can go search some things up. And I think there's some sweet targets that Anthony actually has access to. A bunch of one-ofs in the deck list.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing with these toolbox decks. And you have a card like this, you get access to just a bunch of things that can come up in weird situations. And it's going to give us that redundancy. We talked about there being 4 Brazen Borrowers to break up our Solitary Confinements. But, if we need to, we can just find it and just sort of get some time to actually build up our House of Cards. Another Utopia Sprawl coming down, switching up on the lands to make sure nothing gets blown up here, as we are going to see this Solitary Confinement. Yeah, it's going to be on red. If you're CJ, you might, raise an eyebrow to that one. But we know there's Jeskai Ascendancy in the deck.
Yeah, Jeskai Ascendancy, Blood Moons as well. Got a pair of those. So plenty of red options if we want them, as a Triome is fetched. And, CJ may not actually see a Blood Moon coming with how we're fetching a Triome here. Turn 1. I mean, when your opponent fetches 2 specifically forests, and is using these Utopia Sprawls to kind of fix the mana, card that maybe could be on your radar, especially with access to an enchantment tutor on something like, the upkeep, but maybe a little bit awkward to use it that way when we, have Utopia Sprawls attached to all of our lands as a Scalding Tarn in pass of the turn. Very quickly
Nothing to
draw
see,
is
nothing to
Anthony.
do.
We'll see what he can assemble here. Lots of mana here. 4 mana on turn 3.
Yep. So we do see a Windswept Heath come down. And if we see something like a Plains here, that might be because we're going to have a Blood Moon happening.
Or it's just free. I mean, this deck is not very heavy on specifically colored pips. Also, it's just like kind of the free thing. You get to play around opposing Blood Moons and play into your own Blood Moons without really any issue. Don't have to be very intentional about it. I believe we maybe lost another sleeve.
They're just falling left and right over here, kind of like Anthony's opponents today.
Yeah. It's like a great like voodoo metaphor where the sleeves are your opponents. Each rip is your opponent's loss. Cathartic moment.
It does look like. Oh, there we go. Okay.
So 2 mana up, no ice coming down. Notably, ice really good against the card Utopia Sprawl, right? Like if you're gonna put a bunch of mana on your lands, tapping those down, extremely powerful. No ice from CJ. Do we have any play at all here for 2 mana? You mentioned 4 Brazen Borrowers. Could potentially reach for bouncing like the Sterling Grove, try to just trade even on mana.
Yeah, so we're gonna get a judge call. Anthony picked up his hand in order to look at what had, and we forgot it was pulling out a deck. So I don't know why the judge is in our ears, but I think the player accidentally put some cards in their hand. We can talk to the players; they made the judge call, not us. But yeah, I think what happened is Anthony here was searching their deck, accidentally put the card they re-sleeved into their hand, and while they didn't move the cards, we still technically that's adding cards to hand, etc., which is an error. These players are going to figure it out with the judge here in a second.
If we get this judge call across here, while these players are figuring out exactly what we're going to do, which maybe, we're still in the process of a judge call here. So while we're doing about that, let's talk a little bit about us and what we have to offer here on the NRG series. Specifically, if you're interested in this Naya Enchantress deck and you're interested in bringing it to a future event, we have another Modern Showdown coming up in June, very, very soon, into Chicagoland. You can take a look at that here. $10,000 Modern Showdown can play for not just an invite to the regional championship, but you can also play for an invite to our end of the year NRG championship. A lot on the line if you like Modern and you like Modern decks, which I assume you do if you're here watching our lovely coverage. And of course, if you're not as much on Modern, bigger on Legacy, you can play some of that too on Sunday. That's going to happen, of course, in Chicagoland, June 24th, 25th. After that, we can talk about the event in St. Louis. Once again, opportunities to play Modern. That's going to happen in July with this team showdown. There, you can get your entire squad qualified for both the RC and the NRG Championship. Take your team to victory. Of course, pool of $10,000. And once again, if you're a Legacy fan like I am, Legacy will happen on Sunday, a Legacy trial. And that's, of course, July, St. Louis, July 8th through 9th. And last but not least, the third event next after this is going to be happening in Detroit. Another Modern Showdown. If you're Modern fans, there's a lot of opportunities to play on the NRG series. Come out, get the RC invite, get you some NRG points, get you qualified for the NRG Championship. And of course, if you like a little bit of Pioneer action, we got some of that to offer on Sunday as well. I know Mason is going to be playing quite a bit of Modern, somebody that you can check out as well, listen to some of his thoughts on Modern, both here in the booth and on Twitter.
Love Modern. It's got to be my favorite format right now. It is so much fun. There's so much powerful stuff happening. So it looks like we are resolving it. So sort of the way this works, because it looks to be a hidden card error, is that CJ is going to get to look at the hand and then put a card back. That is sort of how this, like, the rules have changed in recent years. And that sort of seems to be what's happening here. And so and since 2 cards touched, we get to put 2 cards back. So unfortunately, there's just ascendancy and stuff like that. It's going to go back here. And this is why it's very important. We see players be very precise at what they put their hands. I often try to put my hands in front of my lands when I'm fetching or something like that. or away from the table. There's a bunch of cards going on. Just don't want to get the cards confused. It's an easy mistake to happen. No ill intent, I'm sure, from Anthony here.
Yeah, just a little bit of sleeve replacement, but got to make sure there's no opportunities for any kind of abuse in any point in time. And unfortunately, that means sometimes awkward things like this happen, as there's no further play on turn number 3 for Anthony, and just a pass of the turn back to CJ, who's in the turn going to fetch. And this, having to do nothing really here on turn 2, going to be a big deal for CJ, as the turn for Rhinos really does kind of get started on turn 3 most of the time. Sometimes gemstone caverns and things like that can accelerate that. But as far as assembling pressure, specifically crashing footfalls, 2/4/4 Rhinos, getting the game over with, really happens on turn 3. So we'll see if CJ has access to Rhinos, if he even wants to do so, sorcery speed, if we're going to do that, potentially an instant speed through something like Violent Outburst. Quick fetch would indicate maybe the former. But turn 3, really the big action turn for the Team of Rhinos deck.
Yep. As CJ falls to 15 here from an old fetch and shock. And we saw cards like On Thin Ice in Anthony's hand. That's a nice 1-for-1 spell. 1-for-1 spell is not super great against the Rhinos deck, though. Oh,
on top. There you go. How about that? Crushing Footfalls. No shuffle necessary. As here comes 2 Rhinos. 10 power is going to represent a 2-turn clock for Anthony, provided he cannot find any anything to stop that from happening. Though you called out specifically solitary confinement, potentially an option as On Thin Ice is deployed. That's going to take care of a Rhino token.
Yeah, I don't think we have any way to blink in this build of the deck, but I have seen, Yorion styles of this deck before give you a little bit more access to toolbox and larger packages. And the cards like On Thin Ice that work very well against tokens, you can blink them there. So something, we have seen players mess with. As an attack for 6 comes across, dropping Anthony to 9.
Yeah, attack for 6 does drop Anthony to 9. But once again, a 3-turn clock, not a 2. This On Thin Ice going to do a good job kind of stymieing some of the pressure here. But CJ, of course, a lot of cards in hand, potentially has access to more pressures. We're fetching with what looks to be a wooded foothills. Forest the grab, respecting potentially Bloodman? Yeah. Or just wants to keep his life total high.
Yeah, might just be a spot where CJ is not exactly sure what's going on. And that Sterling Grove can activate at any point at instant speed to go find, a certain enchantment. So looks like it is going to be a Murktide Regent.
Murktide Regent. And only a 4/4, but a 4/4 in the air does make it, once again, a lethal board state. So Anthony going to need to do something about at least one of these creatures if he wants to take another draw step after this one. We'll see exactly what he decides to do.
It does look like he has a cycle the Triome.
Cycle the Triome. A little redraw.
Probably like On Thin Ice.
Sterling Grove first.
Yeah, it might be a spot where Anthony thinks I need to find one of my Enchantress cards, because Solitary Confinement does make it where you don't draw a card each turn. So Anthony might be like, okay, I need to find a Sithis or something in order to get ahead of here.
Yeah, 3 mana. Let's see what it is. And it is a Solitary Confinement. So, this card going to basically make it to where, you can't be damaged. Brazen Borrower going to go ahead and go after the Sterling Grove. That one has to be answered first, because otherwise all the other enchantments have Shroud. So the Solitary Confinement was a little bit protected there. Now at the beginning of upkeep, we have to sacrifice it unless you discard a card. So Anthony going to need to find a way to kind of break out of not really being able to take a look at this weirdo, being able to break out of basically skipping the draw step and losing cards every single turn. More or less just kind of delays the inevitable, but we'll give Anthony access to more mana as time goes on. As here's another Shardless Agent, just adding more pressure to the board. CJ content to make sure that Anthony's going to be very, very dead when Solitary Confinement is finally sacrificed to its ability. So here's another Crashing Footfalls.
Yep. And this is why you'll typically see the Enchantress players play things like Enchantress's Present, Sithis the Second Hand, those sort of cards that will provide you redraws when you play enchantments, not only because the whole deck's enchantments, but because cards like Solitary Confinement, sort of don't allow you to actually get new material.
Exactly. And once again, like the kind of draw to Solitary Confinement in a spot like this, when you have something like a Sterling Grove, is you have time to, not just activate the Sterling Grove, but play potentially a very large enchantment or something like that after the fact. And we'll see. Sithis. Okay. Sithis gets things started, and then we can redeploy the Sterling Grove. That's going to draw a card and gain a life. Yeah, there we go. A little upgrade to the normal Enchantress effect. Going to get a little bit of life back.
That's a boom bust in response.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is when you cast those. So
Yeah, still going to get the card. And Sterling Grove not in play, so the Scythus doesn't have Shroud. That one is going to get picked off by the Dead Gone. And yeah, it looks like that's going to do it. With that Dead Gone, that's going to stifle everything Anthony has access to, and that's going to be the end of game number 1.
Yep. Anthony here got a big sideboard full of stuff. Trick. What are those cards in there?
The access that Anthony has in his sideboard: 2 copies of Ossification, 2 copies of Rest in Peace, 1 copy of Seal of Primordium, 2 Stone of Silence, 1 Blood Moon, 1 Nevermore, 1 Spark Rupture, 4 Leyline of Sanctity, and 1 Beseju Who Endures. Now, I don't know a ton about Enchantress, so you're going to have to tell me what adjustments are we making against this team of Rhinos deck.
So Nevermore is a card I imagine we're going to pick. That's like, it enters the battlefield, you name a card, that card can't be cast. So we can use that to actually name Petty Theft on Brazen Bar. We have the lock set up, or on Crashing Footfalls earlier in the game to prevent any Rhinos from coming down. I'm going to imagine that's the situation. We don't have many other cards that are super good in this sort of matchup. I imagine we might have a situation where we might have some cards in our main deck that aren't very good, and we want to play a card like Ossification just to have another kill spell for the Rhinos. Obviously, 1-for-1 removal isn't the best in the world, but these Blood Moons aren't super great either. So we might just see, hey, we're going to bring in the 1 Nevermore. We're going to take out this second Blood Moon, just bring in Ossification. It's super mid, but at least it answers half a Rhino and gives me a couple more draw steps.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just and things like Murktide Regent or whatever, potentially something you're going to look to remove as well. That makes a lot of sense. All right, for Team of Rhinos, we have the simplest sideboard possible, just 4 different cards. So it's going to be 4 Endurance, 4 Force of Vigor, 4 Mystical Dispute, and 3 Blood Moon. Sideboarding should be pretty straightforward here. What do you like?
4 Force of Vigors. They destroy
Yeah, I like
enchantments. I don't like cards that don't interact with enchantments. I would cut those from my deck.
That is the groundbreaking analysis that they pay the big bucks for, Mason. Bring in the cards that destroy enchantments, cut the cards that don't destroy enchantments. And I mean, to the extent that things destroy enchantments, forces and stuff like that might still be good, but maybe throttle back some of the other removal spells. So sideboarding for CJ, very simple sideboard. It's a very simple sideboard plan. And we will see, now that he knows a little bit about what's up with Anthony's deck, how the games will proceed from here.
100%. And if you're enjoying this and proceeding from here, we still have 4 more rounds of Magic, including a top 8 today. So I want to make sure to click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of the action. And if you got a Twitch Prime, drop a Twitch Prime. Someone's going to have it. I don't even care who uses it. Just make sure you use it between now and the time of re-rolls over. We got to take those bucks from Amazon where we can. Support somebody out there. But make sure to drop a follow that we don't miss any of the paper action. We've got basically monthly big tournaments like this happening. So you want to support the NRG series and paper Magic like that. Everyone's always talking about they want more paper Magic. Here's your chance to let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing support for the team and the coverage, the great shows they put on. One of the best ways you can support competitive Magic in general. CJ does a quick little count here. The old deck list post sideboarding. No Gemstone Caverns for CJ like we've seen in other deck lists. So not going to be able to do any kind of play stealing at any point. However, once again, very simple sideboard, a lot of Force of Vigors, and those are going to be very potent in this matchup. So we will see what Anthony's plan is. We saw a lot of cards that offer up Shroud. There's whatever the full 4 Sterling Grove and 2 Greater Auramancy. It does a lot to protect your enchantments. So certainly something he's ready for.
I got to call it out. I hate pile counting. It is the worst. Pile counting into riffle shuffling your opponent's deck has to be a social faux pas. I don't know exactly. I can respect
Mason, I do that. I pile shuffle my deck, and then I always riffle. Well, not riffle, but whatever. I shuffle cut. Riffle. Okay, riffle's more egregious.
Riffle is where I don't mind. Shuffling is normal. It was a double riffle too from CJ. CJ riffled, heard me talk some mad smack, and did it again.
You just yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, you got me there. And I don't whatever. I don't riffle shuffle. I riffle my own deck. Here. I pile shuffle, but that clearly said, you have some large thoughts about that one from what I heard.
Listen, I have a lot of thoughts about pile counting in general, but it was too much. I was over the line, it just happened.
That's from Anthony here. It's going to find a land. Likely, we'll see if he's still interested in grabbing basics. Is not Stomping Ground going to fetch on instep. CJ has Wooded Fiddles up as well. Bloodman, clearly not really Anthony's primary game plan in this matchup based on that fetch. As we move here to Anthony's turn 2, doing a little bit of riffling of his own. Go ahead.
I riffle my dual lands. I do what I gotta do. Yeah, there you go. A little Indian shuffle, I believe is what it's called.
Oh, is that what this called? I'm not familiar.
Yeah,
with the term.
I looked up when I was a kid because Yugi and Yu-Gi-Oh would shuffle like that all the time. Yeah. I think it was called the Indian or maybe the Hindu. I can't actually remember. But I remember looking that up one day as a kid because for me, I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. And it turns out it's not
cool.
very good at randomizing your deck.
Yeah. But from what I never do it because from what I understand, there is some questions about exactly the efficacy of it all.
Yeah.
Let's do some more shuffling. So nice we did it twice. What did Foothill sacrifice for Anthony? Gonna go finding likely a basic here. Try to save some life points. But yeah. Oh, very quickly found a snow-covered forest. Make those on thin ices and such function. But yeah, no, whatever. It's a cool,
and
cool
also
shuffle.
It's a cool little shuffle, and also Anthony did it a couple times and riffled. It's not the end of the world or whatever, but it is, just a thing, and it's a fine way to sort of cut your opponent's deck.
Yeah, better cut. I'll see that. Better cut than it is a shuffle.
Yeah.
Utopia Sprawl. Gonna name white. Okay. Follow up. We have white mana now. Let's see if there's something like a Cyctus to come down. It's Greater Auramancy.
All
right.
All have Shroud now.
Yeah, not the Auramancy itself. We need the Sterling Grove to make that one happen. That's the full lock. So all enchantments or other enchantments you control have Shroud, and then enchanted creatures you control have Shroud. Probably, I don't really understand the enchanted creatures you control have Shroud. That feels maybe a little dissynergistic, but what matters here is that the enchantments themselves, of course, have Shroud.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like if you get like a couple cool things on it that might matter, but I guess the enchanted creatures having Shroud makes them fall off immediately.
I don't think that's how that works anymore, right? I think like you're safe once it's on, but like you can't put more on. So if you're building your deck where it's like, all right, hey, cool, I got my creatures and my enchantments to put on the creatures. I really like those to have Shroud. Well, you just can't put more enchantments on. Whatever. Yeah. Either way, Scalding Tarn, pass the turn back for CJ.
I don't want to be a game designer right now. I will just say that players aren't the good guys, and we don't need to protect them getting more cards. So.
Sure, for sure. Enchantress's Presence, an incredibly relevant drop here for Anthony. That's going to get the cards going. Doesn't tie to something like Dead Gone like we've seen before. And Brazen Borrower going to happen in response, but that one, once again, has to kind of go after the Greater Auramancy first. So we're going to see the Petty Theft targeting Greater Auramancy. Boing.
Yeah. This is going to really signal something like Force of Vigor, right? Bouncing an enchantment to your opponent's hand when they just played a card that triggers off enchantments being played, probably not your greatest spot unless you have something that can answer that immediately. And we are going to see the Force of Vigor here end of turn.
Yeah, Force of Vigor right away. A lot of respect for the power of these Enchantress's Presence. I mean, the deck's called Enchantress, named after such effects. The ability to draw a card for every enchantment is very, very strong. And clearly, CJ willing to bounce the Greater Auramancy and then pitch cast this Force of Vigor right away to take care of that. A lot of respect for the potency of those specific effects. Now, 3 mana assembled. We'll see if there's any Rhinos up to no good for CJ.
And there's a pretty good chance that happening with Violent Outburst being the pitch from Force of Negation.
Right. I mean, some amount of it's the density of your green cards are, Charlotte's Agents and Violent Outbursts. But yeah, if you're willing to pitch one, you likely have another, and he sure does. It's Charlotte's Agent, which puts 2 additional power in play as well. Once again, 2-turn clock right off the jump. As we go deep for the Crashing Footfalls.
I had this happen to me. This happened to me at an event once when I played against Living End where they actually cast a Cascader and hit their other 7. And so I knew I was safe until a fetch land happened. And I think we're actually dangerously close having for CJ. If I'm Anthony, I'm taking a look because I think we maybe hit all 6 Cascaders.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just figure out exactly how he sideboarded and exactly what's going on. Take a quick look here as he revealed so many cards. Maybe one of the downsides of Cascade. That's a cool little trick. I'm safe until there's another fetch. You're not drawing one of those.
It is real.
That's wild.
Oh yeah, a little cut pile. There too.
Love it.
I would have riffle shuffled the cut personally.
Savage.
Just a little throwback.
It is actually savage. Let's go back to Anthony. No Utopia Sprawl. Force of Vigor made sure of that. A lot of pressure in play. need to assemble some Enchantress effects and then something like a Solitaire Confinement. Utopia Sprawl, great way to get it started. Get a name White. Follow up. Maybe an On Thin Ice. I'm still thinking.
Yeah, I might get a Greater Oromancy first, just to protect.
Yeah. Protect the On Thin Ice. Yeah, let's get that started. There you go. There's a Greater Oromancy. On Thin Ice going to take care of the Rhino token. And now, once again, only a 2-turn clock. And like you said, maybe not so many Cascaders left after we cascaded through most of the deck. It looks like that might be the case for CJ, as Steam Vent's going to come into play untapped. 4 mana. Brazen Borrower at the ready in the Adventure Zone. Here's an attack for 6. Not going to do any blocking. Just a suspend of Crashing Footfalls.
I like to suspend in the battlefield.
Yeah, just with the creatures. Look, I'm letting you know what this is. This is going to be 2 Rhinos. Keep this game
This is where
up.
this one's going.
Just give it some time. Speaking of time, CJ getting one more look before we pass the turn across. And no effects. Back to Anthony we go. Upkeep. Gonna ice down, and this is kind of brutal. When Anthony needs to assemble a lot in order to not, die to all this pressure, icing down 2 mana is quite potent, and to the extent that CJ's willing to do it over Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, and this is a big reason why the Rhinos deck is so good. It gets pressure on the board quickly, sort of puts the opponent on the back foot, and really asks a lot of them here. As a card like Sith, the second hand comes down. That's part of a lock piece, but we have so much pressure now that we don't have a card like Solitary Confinement. It might not be enough.
Yeah, and Scythus can do some amount to gain some life, but does not actually do any of the attacking and blocking very well. It's only a 1/2. So the even the 2/2 is still going to be able to attack freely, as we see CJ snap off that right away. Here comes another attack to 6 for CJ. We'll see if there's any kind of follow-ups. Doesn't look like there is, so we're just going to pass the turn back. Scythus, all right. I mean, this is the kind of setups the Enchantress is looking for. A lot of mana, an Enchantress effect in play. You're protected with Shroud. A lot of pressure going on, but each enchantment you cast gains some life. What will Anthony put forth? 2 mana.
3 mana.
3 mana? Nope, 2 mana. Ossification. That will trigger Scythus. And yeah, you called out those ossifications potentially coming in there. They came in indeed, and they're coming up big here. Enchants a basic, exiles a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. Very good against Rhino tokens. You're never getting those back, no matter how many Force of Figures you got.
Yeehaw.
Viseju, the land for turn. And 3 mana tapped. Blood Moon. They stayed in. Here's a trigger. And that one's going to have Shroud. All right. Looks like with the trigger on the stack.
Well, the Kethis is an enchantment creature, so you're not going to be able to do anything silly there. Okay, we are going to get a flash of Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, flash in the Brazen Borrower. A lot of the pressure removed for CJ. Go ahead and get 5 total power in play. Not lethal anymore, though. Anthony potentially going to be able to untap yet again with the Scythus in play. And that's, a big deal for the Enchantress deck. We'll see. Blood Moon, going to be a big deal for CJ to play through. And still 2 turns till this Crashing Footfalls comes off of suspend. Access to only blue mana and red mana. Here's an attack for 5.
Yeah, and that's going to put Anthony down to 8, I believe. I think we missed the last little trigger. So Anthony can, cobble together another ossification type card. We might be able to buy a little time if we are down to 3 here, but we need to do something sooner than later. As Solitary Confinement,
and there's Solitary Confinement, that does quite a bit.
Yeah, this is huge because also, we're not going to be able to draw cards for turn anymore, but we're going to get multiple turns to use our mana, and every one of our enchantments is going to draw us a card thanks to Sithis. So if we can find another like Enchantress's Press or something like that, we could be in a good spot. But also, we're just gaining life and drawing cards with the Sithis. Oh, and Abundant Growth here. That's going to draw 2 cards. We might be able to lose the confinement for a turn, survive an attack, and then rebuild. So,
yeah, even if you only do it for a few turns, you have things like these Abundant Growths that represent 2 cards and can buy an additional turn, as well as just drawing cards and gaining life, so that maybe you can, like you said, you can survive a turn. And Odawara on Instep's going to go after the Greater Aromancy. Can't go after the Blood Moon because it has Shroud, thanks to the Aromancy. But bouncing enchantment in the face of a Solitary Confinement Scythus is a tough spot to be. CJ potentially looking for some kind of removal spell for the Scythus with this window he's given himself, thanks to the Odawara bouncing Greater Auramancy, but it needs to happen now. As Crashing Footfall is now at 1.
That's looking like a Force Negation hand for CJ. Pretty relevant too. If you decide to you could let the Solitary Confinement pop and then have another one in hand, right? And so if CJ has a blue card in hand, we could see that happen as a way to generate a card or whatever, and then get more triggers off the Enchantress's presence. But we'll see what's going to happen here.
Here we
Anthony
are in
is
upkeep.
3-0, play this deck a bunch.
Solitary Confinement. Need to discard a card. Gonna discard Windswept Heath. Do skip your draw step as part of Solitary Confinement. But we know there's at least a Greater Auramancy involved. Have to imagine that one's going to come down, and it sure is. That's going to trigger Scythus, and that's going to put the shields back up for Anthony. So CJ, maybe I see a Fury in hand, was hoping to draw a red card or a land in order to be able to Fury away that Scythus. Didn't happen. And now Greater Auramancy is going to once again protect all these enchantments. Scythus is going to continue to draw cards with Utopia Sprawl. Draw a card, gain a life. And like you mentioned, we do need, I assume, a second Enchantress effect so that we can actually get ahead of the Solitary Confinement instead of just at replacement rate. So we may have to put the shields down eventually. The question is what's left over when that happens.
For sure. Twitch chat, I will pull this car over. I need y'all to calm down as we are popping off over here in this game. It just looked like we have a bunch of mana.
Lot
that was my best
to work with. A Scythus to work with. Like I said, this is exactly where Enchantress is trying to get to. Seal of Primordium added to the mix.
Yeah, possible Anthony just didn't like some of those cards in the main deck and thought maybe CJ will have some weird enchantment card I can have the answer to. Also, I think it blows up artifacts. So if it does, that's going to blow up the Shardless Agent. Not nothing. We might be able to gain enough life.
Yeah, blow up the Shardless Agent worth quite a bit when your opponent can't cast any spells. Being able to have any kind of removal spell at all to stymie some of the aggression matters a lot. And Anthony already at 8. If the shield ever has to come down on Solitary Confinement, things look good. But these Rhinos are entering play, so we're going to need to gain a little bit more life if we're going to want to outpace those. But it does do some amount to potentially buy yourself another turn without Solitary Confinement. Murktide Regent, the pickup for CJ, doesn't look like that's going to add anything to what he has going on at the moment. Just once again, waiting at sea at the mercy of the top of Anthony's deck from the Scythus draws. And here goes the Solitary Confinement. All right. Got to have a big turn for Anthony.
Yeah, and this is going to be so hard to do because CJ also has the Force Negation hand that he can now hard cast. So Anthony, once again, maybe had a Solitary Confinement in hand and was just letting it pop to get a draw step for turn. You do need to work through the land patches if you're going to play a card like Confinement, but it might not resolve here depending on what Anthony has, as it does look like a Sterling Grove.
Sterling Grove. All right, maybe a mana floating here. Didn't get a great look. I think there's 3 mana. That land makes 3 mana. Going to go ahead and trigger Scythus, draw a card. Enchantments have Super Shroud, so now nothing can be targeted at all. And importantly, Sterling Grove represents a top of the deck tutor that Scythus can basically give you the card right away with if there is another enchantment involved for Anthony. But you mentioned this Force of Negation could come up really huge.
Yeah, my mistake there, chat. I said Hardcast, I meant Pitchcast. Oopsie poopsie there. Everyone makes mistakes. As we are going to see it get Pitchcast with the Murktide.
Yeah, there it is. There's the Pitchcast. Murktide Regent hitting the exile zone. Going to exile the Enchantress's presence. Anthony does still draw a card, gain a life up to 10. However, more than 10 on the battlefield. Seal of Primordium represents the ability to take out the Shardless Agent. And then if you don't want to block with Scythus, you need to gain at least 2 more life.
Yep.
It's 2 enchantments. Hard to do, but maybe not. Hall of Heliod's Generosity. That one's good alongside Solitary Confinement.
Yeah. I mean, if we can get that loop happening, we can just essentially not move forward in the game, but we'll never deck and our opponent can never attack us. Now there are cards like Force Negation that we saw that could answer it, but it can be a really important piece of this puzzle. Put a Solitary Confinement on top, then put another enchantment on top, draw off the trigger from the Solitary Confinement. We could easily move through it here.
Right, yeah, because if you draw an enchantment, you can do that first, and then whatever you have left over is your Solitary Confinement card. So, eventually, I imagine Anthony will assemble a second presence or whatever it takes and get the kill. And it looks like we are going to just accept that we have to block with our Scythus, as these Rhino tokens do have trample Anthony is at 10. Cyclist 2 toughness. Going to use the Seal of Primordium to take out Charlotte's Agent. Looks like that's not going to be enough to save him. And Anthony is going to be felled to the Team of Rhinos deck. CJ winning this one 2-0 against Naya Enchantress. A really,
Awesome.
really
Great.
close game, game 2 there, but just a little too much with the Force of Negation and the Force of Vigor, able to kind of stymie the progression for Anthony.
That's true. And we have a lot more magic to cover this round. We're going to get an interview with CJ potentially here, assuming CJ has time. Maybe there's something going on. You never know anything like that. But if not, we do have backup feature matches going on, which should be pretty cool. We'll check those out if there is time. But yeah, we've seen CJ, do pretty well here on our series and plays a lot of Rhinos, at least in the time that I've covered CJ in the booth. And so curious to see sort of why did we choose to do this sort of deck? Why aren't in comparison to the Gemstone Caverns and the Mystical Dispute, clearly CJ has ideas and thoughts. And it's going to be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rhinos, a deck we've seen quite a bit of at our series so far. Thiago Saporito, we mentioned, just like basically copy paste. Hey, Nathan Stewart's doing it. It must be the right thing to do. A lot of people, big Team of Rhinos fans. CJ, no stranger to it as well. So with that, let's dive down and have a talk to CJ himself. Hear what he has to say about Rhinos. Sorry. Well, he's still getting set up. But either way, we're gonna have him up here in just a moment. But yeah, as I was saying, Rhinos, even different configurations is something that we see CJ kind of eschew dispute development. And yeah, maybe we're ready now. We can dive right in and talk to CJ himself. Hey, CJ, congratulations.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you very much.
An incredible performance. So talk to me about your preparation for this modern event and specifically your rationale for choosing Rhinos for this weekend.
So I've been on Rhinos for a little over a year now. It was the deck that I was wanting to get back into Modern with when Modern Horizons 2 dropped. It was one of the cheaper decks at the time, but now that it's picked up popularity, it's a little bit more on the expensive side now. So, but my preparation, I pretty much ran back what I had in Chicago. The big difference I ended up doing was just removing Emrakul because at the time, I thought people would be more on a mill plan since the new Jace was pretty good. But nobody's really running mill these days, so I went back into a fourth Mystical Dispute, which is like my biggest difference. In terms of configurations, though, I know that there's a popular list by Bullwinkle going around where they have Mysticals in the main. I think it's really good for your harder matchups like any Teferi deck or Murktide deck, but I like to play more for the field itself where, you might not run into those decks. So I actually just enjoy having the 2 subtleties and then the 3 Murktides over it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, obviously much less of a Rhinos expert than you are. Talk to me about specifically, this is something that we've talked about a fair bit in the booth here, mostly me because I think the card's really cool. Talk about your exclusion of Gemstone Caverns. That's a card we've seen picked up quite a bit in main decks and sideboards. What's your thoughts on having more of those in the sideboard and access to that card in general?
Yeah, so I have a hot take here. I actually think that if you are running Gemstones in the sideboard, I just don't agree with it. I feel like you should just be running it in the main in some way, shape, or form. If you're wanting to have that extra play draw where it's really important to be on the play, why not just run the second one in the main? There is some flex spots where there are some lands where you could cut for it. I specifically just like running the one. I've been burnt too many times where I have a gemstone out and I have a second one where it's, oh, this is awkward. Now I have to tap for mana, then sack it, and then play it again. My last round opponent actually, they ran into that where they needed the 5th land in order to cast a Fury, and they forgot the legendary rule, so they just played it out, forgetting to tap first, and it kind of bit them in the butt. So.
Yeah, absolutely. That can get really messy. A non-named land that is legendary is something that definitely comes up.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of Rhinos, a lot of players are saying Rhinos is maybe the best deck in Modern. What are your sort of thoughts on it? Do you think this is one of the best or the best decks? You mentioned sort of picking up a while ago and sort of it being your Modern deck. So I'm curious to see, do you sort of feel that sentiment like, oh, the world's finally caught on? Or do you think maybe it's a little overhyped, or maybe underhyped? Maybe it just is clearly the best in your opinion?
I don't think it's the best. I think it's above average for sure. It loses to a lot of decks that want to grind longer. So if you're not really skilled with the deck, you're going to just try to jam your Rhinos on turn 3 every time. And there's some cases where you actually need to prepare for a longer game. A good example would be like in the mirror for if you're playing in the mirror for whatever reason. You don't want to be like 2-for-1ing yourselves on Force of Negations when every card matters, since you're both like doing the same thing. And matchups like Elementals, back when Money Pile was a thing, it was actually an insanely difficult matchup because it's just they are able to go long and you're just trying to beat them before then, and it just would never come up. Now that Elementals is kind of like the remnants of Money Pile, you still get that longevity. But the longer the game goes, it's very hard for Rhinos to keep going. It's more early to mid game is what you're shooting for. So I don't think it's absurdly powerful. I think it's just above average.
Awesome. Well, CJ, thank you so much for taking some time and talk to us there. Go enjoy a little bit of time for rest around. You're halfway through the tournament in a good position. Maybe we'll see you again later today.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you, CJ.
You as well, CJ.
I mean, I'm having a great day. It makes me want to click follow on the Twitch chat here. And it makes me want to go to one of the future events, which if you want to go to one of those, we have one in Chicagoland here, June 24th through the 25th. We have a modern 10K showdown. Those 10K showdowns are the ones that qualify for the end of the year series championship. Our current reigning champ, Raja Suleiman, will be there, along with some of our other winners like Daniel Wise and Dykeman as well. We have a Sunday 5K Legacy Trial. So if you're a Legacy player, we love you here on the NRG Series. Speaking of which, we have another Legacy event after that. That's going to be July 8th and the 9th. We have a team showdown, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy. Get two of you and your friends, go there. If y'all win that showdown, all three of you make it to the end of the year series championship. That's $25,000 on the line there. A lot of money, 16-person field, very fun. And we have a Legacy 5K trial, once again, for all the Legacy heads. Then we're going to go to Detroit later on, near the end of the year here in August, 12th to the 13th, with a Modern 10K showdown and then a Pioneer 5K trial as well. All these award leaderboard points, by the way, so it's not just the showdowns that matter. If you consistently come up to our events and do well, you will make it to the end of the year series championship. The showdowns are direct route, but consistency is rewarded here on the NRG series. And when you win those showdowns, you actually get an Inkling custom token. Let's pull that up real quick here. We actually see our team showdown winner from earlier this year. They, as a group, got a token, and they did Fable the Mirror Breaker. You can see each of the members sort of shown in the reflection there. Pretty cool. Those are handed out at our events and given to you as a player. Anyone who wins one of our Saturday showdowns will get that. In the team events ones, you get a shared token, which is really sweet. We love Inkling tokens, and we're glad to have them here. However, that is going to do it for us this round. The round timer just went over. We're going to be 2 or 3 minutes before the next round shows up. So make sure to click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of the modern action. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
And welcome back to round 5 of the Modern Trial here in Minneapolis. Quite a bit of sweet magic we've gotten to see today and more on the way. But before we do that, let's take a look at our players to watch and see how they are performing across the day. CJ, we saw him on camera very recently, got to talk to him a little bit. 4-0, great start here for Cliff Boyardee and Chris Smith. 2-2, going to need to do a lot of winning and do maybe even a little bit of praying if they want to find themselves in the elimination rounds of this event. Daniel Weiser, another win after the 0-1-1 start, 2-1-1, a great position if you want to stay in this tournament. Sarah Shearing, Sean Gallagher, both at 3-1. Prospects looking good if they continue their current trend of doing a lot of winning. Dykeman, on the other hand, once again, felled 2-2. Going to need to do some maybe winning and praying. And then Thiago Saporito, 4-0. Is that both Rhinos players at 4-0, Mason?
Yep, that's the Rhinos. They're running it over. Well, they are 4-4s, so it makes sense that they start with the 4. And hopefully for these players, they avoid that trend.
Call it Wendy's. It's the 4-for-4. So we got. Okay,
I love value.
He's a big value fan. Either way, Rhino's a great start to this event. A lot of other talent at play here, and that includes, I'd say, what is a fan favorite in George Jabbour. We're going to get to watch him here very shortly, playing Azorius Control, as he is known to do, versus Creativity. I'd say maybe a NRG Series classic matchup of Control versus Creativity. See Andy Bridges on the right there at both players at 3-0-1. Need to do some winning if they want to find themselves in the top 8 as well, but certainly still in it as George kicks us off with a Misty Rainforest. and a passing of the turn. Andy got an Arid Mesa passing the turn, going to lead to George cracking, finding what will likely be a Triome. We'll see exactly what it is. Sure is a Rogrin Triome.
I like George's hoodie. Before we get more into the matchup, there's a cool little magic hoodie going on. But yeah, this is one that's going to be a little bit of a, we're going to sit here and wait. The 5-color creativity deck typically plays 4 spell pierces. That's going to allow us to sort of go for our combo, but not until turn 5. And the earliest we could ever do it is turn 3 with this build Andy has here today. So we're going to see a little draw going, and it's going to be interesting to see how the players maneuver around the counter spells, because George can't really close the game out in a timely manner, which is sort of what you need to do against creativity, because they can also go fairly long, but they can't go as long as George. So George here needs to make the game small and win very quickly or very long. That's sort of the 2 normal ways the matchup plays out.
That makes quite a bit of sense as Andy is grabbing the Xander's Lounge here, known for the like Narset Days Undoing stuff. Of course, that can be powerful, but against something like a top decked Indomitable Creativity, it may not even put the the door on the game necessarily, as there's some powerful effects creativity deck can put forth. So, like you said, George kind of incentivized to get this deck over with. As you said, there's kind of a little bit of cat and mouse here, as both players kind of playing lands, passing the turn. George going to crack his Flooded Strand, see what he wants to get with that.
Yeah, George here only has Solitudes as his creatures, so no subtlety like we saw from Sarah 2 rounds ago. That's something that can be pretty helpful in these matchups, because the Archons do get cast because the games go so long.
Right. Just only access to Solitude. Of course, the Kahira over there in the Companion Zone does tell you something about the texture of the creatures that George has access to. Breeding Pool tapped, just passing the turn. Content, not interested in using any 3 mana or anything like that now. Just keeping counter magic up as both players develop. Now, something that I am personally curious about, maybe you could speak to this a little bit. Do these, is there any chance that we're going to see maybe just like the Dwarven Mind Dwarf Token beatdown become like a real plan here?
Yeah, if the game goes long enough and George ends up fetch shocking, maybe get a couple creativity, like an Archon hits play, then it gets Wrath or whatever, we could see the dwarves come down. Typically, you don't want to expose the dwarves too early due to cards like Prismatic Ending only really having targets in Planeswalkers, and you want to be able to actually go for it. So you'll see players hold for it, but you can different spots do things. It looks like
I love
Fable
it.
into
Counterspell before the Fables even hit the table. Fable and the Mirror Breaker going to get cast, quickly answered by a Counterspell by George. Pass the turn back. So Andy willing to pull the trigger first on casting spells. We'll see if George interested in tapping any mana on main phase now that the shields are down, as far as any Spell Pierce action or anything he would potentially see from the creativity deck.
Yeah, this is a great spot for George to get down the Narset Parter Veils. If he has some way to protect like a Solitude to prevent the dwarf. And we're going to see, actually, it looks like George didn't have the 4th land, so just took a moment to play Teferi Time Raveler and draw a card and miss on the land there. This is Andy's big moment. He can just get a dwarf and force it to be Solitude or bust.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, no 4th land drop is a huge deal for George. Big reason to tap some mana on the main phase, just try to hit land drops, not being able to, a huge deal. As we go ahead and Lightning Bolt away the Teferi. Dwarven Mind going to enter untapped, bring a token along with it. 3 mana the follow-up, maybe a Teferi of Andy's own.
Yeah, and so Andy here is sort of, setting up for a future creativity. Kind of a big sign there's probably no other land in hand. You probably don't want to play the Dwarven Mind until you kind of have to. And so Andy's exposing the dwarf, but sort of worth it to make sure we develop this Teferi, because now George has no counter spells, and as you might expect, George's deck is flushed with counter spells.
Yeah, I mean, the counterspells being shut off, like you mentioned, huge deal for creativity. Solitude doesn't even really work, and yeah, we're gonna have to Prismatic Ending that Teferi on 1, even though it's already gotten value just right away if you want your cards to work at all. And this does maybe do a little bit of representation of potentially having something like Solitude to pick off an Archon that would come through. So we'll see how Andy wants to respond. No land again for George. Andy, we'll see if he's going to miss a land drop here. Definitely, like you mentioned, kind of looked like he might not have a 5th land. Based on the sequencing so far, that might actually just hold true, as Teferi 3 is going to come down once again, draw a card right away. Looks like some digging for lands to me.
Yeah, it looks like both players are flushed on spells. And we're going to get an attack for 1. Chip shots do add up. The Archon's attack for 9 and there's a lot of fetching that can happen. So that's end up happening as a Leyline Binding on the Teferi here. And this is sort of the way, we saw George last turn Prismatic hitting a Teferi, left himself exposed, no counterspell. Leyline Binding, 1 mana away to really clean that up. And now George is back to, I have a handful of spells clearly because I don't have lands. I can maybe interact a bit. As both players laugh about not having lands, I think, here.
Yeah. And you have to want to watch this too. Is there's like a little bit of metagaming going on. Is you're sitting down against George Jabbour. You're on the NRG series, like what you're up against. So that's going to do some amount to inform what's going on. As we're going to Leyline Binding a Leyline Binding, and that's going to bring back Teferi. We'll see if this one wants to go upstairs or downstairs. It's gonna be downstairs. Draw a card.
Yeah, Andy just trying to make the land drops.
Yeah, did he find a land? Doesn't look like it. Imagine he probably would have played any land he drew pretty quickly.
Yeah, we hadn't actually untapped our dwarf there too. So the reason we're untapping it's because even though we are going to the red zone, we just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, looks that way. As the players kind of talking about clearing up the game state a little bit. Once again, Counter Magic kind of back online. A little bit of fighting there over some spells, but ultimately, kind of the Dwarven Mind Teferi, Andy a little bit ahead. That, of course, could change with the presence of another Leyline Binding or whatever, what have you. Kind of breaks the whole Leyline Binding mess back up as George draws. See if he can finally find a land, and he sure did. It's Flooded Strand. And quickly passing the turn back. No instant speed spells work, though. So this is going to be a big vulnerability point for George if Andy can ever find something resembling a creativity.
Yeah.
Even Transmogrify would be a fine find, I imagine.
Yeah, and George needs to find some way to get this Teferi off the table or spend this turn developing his own threats. Something like a Wandering Emperor, Mega Samurai. We see Andy here not attack because the Wandering Emperor could minus on the dwarf, and that would put him in a really bad spot. And he knows George has a bunch of spells in hand. We missed on lands for a bunch of turns. Clearly, there are spells coming. As George sort of sitting here thinking about, okay, what do I do to get out of this here? Because Teferi's putting me in such an awkward position. If I tap out and don't have an answer, I could be in huge trouble.
Yeah, it does look like George actually does have some spells to play. I thought we had some hand indications that might have led to pass the turn. Not quite. Is George interested in potentially casting some spells? And it is going to be the Leyline Binding. So this is just bindings on bindings on bindings. The question is, does this resolve? Could potentially spell pierce it. Looks like Andy's going to. George's like, yeah, sure, I'll pay. You got another one? Answer might be yes. Here's a fetch and response with the Leyline Binding still in the stack after we've paid.
Yeah. Interesting moment here. If we do have another Spell Pierce, this is as good as essentially holding up Spell Pierce. Teferi's in play, your opponent can't have a counter spell. Looks like it's a Sacred Foundry. We might be binding a Leyline Binding. And so we Spell Pierce to tap out a counter spell.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Here we go. We're just gonna binding the Leyline Binding. That way there's no counter magic up. That's gonna take care of that. Interesting. So there's just bindings flying everywhere. Ultimately, this still is going to favor Andy at the end of it all. Tough spot for George, but with no creativity quite yet. He's not just dead. We're not in a ton of trouble, but George does need to find a way that is going to work to get the Teferi off the table from if he wants any of his counter magic to work for the rest of this game. So we go back to Andy Bridges.
Yeah, take about Teferi. And the tick of the Teferi with Indomitable Creativity puts us in a very awkward spot where now we can attack with the dwarf. And if George is like, all right, play my Wandering Emperor, minus kill your dwarf, Andy gets to go creativity. Boom.
Yeah,
blow you
good
out.
luck. And it looks like we might actually just be doing it now. That's a lot of mana. It is Indomitable Creativity. I have to imagine this is going to be for 2. Yeah, it sure is. So we're going to find 2 things. What could they be? I imagine they're going to be Archons of Creativity. Is there? We found 1 Archon of Creativity. Get a good look at that one. X, artifacts and or creatures. Cheers. Looking at creatures. Got to get rid of those dwarves. As you mentioned, we're going to cast these. Or no, you just put them directly on the battlefield. So we're going to put some Archons directly onto the battlefield here.
Yeah, I don't know how they always hit the Archons. It just feels like it shouldn't happen that way.
We'll
I
call
don't
it
know.
good deck building this go around.
Okay.
Either way, those dwarves are gone, turned into something much larger, as here is 2 copies of Archon of Cruelty. That is going to require George to discard 2 cards. It's going to happen right now. Nothing he can do about that thanks to Teferi Time Raveler. He did have the Solitude. That one hits the bin alongside what looks to be a Spell Pierce.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good sign if you're Andy that George might have a card like Supreme Verdict if he's willing to lose a Solitude right now.
Yeah. I mean, basically the card he has to have, right? I mean, otherwise they're just dying to a huge Archon army. It's not gonna go your way. So we're gonna fetch a tapped Hollowed Fountain here before we go back to George's turn.
Wait. Yesterday George had Dissension, like Guild Pact Hollowed Fountains, and now he has these. Does George have 2 sets of shock lands?
I mean, all he ever needs is Hollowed Fountain, so I don't know. It might as well.
That's a different verdict than yesterday,
It's a
too.
pretty
I think
verdict.
George has 2 complete blue-white control decks. Supreme Verdict wipes the board up.
Might as well just have it, Look, you don't need to move cards around. It's all I'm ever playing with is these cards. Might as well get extras.
I respect the, you know what? I just play with these cards, so why do I need to buy anything else? I don't want to move cards around. That's sweet.
Give me extra copies. Well, either way, we have the Supreme Verdict. That one can't be countered. No Spell Pierce action or anything like that going to work. And big deal for George, but Andy's still up multiple cards. And yeah, the leftovers is going to be pretty good. As here is Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Can't do anything about that one. Once again, thanks to Teferi.
Yeah. Yeah, an important thing to keep in mind too is like it looked like George got a 2-for-1 there, right? But those were 2 dwarves that came off one nominal creativity. So really, George got kind of 3-for-1 there, and 5-for-1 if we get into drawing cards counting. So George is stable and able to come back, and it's not insurmountable, especially with a card like Narset Part of Veils and Days Undoing. But it is a thing where George needs to figure out some way to get there sooner than later because Andy is up so many cards right now.
And some kind of removal spell, Prismatic Ending or something like would be a big deal. Can get rid of the Fable token, also just having an ending for Teferi be a big deal. There is Prismatic Ending found off of the Narset downtick. See if he's interested in preserving the Narset now. Casting it sure seems to be, as there goes the Goblin Shaman token from Fable the Mirror Breaker. Narset looking currently fairly safe. And now we're kind of getting into that zone you were talking about where it's like, it's getting close to Hardcast Archon time.
Yeah, and that Hardcast Archon is very real. Imagine that coming down right now. It's going to kill the Narset and make George discard the card in hand. And yeah, unfortunately, Andy.
Oh no!
So Andy discarded 2 cards. Can't draw extra off the Narset. That's a big thing in their Fable. Andy discarded Indomitable Creativity. Had the Dwarven in mind in hand. That would have been very good for Andy. He might still have another one as Andy
he has the Hardcast Archon. There it is. And it's going to take care of the Narset. Another one was rolled up in the hand. They're all gone in the graveyard. Wow.
That was pretty big. Yeah, I was wondering last time if George was supposed to hold the Hollowed Fountain in order, to prevent an Archon from coming down. I don't think he actually draws a card because it's all one ability. So Andy here, we'll have everyone look it up real quick. But yeah, Andy shouldn't draw a card, I think, because it actually resolves all at once. So it'll be fine, though. I don't think Andy had any other cards in hand. So yeah, we didn't just draw a card. But yeah, George has nothing now. Kind of need to draw.
Yeah, that's such a big deal for Andy, just having the Archon dialed up. Didn't even discard it. I love it. Didn't even think that's how. It just didn't discard it, had it ready to go. And George drawing a land's not going to be good enough. Andy, despite discarding 2 cards to the Fable, doesn't matter at all. Archon of Cruelty's going to get it done there in game number 1. And what was an impressive showing of how the 5-color creativity deck can kind of slog through the blue-eye control strategy.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I guess Andy did it because he had the last Archon in hand, so he couldn't hit anymore with the creativity. I really wish he had discarded it and not even tried to draw. And George goes, "You can't draw," and Andy goes, "I know," and then plays the Archon. That would have been the ultimate move.
Just such a flex. Oh yeah, I don't need these cards anyway. They don't even work. It's an Archon. Speaking of cards that work, let's talk about sideboards here. Oh man. Oh, man. Okay, so here we go. We got George Jabbour. This should be a familiar sight to a lot of the NRG series viewers. We have Azorius Control, and the sideboard starts with Gahira the Orphan Guard, followed up by 2 copies of Subtlety, 2 copies of Flusterstorm, 2 copies of Hollowed Moonlight, 1 Wear Tear, 2 Dress Down, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Blood Moon, and 1 temporary lockdown. Mason, talk to me about some sideboard adjustments.
So George Jabbour here, technically with a Jeskai control deck, because we got these Blood Moons, that's going to be really good against the creativity deck. Despite being sort of a mono red deck splashing a bunch of colors, they actually need the mountains to be, I'm sorry, they need the Dwarven Mines to be mines and not like a mountain. So the dwarves won't be produced. That card can be really punishing. And since it's all dual lands, we can't cast any of our other cards. George is going to slam the 2 Blood Moons and then the 2 Hollowed Moonlight. That's going to prevent the creativity from working. Very powerful card in that sense. Besides that, George has a couple other cards he might want to bring in, like Wear Tear. There's a bunch of Leyline Bindings, Fable and the Mirror Breakers. We could see all of those come in. We've seen players bring in temporary lockdowns sometimes as a thing. Also, Dress Down is a card that you probably would like as a way to prevent the Archon from actually in the ETB trigger. If you imagine that game, if we actually Dress Down in response to the creativity and we didn't cast a Supreme Verdict, we'd actually be in a very reasonable spot. And George has a lot of cards he can trim on in various spots like Chalice of the Void that aren't very impactful in this matchup.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And it sounds like there's a lot of options, a lot of really good options for George Jabbour. On the flip side, let's talk about Andy Bridges and what the 5-color creativity deck has access to in the sideboard. Start with, we have a Hidetsu Consumes All, 1 Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, 1 March of Otherworldly Light, 2 copies of Nature's Claim, 2 copies of Veil of Summer, 4 full copies of Change the Equation, 1 copy of Destroy Evil, 2 copies of Hollowed Moonlight, and 1 copy of Basic Plains. What adjustments are we making here?
So if our friend Andy here knows that George has the Blood Moons, he's going to bring in the Plains and take out his basic mountain in his deck. That is why Plains is in the sideboard. It is for the Blood Moons, and then you can bring in cards like Destroy Evil to pop the Blood Moon along with March of the Really Light. We might see Andy bring those in anyways for Leyline Binding, especially if maybe he knows George has it. If not, we'll definitely see that for game number 3 if we get there. The other card Andy's really going to want is Change the Equation. So ironically, it's going to hit the Blood Moon, which wasn't our intent, but in this matchup, Change the Equation is actually sort of a counter spell for their counter spells. Imagine it like a Dovin's Veto, essentially, where you're playing this card to protect. Combine that with your Veil of Summers, you're going to be able to sort of jam your threats through. And they have a lot of main deck cards that are fine, but not really what the matchup's about. And you can afford to take out a bunch of these cards like Lightning Bolt, for example, that you don't really need and force through your own combos. So Change the Equation, sort of a modern all-star, something that when you play this deck, you board it in so many matchups.
A lot of ability to pivot to being able to more or less interact on the stack seems to be the way to do it. And yeah, Change the Equation, kind of unintuitive, but does make a lot of sense when you think about the context of the matchup as players are shuffling up here for game number 2. George Jabbour going to be on the play this time, hopefully with access to a few more lands. If you're enjoying this coverage, all you lovely people here for Modern, there's plenty more where that came from across all year. All of the NRG series events for the year, I believe, have been announced. So if you are at all interested in participating, especially interested in Modern, go ahead and head over, sign up. And of course, if you're watching here today and all you can really do is watch, please feel free to follow, subscribe, be able to cut out some of those ads and maybe get some cool emotes along the way. Thank you all for your support either way. And let's take a look at what's happening in these opening hands.
Yeah, when they look at the opening hand, Twitch Prime, here's the deal with it. Somebody's got to get it. We don't care if it's us, Drake. We just want you to give it to somebody. It doesn't even have to be a Magic streamer. It could be your favorite streamer or whatever. My favorite streamer is Ludwig. He's not on Twitch anymore, so I just throw my Twitch Prime wherever I can. If you want to throw it to us, that's great. Want to throw it to somebody else, we don't mind. Just make sure you use it before Bezos gets that free money, as George does not look happy with the 7.
yeah, definitely not the face of someone excited about a 7-card hand. Andy, on the other hand, maybe a little bit more excited about what's going on. And George does, in fact, decide to ship it back. Andy does appear to keep. Not interested in that one. Is George going to head down to 6 cards? a lot of Ludwig fans in the chat. You really struck a nerve, it seems, with the Twitch chat.
I'm a Ludbud. What can I say? I just love his content. It's very funny.
extremely reasonable. Yeah, I mean, normally there's this small channel, you may have heard of them, NRG Series. They tend to get my Twitch subscription when I get around to it, that I get from the Amazon Prime. Make sure to ship that on over. But sometimes Cube season, Caleb Durward gets it. I'm moving around sometimes.
Norm said he'd mod me a couple events ago, and I never got mod, so I'm holding out. I'm sort of holding it in Norm's head.
Just saving it up. Just no shot energy gets it until you're modded.
Yeah.
Oh,
and he says he doesn't negotiate with terrorists, so we're just sort of at a standstill. So.
We'll see who breaks first. Both players starting off with a fetch land. George going to crack his Scalding Turn, find himself a Rogrin Triome. And maybe not the posturing of someone that has Blood Moon in their hand, or maybe already has access to the basics he needs.
Well, I was gonna say, I think George, the way his deck's constructed, has to get the Triumph to get the Blood Moon. So in
Sick.
some ways, this is sort of the line you have to take.
I love it.
I'm gonna double check. He might have a sneaky little Steam Vents there. He sometimes has Breeding Pool in his deck because it lets him cast Kahira and Prismatic Ending and Leyline Binding. Looks like no Steam Vents this weekend. Oh no, there is one. It was hiding out over here. Okay. So
I actually have so much respect for the Blood Moon deck that supports Gyre Reach, Sanitarium, Hall of Heliod's Generosity, and 2 different Triomes. That's some just good deck building. I love it. Love it so much.
I think you and I use the word support very differently.
Look, it casts the Blood Moon, doesn't it? Taps that colorless so that you
yeah. To me, this reminds me a lot of Zelda, where you kind of hobble together your 2 pieces and you make something barely work. But it does.
Fair enough. I've seen some nasty creations people have made doing that, so maybe I just don't get it. I'm not maybe a builder.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to talk about Zelda. I'm sort of stuck in the tutorial still. As we see Andy
I saw that on Twitter. Yeah, that's incredible.
It's hard.
Andy, we're thinking about the turn 2 play here as George kind of representing Counterspell. Looks like an untapped Sacred Foundry going to happen, and Ren and 6 the play.
Oh.
And George head immediately hits hands. That's not the face of someone with an answer to a Ren and 6 that he wants to use, if at all.
Yeah, I wonder if George maybe has Blood Moon, is thinking about, does he supposed to fight over the Ren in case there's a Blood Moon answer, or just in general, like, because typically Ren and 6 are cards you immediately want to counter, because as the game goes along, they're going to hit all their land drops, and they're going to have a mana advantage over you, along with a card that wins the game in the ultimate of Ren and 6. So this might be a spot where George just has like a Blood Moon, but is going to use a counter spell just in case the Blood Moon is covered by Andy in some way. Boseiju is a card that sometimes players have and can generate treasures off Strike It Rich. There's a lot of differing opinions on how to fight through a Blood Moon in the 5-color creativity matchups. Like we saw earlier, Strike It Rich is something that can do that, and then cards like Boseiju turn on, where Andy is choosing to, I think, use the more clean example of just having a Plains.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, as George, does fetch the island, so that does speak maybe to some amount of planning for Blood Moon. The counterspell does come down, answer Ren and 6, even in the abstract, like from Blood Moon, it's just a good card in control matchups. Mystic Gate deployed, 3 mana immediately reach for, and it's going to be Teferi Time Raveler, who's immediately going to downtick. Card coming for George, and a turn passed over to Andy. We'll see what his follow-up, his response is. A lot of good pre-drops for Andy as well, as he very quickly sacrificed what looks to be a Bloodstained Mire.
Yep. As we can I get something? I wonder if this is going to just be a Teferi game where we play a little Hearthstone. No one gets to cast instants. We all hang out. We sort of slam our cards, call it a day.
There we go. Bane phase only. No tricks. It's all face up. As Steam Vents, the card that's grabbed. Very, very colorful mana base. And it is Teferi, Hearthstone time, as you said. Going to also have a card coming. Really, really shows how little pressure there is for Teferis in this matchup. Players willing to just come down tick right away, draw their card, get their value out of it, and it's not going to get pressured by any creatures. We're good to go.
Yeah, all the things that are going to answer this are going to be either sacrifices from Archons or Prismatic and Leyline Binding. So it is sort of better to get your first one up off the ground and got your card back, and then work towards your ability to get another card maybe.
Flooded Shrian coming down for George. No shortage of land drops this game, like we saw in game 1, so things seem to be panning out. George seems to be struggling a little bit with exactly how he wants to proceed from here.
Yeah, I can't quite tell what's in his hand. He's keeping them close to the chest. So I wonder, I'm trying to figure out, reverse engineer, what could be the problems that we're thinking about? And I wonder if it is just like Blood Moon, if we fetch Plains or Island, because we can't have both here and get underneath the Blood Moon. Looks like we're just going to forego Blood Moon, if it even came in this matchup, and grab a Zagoth Triumph. George maybe just likes the matchup without Blood Moon. We talked about it maybe being part of the plan. It's possible that's only 4 cards, or decks like Amulet Titan,
Sure.
And things of that nature. So looks like we're going to get a Leyline Binding coming down.
Yeah, Leyline Binding the Teferi. I mean, this is what we saw a lot of in game 1. The Teferis, even at 1 or whatever, you can't pressure them, and they are going to be a problem for the entire game as far as counterspells go. Having 1 and your opponent doesn't is a huge deal. And George willing to Leyline Binding a Teferi that's already drawn a card for that reason. So we'll see exactly how Andy wants to proceed from here now that, instants don't work for him. And we saw him do a pretty good job, cleaning up the Teferis on the other side of the field with things like Leyline Bindings of his own in the last game. We'll see if he has something like that going on, or if his hand steers him somewhere else.
Yeah, Andy's sort of tanking. I wonder if Andy maybe doesn't have a land in hand. It's got like kind of a one spell turn situation. As
Potentially, Renin 6, still pretty good on this spot. And we're talking about things, you could pressure the Teferi if you absolutely want to, but certainly he's going to want to pick up a land right away here, start getting the card advantage train rolling, and can also do things like get a Dwarven Mine in play, and the 1/1s can pressure the Teferi. So this Ren represents quite a bit. I mean, we countered one on turn 2. The one on turn 4 is going to work and provide a land for Andy in the form of Bloodstained Mires. We go back to George. Uptick right away. That is a basic Plains.
it's a Saturn Plains.
Yeah, a lot of the Unfinity lands I've seen around. They look pretty on the screen. I like them. Full
Yeah,
arts.
they're nice. The
Nice
island
stuff.
leaves a little to be desired. The Plains is cool.
Yeah, the little rings and stuff.
Yeah.
George doing a big think on his turn, decides not to do anything. Once again, his spells do work at instant speed. Teferi ticked up, so even sorcery is going to work at instant speed. Once they pick off the Ren, you would have to do it, obviously before the activation. Does not seem interested in that, as Arid Mesa, the picked up card. No crack for the fetch land from Andy on end step. Holding the Dwarven Mine, something you called out is a common play pattern for the creativity decks.
Yeah, that is just something that you're going to want. Oh, as Teferi 3 comes down. George is going to want to counter this if he's got a counter spell.
Yeah, I mean, George, giving it a think. I would be fairly surprised if this one resolves. Maybe he just doesn't care. Not a lot of good things to bounce. Bouncing Leyline's not good.
Well, no. So George can bounce his own Leyline if he's willing to lose his Teferi. And then the legend rule happens, and then we re-Leyline the Teferi. And the Ren 6 already ticked up, so we know it won't ping our Teferi.
Sure.
So that's the way. If we're willing to lose our own Teferi, we can answer this Teferi, which is maybe something George is thinking about. Do I want to do this versus hold a counter spell? Because this can go wrong in multiple ways. For George, it's not a clean play, but it is one that
it
lets
does just resolve. Down tick right away. All right. And with that, no bounce. Choose to leave the ley line in play. Makes a lot of sense. Legend rule is a thing as we pass back to George. No move with all that mana. Let's see what he wants to do now. 3 mana coming here. Prismatic Ending, targeting the Teferi. That one goes away. Now I'm going to hit the Exile Zone, unlike the Renin 6. And Hollowed Fountain is going to interplay tapped. 2 mana up. Looks like counterspell to me, but we didn't counterspell the Teferi. Maybe holding it, Prismatic Ending does do well against something like Teferi, but maybe less so against Indomitable Creativity.
Yeah, Prismatic Ending is really in this matchup only for those 2 walkers, Teferi and the Renin 6. Sometimes if you establish a dominant board with your Teferi plussing a bunch, then it can be used to hit the tokens, since Prismatic is sort of, universal in what it hits. But we do see Andy here just sort of making land drops every turn and not even using his Ren 6 shit. I wonder if it's because we might see a minus of it, as we do see Leyline Binding.
Leyline Binding. Yeah, I think that one gets a little messy if you choose to let that one happen. We'll see. George's thinking about a lot of mana left over after this Leyline Binding. So, the question is kind of if you put the shields down, what does it look like potentially if things don't go your way? And Hallowed Moonlight is actually going to be the card cast. And that one's going to work thanks to Teferi. Can't do anything to really stop that. And that will keep things like Dwarven Mine tokens entering the battlefield, as Leyline Binding is going to get Leyline Binding. Teferi enters play.
I wonder if you minus on the binding, George would maybe binding your Teferi, and then you can binding again to draw again. Like you could sort of have this like gentleman's agreement that, hey, I'll spend a white to draw a card. Do you agree?
Yeah. Is this the prisoner's dilemma? I feel like this is the prisoner's dilemma. Nobody gets either cards at all, or we both get a card for a white every turn or something. Mess. Just what we needed.
And you see Andy here considering minusing so that the Teferi has to die. If they want to bounce the Leyline Binding.
I already got access to plenty of lands. Not interested in grabbing the Dwarven Mines quite yet, because once again, there is a Hallowed Moonlight that is active for this turn. So that's going to stop any token production this turn.
It's awkward though because Hallowed Moonlight, yeah, we want to use it now before we don't have a chance to cycle, I guess, because Teferi's gonna be awkward. But if we had creativity, we could just tick up with Teferi and then cast the creativity at a different time. Like if George decides to minus his Teferi, so you sort of force George to not minus their Teferi. It's just some
Yeah,
really
right. Because like the George's Teferi is going to stick around as we go back to George. It does take a draw step, so like you're not really going to be able to do it at instant speed before things happen. And if George has another answer to your Teferi, which has been kind of the name of the game through the first game and this game, then you're in a really bad spot.
Yeah, it's true, but we might, if George has lots of Teferis, he might want to minus his Teferi on the binding, which would give an opportunity. But I guess he just doesn't want to risk losing the card, which is fair. George doesn't have a Solitude.
Got a small flash there. Yeah, I saw a Solitude. That one doesn't work at instant speed and also does not hit Planeswalkers. So a lot to think about here, I'm sure. Navigating all these Teferis and Leyline bindings is not something that's intuitive at all.
George minus. Yep. No, he's
no targets. Not interested in playing the Leyline binding game.
Yeah. And George just wants to have his card and eat it too.
Yeah. Nom. What is the follow-up? 3 cards in hand for George. A lot to think about. 2 Planeswalkers in play. I'll tell you what, Planeswalker Wrath here would be real nice. It's something like that. I don't even know what's available in the format, but I can't imagine it's at a playable rate.
Yeah, I am really unsure of what's going to happen here because George can play this Solitude in the main phase, which he maybe has to do because this Teferi is preventing him from comboing or from interacting with the combo. But obviously, if he plays the Solitude, then the Archon's going to stick around. But he already played a land, which is maybe something you'd want to keep for the creativities. So I think there's a real chance George just taps out here for like a Solitude to try and get pressure and then just might lose. Twitch chat's bringing up Flame Blitz. That card would be unbeatable here.
Sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Flame Blitz. Hey, we got red. Maybe we should get some of those in the deck. I mean, like you said, it's interesting because George is actually really low on resources. And here's a Shark Typhoon cycle.
0.
Not casting it, just 0 mana cycle. Perhaps
Not
a sign of weakness.
1.
That's something you could do in the face of Teferi. What are we digging towards? We're so behind on cards. Andy has 2 Planeswalkers in play and quite a few cards in hand. Thanks to Ren and 6, who's been able to provide land drops. Some amount of those may be lands. 3 mana tapped. Gonna buy Kahira and pass the turn. 2 mana up, but Teferi stops game actions. Okay.
I wonder why George didn't. There must be some 4 mana card. Because even putting in a 1/1 would prevent, the Ren and 6 from taking up and getting another land drop, which is valuable and works towards the ultimate. It's small value, but I'm unsure as we are getting double dwarfs here, and that's probably not a good sign if you're a George Jabbour fan.
Yeah, I can't imagine George is too excited about it either. I mean, we definitely respected it with the Hallowed Moonlight on the previous turn, understanding what could happen if, the Teferi was allowed to exist alongside all this untapped mana. And there is the Indomitable Creativity that likely is going to go for all 3 of those Dwarven tokens, which means 3 Archons.
And George has 4 cards in hand, so George gets to keep 1. So as long as Andy still has them all in deck, which Andy seems to. If Andy's existing, Andy has Ellis Nord.
Okay,
so
all right.
Yeah.
Well,
Ellis Nord is really strong in this matchup. I didn't highlight it because I wasn't sure if you bring it in for Leyline binding, but it stops Leyline binding, and anytime you X's 2, you always get double triggers. But Drake, if you X's 3, you get 4 triggers. So George is going to lose his entire hand.
Yeah, and that's not something like Supreme Verdict. It's just you can't just hold a Supreme Verdict and be like, yeah, that's good enough. Mother Machine's going to stop that from happening thanks to doubling these triggers, and that's going to be nasty.
Yeah,
that one.
It is. Yeah, look, George loses all his. So Solitude as well. That's something now you can't actually use.
It wouldn't even work if it wasn't in the graveyard, just gone. And they get a look at Elish Norn, the 4/7 Vigilant Legendary Torpor Orb plus Panharmonicon stapled together, as is the kind of templating for all the Phyrexian Praetors.
So
I get
this
to
is
do
an
something
8 for
online.
1, in case you were curious at home.
I was not tracking, but I established that it wasn't good. It did not look good, as
Yeah.
Andy's flushed with resources.
Yeah,
Wow.
George had a moment of like, did you play a land? And he's like, no, I was holding this fetch land. George's like, yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, and maybe it speaks to that. That would have been just a kill if the third Archon was in the deck as well. He could just do it for 4. George draws a card, rolls his eyes. What could that be? Oh, it's the Leyline Binding he was looking for last turn. That one's going to go up to Teferi. Not going to be good enough.
Yeah.
George is going to shake the hand of Andy and is felled in this matchup 2-0. And for what was a game very much about Teferi's, even though it was ended through Archon of Cruelties.
Yeah, Teferi really matters against the control decks, both for and against them. With them, it makes it so your counter spells always resolve. And there are cards like Veil of Summer and things like that we talked about. These Archon decks could be playing along with a little bit of soft mission there. And then here it just makes it so your combo always resolves. So this is why we have seen control decks be so powerful, is because when they have Teferi, they're sort of unbeatable, but also we see why they're so attackable. Other players can use Teferi to come at them. So that's pretty big there. I don't know if we have time for our backup match, Drake, but I'd love to get some more Magic in if we can.
Well, it sounds like we can, Mason. So let's dive right into that. And we got, from what I understand, is a pretty interesting matchup here between Mono White, Hammer, and Golgari Yawgmoth, both kind of staples of the format. As we're going to kick things off here with our backup match. Blooming Marsh into Ignoble Hierarch, responded to with a Plains into Esper Sentinel. These players playing very quickly as we have the kind of the backup pre-recorded here. Going to get a look at the Hammer Yawgmoth matchup. Give me some thoughts on this as these players are developing mana and Wall of Roots and another Ignoble Hierarch comes down.
Yeah, Benjamin's like, yeah, who cares about the Esper install? No, so this matchup is really interesting if it goes kind of long, because Yawgmoth is really good at sort of breaking up when you go for the Hammer onto a creature, because all the creatures are sort of low toughness with how cheap they are. So you see Benjamin here is going to go after Amber's one toughness creature, as soon as Yawgmoth hits the battlefield. So Amber wants to set up a early hammered creature and be able to go for it, or have enough creatures that Benjamin can't shoot down all of her creatures. As we're seeing Benjamin have a turn 3 Yawgmoth, and that's going to be incredibly hard here. You see Amber try to set up a Colossus Hammer maybe for a Pure Soul Paladin later, but yeah, Benjamin not going to have it. Just immediately going to sacrifice the Young Wolf. And Amber with main deck Surge to Salvation. We've seen this with
Surge to Salvation. Yeah, that's not going to do what she needs it to do against a Yawgmoth, which could just be responded to again. Does require Benjamin to use more resources. And here's a Solitude in response. We're building up the stack, targeting the Yawgmoth. This is quite the stack indeed for 2 decks that do not include blue.
Yeah, and Amber here, so kind of baited Benjamin there, made him lose one of his mana creatures that can be very important, and said, all right, well, now this is gone. You're going to get 1 less card from the activation of Yawgmoth because it targeted. You don't get as many card draws, and your Yawg is down, so you're going to have less total material. And for Amber, that Solitude's always going to go after the Yawgmoth, so well played by her there.
Yeah, I love that sequence there for Amber. As far as, a Yawgmoth's disastrous for you. That's something you called out. Going to do a great job clearing the battlefield, making sure this Colossus Hammer doesn't work. But that exchange could have been worse for her. I mean, this could have been a wrath for a long time. The Yawgmoth can start clearing that persist -1/-1 counter and getting even more value. And the way we built up that stack kind of prevented all that from happening. We'll see if she has enough follow-up materials to work with in order to actually start to rebuild. A follow-up Saga can do some of that work, creating some construct tokens.
Yeah, and we're going to see Amber here probably to spend the next couple of turns making constructs and getting the triggers and sort of building up probably a Shadow Spear, just some smaller, less all-in cards. That way we can't be broken up by a Yawgmoth, and we can actually attack through this sort of chump blocker army. That's sort of the other hard part about the matchup is, if your Hammer's up on a ground creature, these Undying creatures buy you 2 turns. Shadow Spear really breaks that dynamic here, as we do see Amber make a construct.
Make that construct. Both Sagas rolling up. Have to, we called out Shadow Spear. That card definitely going to be a player in this game. If Amber's looking to win, a lot of ground pounders to work with. Amber's going to go ahead and float a mana off of the Urza Saga that is going to be sacrificed. We'll see what she wants to go and grab. Has to be cost specifically 0 or 1. And Shadow Spear is the grab. So heads up call there. Going to provide trample and lifelink, allow for some racing situations, as she does need to close the door on this game before another Yawgmoth gets added to the mix, because that's when things start to get very disastrous. And we'll see what the follow-up here is. Silent Clearing, take a damage, maybe some Pure Steel Paladin, and it sure is. That's
Yeah,
gonna
that's-
have Metalcraft and gonna make a really big construct.
Yeah, that's going to be a 13, I believe.
Oh, how about another hammer? How about 10 more? How does that sound?
I think that's game. I don't know the exact math. I
Bonk.
think it's
Haven't done the math. I
300.
can tell you it's a lot. Gonna need a lot of creatures.
We are joking, but Benjamin is at 20 life, so this might be close. It is a 25 power creature, and there is 4 toughness here, 5, 6. So we'll actually be at 1. We got Dryad Arbor, which it's going to actually get you net a life because there's an Innkeeper in play. So
Sure, yeah, you gain the life from Innkeeper. Okay.
Benjamin
got a little bit of life to work with.
Yeah, and so
Not a lot
Benjamin can
after that,
block here and live. And it's important to note that Benjamin does have cards like Grist, which can maybe re-kill this, but we're just going to have another creature. So Benjamin, not out of it yet, probably at 1, I'm going to guess. Kind of want to block with the minimum amount of things you need to.
Yeah, minimum amount. That way, if you do draw something like a Yawgmoth or a Grist, you still have materials to work with in order to actually maybe start to mitigate some of this. But you called out Grist. Maybe not going to be good enough with 2 creatures on the other side of the battlefield. It needs to be something like a Yawgmoth into a powerful follow-up. We'll see what we can assemble as far as that goes. Do have a persist creature still. It does not look like we have anything. And Benjamin gonna pick it up here from a impressive game of Hammer versus Yawgmoth, able to contain the Yawgmoth, normally nearly lights out on the spot, and then follow up with an impressive Pure Steel Paladin, plenty of materials to work with, and just a ton of life, ton of damage. And yeah, I mean, not normally how I've seen that matchup go. Impressive work from Amber.
Yeah, that's a moment where you see the Solitudes really come in, that innovation in the Mono White Hammer to actually have interaction. Normally, that turn 3 Yawgmoth, that's game Drake. We're talking about how Amber is going to try and pull together some constructs. Maybe she barely puts it together, but it's nowhere near as clean as that. We see that plus the search, plus some well play on her part. We saw how she baited the search innovation. She could have very easily led on using Solitude, but then we would have had more resources. So great play from her. Let's see what's in their sideboards and how to make up. Oh. Okay. So what happened is we're getting a little close on time. So we're going to hop into game 3. Benjamin ends up winning a pretty quick game 2, apparently. So for the sake of making sure the tournament goes forward, let's just get into game number 3 here.
Yeah, be able to watch the most action possible. Have to imagine the sideboarding is still going to be pretty simple. Things to stop the Yawgmoth from existing and removal spells for Yawgmoth, and Benjamin probably going to bring in some artifact and enchantment hate. So to the extent that exists, we have deck list for that, but let's get a look at game 3 so we can watch the conclusion of this match before the next round. So Benjamin winning game 2 means Amber going to kick us off almost certainly as Benjamin finishes resolving his mulligan. Here's a turn 1 Springleaf Drum, passing of the turn to Benjamin.
Yeah, so really quickly here, Amber, she's going to have like Solitudes, Blacksmith Skills, more Surges. She's rocking a multiple main deck Surges, 3 this weekend. And then there's going to be just Force of Vigors, Fatal Pushes, Go for the Throats, Filigree, Silax from the Golgari Yawgmoth player. So those are sort of the key cards. Both players are sort of, you see, posturing against one another post board here as the Urza Saga comes down.
Yeah, absolutely. Urza Saga, a big key component we saw in the first game. We'll see how it can be utilized this game as the Birds of Paradise, somewhat innocuous, obviously worth a lot more once Yawgmoth comes down. Seems like she has some options. Any creature will instantly be able to make some mana thanks to the turn 1 Springleaf Drum. We'll see how we want to sequence things as far as that goes. Shadow Spear added to the mix and just a passing of the turn. Maybe a little weak potentially. Maybe riding off the back of this Saga, being able to make some constructs.
Yeah, it might be another Saga hand. It might be like Saga plus some, Surge of Salvation stuff. It's possible that, Benjamin used a bunch of Force of Vigor type cards in game 2 to get an early advantage, and Amber sort of kept a slower hand, saying that maybe Benjamin mulligan towards stuff like that. We don't quite know, but the way that an opponent chooses to play the game sometimes influences your mulligans, where normally maybe you want to keep a hand like this on a 7 cards, but, your opponent mulligans a bunch towards a Force of Vigor or whatever, keep it quick 7. You're like, okay, I'm going to need my Surges this game. This hand has them. Sort of adjust how your opponent is playing. Also, it's possible she just has a turn 4 hammer lined up. We saw last game how she sort of just, had the Pure Steel Paladin, and that sort of draw can be very easy to happen here. As Walroots, Birds of Paradise.
Walroots, Birds. Check it out. I got a little 2-pair here as a bunch of mana put into play. No Yawgmoth quite yet, but we saw the turn 3 Yawgmoth and how powerful that was in game 1. You're going to need something like the Solitude to make that happen. Yet once again, as Giver of Runes added to the mix. Now I'm going to be able to make mana right away and make a construct token thanks to the Springleaf Drum. So that can come up as well. But, of course, there's that ever-looming possibility of having this Yawgmoth on the following turn. Amber needs to be mindful of, to the extent that she can actually stop it from happening. But even if she has something like a Saltine or whatever, the leftovers are pretty good. Saga, Sigarda's Aid now. That's going to make any hammers found off of the Urza Saga be able to be equipped right away if she can make it through this turn. And 4-mana tap right away. Here is Yawgmoth, Thran's Physician, ready to go to work.
Yeah, and we talked about this before. Amber's gonna have a bunch of cards like Blacksmith Skill and Surge. Benjamin's gonna have to commit 2 creatures before we even find out. The first bird's gonna resolve. The first thing we'll sacrifice, put a minus counter, and then we'll move from there. It's most likely going to be bird since Wall of Roots hasn't been used yet. But we might see a floating of a mana and then sacrifice.
Yeah, I think the Wall of Roots been used for this turn. Didn't tap any lands to produce this Yawgmoth.
Correct.
But here is the first sacrifice. Going to take 2 sacrifices to actually dispatch of this Giver of Runes. And even then we can make it like a construct. It's going to require more. So actually like clearing Amber's board, not trivial here like it normally is. Normally you see a lot of X1s and stuff like that. Not really the case here.
Yeah, we kind of saw Amber whip the Shadow Spear as well. So it implies to me that she probably has something because she didn't just equip. But it looks like she's going to float a mana.
Yep, float.
Okay.
Untap. Active. Uptick the Saga. See, she's got a couple cards left to work with, it seems. All this mana held up from Ben. No more sacrifices. Is maybe screams something like Chord of Calling. Not sure there's much Amber can even do about it, as a construct's going to be made here. Going to go searching.
Yeah, and we saw last game how this construct's pretty big here. So even if we do Quarter Calling, we're not for sure going to get it. And
Pithing Needle.
Oh, what a great name.
I love it. I would name Yawgmoth. We don't have access to what they named, but what I would name if I was in Amber's shoes is Yawgmoth, Thran Physician.
So our director is telling us it was naming Yawgmoth. Yeah, as you might expect here. And that's a big one. If there's not a Force of Bigger or Boseiju, she has really sort of set up here. And, the Sigarda's Aid looked like it was going to, maybe force the hand here. But, yeah, we're going to get a Quarter Calling like you mentioned. We floated mana off the Wall of Roots to leave up mana. Makes you wonder if maybe a Scavenging Ooze is the card we're grabbing as a reason not to just use the mana, as it was a Haywire
Might. Okay, so that can dispatch of the Pithing Needle.
Yeah, okay. Interesting choice there to not use the green. There might be another chord where we're just
we might have more action here after the fact, with Yawgmoth and what have you. And there's skill. Like you called that. Yeah, I'll take that hexproof. Thank you.
Yeah. And you know what? This is a moment for Benjamin, right? Amber's shown she's pretty proficient with the deck. She didn't equip the Shadow Spear, and so she had to have something, and it makes sense. She didn't want to fight over with the Blacksmith Skill before because she knew she needed to protect her Urza Saga. And here you go. And that's why she floated the white as well. So Benjamin's sort of, gotta figure out what I'm going to do.
Yeah, all right, now what? I need to find another answer. That one's not going to cut it, and we'll see what Benjamin has. Based on the posturing, I'm not optimistic that the answer is anything at all as we move quickly to Benjamin's turn.
Yeah, Benjamin's maybe going to have to endurance himself if he left it in and then buy that.
Trying to reach into this? Yeah, that's a tough way to do it. We do see the chord in hand that you called out, second Chord of Calling, probably was intended to grab an Undying creature. Now, maybe he doesn't get to do that.
Yeah. And this is a moment I feel like where, we talk about in the booth, sometimes you want to pre-plan your entire turn and then sort of execute, right? That's a great way to do it, or as much as you can to a draw point. And we sort of saw here, Amber thought through her turn, the turn before, and kind of into this next one. And Benjamin sort of just threw it around like, oh, yeah, okay, you got me with Pithing Needle. Well, I've got a Haywire Might. Don't worry about it. Didn't think of the implications there. And it's sort of getting called out here. And it's going to have to do some groundwork to make up for it. Now, Benjamin does have an infinite combo in his deck that's going to help. And Grist the Hunkertide is going to help as well with stabilizing the battlefield, but it's not out of the woods yet.
And none of the woods. Able to keep the board clear, potentially something like this construct being able to kind of start actually getting the game over with. We were talking the entire time about kind of breaking open from underneath this Pithing Needle and the like, just to enable. We have Fatal Push too, so maybe we can just start upticking. Being able to break out from underneath this Pithing Needle. Now Fatal Push, Grist, able to just start kind of playing around it. It's like, all right, well, I guess I got to win the game without Yawgmoth just going crazy. So what does that look like? Looks like Grist upticking and making some insects. Gonna be able to do some sacrificing from there.
I feel like, what happened to the construct again?
It just got Fatal Pushed by
Fatal Push. Oh, okay. Sorry.
And then we upticked our Grist. Yeah, there we go. Now Handless has been And we are back to Amber. And so Amber, doing a lot better than most Hammer players in the face of a Yawgmoth, but is going to need to find some pressure that doesn't just immediately die to Grist. Maybe something like an Inkmoth Nexus or something along those lines in order to really be able to have a chance to steal this game post all of this Grist Yawgmoth action. And there is an attack for 3 from Yawgmoth and the insect, kind of the mopey beatdown plan B. No play from Ben. Back to Amber we go.
Huh. Okay. We're going to get attacked here. Interesting. Yeah. Amber's going to need a card, maybe like Stoneforge is like the first step. So that like the Stoneforge has to be answered and then you can do something, but maybe not.
I mean, Stoneforge plus something like a blacksmith skill could also matter too. The thing is, every threat is somewhat threatening. So like Grist kind of needs to get rid of everything. And with Sigarda's Age just looming, you could just die out of nowhere to some stray hammers that are in the hand. And we see here comes that Grist tick down. See a Young Wolf, get out of here, Ornithopter. Just really respecting the instant speed kill potential of Sigarda's Age as an attack for 4 comes across the red zone, and back to Amber we go.
Yeah. And you're seeing Benjamin here sort of tying up and be like, okay, I can only lose if I let something stick around right now. I need to just make sure this happens.
Yeah, and we have multiple things that, we have multiple uses of Grist to kill things. And, Priest Paladin, again, pretty prime target, although it can be blocked. So maybe there's some thought to, waiting a turn or two in order to actually kill it. But no, we're going to go ahead and make that happen right away and mush. And looking to get Amber dead as quickly as possible with all of our mopey attacks. Maybe not so mopey anymore. Attack for 6, very relevant. Pierced Paladin immediately going to get equipped with Shadow Spear. Second Sigarda's Age deployed. Back to Benjamin we go, but we're out of Grist kills. So now what? Boseiju. Oh no. And Amber sees the writing on the wall. Boseiju just in time to get the game over with. And Ben is going to win the match 2-1 over Amber in a hard-fought match for something that is supposed to be a pretty bad matchup. It actually looked really competitive.
Yeah, I think the big adds of Surge Salvation really matter along with the Solitude. This sort of move to be Mono White Hammer with Solitude has really helped out a bunch. Speaking of helping out a bunch, Drake, it's been really fun to be in the booth with you today, but unfortunately, our time is up. You and I are going to be calling it for the day, but don't worry. We have Joe Lisette and Becky Bell coming in to finish up the last 3 rounds of Swiss and then all of top 8 today. So you're going to make sure to click that follow button. That way they know that you enjoyed me and Drake being here, and we'll be back in the future for more NRG coverage events with y'all.
It was a pleasure working with you, and we'll see you back for round 6.
All right, Joe Lisette back for Nerd Rage coverage, and Becky Bell after a day at the Mox, back slumming it with NRG. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I mean, yesterday was a whirlwind, and it was some great magic. I mean, if you were here watching the NRG, I mean, good for you watching the NRG, but you can go back and watch the Mox too. They were some intense matches of magic, and I'm in and hoping to see. I mean, I'm here towards the later end of the day. We're going to be covering top 8, so I'm hoping that I get to see a whole lot more really intense magic.
All right. Well, we've got our players to watch. For those of you that have been here all day, maybe this is old news to you, but for Becky and I just stepping in, we'll see who's doing well. We've got Thiago Saporito from Brazil, I think, 5-0. Good on him. You can see the rest of the players doing well. CJ Voege, Sarah Shearing, Strong Gallagher, who made the finals yesterday. Cliff Boyardee, who top 8 yesterday with the red-white token deck. And Steven Dykman, who came a match short of continuing his string of top 8s at 3-2. And then we have Daniel Weiser, not quite the repeat performance from yesterday, and Chris Smith, who's out of the tournament already. But I think the players from round number 6 are ready to go. We have 8 rounds of Swiss, I believe, again today. So this is a match potentially for top 8.
Ooh, and it'll be an intense one. We're going to be watching Nicole Dubin on 4-color control versus Michael Miller on Rakdos Scam.
All right, so Scam versus 4-color control. The more you're playing Scam, the more colors in your opponent's deck, the better. So we'll see how this plays out. And Ragavan is a good start, whether you're playing, I guess, Modern, Legacy, or March Machine Limited.
And not in March of the Machine Limited right now, but this Ragavan's still going to be very welcome. And one of the things that this Rakdos scam deck, when its first inception came forward, wasn't really using, was trying to really just play off of the back of a lot of these kind of scam tactics. And now they've been like, you know what? Ragavan is kind of scamming the format itself. So we'll play Ragavan as well as the normal set of elementals, trying to eke out some wins. And it looks like Michael Miller has been able to do just that at 5-0 here. But that Ragavan not going to be able to scam too much here, as we're quickly taken care of by a prismatic ending from Nicole.
Yeah, and no follow-up for Michael here. So Nicole potentially able to grab the tempo in the game here with any sort of board presence here would be good. A planeswalker, perhaps a creature playing the it's four color control, but this is kind of the pitch elemental version, taking advantage of Nissa Resurgent Animist, which is showing up a lot lately. But we'll see what the opener is. But on empty board, that's what Nicole's looking for at this early stage of the game.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning you brought up Nissa Resurgent Animist as kind of the nice addition to a lot of these pitch elemental decks that were the original 4 colors. And then they really wanted to play something like Risen Reef, but they're also trying to stray away from elementals. And Nissa doesn't care about you playing elementals. So that's a great addition to a lot of these decks. But Nicole's version is also playing Elishnorn, Mother of Machines. So that could potentially be a little backbreaking if it's coupled along with some of these other elementals and non-elementals in the form of Nissa.
Yeah, I mean, there really a lot of these plays. And Nicole Dubin's deck is just, in a lot of respects, going to be more powerful than Michael Miller's. But the Rakdos scam deck is trying to, not trying to let the opponent get rolling. It's just, land disruption, Thoughtseize, see how things can be prevented from even being achieved. And with Terry on the board already, this is Michael's on the back foot just to start. Okay. Thoughtseize here will reveal. Ooh, that's a lot of land.
It is a lot.
In fact, it's all land. So does Michael have a land to follow up? Okay, Teferi goes down. Okay, he does. So Michael gets the thing situated and probably in a better position than he deserves to be in, as Nicole is just running on lands here, playing off the top.
Ooh,
And the top delivers.
I mean, it be like that sometimes, and luckily for Nicole, this Omnath showing up at just the right time avoided the Thoughtseize, top of the deck, hanging out and being a good friend for Nicole here, as Michael's gonna hope to draw just as good to now have to keep up with. I mean, the handful of lands doesn't ever look bad when you have an Omnath in play.
Sure, that's true. And the problem for Michael is, I mean, what in his deck is equivalent to an Omnath? I mean, okay, there's a removal spell, sure, but that's, playing just straight up a 2-for-1 in Nicole's favor. And if that happens too many times, Michael's going to find himself just 2-for-1 out of the game.
All right, top of the board, still doing it good for Nicole, who previously had all lands. Omnath is gone, but Teferi is here and able to at least allow us to draw a few more cards to get out of that very land-heavy hand. And speaking of having a land-heavy hand, it looks like Michael has missed 2 land drops and now finally has one to start getting back into the swing of things here, but does have quite a few pieces of cardboard in his hand. So we'll see what this land is going to end up equating to.
All right, where is he? Okay, it's a hardcast Grief. That's maybe it'll find something in hand. As we all know, Nicole's got a couple of land left at minimum. But even if there's nothing, the Grief can attack down the Teferi next turn and, allow Michael to restabilize. So we shall see. We'll wait to fetch land and then presumably get to take a look here.
Would presume, unless we're playing something like Surge of Salvation. I don't know. We saw it last round. It was in a hammer deck, but it's a card that I feel like I keep on repeat seeing across multiple formats over the last week or so that has proven to be extremely impressive. And I feel like every time somebody plays it too, people start making jokes about it. They're like, "Oh, Surge of Salvation," but it's been so impressive to me. And now in this spot, the thing that's going to be impressive is this ley line binding. The only thing in hand that isn't that set of lands. And of course, the top of the deck still extremely strong for Nicole and Nissa Resurgent Animist into play.
Yeah, that's certainly a nice one. Nicole passes across the board to Michael just to make sure. Asking you, do you know this card? Do you know this
how
one?
messed up this card is?
Yeah.
Just wondering.
All right, so Nissa Resurgent Animus, you can see there on the screen, landfall, make a mana of any color, and then secondary landfall, or, well, can I say that? Secondary landfall, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all understand what you mean by saying that, so.
Well, often people understand what I mean, but that doesn't mean I'm speaking correctly. But anyway, second landfall here looks for an elf or an elemental, which we're playing modern here. I mean, this is not too much of a stretch to ask for 2 landfall triggers in a turn.
Nope, not at all. And considering that Nicole immediately is able to follow that up with 2 in the form of that Windswept Heath. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And now we get to start looking at the top. And hey, you know what's an elemental? Solitude. All of those pitch elementals work very nicely with this newly printed Nissa.
Yeah, that is a pretty solid turn. And for Michael, again, has played, removal and discard spells and all the time trading, at a disadvantage to Nicole's cards. And even though it's Nicole's kind of trying to flood, the deck interactions are just working in her favor. And okay, Animus gets taken out again, but pick up a free Solitude. And yeah, this is it's going to be a tough battle here.
Yeah, this is weird. It feels like Michael has drawn pretty much the entire removal side of the Rakdos Scam deck and is forced to play fair. And I think at this point, if you're trying to play fair with Rakdos Scam, your fair is just not nearly as strong as the 4-color controls version of fair.
All right, so here's another grief. Once again, we get exiled on coming to play. And let's see if once again it's going to be just land in hand. Yes, indeed. Temple Garden and Bosechu. So Michael, now under pressure. What are we even hoping for in Michael's shoes here? I mean, there's no equivalent to this really. It's things like Kroxa, Fable, Voidwalker, Pyromancer. These are all good cards. So far he's drawing more on the removal half of the deck, and that's just not getting the job done at this point. Which maybe is the whole idea here.
Yeah, that might be the case. I think this is just one of the unfortunate shortcomings of a lot of these Rakdos scam lists, is that you're not super able to keep up with a lot of these 2-for-1 cards if a deck like the 4-color decks are able to get to that point. And so it's an unfortunate place to be for Michael now, especially with only 1 card in hand. This deck is looking to kind of play multiple cards on the extreme early turns and then be able to go off from there. But Fury, not too bad of a draw, at least going to be able to stop some amount of pressure. Unfortunately, it isn't able to really finish off any of these planeswalkers, however.
Yeah, no, Fury's going to come in and knock out the Ren 6 here. So that's...
I guess we have double strike. We don't need to worry about the Solitude getting in too bad.
Right. No, yeah, the Solitude's kind of covered just by the Fury itself. And so choice of Planeswalker, I mean, taking out the Ren 6 makes some sense. It's not like Teferi's going to bounce the Fury here. That wouldn't do much for Nicole. So, okay, maybe this was maybe one of the better possible draws for Michael here, but all it does is keep him from being buried. It doesn't exactly put him in the lead. And the Solitude's going to be bounced here. Nicole able to redeploy, pick off the Fury. And Michael's like, okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
It is, in fact, pretty good.
Back in the day, we used to do that with, Jace and Snapcaster Mage, but Teferi and Solitude, that works pretty good also.
Joe, times they are a-changin'.
Yeah, I guess. All right, here's Dauthi Voidwalker. That's a nice card. cannot block the Solitude, also can't be blocked by the Solitude. So I guess maybe the Teferi is vulnerable here, but
well, just
yeah.
as you say that, Prismatic Ending says vulnerable, don't know what that means. And this is something that, I mean, it isn't going to likely matter in this game, but I think is kind of a fun inclusion in Michael's deck, which is that Shizo Death Storehouse.
Mhm.
It is a kind of cool inclusion to this list that gives the Ragavan an extra little bit of oomph in those early turns. And so I think it's kind of cool to see it once again, considering that Michael has one card in hand, a bunch of lands against Nicole's surmounting board. It's likely not going to make too much of a difference this game.
Wow, now that's a vocabulary word. Surmounting, nice.
I picked up a few at the mocks yesterday. What can I say?
All right, Season Pyromancer into play here for Michael. We'll pick up one token and look to find something here to help out.
Ooh.
More Furies would be delightful.
Oh, yeah. Not too bad of a start, though. Certainly a way to at least start digging yourself out of a bad place in the game. But, that's a Croxa.
Okay, Croaks is good.
Yeah, not too bad of a card.
Yeah, Nicole has been sitting on several additional lands for, well, the entire game. We'll see if she has exhausted that supply in hand or not. I wouldn't think so, as the potential landfall trigger cards are going to leave Nicole incentivized to keep lands in hand anyway. Yeah, Croaks just pick off Misty Rainforest, but it is a bolt.
Ooh.
At the very least.
Oh.
And okay.
Ouch.
Well, there's an ephemerate on Solitude and wipe out the Season Pyromancer, and everything is just working out well here for Nicole this game. That's a 1-of ephemerate. And that
Whew.
looks like the Endurance being blanked, wiping out the graveyard, so Croaks is not coming back.
Yeah, a whole lot of rough run-ins. It just feels like everything that Nicole has been able to either draw off the top of the deck or draw multiple cards off the top of the deck has just been exactly what you're wanting to see. And as you mentioned, there are quite a few like 1 or 2 of. So just being able to have this amount of selection either between these things like the expressive iterations or draws in other forms of this deck have just proven to make it pretty potent.
Yeah, so Nicole likes some card advantage to go with her card advantage. So Expressive Iteration gets cast, finds another run in 6, and well, Michael, it's up to you.
I respect him a lot for having even stayed in it this long. I like I would have, I mean, I guess it depends on the place. If I was on a feature match, I probably would stay in it too.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
if this is online, I'm like, see ya.
Yeah, right. Yeah, me too. I mean, this is closed deck list. This is game 1, so Michael might be playing all the way out to gain
Have
whatever
the
information.
Damnation in his deck.
Yeah, I mean, there's very for example, saw 1 ephemerate. If you see a second one, then there's at least 2. Whatever you can gather from the last few elements of the game. But okay, we are done here now with game 1. Nicole Dubin picks it up pretty thoroughly, trashing Michael in game 1. Let's go ahead and look at some deck lists and see what answers Michael may have, as that looked a little rough.
It did look a little rough. How do we feel about some Blood Moons? This looks pretty different from a lot of Rakdos scam lists that I've seen recently. In the fact that a lot of Rakdos scam decks I've seen as of late are playing Blood Moons in the main, and Michael saying, I'm not really interested in that. I'm going to keep my Blood Moons in the sideboard.
Right. Yeah, that is certainly something that conceivably could come in. I mean, there are going to be basic lands in Nicole's deck, but still, even just shutting off, even if the mana does get assembled, which is no guarantee, the shutting off the fetch lands does stop some of the landfall triggers. Okay, so we've got Unlicensed Hearse, Engineered Explosives, Shielder the Apocalypse seems okay. Nicole drew a lot of cards, although not all of the card advantage is card drawing. Turok, Dread Cantor, dodges a lot of removal, alternate and a fatal push. So there's a few things to work with here, but Michael's going to need maybe several quality upgrades here. Is that the The game one wasn't real close.
Yeah, I actually hadn't even really thought about the Torok Dread Canter, but considering that a lot of the removal that we did see were things like the Solitude, the Prismatic Ending, and the Leyline Binding, I think that
Mhm.
that's actually kind of a great inclusion, and we've got 2 of them. So hopefully that's going to be something that Michael Miller will be able to find a little bit of success with.
Yeah. All right. So let's look at Nicole Dubin's 4-color elemental-ish control deck here.
Yeah, I would definitely be calling it control over elementals now, especially now that you're not playing Risen Reef.
Yeah,
I
but
feel
we just substituted Risen Reef for Nissa, Resurgent Animist. I mean, it's the same
for an
kind
easier
of
to
thing.
cast card. I guess it's a
Yeah.
mythic compared to an uncommon, but it's still. I mean, I feel bad for Risen Reef.
Well, I'm sure someone in the tournament is still running Risen Reefs. Maybe alongside Nissa.
Yeah, the
Resurgent
people who
Animist,
couldn't get themselves copies of Nissa before the weekend, they're
Perhaps.
still on Risen Reefs.
Okay, we can see there a couple singletons, Endurance, Ephemerate, both showed up in game one. 2 Elish Norns, as you pointed out. In the sideboard, all right, Force of Vigor, Engineer Explosives, Flusterstorm, Chalice of the Void, Endurance, and then some one-ups. Boseiju, who endures Path to Exile, change the equation, Ether Gust. No real home runs here, but I'm not sure that Nicole needs home runs. She just needs some stuff to fill out, maybe trim out some less effective cards. And we're underway for game number 2.
Yeah, I kind of am in agreement. The main board of this deck seems so good against what Scam is trying to do and already has just like such a difference in generating value that I think you're just, with a few differences of things that you find.
All right. Well, Michael's lead off with a grief. Nicole's not willing to wait around to see if Michael has an effect to blink it or to avoid the to get a re-trigger. Instead, just preemptively Solitude's pitching Elish Norn, and let's see, we got 2 land, Leyline Binding. I'm not sure what the other card kept in hand was. And then a Ragavan. So excellent start for Michael.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't get to see the Ragavan do a whole lot in that first game, but in this game, we had a little bit of a grief to take some of the shots coming in, as Flooded Strand going to be the sacrifice for Nicole after or in response to the trigger that's going to be happening from this Ragavan, I believe.
All right, so Nicole doesn't want to risk maybe that specific triome getting exiled, and so goes ahead and grabs it first. Is that in Dotha, I think? And that is a one of. In fact, all the triomes are one ofs. So getting that on the board here.
Yeah, the flip from the Ragavan looks to have been that Windswept Heath. So unfortunately, not something that this Ragavan's going to be able to cast, but we do get a little treasure as a consolation prize, which I feel like is usually the part that people care more about anyway. So
All right, and here's a clock presented with a Fury. 3 for 1 himself is Michael Miller to put down a 4/4 double striker, and now the pressure's on Nicole Dubin. This is 10 power on the board.
Yeah, I believe it was mentioned that the last card in hand is a change the equation for Nicole Dubin. Renin 6 going to be able to take care of our little friend Ragavan, as Thoughtseize. I mean, it looked like we just had lands in hand for Nicole previously, but now it's an Omnath change the equation Leyline Binding. How are we making sure that this Fury is able to wreak havoc for as long as possible? Let's get rid of that Leyline Binding and make sure that Ren in 6 isn't going to be able to draw up lands and keep it flowing.
All right, so the Fury, maybe if there's a land in Nicole's hand, Michael has a real consideration there as to attacking face or taking out the Planeswalker. Instead, just does take out the Ren 6 to deny the land drop. Nicole does change the equation on the Dauthi Voidwalker, and a Fury back will reset Michael Miller, as both players very shy on land drops this game.
Shy on land drops, but I'm once again, Nicole's deck kind of can find a lot of card advantage off of one thing in particular.
Mhm.
Michael kind of needs things to stay in play for a little while, something like that Ragavan, or like at this point you want a Seasoned Pyromancer, but considering that all we have is this Blackleaf Cliffs, I worry a little bit for Michael.
Yeah. All right. So there's some uncertainty in chat on what the blue card was. So if we can pop change the equation up on the screen there, that was from Nicole's sideboard. That's the card that took out the Voidwalker a turn ago. Change the equation, a card from March of the Machines. You can see there, it's a 2 mana. It's sort of it's kind of a color hoser. Counters a spell that costs 2 or less, or a red or green card that costs 6 or less. So that did get boarded in here from Nicole.
A feigned death to allow for this grief to stay in play with Nicole at 7, just trying to make sure that we're going to be able to come across for this last bit of damage as Shizo comes into play after that swing from the grief.
Okay, so a little bit of life to work with, and very few cards, very few mana on either side. I mean, this is, I guess, if Michael wins this game, I mean, this is how this deck is designed to win, right? You just kind of eke out small edges one way or the other. There were multiple massive card disadvantage plays from Michael, but the damage has come across, and Nicole down to 2.
And I don't know, this is a lightning bolt deck. I have seen a decent number of the Rakdos decks win with sometimes not even 1, but 2 lightning bolts, one into the other. So still space for Michael Miller to come into winning this game seemingly out of nowhere, but considering that we are drawing cards onto the table, not moving lands into anywhere, I feel like the body language is telling me all I need to know.
Michael's peering at each draw as it comes on the deck. Is this a bolt? Is this a bolt? Is this a bolt? And the answer continues to be no. He might also be asking, is there a land? And he does find one this time. We have a Pyromancer? No, it's a Fable. Okay.
Oh, I mean, that's at least going to hopefully be able to loot away some of the things that we don't care about in our hand.
Yeah. And hoping a Solitude isn't drawn. Okay, it's an Endurance. Michael can live with that. Nicole is going to consider, going to shuffle back all the good stuff from the graveyard, increase the threat density of the deck once another shuffle happens.
Oh, but still in a perfect form. And this Endurance able to do some attacking here as well. Fury takes care of that Goblin Shaman. And we'll see if looting away some cards in the second chapter is going to be more than enough to get Michael into a more stable footing.
Yeah, well, if you're wondering, if you don't recall from when we had the sideboard up between games, how many lightning bolts are in Michael's deck? The answer is 3, not 4.
Oh.
There's also maybe the potential of Kroxa doing damage.
Okay. That's true. There's only one Kroxa, but I guess that's like your 4th lightning bolt.
Yeah, sort of. All right. Nicole looking for anything that gains life, really. The board is, covered enough. I guess at the moment, one of those tokens could get through for 1 point of damage, but at the cost of the rest of the board, that's not going to be too much of a problem.
And this is the part that kind of feels like it hurts even more, is that now between this Fable the Mirror Breaker and this Seasoned Pyromancer, Michael's had a lot of card selection and still just either is not able to find lands or find a whole lot to follow up and try to do these last 2 points of damage.
Yeah. All right. Well, a reflection now turned over. So I guess if another turn goes by, Michael can start copying Seasoned Pyromancer and really dig through the deck. There's a dashed Ragavan. Okay, this represents a lethal attack, and Nicole actually doesn't have anything. And Michael evens up the match. That was a very narrow win for Michael.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was starting to shake in my boots about how that was going and able to nicely put it all together. I mean, Michael was in kind of in aggressive strategy, and I guess like you have to be an aggressive strategy against this 4-color control deck. You can't just sit and wait for what happened in game number 1 to happen again. And we saw that match almost get away from Michael as the turns went further and further down the line. So being able to at least get your opponent down to 2 and then narrowly be able to take it out, I mean, congrats to Michael, because that would seem like I was like, oh no, this is gonna be rough.
Yeah, and that was I mean, that took a little courage there at the end to dash that Ragavan in also. Because if Nicole does have any sort of playback, Michael just throws the entire board in the trash. Conversely, he, like you were saying, he has to get this game over with.
Yeah.
So even though there may be some queasiness associated with going for it, he kind of had to. I don't know if we need to say the deck list again. If the players are shuffling up extensively, I guess we can. Otherwise, we just go into the table and see who's ready to take game 3. This is round 6 of 8. So the winner of this match looking good. In fact, probably locking up a top 8 berth in the Modern 5K here today. In addition to prize money, energy points, the winner does receive an RC invite. Currently, we're qualifying for Atlanta, which I think is in November. Maybe Becky can back me up on that. It sounds right. It doesn't mean it is right, but yeah, that was kind of my. We have a
Something else is going on in September, so having it be in November feels more correct in my brain. But I unfortunately do not know. Honestly, like my last 2 months have been so crazy that I just like have not thought past the month of June.
Chat suggests it's in December. Maybe that's true. Anyway, it is sometime towards the end of the year. Of course, the next regional championship is in Dallas in 2 weeks. So yeah, the qualifying window for that is over.
17th. They put it that close to Christmas?
Yes, they did. Well, hey, maybe you can plan a nice. Let's see. Wait, where is this going to be? Atlanta in December? Atlanta doesn't get too cold, right?
I don't know.
I don't really either.
I've been there once, and I was in a convention center the whole time, so I have no clue. I don't know what the temperament of any of these cities are. I just know that they either have heating or air conditioning, and that's about it.
Okay, so game 3, ready to get underway here. Nicole Dubin on the play this game. Maybe we can production. We can correct the overlay there. Michael Miller does have a game win. We are in game 3 here.
And Nicole, this is kind of breaking my heart because Nicole is now has had this second game kind of squeak away from her, and now is really just trying to figure out how these mulligans should be going. And this is going to be putting Nicole down to 5 cards on the play.
Okay, all right. 5 is not a lot, but Nicole Newman's deck does generate a lot of advantage. So a hand with, a few land and a couple cards doesn't necessarily stall out after, 1 or 2 plays. Michael may have something to say about that, however.
I was going to say, any amount of mulliganing that you do against the scam deck, it hurts so much more.
Yeah. All right, so if we're worried about this card, I mean, if Nicole draws up 7 cards here and it's 5 land and 2 Omnaths, you just keep the 5 land? Blank Thoughtseize? Blank Grief? Is that a plan of action?
Maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah, probably. That's so hard.
That would be interesting to see.
Yeah. Because you have to imagine that if your Rakdos scam opponent snap keeps, like you only snap keep on the play if you have Ragavan, and you only snap keep on the draw if you have a scam hand. So I feel like I would anticipate it to happen. I don't know that I would believe in my draws off the top of the deck so well. So I would maybe just try to keep a normal good 5 and hope to fade.
I suppose. All right. Nicole Dubin has found a 5 that is at least keep worthy. And here is the Flood Strand. All right, Michael Miller. Do we have some action here on turn 1?
What's it gonna be? This is the part about Modern that is difficult. I'm excited about getting this game going, starting to get off the ground. And then it always starts with a fetch land, and all of a sudden it's hard to keep the energy going when we're like, all right, what's this scam hand gonna be? I got to start with the marsh floods.
All right, is it Thoughtseize?
Oh, well,
Okay, so the hand, the keep was 2-land, Expressive Iteration, Solitude, and Prismatic Ending. So this is actually pretty good coverage for Nicole against potentially a Ragavan and with some card advantage from Iteration. Michael will select the Iteration. So Nicole left with just a couple land and a couple defensive cards here.
I mean, even in the last game that we saw, Michael really highly prioritized taking out the expressive iteration from Nicole's hand on multiple occasions. So it makes sense that that is still the thought process here. From Nicole's side, I think I'm probably pretty excited if my opponent's Rakdos Scam Snap Keep was just Thoughtseize and not a elemental body to go along with it.
Yeah, that is potentially true here. I mean, there's going to be time, and this 4-color control deck with some time can build up here. Now Nicole does fetch immediately, so needing to draw lands and spells. But I wonder if there's a grief on turn 2 for Michael. But I wonder if Nicole's decision to fetch there. Looking for Triumph for one thing. Maybe the 2 cards at the bottom of the deck wanted to be shuffled back in. Will be another consideration after the double mulligan there. But here's a grief.
Yeah, with a Feign Death pitch. So that's that I feel like that spells that there's another one in hand, and you like those cards get strictly worse in multiples. And so I think Nicole is just struggling to figure out, is the call going to be continue to put myself on a large amount of card disadvantage to make sure that this grief doesn't double look at my hand? And then Nissa was in hand. Oh, that hurts so much as Nicole is now hellbent.
Yeah, that's a bad place to be, as Michael will make his second land drop. So Nicole empty-handed on turn 2. But, we'll see. If there was another... Ragavan's pretty good follow-up, too. A Dash Ragavan. And, maybe this Ragavan will cooperate with Nicole and just produce some treasures, or maybe it will lead to some bad times. Because there's any number of Nicole's cards that are good for Michael just as well as they are for Nicole herself.
Yeah. Endurance exiled. Can't be played off with a single treasure. And we'll see Nicole's top of the library has been kind previously.
I mean, that worked out well. Drawing the Endurance would have been a blank effectively. And Nicole does hit a third land. So that's something.
That is certainly true. And honestly, like drawing lands while you're at this amount of life, I think is pretty okay too. Like you're going to need lands to be able to cast a lot of the things that get you that card advantage back, like something like a Nissa or an Omnath. So I don't know. It's hard to say because you definitely are like wanting something that just like doesn't exist in the world of Magic the Gathering at some points.
Okay. All right. I see you, chat, and I will send over to the table that maybe that grief should not be in the graveyard there.
We're on it. As Nicole searches for a basic in response to this Ragavan.
There you go. Chat can celebrate. Did well.
You did it. Woo! Give me some pogs in chat.
Okay.
Give us a follow as a thank you.
That's our Becky teaches lingo for this month.
Wait, you don't know what pog is?
I mean, I know it was like, okay, there's a blood moon. I guess we should acknowledge that.
I guess.
Off a couple treasures.
I'm unsure
Maybe
what
not.
this conversation is. Did we resolve the Ragavan flipping a spell? Great question. We're unsure because we're trying to get this Fury onto the board, and I believe Feign Death as well. Oh, this is Nicole's Fury. I'm a little confused. Okay. I also don't really know who won this match.
That's unfortunate. That happened.
Okay.
I was finishing up the messaging with the commentator with the desk.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happened was Fury was pitch cast off of.
Fury was pitch
Wait a
cast off
minute.
of. Fury was one of the things that was revealed off of the Ragavan,
Right.
and then Michael tried to feign death it, but feign death puts it back in the owner's control, and the owner of the Fury was Nicole.
Right. That's unfortunate. I'm not even entirely sure. I knew that you could pitch cast. I guess it doesn't come up too many times. You can pitch cast off of Ragavan, I guess. Okay.
It's an alternate casting cost, so
Yeah.
I think it makes sense. I'm not a judge. This is one where I would frantically message somebody else and be like, please help. But I mean, there is a judge at the table. When we know
and
watching
then
that match.
the Blood Moon being cast and then backed up was confusing here. This is not
the Blood Moon was going to be the follow-up to
Right.
feign deathing the Fury.
Okay.
But
And
we
then-
were resolving the fact that Fury
Yeah.
ends up going back to Nicole's side of the board.
Yeah. So the Blood Moon had to be backed up because it couldn't be played when the Fury hadn't been straightened out yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's what happened. That's not exactly the ideal conclusion to our first match of the day, Becky Bell, but what are you going to do? Really, I think we can blame it on the chat because they hadn't pointed out the grief being
Something
in the wrong
that
zone.
wasn't going to end up mattering, that the grief needed to be an
we wouldn't have been
exile.
distracted, and then we would have had a better idea of what happened there. Anyway, the result of the match is Nicole Dubin advances to 6-0. Michael Miller drops to 5-1, and it's time to roll the backup match. All right. Well, let's some questions in the chat still on what exactly happened there. We'll try and figure it out later on. In the meantime, we got Will Kowalczyk and Sarah Shearing playing here. Azorius Control versus Temur Rhinos.
Somebody is
players.
telling me that you used the word Riz yesterday.
Oh, I so did.
Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't so much that I'm saying I used the word wouldn't exactly be fair, but I did explain it.
Okay.
I think correctly based on our previous lesson. So that brings us
Let's
back
go.
to
See, even Honorog is proud of you.
all people should be proud of me. It's tough to keep up with the lingo of the kids these days.
It is.
Yeah,
I
and not
agree.
even these days, because as this game is progressing along here, we'll try and do justice to Will and Sarah here. But yeah, so Pog. I know Pogs was like a game with little cardboard circles
Okay,
when I was a kid, but I didn't really get into that. And I
Right.
know Pogs and Poggers is something people say, and so I assume it's associated with that game somehow. But
It's not.
I've
But
never
it's okay.
looked into it. Anyway, we got Shredless Agent into Rhinos here for Will Kowalczyk, which the Azorius control deck has any ways of breaking up, primarily being just having it Teferi on the board, but that's not the case right now. So maybe we're kind of requiring Supreme Verdict or something of that sort for Sarah to dig her way out of this, as Will has created a board presence.
This is always so. It takes my brain a little bit of a moment when the little tag says Azorius Control, but the first lands that I see in play are a Breeding Pool and a Steam Vents.
Hey, this is good. This conversion of like how did things work, a couple years ago to how they work now as far as naming decks and mana bases. That's the way I feel with terminology from Pogs meant a card game, or not a card game, a little circular disc game. And now it means something else that you're going to explain to me later on. Meanwhile,
Will
Game
was
one
able to
ended.
get it.
We're being yelled at to pay more attention to the game, but I don't know. I think we're having a good time. I think chat's having a good time. So, I think we'll just live with it right now. Anyway, let's
that was like a hard match as well. Like we got to see just like the quick cascade into the Rhinos, and the Rhinos be able to do more than enough, while the Azorius player, as we astutely did point out, had no white mana.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. So my long-winded, off the rails explanation from 15 years ago, or 25 years ago, whatever, was actually, I was talking about the game. Let's look at the deck list here. All right, Sarah sharing Azorius control. As Becky points out, a couple off-color lands here just to make Leyline Binding cheap, and maybe for some sideboard cards. In fact, not even really for sideboard cards. This is actually straight up blue-white control.
Yeah, I kind of am interested in the fact that there's 3 Chalice of the Void in the main. I doubt that they're going. Well, I guess you could play those chalices for 0. So never mind. Those are definitely staying in here. So kind of a cool inclusion. Unfortunate that it didn't come up for Sarah in this first game. But I imagine that is going to be something that we'll be looking for as we play against Will Kwachik's Temur Rhinos list. This looks pretty standard, and we're really following along the Oliver Tomiko thought process of play 4 Mystical Disputes in the main board.
Sure, yeah, 4 Mystical Disputes, and then the one of Become Immense also to try and get a win slightly ahead of schedule. So even though Sarah's deck is very well set up game 1 for this matchup, still need to do a lot of work here after boarding. And Will, what does Will have to deal with the hate cards? Well, there's Force of Vigor for Chalice. There's Bosechu, I guess, for Chalice. Not so many direct answers
to run with those.
To Fairy, except for, as you pointed out, this full set of Mystical Issues main deck. So
True.
Yeah. We'll see how this plays out. Game 2, roll it.
All right, quick start here. And something that I always find comforting is when they have to play their Crashing Footfalls in a fair way and say that it takes until turn 4 to make you 2 Rhinos. So that's the first turn for Will, while Sarah just trying to fix some of that mana up.
All right, so the Rogan Triumph there, decreasing Leyline Binding's cost. But for Sarah, it's really, there we go. I was going to say, it's really about the anti-cascade permanence, and Chalice of the Void is a good one, and it is in play here. And now we'll have to concentrate on that, as that's, a primary obstacle to his deck functioning.
Yep. And as we mentioned, something that was going to be important. So Sarah already off to a much better start than the last game that we were able to catch that lasted what felt like only moments. And now Will at that pivotal 3 mana point. Unfortunately, this Crashing Footfalls that is on suspend looks a little bit rough in the face of this Chalice, but we could be spending this turn to try and get rid of this Chalice and then set up a nice little double whammy turn coming down the pipeline.
Yeah. All right. So as we talked about, there are, the probably the cleanest answer is Bosechu, which isn't counterable in any way. And there's another problem for Will to have to deal with. So we'll see if there's a Mystical Dispute available to keep this off the board. There almost has to be. With a return cycle remaining. Okay, that's a hard cast endurance. Okay.
Yeah, throw some things back in my deck, but have a way to hopefully attack. Unfortunately, Teferi just says, actually, no, please go back to hand.
Yeah, okay. So how realistic is this to resolve this Crashing Footfalls? Maybe Fire Ice on Teferi and then Bosechu on Chalice. That could do it. That would require Will having another land.
Yeah, and this is an unfortunate situation because of the Teferi, you are forced to just spend your whole turn doing it, and then Sarah will get another chance to, likely with Will's shields down, set something else back up to put an end to this Crashing Footfall. So a rough place to be for Will at first blush.
Yeah, okay. Blood Moon comes down. So Will's going to give up the Crashing Footfalls. Although that may have had a choice, that may have just been something that he couldn't avoid. But now Blood Moon down and Sarah Shearing working with an island and 3 mountains. And as we saw in the deck list, well, Red Mana doesn't really cast any of her spells. So there's the Fire Ice take out to Fairy, and now Will just needs a creature.
Yeah, a creature, but unfortunately that turn 1 Crashing Footfalls. I guess like the nice part is you only ever spent 1 mana on that Crashing Footfalls, so 1 mana to have like nothing happen isn't exactly the worst. I mean, I get that it's not ideal, but it's at least not the worst thing that could happen. And now we're focused solely on seeing if we can get rid of this Chalice the Void and start getting these value engines rolling a little bit.
Okay, so pace of play slows down here. Both players consulting their hands, figuring out how they want to manage. What can they even accomplish with this Blood Moon on the board? All right, choices made. Petty Theft.
What a good card.
Board, so that means it's go time for Will Kowalczyk.
Yep. Speaking of go time, Violent Outburst is a great way to get the ball rolling. I guess, do you get the ball rolling or do you get the Rhinos rolling? I don't know. You could pick whichever version.
You get the Rhinos like stampeding. They don't roll. They're not. I mean,
so a group of Rhinos is actually called a crash, which I think
Yeah.
makes the name of Crashing Footfalls that much more entertaining. You know this. I found this out actually.
I know this. I'm
commentating
waiting
with
for
you.
your explanation of how that has anything to do with the fact that they're rolling now.
I think it's really funny. Have you you probably haven't seen the video of all of the zoo animals that are circles and they all just roll.
It's pretty safe bet.
It's this little animated short. I'll have to send it to you. It's hilarious, and that's what I'm thinking of now. As there's a whole lot of Rhinos rolling across the board and doing some attacking to Sarah.
All right. So the first 2 Rhinos come across for 10 because of the Violent Outburst, and with facing down a squadron of 4/4 tramplers there, Sarah Shearing suggests that they just go to game 3. No, that's not true.
No, that's
Sarah
it.
lost
That
game
was
1.
it.
This match is over with. Yeah, Will won game 1. So Sarah Shearing, that's a tough beat. That's a matchup where, I mean, no matchup is 100%, or most matchups aren't even 80%. But that's a matchup certainly that Sarah was probably favored in on paper going in, and comes up on the short end of it there. Will Kowalczyk advances to 5-1. Congrats to him. And okay, so that's going to conclude our matches for this round. Let's go ahead and look at our upcoming events.
Let's see.
If you want to mark your calendars, your digital notebooks, whatever it is you do to keep track of your schedules these days. June in Mundelein, Illinois, June 24th and 25th, a 10K Modern and a 5K Legacy. So the Legacy community still vocal, still speaks out. No Rage would like to cater to you, offered up some events. Here's the first one this year, 5K Sunday Trial. It says the 10K Modern Showdown, though, a direct invite to the end of year championship. July, St. Louis, 8th and 9th. Saturday Team Showdown. All 3 players of the winning team will get invites to the championship at the end of the year. And Legacy, 5K on Sunday. Finally, concluding the summer schedule, Detroit, August 12th and 13th. And back to kind of our more, I was going to say standard formats, but I can't use that word either. Here at Nerd Rage Gaming, a Modern 10K on Saturday, Pioneer 5K on Sunday. So if you want to make your way out to those cities and play, we'll hope to see you out there. If you want to make appointments on your schedule, you can follow on Twitch and receive notifications when we go live. If you enjoy the commentary, we appreciate you being here. You can hit the follow button, you comment in chat, tell us how ignorant I sound and how beautiful Becky is. And when we come back from the break, maybe Becky will explain to me what poggers means. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll be right back. All right, we're back here for round 7 of the Nerd Rage Modern 5K. Welcome back. Thanks for being here. And we don't want to leave you hanging. So, Becky, what is this poggers thing about?
All right, so if you're really excited about a play, you're going to go, wow, that was poggers.
Okay, that's using it, but what does it mean?
Yeah, I don't really know what it means.
That's what happened last month. Yeah. All right, let's go to players to watch. Becky, you're no help
Let's go.
whatsoever.
I know. I mean, it's so hard with so much slang. It's like the origin of it is like, I don't know, somebody was like, it sounds cool, so I'm just going to keep saying it. And then everyone else adapts it.
All right. Thiago Saporito from Brazil is 6-0. Congratulations to him. Looking solid for a top 8 berth today. Out of our other featured players, Sean Gallagher looking for a repeat top 8 from yesterday. We've got CJ Voege and Sarah Shearing at 4-2. Will Kowalczyk 5-1. We saw winning last round. And then our other players on the leaderboard not quite having the performance they may have been looking for. Maybe they wore themselves out yesterday, top 8ing. We're coming close. Anyway, you can see players there. If there's other players that you want to know the results of, they're not on this list, you can go to MTG Melee, navigate to the Nerd Rage event, and find the information on anybody you want. Deck lists, however, are not. You can see every deck list from yesterday. Today's deck list will be available once the top 8 begins.
Pow, 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 pow. That'll be soon.
It will. It will. 2 rounds away. All right. If we have players already, we can go to the table. John McCarroll and Joseph Marden. We have Naya Zoo and Jund Sagavan. So let's get going. Both players 5-1. We'll get to the deck lists between games.
And before this confuses you too much, Joe, they both have Gigantha as their companion, but one of them does look like a weird goop elk.
I'm sorry, a weird what?
Goop elk.
Okay.
And that's an Inquisition of Kozilek.
Good looking out. All right, so that
I got
that
you.
takes a remand out of the Naya Zoo deck. Do we have these labeled correctly? Let's see. The Naya Zoo deck is in fact okay, this is a tribal Zoo deck, would be maybe more accurate. Naya Zoo is fine, but there is one remand, there are 4 storm denial, so there are counters backing up the heavy hitters in the deck, Zion of Draco, Neshoba Brawler, things like that.
Oh, see, I don't even need to tell you what these cards are. You know them.
Yeah, I do okay. All right, and for Joseph Marden's Jund Sagavan deck, we have this is kind of something we saw a lot of maybe a year and a half ago. The Ren and 6 powered Tarmogoyf decks that are using Urza Saga and able to recur them with Ren and 6.
Are they actually playing the card is so dead to me, I like half the time can't even remember its name. Are we actually still playing Tarmogoyf in this deck?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's a full 4.
Okay, because some of the like Zoomers with the Jund Sagavan deck were not playing Tarmogoyf, and I was like, oh, thank goodness, we're finally deciding that card isn't worth playing.
All right, so on the board here we have Joseph Marden having drawn the Saga Target Nile Spellbomb, which is not really applicable in the matchup.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough, but it should be able to draw some cards. However, we are already facing down some pretty difficult to handle cards, and Territorial Kavu being able to add quite a bit of power to the Scion of Draco that's already tapped and been doing some attacking.
Yes, indeed. All right, so let's pop up Scion of Draco for people that may be unfamiliar with it. And if you...
What are you... What?
So MTG Melee has a very cool card lookup feature. So I just looked up Scion of Draco.
I think I just did the same thing.
And it's not in English.
Yeah, the Scion of Draco on MTG Melee is in Korean.
So anyway, the card is discounted 2 mana for each basic land type you have in play, which is why it's played in a deck like this, and why it's kind of a domain zoo deck, not just a Naya deck. And it's a 4/4 flyer that boosts your other creatures based on what color the creatures are. So, for example, the Kavu that's in play, being red-green, benefits with having First Strike and Trample. And that will be plenty for John McCarroll to pick up game 1. All right.
That was a quick game, but hey, we're going to get to see what is making this deck brought by John McCarroll kind of tick. I mean, we were already talking about it a little bit. You're trying to play a lot of these creatures that are basically trying to turn themselves sideways and are made a lot more powerful by what lands you have in play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is these are undercosted creatures that hit hard, and that's not really what Magic is about anymore. But when you cobble enough of them together, with some counters to back them up. And this deck can finish things off very quickly, as we saw there.
Let's take
Yeah.
a look at John's opponent and see what is going to be brought to fight against this Zoo deck in the form of Jund Sagavan. I like this deck. I like a deck that has some like fun naming convention to it. And I think it's an interesting difference from kind of the Jund decks of old. It does still end up feeling like it's in a weird space, but it is just like updating an old deck with some new toys that have been printed. And taking a peek at the sideboard here, what do you think this Jund deck is going to want to add to its repertoire?
Well, it's going to need efficient removal. I mean, it's got a couple. You can see in the main deck, there's 2 of multiple different removal spells. Lightning Bolt and the Holy Heat are going to come up a little shy on some of these creatures. Energy Explosives is great, but you're not hitting Zion Drago with that ever.
Mhm.
I still think we'll see it. Yeah, I don't know. I would say this is going to be tough for the Jund Sagavan deck. It needs some time to get established. And its creatures are smaller. It's playing Tarmogoyf, and Tarmogoyf is kind of outclassed by some of the creatures in the Domain Zoo deck list. So I don't know. I'm not confident in Joseph Marden's chances here, but like you're saying, looking at the sideboard here, I mean, what do you even like? I mean, explosives is fine, although it kills your own stuff also.
I know. I was gonna say this sideboard feels like it just is not prepared for something like this Zoo deck, and I think like we're seeing this at one of the top tables. So I think that a lot of decks are likely going to run into this exact same problem, not prepared for a bunch of 2-mana 5/4s or like creatures that are really too difficult to kill on a lot of different turns in this game. And so I think, like, honestly, John McCarroll just made a nice metagame choice and is kind of just running people over.
Yeah, we'll see if that continues. Let's go back down to the table for game number 2, where, Joseph's going to need above average draws, I think, to keep up here. John McCarroll's creatures are just too big. Well, and that opening hand was about a dozen cards, so that's going to be a mulligan. John wasn't satisfied with the first 7. Looked at the next 5. I was like, yeah, this wasn't going to work anyway.
Do you look at the rest of the cards?
Not a
when you're mulligan?
chance.
Nope. Okay, yeah, I don't either. I think we've had this discussion a few times, but it's one of those things that I feel like never gets old. I am a believer that if I look at what I would have drawn and it's good, it changes my opinion later. I never look.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. Now, I don't know if I'm just fooling myself that I'm actually able to take this information into account and, acknowledge it correctly. And so just ignore that and just go with, whatever you feel. All right, John McCarroll found 6 that are going to work. And all right, Ragavan into play. John McCarroll, most of the heavy hitting creatures do cost 2, but there are some 1-mana creatures, and there is a removal spell, so that Ragavan will be dodged for the moment.
Lightning Bolt. I mean, is this going to be the new Bolt the Bird, Bolt the Monkey? It definitely doesn't have the same ring to it, but
if I would rather have my opponent activate Birds of Paradise to cast a 3-drop than hit me with Ragavan, get a treasure, and then play the 3-drop anyway off of my own deck.
exactly. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. So I don't know. Bring back Birds of Paradise, please.
Yeah, really. They're underplayed in the metagame.
It's so true.
Okay, here's time
People are
for
saying
Joseph.
it should be push or heat the monkey, but I don't know. I feel like all the decks that are playing in Holy Heat are also playing Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, I don't know. What Joseph really needs is a bunch of Doomblades to handle all these creatures. There's
Yeah,
an
and
MTG Remy video about Doomblades and having too many Doomblades. Joseph Marden would do well to impersonate that right now. As here's a Territorial Kavu for John McCarroll.
This is a place where I'm also like, I don't know, do we have like Dreadbore, Terminate, something that just is a blanket destroy some things? Because, yeah, this Territorial Kavu gets to be quite large.
Yes, and with attack triggers, it can become a real nuisance. I mean, just getting to Rummage, I mean, that's something nice. Meanwhile, and the Tarmogoyf can actually get shrunk by the Territorial Kavu attacking if it was able to. Instead, it gets dispatched here, and Tarmogoyf will come across for a healthy amount of damage.
Yeah, thankfully, Joseph, with fatal pushes in hand, those are pretty safe to use to dispose of these territorial Kavus, and a nice 1 mana answer, exactly what you're looking to have in hand.
So I looked at that land drop for John McCarroll, and I thought to myself, well, there's no way that's a Tranquil Thicket, even though it looks like it. Let me look through the deck list. And it is a Tranquil Thicket.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So playing some of the cheap cycle lands to take advantage of Ren 6 and also maybe boost up your draws later on in the game, later on in the match.
I do appreciate that we also have a nice old border Tranquil Thicket too. The drip happening from John McCarroll's deck, like we've got some nice alt arts, some nice foils. I'm kind of a fan of a lot of the choices that have been made.
Yeah. All right. Less so a fan for me, but we know that already. All right. Tyler's tracker for Joseph here, unaffected land. We're definitely throwing it back here to the old days. Tyler's tracker, you can see there, whenever is landfall, make a clue. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, put +1/+1 counter. So the tracker can grow over time. Whether Joseph has that time remains to be seen, as territorial Kavu does come across here.
Yeah, with 3 mana open, do you even start to debate about? Oh, okay, a rough place to be. Tarmogoyf decides to block the territorial Kavu, and John McCarroll answers with endurance.
Yeah, so this is as opposed to a pump spell, this is kind of a debuff for your opponent's Tarmogoyf, which works just as well in combat there. And Tarmogoyf, yeah, falls down, and John McCarroll cruising along here. Lower life total, but looking good.
Yeah, making some decisions as far as what we're doing now that this Urza's Saga final chapter made ourselves a construct before we are searching.
All right,
Shadow Spear.
Shadow Spear construct, not too bad with 2 clues on the board. So this construct's a 4/4 already. That's decent size. If there's a land to equip this here, then Joseph Marden might be in business.
All right, a little bit of extra oomph. And let's get attacky with the tireless tracker.
All right, so this is just going to be offering up a trade, I guess, with a drawn off clue from the tracker. Yeah, Joseph will convert one of those clues. I think.
Yeah, I think we were converting the clue to be able to trade with endurance.
Bit of a shortcut there, but both players understood what was going on. And so, yeah, a 5/5 construct. And territorial Kavu attacks in again. This is how big of a Kavu? This is a 4/4, I believe. Oh, I guess it was a 5/5.
Yeah, I was also about to.
Okay, there we go. It was a 4/4. The block did happen. The Kavu died, and now Ren 6 comes down to finish off the construct. That makes more sense.
There we go. Getting it all done somehow as an Arid Mesa to follow it up and try to finish off the I guess you can't call it a trifecta. Get all the land types into play. Unfortunately, though, John doesn't have another territorial Kavu to follow it up and didn't have another 2-mana creature. So still sitting back with just this Ren and 6 in play.
All right, a Fable for Joseph Marden. That will create some board presence here. And really, he just needs time at this point. If he's able to convert those 3 clues into cards, he should be well positioned to take this to a game 3.
Indeed, at least in a better place than we saw in game number 1. We'll see what John is going to be able to draw. Has kind of missed a few land drops for the last 2 turns, I believe, and so Makes me a little bit spooked about what could possibly be in hand as another Arid Mesa or another land comes down. And there we go. Yeah. Now that we've got some lands, we're able to deploy some of these cards that were stuck in our hand. Unfortunately, that Scion of Draco not long for this world, and it's quickly terminated.
Yeah, nice pull there for Joseph Marden. And then here is the Rummaging, and the Ragavan and Bosechu go to the graveyard. So a full grip of cards for Joseph here. Managed to deploy this Shadow Spear, which seemed like it might have potential to swing the board. It actually hasn't been equipped yet until now. It'll find itself on top of the Fable token.
It looks like we will throw the Nishoba Brawler in front of it with 3 toughness and 5 power, I imagine. Just going to be able to trade with that 3/3. And a Renin 6 of Joseph's own is going to get back into Urza's Saga and try to add a little bit of extra creature reliancy in the form of other card types.
Yeah, boy, with those 3 clues on the board, and the Shadow Spear and the Treasure now,
Wow.
the
What a
Renin
turn.
6 for Joseph is stronger than the Renin 6 for John, being able to bring back Saga, like you're saying. Each Saga is worth 2 constructs, and then if the game is still going, be recycled into a fresh Saga again. And Joseph, pretty good smile on his face there, looking pleased with himself and this growing board position. Intricate game here, and John McCarroll now maybe somewhat on the back foot.
I would say so, unless we're going to be able to find something
Well-
to handle what's on the board. That's a Tribal Flames, I believe, to
Yeah.
just quickly say goodbye to the Renin 6 on the other side of the board, and Scion of Draco. Are both players hellbent? Except for that Joseph has, once again, 3 clues in play.
Yeah, I think you're right, though, except for that. But that means Joseph is way ahead because his board position is obviously superior. I mean, Zion does fly, but
Reflection of
these constructs are going to
DGGG.
punch pretty hard if they get Shadow Spear equipped. And I don't know, maybe we'll get to the point now where Gigantha even finds its way into hand.
Yeah, do you go for the Gigantha into hand first, or do you try to sacrifice some of these clues and see what you get off the top of the deck first?
You know, I think I'm okay with leaving the clues on the board because these constructs are boosted by them. And a construct with a Shadow Spear right now is the best thing going on either side. So I think I want to maintain that if I'm in Joseph's seat. And there is Gigantha to hand. Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, oh no, we do have 5 mana. We've got a treasure. We could just go ahead and deploy Gigantha, but considering that John is untapping, I guess that's not the game plan.
Becky Bell, you know, how many times have we watched matches as Joseph does win this one and even things up? How many times have we seen companions? What is the primary and almost only use of a companion in Magic? It's to pitch to an elemental, right? That's
But
it.
there were no cards in hand.
So that means Gigantha is worthless.
This could be a
Casting
5-mana
Gigantha guarantees
5/5.
you're going to lose the game. That is what I can surmise after a couple of years of doing this.
All right.
Anyway.
Well, now that John McCarroll has fallen in a game, we can kind of dive into this sideboard. Do you think that there's anything in particular? I know in days of old, Veil of Summer was kind of annoying for Jund players, or something that you at least wanted to have in your repertoire. Is that still true for this Jund Sagavan version?
I mean, I suppose it could be. I think in many, when you're basically dealing with an opponent whose spells are removal, Veil of Summer is in some ways just an upgrade to something like Stubborn Denial, right? It's the same mana cost. It's actually less taxing on the deck because there's more green sources than blue, and it cantrips as long as you're getting something like a Terminate. And so I could see that. We didn't see any of that game, I don't believe. In fact, I was noticing during that last game was that I thought we had mentioned there was companions on both sides, but then there wasn't. And that's because John actually disabled his companion by bringing in the Endurance.
Oh.
So that's we saw that come into play with the Endurance that wiped out the Tarmogoyf, and a tip off that's available there was that the Gigantha was no longer present. So that's interesting. I didn't really notice that at the time, but we can see it now in retrospect.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know that there's anything else you really want there. And for Joseph, and we looked about this before, I mean, what you want for Joseph's seat is just removal, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Because you want time.
Yeah, this time around we did just kind of see the removal spells that are already available to Joseph just be a little more apparent. There aren't really that many extra removal spells in the sideboard unless
No.
you kind of count Culligan's command, but I don't think 2 damage is killing any one of these 2 mana 5/5s.
Well, sure, but killing the artifact matters
That's
because of the Zion. So maybe a Colgan's command could come in. I mean, kill a Zion recur a creature that could matter in a longer game. And again, it's I feel like in a lot of ways we're talking about Joseph needs to play a longer game in order for. And I mean that last game it worked. We saw Rain 6 recur Saga, and that was kind of what the power boost Joseph needed to have there to take that down. And John wants to just play his beaters and end the game, maybe with the Tribal Flames, maybe with a counter to back it up.
Yeah, Joseph, it looks like taking a mulligan is on the draw this time around, so not going to lead to an extreme amount of card disadvantage. And I don't know, we saw how much the few removal spells that Joseph saw in game number 2 ended up mattering in the form of the Terminate and the Fatal Push. So I think it makes sense that we would be prioritizing mulliganing to things like that a lot more in this match.
Yeah, no, I agree. And when you're playing Ragavens, Ren 6s, things like this, I mean, you can make up card disadvantage, even though we're playing aggressive slanted decks, especially from John's seat. Card advantage still matters and is still available.
Land start into Inquisition of Kozilek. John going to make a fetch of his own. Do you think this is going to be a Veil of Summer?
Oh, it'd be pretty strong as
it's a
untapped.
Breeding Pool. Oh, well,
Breeding
Breeding
Pool
Pool
and
could do it.
I mean, it could be a Summer Denial also, but Veil of Summer is much more devastating for Joseph. It
Veil of
is.
Summer.
Yeah.
Bam!
So anyone that's been on the wrong end of this knows this pain. This is pretty harsh. A straight 2 for
I don't know.
1.
At least it's an IOK, not a Thoughtseize.
Okay, sure. Still, it's kind of a beating there. John will pick up the free card because like the way the deck wants to curve out. If it doesn't happen on turn 1, it's probably not getting cast on the next couple turns. He taps out for a creature on turn 2, gets killed. Okay, Veil of Summer is still stuck in hand, but here gets to make use of it right away, and compounding Joseph's mulligan with another free card, and then here's a Ren 6. So John McCarroll arguably up 3 cards here already.
Yeah, and did not have to mulligan as Urza's Saga going to be the play for Joseph to follow up with a Tarmogoyf. So far, no card advantage pieces for Joseph, and yeah, as you mentioned, a whole lot for John. And I mean, Ren 6 just seems like, I think it seems like such a good card in every single deck, but especially in a deck where you're trying to amass 5 colors, it just seems like an easy no-brainer.
Right, and here we have Territorial Kavu, which one of the options on attack trigger is to rummage, and so John can just convert these fetch lands he's recycling into fresh cards. Joseph Marden, we're going to need to see, we're talking about all the great things going for John. Joseph absolutely still in fine position here, but is going to need something going on here, and it looks like a pass.
Both players fetching at the same time here, which is interesting, as I believe we're going back to John's turn. I wonder if this is Joseph just saying, I would like to respond knowing that you're going to get a tapped land and don't have a way to protect something.
Right. It could be that. It could be just, I want to get ready to make a construct before you can Bush you my Urza Saga in response or something like that. That's a pretty corner case scenario. And either way, the land is on the board. The attack is incoming after N6 picks it up. And yeah, land discarded. John draws something.
Yeah, we are making a construct, and the construct is being put in front of that Territorial Kavu. One of these lands that we've gotten back a few times from this Ren 6, we're going to sacrifice that. Probably get it back some later turn, but continue to just fix our mana. A basic land. Ooh, it's one of the Godzilla ones, too.
So this Ren 6 already on 6, and here with John with 2 blockers. Joseph's got his work cut out for him. Now, let's see. How big is this Tarmogoyf? We have Inquisition, Land, Veil. So it's just a 3/4 right now. Kolaghan's command, actually, to take out one Zion and then ping down Renisix would then allow Tarmogoyf to attack the Renisix and either force the other Zion to chump block or get through. I mean, that would be a way for Joseph to come back in the game. In the meantime, he's got to deal with his Saga here, deciding what he wants to do. Didn't even look like he floated mana there, but it may have been just verbally recognized. Okay, Shadow Sphere is another way that this Tarmogoyf can, rumble in.
Ooh, yeah.
Would be offering himself up in trade, though, as these Zions are 4/4s. And it's not easy for Joseph to kill these. Fatal Push is not going to kill it.
No,
Bolt,
it technically costs 12 mana.
Yeah, Unholy Heat. I mean, it's, Terminate is good. That works.
Yeah, I think that is like, I mean, I kind of just said it in joke, but that's a pretty big deal in a format where we're moving back towards things like Prismatic Ending. It makes it that much more difficult to handle these technically 12 mana things just sitting on the board that really cost John 2 mana.
Yeah. All right.
I think this is a Kolaghan's command.
It is a Kolaghan's command. Okay. So yeah, knock out a Zion, punch the Renisix, and now this Tarmogoyf can attack.
That has to be a Kolaghan's command, though I admittedly don't think I've actually ever seen that art before.
I haven't either, but that is what it has to be. And if you're wondering maybe, well, why could Joseph have attacked first and tried to get a double block out of John? The mana floating from the colorless mana there was floating from the Urza Saga. And then no attack is forthcoming. So Joseph's going to try and preserve the life total, hang back to block.
Whoa, we must have just like Leyline Binding. Okay, I was like, what did we just control magic? What's happening? But it is a Leyline Binding, a big attack, and a Tribal Flames and Lightning Bolt to finish off the last bit of damage. So in true paper fashion, things are happening at a verbal level that are not happening on a visual level. That's taken us a little while to catch up to.
Yeah, but that was I mean, not every match, and certainly not all the ones yesterday went the way we expected them to go. Not the one today with Blue Eye Control versus Rhinos, but here the Tribal Zoo deck does take out the John Sagavan deck, which is kind of what we expected.
Yeah, I certainly would have guessed that. I mean, a lot of the Juns decks were already trying to do the thing that this deck is doing. They're trying to play something like that Tarmogoyf and have it be this like monstrous thing for 2 mana. This Zoo deck is just doing a better job of it.
Yeah, no, it really is. All right, so we got a backup match for you. Let's go ahead and roll game 1. George Jabbour is back versus Dominic Striker. Azorius Control versus Mono Green Tron. Both players at 4-1-1. So going to need to win the last 2 and then hope the tiebreakers fall their way.
All right, Joe. You and I have played a bit of Mono Green Tron.
Yes, we have.
How does this matchup feel?
I feel like in general, that I felt good from the Tron side. Cash triggers are pretty great. There's unlikely to be real good answers for that from Georgia's side. We'll get into the real details of it probably in the Cyborg games. But I had another question. So George Jabbour, at some point in the future, if you found out, would you be more surprised to find out that Narset is cosplaying as George Jabbour or that George Jabbour is cosplaying as Narset? Because I feel like they're almost one and the same.
The first one. I would be actually so excited. George, if you want help making yourself a Narset cosplay, hit me up. I will help you. I used to cosplay myself, and I think it would be awesome. Let's make it happen.
All right, so we're underway here. Both players, as you can see, are having companions. Giganta versus Kahira. Sylvan Scrying off of a Chromatic does get hit with what must be a Spell Pierce. And okay, that's already a good start for George. Interacting with the assembly of the mana for Dominic here now. Is there a tower already in hand? Was it rolled up? It was. George Jabbour, that is not what he wants to see.
He's like, wait a minute, I didn't need to use the spell pierce. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I mean, that's also a spot when you're in the Tron seat and you're like, haha, I got the spell pierce out.
Yeah, well, there are actually 3 spell pierces in George's deck.
Wow.
Here's a Cyclo Shark Typhoon in response to Karn Great Creator. And this can happen. I mean, if Tron gets to resolve its spells, it's bad news for the opponent a lot of the time. Karn Great Creator will give access to sideboard here, and Dominic Striker will search up, or not search up really, but well, okay, he's contemplating. So maybe his choice isn't completely obvious here on what he wants to do. If he's going to take any longer, I'll actually go. Okay, so he's thinking about this. Okay, the options are Haywire Might, Soulless Jailer, Walking Ballista, Engineered Explosives, Pitting Needle, Liquid Metal Coating, which is often the winner at this point in the match, Stone Brain, Trinisphere, and Staring Bridge, Seascape Leveler, Thunder Titan, Oblivion Stone, and the last card is Giganta. So this is a full Wish sideboard. There are no cards other than Artifacts and Giganta and Dominic Striker sideboard.
Yeah, I think normally we went with Cityscape Leveler here. I would have probably gravitated towards something like the Trinisphere or the Liquid Metal Coating, as you mentioned, just because the Liquid Metal Coating is going to shut off a lot of pieces and start to like give you some advantage generating movement in this match. But instead, just going with something that has a cast trigger, also not too bad of a decision in this Cityscape Leveler.
All right, and the leftover mana from the tower will find and use an expedition map, which will search up.
It was an Urza Saga.
Yeah, so that's why I thought it was an Urza Saga, and I looked at the deck list, and
I just did the same. We're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, the Urza Saga is in the enchantment section of the deck list, which is why I got tripped up there for a moment. But okay, so Dominic finds that, and George kind of with a smile on his face, he's like, "Oh, this sucks."
I mean, anytime that you're playing a deck like this and you don't have a dual land to even represent the counterspell at this point, I imagine is not exactly where George Jabbour wants to be.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No Dubin's vetoes in this main deck, just actual counterspells and spell pierces, like you said. 1 Force of Negation, which is, I guess, always represented. But does George even have a land?
There's no way. I mean, I guess I would have kept a land, like, if you're on the draw. If you're on the draw, you have 2 lands, and you have the Shark Typhoon. I guess I would have kept that as well, but does actually have a land, so it's just trying to make us believe that there's more stress to be had than there really is.
Okay, Dominic Striker. We know holding Urza Saga and Seascape Leveler, which doesn't currently have a target. Which is kind of the issue with, I mean, preemptively getting it there, so you just have you know you have in your pocket if you need it later on. That's understandable, but it was unlikely that it could be deployed, would have anything to hit this turn. I suppose there are other options on the table. Dominic could put his Teferi down to 1 and then Seascape Leveler the Teferi to just get a Power Stone. Instead, it's going to be Sundering Titan selected this time. And, well, Sundering Titan's going to take out 1 of each basic land. Dominic currently with none. And there's a Sanctum, and George is like, okay, that's enough.
Oh, yeah, that's a rough place to be. I mean, I guess the game plan of just going for the haymakers immediately and not trying to play a slower game to match up with George Jabbour when you already can tell the little bit of a struggle that the blue-white deck is having. I feel like that's kind of the similar place that both of these decks are in. You're trying to wait to see that moment of weakness and then just kind of go for the strike, as we saw there. Taking a peek at George Jabbour's deck here with quite a few pieces of lands of different colors to activate those leyline bindings.
Yeah, but importantly, with 4 islands and 2 plains, able to survive under a blood moon, which he has a couple of in the board, and we're going to see here. In addition to that, there are 2 Fluster Storms, which sometimes get boarded in against Tron because there are Ancient Stargates and Sylvan trying to get things assembled early on.
The Blood Moon, Joe.
Yeah, blood moon, but Tron players, experienced Tron players, we can go ahead and go over to the other deck list. The I mean, yeah, it's something you're used to. Like one of the most
I don't
common
know
hate
if I
cards.
would expect it ever from an Azorius control deck.
Sure,
though.
sure, but you, and we are closed deck lists, so you can't just know that that's coming. But even then, if we go over to the Tron deck list for Dominic Striker here, I mean, this is something that you can handle. Okay, there's 2 forests, there's a Boseiju, there's Oblivion Stones, so there are answers to Blood Moon, as well as a pair of Haywire Mites in the sideboard. So I wrote off the potential wish targets. There are a couple cards that have more than 1 copy. So clearly there are scenarios where Dominic's planning on sideboarding. I think it's entirely possible this is one of them if he's worried about permanents like Blood Moon.
Mm-hmm.
The as well as far as like the overall scope of this Tron deck, we see a copy of main deck Stonebrain. That's maybe
Whoa.
a bit of an outlier. I don't think the last time that you and I worked on Tron, we were doing that. There are a bunch of Warping Wheels main deck, which we liked a lot.
Yes. Big fan there.
Not again a card that's going to be great in this matchup, but it's okay. It's a card. It's not a bad thing to have cards that are obvious board outs at certain times.
Yeah. I also am still surprised. I feel like a lot of people who are Tron players that are not us have constantly moved away from playing things like Relica Progenitus main, and that
Mhm.
is something that Dominic Striker is still choosing to play here and does have access to. Sideboard, I think, is interesting, but
Mhm.
I'm excited to see how it's going to shake up and if those blood moons are going to end up being impactful and maybe take Dominic Striker by surprise to give George Jabbour a game number 2.
We'll see. We'll see. All right, let's go ahead and get him 2 going. Also notable, Dominic Striker has only played 3 card liberated, not going with the full 4. Maybe he had to find room to fit in the Stonebrain, some of these other cards, for example. Anyway, we'll see. All right, so underway here, we have a Chromatic, we have a Spell Pierce again, which George Jabbour is playing, as we said, in triplicate, which is going to be very strong here in the early going.
Followed up with a Mystic Gate. Maybe not exactly the start that you'd like to see for George if you are planning to go into the Blood Moon game plan. So potentially not going to be the call here. As land number 2, that is a different Tron piece. Try to draw ourselves some more cards, make some green mana, and see what we can do to try and get ourselves closer to Tron. But it's not going to be turn 3, 7 mana for Dominic Striker here.
Well, you say that, but last game the Sylvan Scry got countered, and then he just had it anyway. So here's an island for George, and there's a Blood Moon. Okay, maybe that's what you're referring to, but you're absolutely right. Dominic is not going to have 7 mana this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that we were going to have 7 mana. We weren't going to have access to all 7 mana.
Mm-hmm.
Dominic Striker doing a nice little thank you to whatever powers that be for this forest.
Yeah, I mean, the expedition map is there that could have fetched the forest if he needed to, but it's certainly nice to just have it so the map can get the mine later on when Dominic has use for it. So let's see. The ideal play here would be a Haywire Mite. He does have 2. He may have boarded in, well, any number really.
Wouldn't you just slam it if you have the Haywire Mite?
Yes.
Come on, Dominic.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that's the force of negation, so presumably he doesn't have that. And it's Sylvan Scrying, maybe looking up for Boseiju, which is not something George Jabbour will be able to answer.
That is the game plan. How do you feel about, I guess, it feels interesting to me to use the Sylvan Scrying and not just use the expedition map that we have in play on end step.
So I like it. George Jabbour's tapped out, so Sylvan Scrying is going to resolve basically, whereas maps always going to resolve when you want to spend mana on it.
That's
So
fair.
so I'm fine with Dominic doing that.
All right, no white mana unless George is going to be able to play plains this turn, but instead it is an island, and follow it into Narset, Parter of Fail's immediate down tick to see what we can find. And it's just a Spell Pierce with
All
a
right.
mountain in play.
Yeah, so that's an uncastable spell pierce at the moment. And okay.
Honestly, at this point, I guess it depends on what's in my hand, but I maybe don't destroy this Blood Moon.
That's actually reasonable thought. The mine is pulled up here and finds its way into play. So Dominic can just end step with Sage of the Blood Moon if he wants to, but you're right. I mean, George working on 2 islands and nothing else. And all right, we'll see. Narset activates again. George has options, obviously, since he's going to take a moment to figure out what he wants to choose here. And I'll take that moment to express a little sadness. George Jabbour used to play Revised Islands and Plains because he, in years past, watched me play Miracles over and over again on the Star City Circuit and Grand Prix, and was like, I'm going to play the same lands as he is.
Aww.
And he is no longer playing them. So I've been cast aside.
George hates you now.
George Jabbour's fandom is over.
I guess you
And
got to start playing again, Joe.
I'm a little disappointed by that, I got to say.
That's fair. I mean, how do you feel about the Galaxy lands as we do see the Boseiju? As we figured, Tron assembled and now unlocked, and not as concerned about destroying this Blood Moon now that George quickly was able to find a plains, and I don't feel like I'm giving it up.
Oh,
The Days Undoing at the top of the deck.
yeah, that would have been something else.
I like that George was like, haha, laughing, and is actually going to show the opponent that.
Well, George Jabbour probably has enough experience to realize that this is not looking especially good for him right now. So, Tron player with 8 mana and a land drop coming.
Oh, well, that's
wow.
Maybe not.
That was.
We didn't. I mean, there's no elementals to pitch cast Giganta 2 in this matchup, but we will just immediately have our turn leyline binded.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, I'm still on the. I mean, if you pick up Giganta and cast it as a creature, that does not bode well for your chances of winning.
Yeah, also, we didn't play a land, so what is in Dominic Striker's hand? Are we just waiting to see what was going to be deployed? Like, I'm very curious here.
I mean, it could be. I mean, Oblivion Stone would be pretty juicy right now. Maybe he's sitting on some interactive stuff here. Blast Zone on 3 would be okay.
Good.
He could also be sitting on some chromatics, and he's just no, I take it back. That wouldn't make any sense. He could just play them and use them on George's turn. But here's a Karn, liberated. George Jabbour, do you have an answer for that? We know you have a Spell Pierce. That also could explain why Dominic did not do much last turn.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, get rid of that.
Dominic will get back his Giganta.
Give me this elk back. Also, I want this leyline binding for the next game that we're starting.
And then someone's crying, and there's the Spell Pierce. All right, George Jabbour will fetch. And, well, even if the other Blood Moon comes off the top here, there is a Karn Liberated already on the board. So, what are we even looking for here?
Another leyline binding?
I think you're right, actually. I think another leyline binding.
Instead, it is Kahira to come down.
Okay.
I imagine this Kahira is going to be fodder to protect our planeswalkers. And George hoping to summon the Days Undoing back to the top of the deck.
Yeah, really. So one companion is going to chump block the other companion. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, so they're continuing to maybe not be the most impressive things. Giganta is a 5/5, at least. All right, a whole lot of mana. A whole lot of choices to make for Dominic. I mean, with this Kahira down, last zone for 3, continuing to look pretty spicy. Give me one of the cards in your hand, says Dominic.
Okay, George is not phased by that. A couple cards left in hand, and you're right. Looking for that Days Undoing, which will replenish everything. Jugantha comes in. Maybe we're gonna see a Solitude here. As George is fetching, that will leave him tapped down. Not necessarily shields down, as there is a Force Invocation in the deck, but just one.
Just one. Wow.
It's actually a prismatic ending for 5.
Ooh. We gotta get ourselves a Scion of Draco.
Yeah, really.
Tron would be very bad at casting a Scion. Well, actually, we'd maybe be casting it for like 10.
Yeah, no problem. It's in there.
It definitely
Okay.
is less potent than something like an Ulamog,
Probably, but
but it doesn't get prismatically ended.
yeah, and you don't get cool points either. You get cool points if you're casting Side of Draco and Tron.
Yeah, I'm
Karn-
only interested in cool points.
Karn, great creator. All right. We'll see what this finds here. Liquid Metal Coating, not so effective when your opponent has 8 lands in play. Thunder Titan, however,
You
pretty
could
good.
use the liquid metal coating to stop this Teferi from being activated.
True.
I imagine that we're trying to find something cheap to also be able to put 2 more counters on this blast zone on end of turn, or we're just going to the wall.
Okay, Stone Brain it is. Stone Brain activates. I suppose choices could be Leyline Binding or... I mean, you're not going to name the Singleton Days Undoing, right? You could name Blood Moon. It is Blood Moon. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Dominic Striker has no way of knowing that there's 2 Blood Moons in George's deck. He saw 1. There could be 4. There could be, he doesn't know. And that's probably the most threatening card. So that makes sense.
Sure.
Well
This
worth
is-
2 loyalty off of your Karn.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate. I guess we haven't activated our Karn Liberated this turn, but it does feel like we're potentially priced into minusing our Karn Liberated on something like the Kihira, which is not like...
He did. It
Oh.
took the card out of hand. It took the land out of hand already.
Oh, okay, that just happened so early. Yeah, it just feels really unfortunate that we just spent that much mana to get rid of Blood Moon with our Karn Liberated that just dies to the Kihira in play.
That's fair. You're right about that. That you get picked off by the Kihira. George does convert the Teferi Time Reveler into a free card,
Ooh,
allowing
and the
Dominic to interact
Leyline
on George's
Binding.
turn. Not that that matters. And yeah, okay, you call Leyline Binding number 2. Pretty big deal there.
All right, we better hope that Dominic is holding some good cards in hand.
I mean, I don't feel like I would say by any stretch of the imagination that Dominic is ahead here. There's no...
Yeah, no, I
Chromatic Sphere, yeah. George on top of it, Dominic size, like you're right, I forgot. So Chromatic will not cycle. And there is another great creator into a Ballista, and George doesn't seem to have much interaction, otherwise we probably would have seen it. Now Darcy gets picked off.
ouch. Yeah, and a rough place to be once again. We're having to use that ballista to just keep this Karn safe. So what's the next grab of this Karn gonna be?
I mean, Sundering Titan sounds good to me. If I
Yeah,
saw
that's kinda
Prismatic
what I
Ending for
was thinking
5,
too.
yeah, there you go. So Dominic's going to tutor up.
Ulamog.
Ulamog sounds, wow, yeah, it's Ulamog with very big writing. And George is going to lose 5 land, I think.
Yeah, that's a pretty big hit. I'm kind of surprised that I guess it's only like 2 cards in George's hand, but I'm still surprised that one of them isn't a counter of any kind, considering that we did basically nothing on the last turn.
Yeah, fair. Okay, the Sundering Titan is now pretty impossible to deal with. I mean, it's not even a die trigger; it's a leaves play trigger. So even a Leyline Binding will wipe out 2 more lands for George. And Leyline Binding no longer is cheap, by the way.
Yeah, it would cost us quite a bit. So a rough place to be for George. Misty Rainforest going to see if we can fix that, but I imagine that George's deck is just playing like one of a lot of those different colors.
Mhm.
So maybe we're happy that there's 2 to 3 lane line bindings out of our deck and we're not drawing some dead cards.
I guess. I mean, at this point, facing down the Slithering Titan and Ulamog in hand, I think George's deck might be dead cards right now. Maybe Dress Down followed by a removal spell would allow him to get the Slithering Titan out of there without
Ooh, yeah.
costing himself more lands.
Oh, in response, do we have a Veil of Summer? No, we have 2 mana for a Warping Whale.
Okay,
Okay.
so making a Zion token there.
And the Dress Down is stopping the Sundering Titan from having its leaves the battlefield trigger. Which, I mean, notably this time is saving Dominic Striker's Forest.
Good point. All right, Kahir comes across. I think Kahir has vigilance, but who cares at this point? What? Oh, I'm sorry, it does not. The Dress Down took away the vigilance. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And lets the Karndai uses that Eldrazi Scion to enable this Ulamog. Let's get rid of that Leyline binding. I don't even know what the other target was. I guess it's Kahira, but we're mostly just excited to get this Karn Liberated back in play.
Yeah, Karn Liberated, always a good time. Dominic Striker, how are you only playing 3? What is the deal? Takes down the Mystic Gate. George Jabbour down to 4 land.
We had to cut a Karn Liberated to play Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
Okay, that's fair. Ugin's pretty cool too. George Temur still in good spirits. A jolly fellow if there ever was one, while getting absolutely train wrecked by the Tron deck here.
It does feel like George's draws have been not exactly what you would.
No, you're
Like?
right. He hasn't found a counter spell, I feel like, in the match.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Normally,
Yeah.
this is not how I expect this matchup to go. The only thing that we've really seen is a Spell Pierce, and the Spell Pierce was known about, so Dominic just got to play around it.
Mm-hmm. There's another Spell Pierce. And Dominic at this point is just thinking, okay, what's the best way in this? Ulamog swings over.
Let's exile 20 cards out of your library, please.
George Jabbour is actually going to go through the motions here. Instead of just packing it. He's also only at 11 life,
Hey, that's 2 hits from Ulamog.
I suppose.
And there's Ugin,
And there's
the
an
Spirit
Ugin.
Dragon. But hey, there's the
Hey,
counterspell that we've been saying needed to happen.
Well, that was about 10 turns late and may not
Yeah.
have mattered at the time anyway. But George will live another turn here. Dominic Striker will have to wait one more moment to advance to 5-1-1.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen a Azorius control deck spend so long hellbent.
Yeah, sure. That's true.
It feels
It's not the way they're supposed to
odd.
operate. Yeah, there's been no card drawing aside from well, I guess there was a Narset that eventually picked up 2 cards, been a couple to fairies, but yeah, you're right about that.
And having to use your Teferi minus to put Ulamog back in your opponent's hand, I don't think there's something that could possibly feel worse.
Well, how about getting plinked to death by the Warping Whale token that Dominic just found?
Sure, that might feel worse.
All right, Ulamog's going to come out, so Warping Whale will have to wait. And 2 islands in the fetch land that George can't use.
Yeah, that's a very. I mean, I've been saying it kind of this whole match. It feels like George has just been wrong draws, rough places. Guy who reached Sanitarium. If there's a deck where you don't want your opponent to do drawing, it's probably the Tron deck, especially in this situation. And that is going to be it, as a Dominic Striker with Mono Green Tron takes it home, and some unfortunate draws to come from George Jabbour.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, a matchup that probably favors Dominic in the first place, but George's deck really didn't come to play that time. So Dominic will advance to 5-1-1. Is going to need to win in the last round, and then we'll see how the tiebreakers play out if he does get that win. We'll be back for round 8 momentarily. We'll find some win-ins for you, and we'll see how this tournament gets shaped up. We have the elimination rounds to come. But first, one more round to see who gets to contest in the top 8. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Round 8 upcoming. We got players playing for top 8. We think there was a couple draws. There was one draw that I think one of the players might regret, but we're gonna watch a couple matches play out and then see how it shakes out. So round 8 underway. This is NRG Gaming Modern 5K. Thanks for being here. Let's roll. Round 8 roll. I guess roll is usually what we say for the pre-recorded match. This is live action. Let's go to the table.
I mean,
Players to watch. All right,
that
we're going to
we
players to watch
were
first.
Already talking about Rhinos rolling, and now you're gonna say that we're gonna roll, and it's yeah. Let's just get into it. Let's look at our players to watch. CU is doing extremely well here.
Yeah. So Thiago Saporito did get paired down last round and lose. Still likely going to draw into the top 8. The rest of the players here going to come up a little short today. As far as top 8 goes, still money to be won, still points to be earned, but it's all poggers for everyone, right? Is that how it works?
It is poggers for most people, at least the people who are doing well in the tournament.
Okay.
And a lot of people in chat got upset because I didn't reference the PogChamp emote because it does have origins to Twitch. I just don't know what like the PogChamp emote's origin is, which is why I said that I didn't know where that comes from. But you do usually use PogChamp for something very exciting, and then it devolved into just Pog and then Poggers.
All right, so let's get under the table and see if we can find a PogChamp for this round. Does that work?
Yeah, sure, that works.
All right, Anthony Nedland and Dominic Striker. One of them will be the PogChamp this round, maybe, and then we'll be corrected that we're not using the word right, which is okay too. All right, Naya Enchantress versus Mono Green Tron. We just saw Dominic Striker defeat George Jabbour, who had 2 Blood Moons in the sideboard. Anthony Nedland has 2 Blood Moons main deck in his Enchantress deck.
Ooh.
So let's see what we can see. Dominic Striker leads off on a Forest.
Ooh.
Not the best play for Tron.
I mean, normally you would. Okay, maybe this is like 4 or 5 years ago. You'd at least be in a situation where you're like, okay, I don't know if this is Mono Green Tron. But nowadays, the only players that are playing Ancient Stirrings are Mono Green Tron players. So you're almost certainly like, oh, this is good for me.
Yeah, finds Ugin. Now, Ugin's going to be pretty good against Enchantress if it ever resolves. It'd probably be about a 27 for 1. So we'll see. This is what the players know. Okay, Forest for Anthony Nedland. So Forest on both sides. We have okay. Abundant Growth, and Anthony Nedland's cards will stick together, but he will manage to draw one off, and we are underway in round 8.
I cannot express to you why that made me so stressed, but for some reason that really stressed me out to see.
The drawing of that card there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a little shaky. Like, I mean, when one sticks, then you're worried that like 3 or 4 are going to come off at the same time. And then great, I'm on camera playing for top 8, and I'm going to accidentally draw 5 cards on turn 1.
Yeah, that would be quite bad. I should know this one. Sterling Grove.
That's a Sterling Grove. And yes, you should know all the cards I know for sure. So should everybody. And okay, Dominic
I'm just
Striker
used
picks
to
up,
the old art of Sterling.
I know,
Grove.
so am I. Dominic Striker picks up Gigantha on turn 3. So this means he's either got Tower rolled up or his hand is just mush.
You either have Tower rolled up or you have no way to find a Tower rolled up, and okay, we can see in the hand that there is a Tower.
There is a Tower in hand. We know there's an Ugin. Here's a presence for Anthony Nedland, and Anthony Nedland is dead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, we're gonna follow this up with an Ugin -3, and this start that needed to happen for this Enchantress deck is just gonna be very quickly dismantled.
Yeah, I mean, Dominic being on the play here, there was no risk of, or it was unlikely Blood Moon making the play first. Anyway, it is possible. There is mana acceleration in the Enchantress deck, but here's actually Karn. So you know what Dominic's saying? I don't even need the Ugin yet. You don't have enough stuff to bother with.
All right.
So I'll just Karn away the Forest with the abundant growth on it. That works.
Oh, sure, yeah, because the Sterling Grove will only give the enchantments themselves,
Mhm.
so not even worrying about. But it also says, hey, that forest is mine. We're unsure if these players will make top 8, but their chances are certainly better if they win this match because we have some draws that are kind of on shaky ground. The results from this round are going to shake up quite a few things.
Yeah, so we can tell you exactly what happened here. We were going to feature Table 3. Table 3 decided to draw, which I'm going to say is not safe for one of the players from that table. They could still get in, but it's not assured. So we had to switch the feature match. These players are trying to bump out one of those players, and I think it's certainly possible that they would. Anyway, that's sometimes in live tournament coverage, players do things that you don't expect. In this case, that happened on table 3, so we're underway here on table 6. The backup is table 5. So one or both of the match winners this round will make top 8.
Mm-hmm.
No way for us to know who that ends up being. Although it is at the moment not looking like Anthony Nedland will be winning game 1.
And all of a sudden, there's a saga in play. Sterling Grove going to get hit by a cityscape leveler. And a rough place to be for Anthony, but that Sterling Grove is still saving the presence of Enchantress's presence and this Sith's Harvest Hand, which, I mean, if we're getting to untap with both of those in play, we could just draw a whole lot of cards on the next turn. I think Anthony's main concern has to just be restrictions on mana. Whoa.
Okay, there's a Blood Moon. So this leveler, yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. Like the Blood Moon could prevent the Ugin from coming down momentarily, but I don't know what's going to prevent the Blood Moon itself from getting blown up, or what's going to protect Anthony from getting attacked and just losing the damage from the Cityscape leveler. So it's looking grim, I would say.
I'd be inclined to agree. Starting off, tapping this Plains to play on Thin Ice.
On Thin Ice will take out the Seascape Leveler, probably.
Yeah, I would imagine that would be the answer as well. But before we name a target, we're going to go ahead and resolve our cast triggers from both Sithis and Enchantress's presence and get rid of that. I imagine that there wasn't, there's no Power Stone because we sacrificed the Sterling Grove in response to be able to search up this Blood Moon.
Okay. That's good for Anthony. I mean, he made some headway, rebuilt the hand completely, but I mean, without the hexproof of Sterling Grove, this Blood Moon's just going to get picked off, and then whenever Dominic wants, we can come down and clean up the rest and get back the Seascape Leveler as well.
Unfortunately, the Cityscape Leveler isn't a May.
So you're suggesting Dominic would have to kill one? Really?
Oh, well, it's a cast trigger, so I guess we don't have to hit anything if it ETBs. But I do believe that it is not a May trigger. Let me know.
No, you're looking at it. It's destroy up to one.
Oh,
thing.
Up to one.
So,
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So
I have destroyed my own things, but I never complained about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you just.
So it's not a May. But it is.
but it is effectively optional. Yeah, because you can attack, blow up your own chromatic star, get a Power Stone for free, draw your card anyway, and then say Poggers and win the game.
What I've done. Yes, exactly. Good job, Joe. We got it.
In the meantime, Ugin does come down -3. Get rid of all the non-lands on Anthony's board.
Goodbye.
Create an 8/8. Dominic will read the card, realize there's no trigger there, no problem. And
hard
to
see
a comeback
board
here.
Wipe in this Enchantress deck? We need like a planar cleansing.
A Cataclysm? Yeah, something like that would be good. There's not even a sorcery in the deck, so no, I don't think we're going to see that. There is an Emrakul the Eon's Tarn, and that would be good.
Oh.
We're 11 mana shy of casting it right now.
I was going to say, but that is still like a very old school way of trying to play this Enchantress deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, an unfortunate place to be if you are Anthony, though. A lot of your pieces have been quickly answered by a lot of 2-for-1s on Dominic Striker's side of the board.
I mean, he's still at 20. It's tied.
Joe, you and I have played enough Tron to know that life totals are not really a factor in this matchup, in any matchup with Tron, really. I mean, sometimes your life total is something that matters, but your opponent's life totals don't usually ever matter.
I don't know. Anthony Nedland's got this Sithis Harvest hand here. He's got Bosechu on the Seascape Leveler, which is going to find Dominic a Forest. And then I guess he can unearth that if he wants to.
Yeah, that hurts to target with Bosechu.
This is all fine as long as Anthony is confident that he can win 2 games without the clock being a factor. If he does have a draw already in the tournament, both players do, and you can't afford another one. So all power to him wanting to play this out for as long as he wants to, as long as the clock isn't going to be a factor. And yeah, all right, we've reached the point. Anthony says, you know what? Let's just pack it up. We'll shuffle up. We'll see if we can find some help out of the sideboard. There is, in fact, another copy of Blood Moon there alongside some other tools. Rest in peace. No. Stony Silence. Okay, that's possible.
Yeah, there's also kind of a fun new card in the form of Spark Rupture in the sideboard here, which is an enchantment that is going to allow you to stop Planeswalkers from being activated, which, considering the Planeswalkers were the problem in that game, something like this Spark Rupture might be something that Anthony would be interested in.
Wait, where did this? I've never seen this card before. When did this
It's
happen?
brand new. It's from Aftermath.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Brand
All right.
spanking new.
Can we bring a card up on the screen during the sideboard during this phase of the broadcast? If we can, let's bring up Spark Rupture. Okay, well, we'll get to it later on then. But Spark Rupture, yeah, 1 white and 2, as Becky said. It's a cantrip enchantment. And I read it wrong the first time. It wipes out all the Planeswalkers.
Mm-hmm. Each
Wow.
Planeswalker, yeah.
All the Planeswalkers turn into creatures. Okay, well, that would be something to see.
On top of that, we've got things like Ossification, which I think does a little bit more for this Enchantress deck than on Thin Ice, because it's also going to be able to target those Planeswalkers, and it doesn't just target creatures. So I imagine that's going to be a little bit of an upgrade for Anthony as well.
Yeah, okay. Maybe Nevermore. That could stop one thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's really valid, but it could be. Anyway, let's go ahead and look again at Dominic Striker's Green Tron deck, which is really kind of packed with sweepers. Oblivion Stones, Ugins. These are bad cards for the Enchantress deck to face.
Yeah. I mean, it's I mean, we're playing a very different version of Tron. Our experience with Tron at this point is quite different from this. However, I will say that Dominic Striker's version, that is still playing things like Ugin the Spirit Dragon, is a big upgrade in a matchup like this.
Yeah, in the sense that Dominic Striker is likely looking to absolutely demolish this Enchantress deck. These Warping Whales could probably be cut. We talked about this before. This sideboard is mostly Wish. It's all artifacts plus the companion. But there are some things that keep boarded in, like the Haywire Mites, for example, keep boarded in at least one of them. And these Warping Whales aren't going to do a whole lot. I mean, I suppose Sithis is a target that can be actually killed. So is Sanctum Weaver. And there's 4 of those. So you know what? I take it back. Maybe these Warping Whales stay in. Although Dominic didn't see Sanctum Weaver. So even money on whether they do or not. Anyway, that's where we're at.
Hey, and then those of you who have not seen some newer Aftermath cards can take a peek at Spark Rupture.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. It's pretty neat, actually. So Ugin turns into just an 8/8 instead.
I mean, like if you're still playing the on thin ices, an 8/8's a lot more easy to deal with than Planeswalker. So
Well, anything's easier to deal with than Ugin, which
True-
just comes into
true.
play and kills your whole board. Regardless, I mean, you have Sterling Groves to make your things hexproof. It just doesn't even matter.
All right, drawing opening hands. Anthony will be on the play this time around, and let's see if that's going to be enough breathing room for Anthony to set up kind of the pieces that need to start moving. And that's kind of the unfortunate place. Both of these decks are trying to assemble different pieces and kind of have them work cohesively together. Unfortunately for Anthony, all of those pieces are permanents, are non-land permanents, and so that makes it a little bit difficult to survive against how much non-land permanent hate exists in the mono green Tron deck.
Yeah. All right, so Dominic leads on the forest again, which is a problem if you're hoping for turn 3 Karn. But if you're looking for turn 4 Ugin or a Living Stone, it's totally fine.
Yeah, and this was the start that we saw Dominic Striker have last game.
Mm-hmm.
Last time our Ancient Series got us an Ugin that we didn't immediately slam down, but this time it's going to find us an expedition map, which maybe this bodes well for Anthony. Maybe this is going to be something that shows it'll take a little bit longer to find some of these pieces that are necessary for Dominic Striker to do a lot of 2 or 3 for winning.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Sterling Grove into play for Anthony, as well as Bosechu is a land. Now, Bosechu is not like the best thing ever against Tron, but it is useful. So the fact that it came down to tap for green mana may suggest Anthony's a little short of green, or maybe just had both Bosechus.
Yeah, Tron Feast found off of that Sylvan Scrying.
Actually, Bosechu's a one of in Anthony's deck, so that's the only one. So there's the mana situation cannot be too healthy over there.
Ooh.
Okay, there's a forest, so I guess I'm just wrong.
Well, that force could have been the draw for turn.
Yeah.
Sanctum Weaver going to be the follow-up, so going to potentially unlock quite a bit of mana going into the next turn, as Sanctum Weaver allows you to tap it for mana equal to the number of enchantments you control.
Yeah, a very cool card. Here's a mine for Dominic. And Sanctum Weaver is vulnerable to Warping Whale here, but otherwise, like you said, Anthony's going to kind of catapult forward in mana development. Also, the Sanctum Weaver can tap for any color, which does include red for Blood Moon.
Yeah, and trying to just make sure that we amass a ton of mana on both sides of the board, as we're both trying to play our respective Eldrazi's.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Yeah, one of us is trying to play Emrakul, the other one is trying to play Ulamog.
All right, so we are going to have, looks like an upkeep sacrifice of Sterling Grove, giving up the hexproof for the rest of the Planeswalker. So actually, I guess Warping Wheel is not able to kill Sanctum Weaver because it was protected, but no longer is, and here is the Blood Moon.
Blood Moon and the ability to cast that Blood Moon enabled by the Sanctum Weaver.
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
So I actually thought to myself,
Never
well, if there's a
mind.
Warping Well, now would be a good time. And there it is. Dominic Striker takes out the Sanctum Weaver.
Ouch.
Now Anthony Nedland drawing this Blood Moon. Can he even cast it?
I would guess not,
Me
but
too.
I could be wrong.
I think it would have been on the board already if he could do it.
Maybe we just didn't have it in hand. Yeah, planes for turn, tabbing for 3, Enchantress's presence is our consolation prize, and I would imagine if we had a fetch land or some way to get the Stomping Ground out of our deck, we would have just gone ahead and slammed it.
Okay, well, map will find plant, but limited to 5 mana this turn for Dominic Striker. So Anthony's got another turn, but if Dominic's wise here, and so far he seems to be on top of everything, now he's just going to be thinking, how do I set myself up the best in case you draw the mana to play the Blood Moon next turn?
Yeah, it's just going to go ahead, assemble 5 mana for this turn. 5 mana isn't allowing you to do a whole lot as far as the
great.
Tron deck is concerned, but we could go for something like Karn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great creator. All right, so now let's see. Did both Haywire Mites get boarded in, or is one of them still on the sideboard?
Let's see.
I imagine if one is in the sideboard, it would be the selection here.
Ooh, Stone Brain. Okay, a
Okay.
choice that we can't play this turn. We did see Dominic Stryker in the match before against George Jabbour go ahead and use Stone Brain to get rid of all the Blood Moons from
Mhm.
George's deck. So I have to imagine that Dominic is just not trying to mess with any amount of Blood Moons and is trying to make sure that those get taken care of
Oh!
as easily as possible. But Stone Brain doesn't wipe a Blood Moon off of the battlefield, so that might end up not working so well. As I imagine Anthony is hoping to just start things off with maybe a Sterling Grove to keep said Blood Moon protected. Oh, ossification.
Okay, ossification works too. Now we'll take out the card, draw Anthony a card. So didn't even have to sweat the draw off the presence, just has the stomping ground from the deck this turn. And this doesn't mean it's over, because these Tron decks can survive Blood Moon, but this is certainly the best thing Anthony could have done this turn.
Yeah, now that we know that the Stone Brain has been the acquired piece from Dominic's board, didn't grab something like the Haywire Mite. I mean, I would be willing to believe that we brought both of them in.
Yes, I agree.
And so that's not why we would have, or that's why we would have not gotten them. But yeah, this Stone Brain, potentially a little too late now, as Sylvan Scrying is going to be the play.
All right, scrying for Bosechu now. No guarantee that'll be able to be fired off this turn. So Anthony will have a turn to find a Sterling Grove or another Blood Moon, I guess. Oh wow, another forest from hand. So I take that back.
Okay. Another
Okay.
2-mana Boseiju. Oof.
Interesting that comes out right now. So Dominic has something to do with the rest of the remaining mana from this tower this
Are
turn.
we just trying to go ahead and play the Stone Brain?
I guess. Not sure that nets us a whole lot playing it out this turn. Oh, it doesn't hurt, I suppose. But it does give Anthony an extra mana on his turn. Okay, it's another
Ooh.
map.
Not a bad way to use up all the mana.
Yeah, can be cracked right now if Dominic wants.
I imagine well, I guess we could just go ahead and play the Stone Brain.
You're right. That's an option also.
But it does feel a little bit spooky to go ahead and set that down into place. I mean, I guess it's closed deck list, but I would imagine that if I saw this deck out in the wild, I would believe that there were Stony Silences in the deck. So I wouldn't love leaving an artifact on its lonesome on my board.
Sanctum Moving is a choice off of the map. And Anthony, now the onus is really on his deck to come up with the goods this turn. He does have several land, does have the presence. There are 2 more Blood Moons in the deck. And I mean, Dominic's on 5 mana now with 1 in hand. So even a Blood Moon here, 5 land, sorry, with 1 in hand at least. So even Dominic's making progress towards hard casting the heavy hitters. Here's
Greater Oromancy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's Greater Oromancy, which I'm not a card I could read the text off the top of my head. So let's pop that up on the screen for the viewers at home. Another way to protect a potential Blood Moon. There is a Stony Silence. Okay, a couple cards drawn here for Anthony.
Shroud, Utopia Sprawl to follow it all up. Continue to draw some cards and protect it as long as something like the Ugin doesn't come down.
Yeah, Ugin and Oblivionstone are still bad news. Well, I take that back. Oblivionstone not anymore because of Stony Silence.
Oh, true. So this Harvest Hand going to be the follow-up as well. And now we'll be drawing 2 cards every time we cast an enchantment. Considering we were able to continue to have all of our cards be 1-for-1s there, Anthony might be in a really good place if we can kind of fade an Ugin this turn.
Yeah, maybe so. There's 2 Ugins in the deck. I mean, there are other. Well, I guess Seascape Leveler doesn't do too much right
I
now.
think I saw an Ugin in hand. There might be another teal card, but I'm pretty sure that it's an Ugin triggers
and
Sanctum
Anthony
of
kind of-
Ugin.
Uh,
Ouch.
All right, so Dominic will choose what to tutor for with Sanctum Ugin, and Anthony will be sad because
we just spent this whole last turn.
I mean that's what he could
deploying
do.
all these pieces.
Yeah, I mean you know sometimes when you feel like the bad news is incoming, you still do what you can, and yeah, he seems to be in relatively good spirits. He kind of knew this might happen, and yeah, he probably knows it's over at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this Enchantress deck likely is hoping to run into the other decks in the format right now that just don't really care about enchantments. Like, the most enchantment hate that exists in the format currently is people playing some amount of Force of Vigors in their sideboard. But I imagine this deck is functioning pretty heavily off of being able to win game number 1. And between the Greater Oromancy and those Sterling Groves, you're able to protect things quite heavily with this deck.
Yeah, boy, this Ugin, it only has the -3 here, so it's still able to sweep again next turn if somehow that was required. In the meantime, Great Creator is going to come back. I mean, this is pretty cool. This deck for Anthony Nedland. This is way outside the meta game here, and managed to make it to 5-1-1, playing for top 8 here. But looks like he's going to come up short to Dominic Striker.
Yeah, and with the pop of that ossification as well, Karn, the Great Creator, is back. Gonna play a land. We could go for some searching in our sideboard to see what we can follow up in our next turn with, but with 4 cards in hand, Dominic Striker likely not in a place where we need more pieces, but hey, it doesn't hurt to make sure that our opponent can't cast a Blood Moon against us.
Yeah, that Stonebrain in hand seems pretty good use of the remaining 4 mana. Okay, Trinisphere will prevent any sort of cascading string of plays from Anthony. And yeah, I mean, really, yeah, I guess Dominic, even if Blood Moon comes down at this point, if the worst Anthony can do is play like Blood Moon and one other thing, the Planeswalker Force will just clean it up anyway. Okay, chat mentioning that he played Sanctum this turn. Before that second Urza's Mine. So maybe we can have the table spotter confirm that, whether the chat is correct or not. Really wouldn't have any impact on the outcome at this point, but it is a shame to see things like that happen. All right, here's Leyline Binding. 3 mana paid. So actually, the transfer has no impact on the binding at all because it was going to cost 3 anyway.
Yep. Make sure Ugin doesn't stick around. Follow up here as well for the 3 mana, the Sanctum Weaver. Another land, ending with 2 cards in hand for Anthony Nedland here.
Okay, well, yeah, this is even, I mean, okay, so chat, just to keep you apprised, we got a response from the table, which doesn't exactly answer the question that was asked. So apparently everything's okay and the match is over with, and Dominic Striker's going to pick it up. But yeah, so Dominic Striker 6-1-1, and looking possible for top 8. Not guaranteed, but we'll have a realistic shot at it. Coming from table 6 here this round, you got some people to jump, but there were 3 draws this round, so maybe that'll work out for him. In the meantime, okay, Tron beating Enchantress. That wasn't exactly on the predictions for round 8 for the win and in, but okay. Disappointing for Anthony Nedland. Like you were saying, there's probably any number of good matchups in the field. This is very clearly not one of them.
Yeah, if I was playing an Enchantress deck, I would be honestly kind of frustrated and surprised to even see Tron in the field right now.
Yeah.
I would be like, this isn't what I played against in my leagues on Magic Online. What is happening right now? And then proceed to probably have this almost same exact thing happen to me. So a rough spot to be in for the Naya Enchantress deck. It's a very cool list, and once again, I think probably would be doing fine against a lot of other decks in the format right now because of the level of protection that it has and kind of functioning on a very different axis.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the needing bigger removal spells to deal with like the Domain Zoo deck, for example. And this Enchantress deck having Ossification and Leyline Binding, that works fine. So I'm sure that Anthony would have been happy to play an important match against a deck like that, a deck based on creatures, even sizable creatures like, Murktide, Regent, and Ragavan. They all fall to Ossification, no problem. But not so well suited for the Tron Menace. And we've got Dominic Stryker sitting down for an interview here, so we'll find out what he feels about his deck, what his prospects are, and some exciting stories from the day. Dominic, can you hear us?
One second, I'm trying to be able to hear you all.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, we get it sorted out.
Oh, I can hear you now. How y'all doing?
Oh, we're doing
you
great.
doing?
So, Enchantress in the last round of the tournament,
Yes.
unexpected pairing, probably one you're kind of happy to see.
Joe, I need to tell you, so I was just telling them, I've been seeing them play all day because they take a while to play Enchantress, and just licking my lips thinking about my O-Stones and my Ugins and everything else. And I had a draw, and I found out later that they did as well. And I've just been waiting for our pairing. So it happening now is the greatest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that was, and that played out probably pretty much the way you expected.
Yes, it helps a lot to have Ugins in your deck. So I only had one yesterday, and I'm glad I added the second one because they're different art, and I know that I only drew the second one every time.
Really? Nice work on that one.
Yeah, great choice at midnight last night.
All right, big fan. What made you end up deciding to play, like you've now talked about changing up to be 2 Ugins? What are some other plays or changes to this deck that you feel are maybe interesting or different or unique to your deck?
Sure. So we made the decision late last night. So I was actually going to play Jeskai Breach, and I didn't want to make that many decisions today. So I decided to play Mono Green Tron instead. And one of the things is we, on our MTG Goldfish, like we literally have it named Going 4-Color Hunting. And a lot of people on the NRG series, including the people I drove up with and the people I talked to, are really good 4-color players. So I came to ruin their day. So we made some like subtle changes. So we went from 1 Ugin up to 2 from what a lot of lists are playing. We put a Sundering Titan in the main, as well as a second in the sideboard. I've blown up a lot of mana bases today against Creativity, 4-color, George Jabbour control. Like a lot of people have a lot of greedy mana bases, and it swept them all away, which is super helpful. And then I'm known locally for playing usually 61 cards in my main deck, and the 61st card today was Stonebrain. There's just a lot of really hard matchups that it really helped to have an answer to in game 1 before we're on Karn the Great Creator plan. So we have the Stonebrain because the Rhinos matchup is abysmal. So having a way to be able to get Rhinos before they get me, it's good to take Creativity, take Archon. I've named Indomitable Creativity today. We've taken Leyline Bindings from people when it's their only answer. When I played against 4-color, I believe we used it to take Boseiju away from them, so they have no answers to what we're doing. And so it's just been phenomenal to have access to it. The list we took from had 2 in the sideboard, and just moving 1 to the main made it so much easier to know that I just have some answers, some really bad matchups. Round 1 today, I sit down and my opponent goes Plains and I think Esper Sentinel. And I'm like, hey, they're playing Hammer. This isn't very good. But my hand has Stonebrain. And on turn 3, we just take all the hammers away from my Hammer's slow draw and just wait for the game to end. So it's been great. So we played some weirdos. We played the Stonebrain, a second Ugin, and a Sundering Titan, but they all pulled their weight unbelievably today. in the draw bracket was a lot of creativity, George
Sure.
Jabbour control, in 4-color, and somehow Enchantress, but I'm glad they're there.
Right, sure. Okay, so I want to ask you a little bit about the sideboard construction, because
Sure.
there are some Tron decks, including the version that Becky and I have played. We kind of made room for half a dozen or so green cards. You went with all artifacts and companion plant. Is that something that you're confident in? Was it up to the yesterday, were you deciding, do I want green cards to sideboard, or are you set on the way you had it built?
You're talking about like if people are playing like Nature's Claim in the sideboard.
Right. Yeah.
So I've been really enjoying playing the Haywire Mites.
Okay.
And if you look in the main deck has one of Urza's Saga as well, used for grinding against like control decks. A lot of times you can like play it on turn 1 and know on turn 3 it's going to find your map and complete Tron for you.
Mhm.
But in the same way, I usually, when I'm playing, it's like matchups where I want to have Haywire Mites, such as heavy leyline binding decks, Fable decks, anything where there's a card that I can't beat that is naturalizable by our big bug. Not only do I get to bring in 2 copies, but I also know that I have a third one in the form of Urza Saga that I can find with it, which would not be the case if you have Nature's Claim.
Sure.
All right, that's great to hear. And is there anyone that you want to give a little bit of a shout out or a thanks to in helping you prepare for this tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's my good friend Kat Miller. We drove up here together. We drew in round 3 today, which allowed me to be able to play in the draw bracket today, which has been really fun because I think there's a lot of decks at the top tables like Rhinos and stuff that are really hard for me. But being in the draw bracket allowed me to play a lot of the stuff that we got to eat up on today. Definitely shout out to NRG, just the Nerd Rage series in general. I live and work 10 minutes south of there. I play there every Wednesday. Hope for NRG store streams to come back soon. Those are always fun. I've been playing Creativity for a long time and playing that there. But like I said, we were going 4-color hunting this weekend. Thankfully, it worked out. And last shout out to Min-Max Games. I worked there, managed there. I without them, I wouldn't have the pretty cardboard that I do.
Nice. Okay, so looks like there's gonna be kind of a tiebreaker battle a little bit for the end, but we hope to see you in top 8. Good luck, Dominic Stryker. Nice performance today.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, so 1 match down for top 8. We got 1 more to go before we get things started. So we have our backup match from round 8. Let's get that rolling if we have that available, and we'll see who will potentially be joining Dominic in the top 8. All right, these are definitely the wrong names, so we'll see if we get that fixed. I believe we are watching Taylor Kaiser and Darren Emerson. So these players are is it Murktide versus Living End is what we've got for you for the second feature here. So some of the more traditional modern decks than what we saw on camera in the first half of this round.
You want to call Tron a traditional modern deck?
I mean, not so much anymore.
That's fair. I don't know that I would say that about Living End either, though.
I think Living End is certainly an NRG series. I mean, at least, if not everywhere else. But Zoe Reardon's put up enough finishes at this point since the last year or so that I think Living End is pretty accepted as something you can expect to see.
That's fair. Murktide, though, something you can see anywhere possible. And
all right, Chet corrects me and says you're right. Living End is not very popular anymore. So okay, fine. All right, as we get underway here. No presence on the board yet.
Who are we targeting with this bobble here? I feel like we pointed at ourselves. Trying to make sure that that's going in the correct direction here for this Murktide player.
Living End, no board presence on turn 2. That's a given. For Murktide, it's a little disappointing. I mean, there are certainly a number of creatures that can be deployed first couple turns of the game, and we're not seeing, in fact, all of them except for the Murktide region itself. So Taylor Kaiser just setting up, maybe sitting on counter magic for the big turn, but
I would have to imagine that that's the case, especially if you're not playing something like an expressive iteration, or you're just like waiting to play some considers and just trying to kind of fix your draws out. But that does feel like an awkward place to be for this Murktide player. Oh, and didn't even play another. What is in your hand? You're not playing a creature. You're always your hand all lightning bolts and unholy heats. I think I saw at least one of each of those cards, but
Yeah.
I'm still
Well,
surprised that we don't even have a land drop to make.
oh, I think there's a land. Are we sure? I'm not. Do we not sort that Darren might have just gone first?
No, but he literally just drew a card and then passed.
I feel like there's an island in Taylor's hand on the top. Yeah, there's definitely an island in the hand.
Okay.
Oh,
Maybe-
it could have
maybe
come
we
off the.
drew from
It,
bauble?
it came off the bauble. That would be possible.
Ah,
Sure. Okay, that
okay,
makes
okay.
sense.
We're piecing it together.
I'm too slow on the.
I feel like
uptake,
I
yeah.
normally have a better view of what's in players' hands than I do on this day, and a little bit difficult to tell exactly what's going on in there. But living end for Darren, and we're gonna get some things onto this battlefield and start rumbling.
Yeah, Ice Age Counterspell takes it down. See how I threw in the set there because I know that one.
Okay.
All right, so Taylor will now be able to make a third land drop on turn 4 here with Ragavan in hand. But
Speaking
Ragavan
of
not worth as much when the
Ragavan?
opponent has Charlotte's Agent already there.
True. Ooh, grief from hand, pitching the Architects of Will. Let's take a look at that hand that is so puzzling.
So these players both 6-1. So the winner here is guaranteed in, and in fact will likely be a very high seed.
Mm-hmm.
As some of the tables above drew. Here's another counterspell for the grief. So now, if there's a removal spell for the Shardless Agent, Taylor can get to work. That's a show of strength. Shardless Agent attacks into Ragavan.
Yeah, you got
Anderson.
another one. It's okay. And we already
Yeah.
know that the counterspell
Oof.
got used this turn, so we
Yeah.
know that we should be safe.
Yeah, deep breath there for Tyler Kaiser because this didn't work the way it was supposed to.
I mean, it's hard. You almost always are going to counterspell something like the grief.
Right.
Or the
No, of
thought
course.
Bane.
And it's, I mean, if you don't counterspell the grief, it takes your counterspell anyway. So yeah, you don't really, there's not really a avoidable way to get out of that if the cards line up. And well,
Speaking of
Yep.
lining up cards,
yeah, that's a board presence. And even a decent sized Murktide isn't going to stand up to that. And Taylor realizes, he's like, okay, well, let's try again.
yeah, I mean, I think this is just like a place where we're so used to seeing some of these early creatures coming out for the Izzet Murktide deck that kind of fix your draws and make sure that you're not just sitting there, for lack of a better term, playing open-handed, because there's only so many plays that you can make if you're not dropping one of these creatures or you're not using something like these considers. Like, it became pretty obvious what was in Taylor's hand, and the living end player just got to play pretty into what we could assume was in Taylor's hand.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. All right, so looking at deck list here for Taylor Kaiser, down a game, but these Murktide decks come prepared for all sorts of interactions. What do we have here? We have Counterspells main deck, obviously, a couple Spell Pierce, 1 Charm. And the sideboard, okay, 2 Fluster Storms, that works. 1 Surgical Extraction, so you bring in Surgical, right? But then you obviously hope to hit the living end after you counter the first one. But if you have to hit a creature that's going to come back from a living end preemptively, well, maybe that's the way you do it. But
You got to do what you got to do.
yeah, exactly. All right, and looking over at the living end deck list in the hands of Darren Emerson, well, looked pretty solid game 1. Anything stand out to you that you like or don't like out of the board? What are you looking for?
It's hard. I feel like you're used to seeing things like the mystical disputes for sure. And then I've seen some people debate on if the subtlety is going to be right because you're just trying to make sure that things go and play at a slower pace and kind of gum up your opponent's hand. So I think it'll be an interesting place to see how Darren is going to approach this, but the Living End deck is certainly one that I am less familiar with what their game plan would be compared to the Izzet Murktide deck.
Subtlety is such an interesting card because I feel like there are so many times where I've played myself or watched, and it's like, okay, well, subtlety, like that's not that great here, and then they play it anyway. It ends up being great.
Yeah, I feel almost the exact same way. Every time I've had to play against it, I'm like, wow, this card is really impressive. And then I read it like on my lonesome, and I'm like, I'm not really a big fan of this card.
Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and roll game number 2 and see if Darren can wrap up a top 8 berth here, or if Taylor will send it to a game 3.
Checking out these starting hands, looks like Darren has gone down to 6. Puts one back on the bottom, but is on that draw, so we should be a little bit more safe as we start off with a shock for Taylor here. And is it going to be a monkey? No monkey. Just holding up bolt / heat / consider.
And it is grief. Again, there's a Flusterstorm in Taylor's hand. That's why we're probably going to see all of it. There's no way this grief's getting stopped.
2 counter spells.
Lots
this time we've got an expressive iteration at least.
Yeah, lots of counter magic, no aggression.
Oh, this feels hopeful. Well, I guess maybe Taylor's like, you know what? My life total isn't going to matter. If I'm going to lose, it's going to be by a huge life point swing anyway. So I might as well shock it in on the off chance that I get to use something like the Dispute or the Flusterstorm. But having that expressive iteration taken away from you kind of feels like a beat.
Yeah, sort of. Although, I mean, I don't know that you're real happy to play it on turn 3 anyway, if you haven't drawn another land before then, but we'll see. I mean, but yeah, I guess the counter magic's pretty redundant at this point. Taylor has so much of it. If Darren, to any one counter Darren takes, doesn't change what Taylor's options are.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like it could be a game where Darren just now has to like sit and wait, but it's also hard because sitting and waiting is exactly what the Izzet Murktide deck wants you to think you can do, and then it's just going to protect something like a giant Murktide.
Yeah. All right. So 3rd land drawn for Taylor. That's nice. That allows him to deploy multiple counters in a turn. As that Flusterstorm plus the counter spell is going to hold off basically anything Darren could hope to do in one shot. So it's going to have to be volume of threats here for Darren because there's no way of griefs that's going to break through all the counters in Taylor's hand.
Yeah, it's gonna take a moment or two. Otawara gonna be a land for turn. I mean, this could be a place where Darren's hoping to like Violent Outburst or use something on end step and then go into his turn.
Yeah.
With a little bit more shields down.
No, certainly that is the way you would like to see it go. Here's a Ragavan. Okay, so I mean, you're right. Outburst here followed by something on main phase would get it through. There's no real way that Taylor can just kind of let one Living End through and then survive the fallout from that. There's too much in the graveyard already.
All right, what are we starting with? Can start with the Flusterstorm, targeting the Living End. It'll be more than enough because of the Violent Outburst as well.
Yeah, I like that because if Taylor plays the counterspell, well, Darren knows that Taylor's tapped out. Now, I mean, he hasn't. Maybe Taylor drew another Flusterstorm. He doesn't know, or Spell Pierce, or whatever.
All right, take number 2, a Shardless Agent. Taylor says, all right, let's go. Only 2 cards down is the Living End. And
yeah, those Living Ends were hiding out near the top. And is this one going to go through? It is. And this is bad news for Taylor Kaiser. Darren is getting things
cast the monkey
exactly as he wants it. You're right. The Ragavan is going to get wiped out once again.
This monkey has doomed us.
Yeah, this is okay. Turn 4, casually, 3, 6, 8, 11, 16, 19 damage on the board. I think.
Yeah.
Taylor's looking this over like, can Ragavan stand up to this? Well, actually, Ragavan's not even
Well,
going to survive
Ragavan shouldn't
this.
even be on the board.
I
yeah.
know. Darren's
Ragavan.
just sitting there, like, take your time, survey the board.
Yeah.
I'm feeling
You
good.
can look at all my creatures. That's okay.
Yeah. You can spend as long as you want on this. This match doesn't taking very long. You can look at this for 5 minutes if you want to, just as long as in the end I go to the top 8.
Hold up. I'm going to check really fast to see if Taylor Kaiser's deck is playing Blasphemous Act. It's not.
All right. Grief Trigger.
Yeah, let's see. These counter spells, you can keep those now. I'll go ahead and take care of the Murktide. Let me look at the top of your deck.
Might as well. He's got 2 of those architects, so you can look at both sides. Even though Taylor, I'm sure, will fetch and restack his side, but with 1 Unholy Heat, that can't kill the base creature on the board anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough. I mean, you battle through all day long. You're 6-1. You're playing for top 8. You're probably hoping you can draw as you go into the last round of the Swiss. Find out you can't, sit down to play, and then Darren Emerson and Living End show up and just absolutely smash you. I mean, because that's just what happened here. And there's no shame in that. That's just what happened. Taylor Kaiser today is not going to end well for you. Sorry.
And that's such a difficult place to end up in, because from your point of view, you also are like, okay, my opponent knows what's in my hand. My opponent is going to try and play around the counter spells. So maybe I'm just going to try and start to make a different game plan out of this.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment that you try to make that little segue from what the deck has given you, it all starts to fall apart.
Yeah. All right. So that will be the end of that. Darren Emerson will advance to 7-1. We will see him on the other side of the break. In the meantime, we'll run through a couple things. We've got top 8 upcoming this evening, but we want to let you know about upcoming Nerd Rage events. If you're in the region, if you're in the Midwest, if you're traveling in the Midwest, or if you're just filling out your calendar for events you might want to watch on coverage, we've got June 24th and 25th, Modern 10K, Legacy 5K. That's in Mundelein, Illinois. And we've got July. We got St. Louis, July 8th and 9th, Team 10K on Saturday, Legacy 5K. The winners of all the Saturday events, including all 3 players of the winning team event for July, do earn direct invites to the championship at the end of the year. And then August, to complete the summer schedule, Detroit, August 12th and 13th, Modern 10K, Pioneer 5K. So, yeah, show up and play. Or if you're just sitting at home and want to see some of the coverage, hit the follow button to be notified when we go live in the future. Let's see, what else should we hit? In addition to, we have the prize pool here. This is what's on the line today in the 5K. You can see 1,200 for first, 30 Nerd Rage Series points, and a regional championship invite for Atlanta,
which we found out is in December.
Yes. And you can see, and also, even if you can't make the main events, if your weekend activities include obligations in the morning, there are RCQs running in addition to the showdown and trial during the weekends. Up to 9 RC invites can be given away during each weekend, depending on attendance. And in fact, I heard there was a player who went 0-3 in the showdown yesterday, and then entered and went 5-0 in the RCQ and qualified yesterday. So congratulations to them. That's a nice turnaround.
Oh yeah, that makes your day all of a sudden feel a whole lot better.
Yes, it does. And that is kind of the point of having these side events you can get into. In the meantime, here is the ad for the showdown. For the championship. Raja Suleiman is already qualified. This is an older graphic because Steven Dykman is also already qualified, so he should be on there from winning the March trial. And there you can see him on top of the leaderboard. This was updated after yesterday's event, and you can see he has a gigantic lead. But we're looking at what you should be looking at if you're considering coming out for events are the top, I believe, 6 names that are not, or that are in white. Those are the players that would pick up the at-large invitations at the moment. Now, clearly, this is only the second weekend of the year. from the Rage events with, I believe, 4 or 5 more to go. So this will change quite a bit. And if you're not even on here yet, if you just moved to the Midwest and you're thinking, okay, I may want to get started, is it too late? It is not. So that's what's on tap for the rest of the year and what's going on. Anyway, thanks for being with us. We're going to take a break, and Becky and I will be back with Top 8 Bracket in a few minutes. All right, we're back. Hopefully you enjoyed your little break. Maybe you got something to eat. I know Becky and I both did, but we're ready to take this thing on home. We got the top 8 upcoming. We got 8 players that qualified through, 8 rounds of Swiss, and we got 3 elimination rounds left to crown a winner. Becky Bell, feeling good?
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling good. I especially feel good. Thank you all for letting us have this little break so that some of us can get fed and make sure that we have the energy to make this entertaining for you. And if you think that we've been entertaining, you should hit the follow button because Joe and I will certainly be back.
Yeah, and if you think we have not been entertaining, you should also hit the follow button because you shouldn't hold Nerd Rage responsible for our antics. Come on now. Anyway, we've got top 8 bracket. Let's go ahead and put it up on the screen. Number 1 overall seed, Thiago Saporito, came from Brazil to do some other stuff in the U.S. Stopped by
Fighting
Minneapolis.
against Richard Nixon.
Playing against Richard Nixon. Yeah, okay. And the Temur Rhinos mirror. All right, we will not be watching that one. We've got Darren Emerson, who we saw beating Murktide in round number 8 versus Tyler Novak, 2 versus 7 seed, Living End versus 5 color elementals. We've got Nicole Dubin versus John McCarroll. Both of those players we saw earlier today. So if you want to go back and watch additional matches later on, 4 color control versus Naya Zoo. That's our backup match. And our primary match is going to be Benjamin Unger versus Michael Miller. Golgari Yawgmoth versus Rakdos Scam. So some matchups that may be less appealing in the Rhinos mirror and ones that we hope are more interactive. Yawgmoth versus Scam. A lot going on, a lot of interchange there. And we can go ahead and put the deck lists up for the matchup we're going to watch. Yawgmoth has been a deck that we've had, numerous times, I would say, at this point on the NRG series in the elimination rounds. And it always represents, right? It looks pretty good.
I was going to say, yeah, this popped up on screen. There was a little bit of a pause, and I was like, yep, that's Golgari Yawgmoth. This is a deck that I feel like doesn't change a whole lot. Like, you've got 1 or 2 cards that usually end up being kind of those toolbox placements. And aside from those, you don't have a ton of change in a deck like this, barring some crazy new amazing card coming into like the format for you. But in the meantime, this is what Benjamin has been winning with and has some pieces in the sideboard that are kind of interesting. Things like that Filigree Silex are kind of a new inclusion and cool to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so Benjamin Unger, the 3 seed, will be on the play, or at least have choice against Michael Miller's Scam deck. So let's put Michael Miller's deck up there real quick. The Rakdos Scam deck. I mean, I think everyone kind of knows the parts of this deck, as mentioned earlier, kind of a little bit outside the norm, at least from the past, is that the Blood Moons are no longer in the main deck. But
yeah, and we're only playing 2 Fable of the Mirrorbreaker.
Yeah, but a decent grouping of disruptive elements, removal spells, and threats. And also we've got Dalthe Voidwalk. So we have main deck Graveyard Hate, which we'll see how that goes. Anyway, let's go down to the table as the players are getting ready to kick this off.
I gotta respect the life pad that Benjamin has real quick.
Oh, of course you do.
Mm-hmm. That's the homie right there. Took a peek at hands and looks like, yeah, Benjamin mull to 6, ships 1 back.
Okay, so leading off turn 1, no mana creature for Benjamin, but he does have mana creatures for turn 2 as well with Wall of Roots. So doesn't mean there aren't any presents, but we're gonna get to take a look here alongside Michael Miller and sees well, the heavy payoff cards and nothing else.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, and decides to go ahead and take Grist, the Hunger Tide, And gonna let Court of Calling and Yogg stay in hand here. Overgrown Tomb and holding on to this Verdant Catacombs.
Right, no fetching to thin there. And Michael Miller, we saw a few times earlier where his Grease were coming down on turn 2. Instead, it's going to be Dash Ragavan.
See if we're gonna find anything to be able to play off the top of the Golgari deck. And at least make it seem like we're maybe gonna do something about it. And it's a young wolf.
All right, well, that's an interesting one. Because Young Wolf could be cast by Michael Miller, but then if it dies, Benjamin Unger is the one that's going to get it back. And
I
Michael
was
Miller's
gonna
like,
say, do you think Michael Miller is smiling about that right now and being like, I ran into this one time earlier today?
That's true. So we'll pass on that. And here is Wall of Roots. So now there's a blocker for Ragavan if it chooses to make a return dash appearance.
Yeah, and that's a nice draw to have here. Ragavan, a menace to the modern format without menace, thankfully, so we are able to block it with the Wall of Roots. So it looks like we're not dashing this time. We're just chilling.
And just developing. Okay, so Benjamin is going to be able to reach turn 4 here, and we know there is Yawgmoth and Cord in hand, alongside some unknown cards.
Yeah, played those Verdant Catacombs on turn 1 and has not cracked it at all. And I mean, like, the reason might just be, like, really holding on to it to do something kind of tricky later down the line, and it's just saying, like, I don't want to show that hand and leave it vulnerable before I need to.
And some people just don't believe in, deck thinning.
That's true.
Which, I mean, is marginal. But, I don't know, I'm a believer.
I am too.
So pass here, Cord for 3 available, which would be fairly strong. Ooh, a Shizo.
That
Actually
makes Ragavan get through.
Yeah, that actually matters.
I mean, I imagine you are playing the Shizo for your little friend Ragavan.
Yeah, you can see Benjamin say, like, really?
What does this card do?
Okay, I guess.
Sure, all of a sudden my Wall of Roots is looking really silly.
All right, so 2 treasures online for Michael Miller, which does allow hard cast Fury if, he finds a point where that seems reasonable. Probably not there yet.
Yeah, not in need or want of a Wall of Roots. Still in Michael Miller's turn, I believe.
Yeah, I imagine at the end of the turn here, we're going to see a Cord for, we'll probably fetch for Jabbour and then Cord for 3. And make things a little harder for Michael. No.
Cord for 2.
Cord for 2. Yeah, I guess 2 and 3 isn't really all that different if you're going to get Geist anyway. If that's what he wants, is an Undying creature for Yawgmoth to play with. And now, Yawgmoth and Strangleroot Geist, that's where Benjamin can start making up for that mulligan in a big way.
Making up for that mulligan and maybe trying to get rid of this Ragavan as well.
Yeah, you might as well when you can do it effectively for free. And for Michael Miller here, like, obviously we haven't seen, a Void Walker, but we really haven't seen much of anything, honestly. We saw Thoughtseize, Ragavan, and nothing. And that's rather unimpressive. Ooh, okay, Eldritch Evolution on the Strangleroot Geist, which will return to play once the trigger resolves. So this is also basically free, and another way to get Yawgmoth into play or something else.
Resolves Undying Effect and Bolt before the Eldritch Evolution can finish resolving here.
All right, so keeping the Undying creatures off the board is a real goal for Michael Miller in the matchup until he can find a Dauthi Voidwalker. So I wonder if Benjamin's plans may have changed now that Young Wolf isn't there, or I'm sorry, isn't there. And yeah, here's Yawgmoth. Third hand position into play. So Wall of Roots can convert into a card and the Death of the Ragavan.
Yeah, do you think that's worth it right now?
What's that?
Yeah, do you think that's worth it right now?
Not
Or
necessarily.
Do you
It depends on if he's got anything else to do this turn. He's got a Birds of Paradise. I mean, he's got what he wanted in play now, really. And I believe his last card in hand is a Yawgmoth. So
a backup.
Yeah. So it's comfortable passing the turn saying, Michael Miller, you do whatever you want here. I'm sitting pretty.
Oh, Fury. Pitching a Ragavan. I'm try and declare some targets for it, and in response, it looks like this Yawgmoth is going to activate, get rid of the Birds of Paradise to get rid of the existing Ragavan, draw a card. It looks like the draw was the Yavimaya Cradle of Growth.
Okay, so mana floated and then sacrificed to put a counter on the Fury. Another card picked up. This is all while the Fury is attempting to still kill the Yawgmoth. Now, since the Fury could have been a hard cast at the cost of 1 treasure, it seems likely that Michael Miller is planning on saving this, and I'm sure Benjamin realizes that. So the -1/-1 counter on there is going to convert into a +1/+1 counter. And there's the Voidwalker. Okay, so that was waiting for the Yawgmoth to get killed, and that comes into play, and that's going to prevent any, a lot of the tricks that Benjamin's deck is capable of doing.
True. This Fury tapped on the return, but Dauthi Voidwalker able to hold down the fort. And knowing... Oh, okay. So it wasn't a Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. I'm blind.
No. You're what? No, you're right.
Oh, it was. There was.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why the Verdant Catacombs can tap for the Young Wolf. No, you were right.
Okay.
Well,
I didn't even see that one go down, so I was just like, oh, I could have sworn. Oh, Fury?
Yeah, so here's a Hardcast Fury number 2. And this is tough. This looked like Benjamin had the right cards, but there was no redundancy really. And as Voidwalker, I guess there sort of was with the second card Yawgmoth, not with the other creatures. And you can see Benjamin's run out of, all the other stuff.
Yeah.
And now is, going to take a beating here for it looks like 9 damage coming across, and this Voidwalker's got a couple of meaningful cards under it, although I don't imagine a scenario where Michael decides to cast one of those. He's got his Shadow creature now attacking, and more importantly, his Graveyard Hate effect, and that's going to do it. Michael Miller's going to pick up game 1.
Quick one at that. I mean, we are seeing just how rough it is for the kind of creature combo deck to be able to stay in play when Fury is furious, showing off just how angry it is in the form of Rakdos Scam.
Yeah, and Michael had that Thoughtseize opening hand, saw the namesake card Yawgmoth in the hand, saw Quarter Calling. He's like, you know what? I can kind of see how this game's going to play out. I'm going to take away your Grist. I'll deal with the rest, and that's how it went. So good for him. Up a game. Let's revisit the deck list before we get game 2 started. Ben Unger here, Golgari Yawgmoth. Looking to do a little better here.
Yeah, this sucks. Veil of Summer is normally something that I feel like you would kind of gravitate towards to be able to save your creatures, but unfortunately it doesn't save them for Fury. And we don't have a lot of ways to be able to do that, save for bringing in things like Thoughtseize to try and dismantle things, especially now that we're on the play.
Yeah, other things like, Endurance is a reasonable value creature against the Scam deck. I mean, maybe you want the one of Fatal Push in the sideboard for Ragavan, although this Yawgmoth deck is so good at blocking Ragavan, even though admittedly it got in a couple times that game because of Shizo, but I mean, I'm not even sure the Ragavans stay in, so I don't think I would board in removal specifically for them.
Mhm. Regardless, it seems like it's not getting a whole lot better for Benjamin, unfortunately. This
Yeah,
just seems
perhaps
like
not.
a bad matchup where the cards that the scam deck are playing just line up very well against you trying to keep things on the board and
Actually,
bringing
I'm
them
gonna
back
correct
from the
myself.
yard
I'm going to correct myself. The Fatal Push actually probably does matter out, even if the Ragavans go out.
for the Dothy.
The Dothy Voidwalker, is so important. That Fatal Push, some of this removal is probably likely to come and go for the throat, Murderous Cut, whatever mixture, or the Fatal Silence, whatever Benjamin decides is the best way to go about that. Because if we look at Michael Miller's deck list, we are going to see, I believe, 4 Dothy Voidwalkers, which, just have to be dealt with.
All right, and let's take a look on the opposing side if Scam gets any new tools or if we're already saying, hey, our deck's pretty good in this situation. I don't need to do too much anyway.
Yeah, you see there. Okay, Blood Moon's not really a winner. I License Hearse is okay. That can actually disrupt. It's additional graveyard hate can disrupt the undying creatures returning, which definitely matters. Energy Explosives can wipe out, one half of the undying creatures plus the mana guys. So yeah, there's relevant cards here. And then Terminate maybe or Fatal Push can take down Yawgmoth itself. So Michael Miller's actually got a fair number of playable cards here that can come in and increase his chances of finishing off this match and advancing in the top 4.
Yeah, and I imagine that we will. I mean, a tale as old as time. Take out the bad cards, put in the good cards. And that has to be something that rings true even in some of these more straightforward matchups for these players. So we hope to get back down into the match and see how number 2 is going to fare for Benjamin, who will be on the play down a match.
Game, yeah. All right.
Hey, match.
Yeah, this terminology stuff is just, it's just all poggers, right? Doesn't even matter.
Okay, you did a really good job using poggers earlier, but
Not
I
this
gotta
time?
say that one was not it.
No?
No.
Okay. Well, I thought maybe it's one of those words that just applies to everything and is every part of speech depending on, scenario.
I mean,
No? Okay.
there are some words that are kind of like that, but I don't think poggers is one of them.
All right.
I mean, you could say that it's not very poggers.
I don't think I would say that though. I'm I've been aware of this word for 2 hours now. I'm looking for situations to use it, not to unuse
Okay.
it. All
Okay,
right,
that's fair.
Benjamin Unger looking at one card less. See if we can find something he's happy with here. Michael Miller kept 7, sitting back, maybe analyzing the variety of graveyard hate in his hand and wondering how is Benjamin Unger going to put up with this. Put up a fight here, and it's a Thoughtseize lead off again. Not again, but a Thoughtseize lead from the other side of the table.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're Uno reversing here. A bit of damage as Nurturing Peatland is gonna take a little bit of chunk alongside this Thoughtseize out of Benjamin's life total. But how would we kind of put out Miller's first turn? Are you a fan of the Pitch Fury Undying and just say, hi, I have a big creature that double strikes. How much damage are you willing to take?
In this matchup, I don't think so because there's too many potential blockers. We saw that a lot, a year ago with against Hammer, but which also is a deck that seems like it has blockers, but Yawgmoth has twice as many because everything blocks twice. And studying the card in hand seems fine. Yeah, Prosperous Innkeeper, I believe that's a one of in the deck. Just an avenue of life gain and a treasure boost to potentially develop a Yawgmoth next turn if that's what's in the cards for Benjamin.
Yeah, kind of cool to see that card in as well. Might have been safe on it. Well, okay. I mean, I imagine you're taking the Fury, not even scared of the turn 1 Fury. You're more scared of it coming down later and wiping out a bunch of your creatures. So
yeah,
probably was the take regardless, but the knowledge of the other pieces, things like that Undying effect, have to be sitting in the back of Benjamin's mind.
All right, no player here for Michael and no graveyard hate available. So if Benjamin's able to get things going, he's unencumbered at the moment. and likely free next turn as well. If Michael's play is just the Seasoned Pyromancer that was revealed, then Ben can spend some time getting set up here, utilize his mana, and maybe just jam Yawgmoth now. And usually you want to wait for targets, but Michael clearly didn't have much ready to go, and Pyromancer will present targets next turn.
All right, enough mana to play the Yawgmoth should we choose, but we'll be taking a damage from this Peatland to instead play a 3-mana spell in the form of Grist.
Yeah, and that is such a winner. Grist is a great card in this deck. You make fodder, you make tokens. Here's a bolt on the Innkeeper, probably in response to the ability of Grist, so no life is gained. Dried Arbor flips over, so that's actually relevant, as the fetch lands are now slightly worse for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Or maybe even not slightly, actually materially different.
I agree. So much of this deck does rely on, being able to kind of materialize creatures out of things like Grist that you were just talking about, as well as those fetch lands, and not having that has to feel a little bit unfortunate.
So Grist looking able to just churn away, and if it can get activated one more time, it'll get above Fury's range to kill it if Michael does draw another one. In the meantime, if it's just Seasoned Pyromancer, I don't know what Michael's got to follow up with here. There's the Shizo again. Benjamin's like, oh, I remember that one from last game.
The Pyromancer that was in the initial hand going to be able to come down. I believe we discarded 2 cards to be able to draw.
Yeah, cycling 2 land there. It's nice. That really helps clean up the hand. And even though he's tapped out, this doesn't mean Michael's turn's over with necessarily.
Yeah, thinks about it for a little while and then says, all right, your move in turn 4 for Benjamin here. Some tokens of Grist. Only had 2 cards in hand at the start of the turn, drew up to 3. Now let's make some more insects. Yogg in the bin.
Yeah, Yogg in the bin, which is great for Michael, except there's also a Yogg in hand.
They always have it.
They do, right? I guess that's why they named the deck after it. You just it's like a companion, you just always start with one. That doesn't seem fair.
Well, if that's all it took to always start with one, I'd be naming decks very differently.
Okay, treasure is used up to bring Yawgmoth into play. And attacking for 1 block.
All right.
Bench was like, we don't need to do combat damage. We'll just sacrifice. I'll get a card this way. I got to use my other token anyway. So 2 insects for 2 cards and a dead Pyromancer, a pretty good deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to say.
Didn't find a land drop, though.
Oh, they always have it.
Yeah.
I said it just a moment ago for Benjamin, but I mean, the same is probably going through Benjamin's mind about this. And Benjamin also says, in response to the Undying Effect, I'm going to go ahead and Endurance when it hits the bid so that it has no option to come back because of that Undying Effect.
Yeah, that was a lot of cards expended for both players there on the exchange. And then there's a follow-up here for Michael. Is it a Voidwalker? Is it a hearse? It's a hearse.
Ooh.
Okay. I have a feeling the Undying Evil should still be in the graveyard, but that's pretty minor, and maybe I'm actually wrong, so we'll just not worry about that.
So which one's in the graveyard?
Well, whatever was attempting to bring back the Fury probably was still in the stack when the Endurance grabbed it out of the graveyard, right?
That's potentially true. But I imagine you can let them both resolve.
Oh no, maybe you're
wait
right.
for the evoke trigger.
No,
to
you're
come
right.
back.
You're right. You're right. It's after the evoke trigger resolve. So no,
Mhm.
you're right. It should not be in the graveyard. So it was done correctly. All right, Hearst up to 4, just chewing up whatever's in there.
Nom nom nom. It's a car. How does it eat things? Whatever.
Hey, cars do all kinds of stuff.
They definitely, yeah.
I mean, there was. I mean, I haven't seen it, but I know there was a movie a year or two ago that one of my friends watched where a car impregnated somebody. So I mean, cars are very capable things sometimes. I
I'm
don't
not
know.
interested in this movie.
Yeah, I wasn't either.
Okay. Grist continuing to tick up, amassing a small army of insects. And this, on the other side, continuing to just get rid of some things in the yard.
All right, so yeah, just this token army here. I mean, unlicensed hearse with nothing to crew it here. It's needs some help. Well, there's okay. That's a nice way to get around the shadow clause, being able to crew up the hearse to be able to block. But
There's kind of a lot of little things on the board.
There absolutely are, and Grist can just pick off the Voidwalker whenever it feels that the time is right. If there's not other removal in Benjamin's hand.
The movie was made in 2022. It's that recent? That sounds like a movie that would have come out in the 80s.
That's fair.
What in the world?
All right. Benjamin says, you can't block with that shadow guy. I'm coming in with everything. And if you're going to animate hearse, this may be a trap to be able to use a removal spell on the hearse here.
And it looks like we might be going in for it. Murderous cut. I mean, this murderous cut was almost about to be really bad because of this hearse, too. Hey, well, while we're exiling things from yard, let me help you out a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, the hearse is out of here. So one of the elements of Graveyard Hate is removed, and that doesn't even change the fact that, well, Michael's going to need, I mean, he's getting beat up here.
I mean, everyone was like, oh, the Golgari Yawgmoth deck is going to really suck against Scam. But hey, if we're able to answer half of a Fury, like 1.5 Furies, so far it's looking okay. I knock on wood. Hopefully I'm not jinxing Benjamin here, but...
I mean, generally the Yawgmoth card advantage comes from Yawgmoth itself. This time it's just coming from an unchecked Grist just going nuts here. I mean, this is, as long as it stays, I mean, this isn't something Michael's going to be easily able to deal with at 9 loyalty. And with no graveyard, the ultimate's not a threat. But do we even still call it an ultimate? I mean, I generally would call whatever the biggest ability in the Planeswalker is the ultimate, even though on this case, it's -5, and I think you drain the opponent for the number of creatures in your graveyard. That's
-5, do nothing?
Yeah, that's 0 right now. But
honestly, these insects are basically drain you for 5.
Yeah, that's true.
They're able to do quite a bit here. And honestly, with Michael Miller at 7, like, Michael can't really attack back either. So this small army doing kind of a lot.
I mean, taking 3 loyalty off, or else attacking 11 from Benjamin from 11 down to 8. I mean, neither is super exciting, but Michael's, obliged to do something since it can't block anyway. It does come through. So Benjamin drops to 8.
Hearse number 2. Feels maybe a little mopey when there's nothing in the yard, but Hearse might help that out.
All right, Veil of Summer in hand. At least one more land. Benjamin Unger looking good, looking capable here, and with 1 blocker and 5 attackers, may feel primed to just send everything in, not even worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know. At this point, it would maybe be holding back some cards to we could just go ahead and sack the Peatland, Fatal Push the Season Pyromancer, and then that's an attack for 7, yeah?
All right, Fatal Push gets Stealthy Voidwalker out of the way. Graveyard's still not safe for Benjamin, but Grist is going to change tacks here and just fling the Hierarch at the Season Pyromancer.
Some cards in the yard now for this hearse, but it does look like we're at 6 damage, so narrowly not able to finish Michael Miller off. We have 1 creature in the yard, so even just the grist going unchecked into the next turn. Well, okay, not anymore.
I don't know how capable this scam deck is at this point from one life and dealing with a go wide board like Benjamin's presenting here.
Ash Ragavan. I mean, a part of it could be just like getting something off the top of Benjamin's deck. Let's see.
Yeah.
Attack for 6 does get through. What's on the top? An ignoble hierarch.
Well, you take a chance of potentially learning more information. If you spot a sideboard card on that Ragavan attack there that you were unsure was going to go in, then you learned something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah. Okay, so we're on to game number 3. Benjamin Unger, looked pretty good there. That grist. I guess most planeswalkers, if they just are left alone to activate turn after turn, are
They
going to win the
should
game.
be doing powerful things.
Yeah,
hypothetically.
and honestly, making little 1/1s isn't even that threatening. But in this case, it worked out. And well, I guess then you start -2ing and using removal, and then then it looks a lot stronger. But we are even up here going into game 3.
Michael only saw 2 Furies that game. How can you expect Michael to win a match where you only see 2 Furies? And one of them you didn't even get to cast.
Yeah, and I mean the Yawgmoth, basically Yawgmoth versus Fury did negate each other there, and that was it.
Yeah, and then the game just became about every other card in the deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, we're gonna get an update on some of the other matches. So here we go. We can see Thiago Saporito, number 1 seed overall, defeats Richard Nixon. Temur Rhinos was going to advance either way, but it's in the hands of the Brazilian. Nicole Dubin defeats John McCarroll with the 4-color elemental-ish control deck, defeating Naya. That's not a shocking result based on what Becky and I felt earlier on. And then we have 2 matches still going. Darren Emerson versus Tyler Novak. And the match we're watching right now, Benjamin Unger versus Michael Miller. So the top 8 is set. We're moving through it. 2 players through the top 4. And, well, one of these 2 players we're watching right now will join them momentarily.
Ooh, and I mean, based on how that last match went, do you think that Benjamin is going to be able to pull it out, or do you think it's going to take kind of a unfortunate draw set for Michael Miller once again?
I mean, look pretty good there. And the Yawgmoth deck has a lot of, I know it's kind of like 1 and 2 drop Undying plus mana creatures and then heavy payoff things. But if the Yawgmoth, the tutors for Yawgmoth and the grists all count as cards that are difficult for Michael to deal with, then yeah, I think maybe I'm on Benjamin's side of this. Now he's going second here, but I don't feel like this is a matchup necessarily where going second means you're going to get run over.
Well, all right. Every player who goes first is always mulliganing, but this time around, both players are actually going to take a mulligan down to 6. And which one of these decks do you think mulligans better?
I would say the Yawgmoth deck. I mean, the Scam deck is, with the Elemental Incarnations, they're just better the more cards you have. They're, since you're 2 for 1 of yourself in some scenarios to interact in the early game, having plus cards is just valuable. Now we could see some one of the devastating openings like Grief plus Undying Malice, and sure that's card disadvantage for Michael, but Benjamin's hand also gets shredded, and if he's left with something like 2 lands in the Yawgmoth and a Choreo Calling, then he doesn't have a whole lot going on either.
All right, very true. And now putting some cards on the bottom. Benjamin maybe gonna decide to keep this one. I guess we haven't completely. I mean, I can't hear what the players are saying, so maybe there's been a decision. Maybe there hasn't. Shieldred came in. I mean, it gains you life, so it doesn't die to Fury.
Yeah, that's a big plus. It's not dying to Fury there, and you're right, it does gain life. So okay, sure.
I'm kind of in. I'm kind of excited to see if this Shieldred comes down.
I'm kind of excited to see its impact or not. So it looks like Endurance, some land, Shieldred. Now, I don't know what the odds of Shieldred actually coming down are, because if Michael determines it's a threat, I mean, between Grief and Thoughtseize and the multiple draw steps that'll have to happen before Benjamin can cast it, then maybe somewhat unlikely, but we'll see.
Just draws. Nothing on the
Please.
side of Michael Miller's end right now.
It's multiple plays for Benjamin in hand here. Wall of Roots and Stranglerootgeist. So maybe deciding what the choice is. I'm not sure there's another land. Oh, there is another forest as well. And a Young Wolf. So there's a lot of options here.
I want to see the young wolf beat down.
Well, of course. Who doesn't?
Yeah. I mean, that's the best part of this deck. It's not the Yawgmoth comboing. It is literally just being able to play Young Wolf.
All right, so there's a double fetch here. We could see Wall of Roots plus Young Wolf come into play. There's also an Endurance in hand for Benjamin, so options for next turn as well.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage here off the Overgrown Tomb and the 2 fetches.
Shield, I'll get it back.
Okay, if we have the mana to get to Shieldred and it doesn't immediately get terminated, yeah. I was excited. In Benjamin's first hand, I didn't get to see any of what it was, but I did see that it had a Hapatra Vizier of Poisons, and I was excited to see that card. Knowing that it's still in continues to make me like pretty happy, but sad that it didn't get to have a moment in the sun, you know?
I disagree. I'm fine. Hapatra has so much text. I'm happy to have it not be in play.
I don't want to even have to deal with that right now. That's fair.
So Benjamin had the option, it looked like, to play the Young Wolf off of the Wall of Roots last turn. It chose not to. Maybe valuing the 5th toughness on the wall. I mean, that there are obvious reasons why that would be relevant. But also just having stuff on the board is, a place you want to be at, especially when you have Yawgmoth ready to deploy at some point in time. And he didn't know the Wall of Roots was going to die, although maybe he assumed it.
Did we pitch a Grief as one of the cards?
Yes, it looks that way. Grief and Shizo. There's just one Shizo, right?
Yeah,
Michael's
there's only
run
one
every game.
Shizo. Yeah, he's found it in a lot of games. Granted, we haven't always seen a Ragavan alongside the Shizo, so that feels a little awkward, but how it's been.
All right, Stranglerootgeist, excellent on defense. It's hard to get that out of the way. Endurance also available though, so Benjamin is certainly has a plan here. He is not rushing onto the board as fast as he could or as fast as he can. He is taking his time, thinking things through, and maybe saving cards until the point where he thinks they'll be most impactful.
Ooh, instead is deciding to go attacking with this 1/1 and this 2/2. Gonna see how Benjamin is gonna handle it. And from Benjamin's side, I'd probably still be just looking at the Shielder in my hand and be like, I could take a bit of damage.
Yeah, sure. Stranglerootgeist blocks the token. That is also interesting to me because with the Endurance in hand, if you end up with a reason that you want to activate it anyway, then you may as well have the Pyromancer already in the graveyard.
Oh, did we not find another land for this Shieldred?
I don't think so.
Ouch. How cool would it have been if our Wall of Roots did get to live and we got to play a turn 3 Shieldred?
I mean, that doesn't sound too bad. All right, Stranglerootgeist across for 3 to even up the life totals. Michael Miller also without his 4th land. And I think, Ben has a Hierarch in hand, so cast a Hierarch or hold up Endurance, and the choice is to hold up Endurance.
I think I'd like that game plan a lot more. I mean, we haven't seen a Fury yet, and it feels like you can only count the amount of turns on one hand until you're going to see a Fury from the Scamp deck, especially a Scamp deck that is looking to find that card in this matchup. So I kind of am a fan of holding our Ignoble Hierarch away from that and just kind of holding, waiting on.
All right,
Right.
Ragavan and Voidwalker. So Endurance in hand for Benjamin. We'll see if he shuffles back his own graveyard. There are 2 fetch lands in there. He needs a land, so it would increase the land density of his deck. Instead, chooses to shuffle back Michael's cards. I guess, I mean, again, it's not until after you shuffle 1 additional time, so maybe it's really not relevant.
Mm-hmm. Drew a grist for turn, so still no land. But the grist was a big part of how Benjamin won the last game, so that could be something that is not maybe isn't unhappy to see.
Yeah, it's a little tough to protect it this time, though.
Yeah, this turn does decide to go ahead with the ignoble hierarch and just hope that it lives through the next turn. Scary place to be. Oh. If we attack here, what do you think that says to Michael?
I mean, it's a 4-point attack because the hierarch. I would have been surprised though.
Okay.
Because and yeah, Benjamin chooses not to. I mean, it might pull Benjamin ahead on life total, but I mean, getting hit by the Ragavan is.
Okay, so then I have another question for you. Do you think
Yeah.
that was a purposeful fake out from Benjamin?
That's interesting. That's a little deep for me. Maybe. Benjamin does seem to know what he's doing.
I'm interested and does
All
just
right,
attack with
so-
the Dothy, and this ignoble hierarch has lived.
Yeah, it does. So now Benjamin with a choice here. What powerful 4-drop do you want to drop here? And it's going to be Yawgmoth.
I'm a little sad that it's Yawgmoth, but I guess we have a young wolf in play, so it makes sense as Lightning Bolt is going to take care of the young wolf, and because of that, Dothy does not get to undie.
Right. Yep, that's very significant. And now with the creatures left in play, I mean, Benjamin's not going to want to sacrifice the hierarch probably because he still needs the mana. So this may be a spot where there are plenty of blockers for Ragavan, but Dothy Voidwalker is probably going to connect again here.
Yeah, and at 9 life, maybe Benjamin is really just trying to see if we can get Michael to expend the removal that's in hand. I mean, potentially scared of the 3 to 4 cards in Michael's hand and just trying to see if we can fade as much as possible before committing this Shieldred to the board.
Yeah. All right. There's a hearse. Yeah. I think the shoulder's got to come down now.
I would think so.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much else to do here.
All right. The lady of, I would say the hour, but probably much longer than an hour.
Now, because of the Shieldred, that may be explaining why Benjamin was tempted, although decided against attacking with Endurance a couple turns ago, because 4 points would have got through. And I mean, Shieldred's a real clock here outside of combat if Michael doesn't have a way to kill it. And that's not something it's easy for him to use. I mean, he hasn't used any removal that could kill it on anything else. He's used 2 bolts so far.
It has been like sandbagging a Fury in hand, though, yeah?
I'm not sure about that, but if you're right, it still doesn't have great usage here.
Right. Marsh Flats to the bin. This Dothy Voidwalker still can go uncontested and all mana down for Benjamin on this turn and is really hoping to just be able to get the most out of this Shieldred as grief comes in fully paid for.
All right, we've got Grist, Peacemaker, and the middle card is, I think it's another Yawgmoth. Yeah. So this Voidwalker can now cast a Grist. I wonder if we'll see that. Because this Shieldred is not going to be very easy to cast here. This might be Michael taking advantage of it. This is pretty neat. If he does play the Grist out himself.
Oh, in response, gonna go ahead and gain some life, kind of feeling like That is exactly what's going to happen here, and just trying to make the most of the Shieldred while it stays in play.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice trick. So with Yawgmoth and Children in play, sacrifice creature, gain a life, draw a card.
Yeah, almost immediately puts the grist from 3 loyalty points to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Seasoned Pyromancer gonna go to the bin, and this Shieldred that seems like something that Benjamin was really banking on is also gonna have to be binned here in a moment.
So by my count, Benjamin would be at 7 right now because of the draw gain from Shieldred. I suppose that could have been missed, or maybe we just don't have the life totals updated, but maybe we can find out from just slightly ask the spotter at the table to confirm the life totals without giving anything away.
Prosperous Innkeeper, the next thing to come down. Another way to gain some life for Benjamin. So it looks like we are going to be adding on to that with the Young Wolf to follow it.
But pretty intriguing game here. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves viewing this along with us here at Nerd Rage Gaming. We are in the quarterfinals of the Modern 5K, and we are. This is the last quarterfinal match playing. The other 3 are done.
Mm-hmm.
So shortly after this ends, we will get the semifinals going.
Oh, this is a hard decision to make. This Grief can go ahead and jump into the hearse, and we can block with the hearse, but I have to imagine that you're also feeling like you need to make sure that you can take this grist down. Is going to go ahead and start by activating the Young Wolf. Try to do it again, and in response to the second time that -1/-1 counter is going to go on, we're going to go ahead and have the Grief go into the unlicensed hearse.
Yeah, Benjamin making sure the stack stays accurate here. As far as the timing of everything goes. So the sacrifice happens first. The Young Wolf Undying will go on the stack before the other triggers resolve. It does get eaten by the hearse. So the hearse cannot available as a blocker now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we could have throw even this Prosperous Innkeeper in to make sure that the Grief goes down, and then be able to do more attacking with only 1 card in Michael Miller's hand, just hoping that it isn't a way to jump in the hearse.
Yeah, I mean, with Benjamin down to 5, I mean, there's, if he expends too much here trying to get this grist off the board, he could be liable to getting the swing back. Even now, swinging for 4 would mean the Yawgmoth can't activate anymore.
Yeah. Oh, and we are just going to make sure that the Grief goes down, actually by sacrificing the Endurance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then Yawgmoth attacks Grist. I like this because now Innkeeper is kept back as a potential blocker, although with actually, I think 2 extra Yawgmoths in hand now, Benjamin, I actually want to trade off a Yawgmoth.
Yeah, I mean, I might. And every time you play another creature, you're going to gain some life back from that Innkeeper. So keeping that one in play is also going to hopefully be able to pad the life total a little bit.
All right, here is a Thoughtseize, revealing Wall of Roots, Thoughtseize of Benjamin's own, and I think 2 Yawgmoths. So a cheap removal spell plus a creature to crew the unlicensed hearse would win the match, but that's asking quite a bit at this point. I'm not sure Michael even has 2 cards in hand.
I think it's just the 1, and then there's Thoughtseize on the stack. The Thoughtseize on the stack that's going to take the Thoughtseize in hand. Oh, seeing the extra Yawgmoths in hand probably hurts Benjamin more than Michael, honestly.
I believe Seasoned Pyromancer are still hanging out in Michael's graveyard. Wall of Roots comes in, gains Benjamin a life. Plus 1 more. So Michael clearly values the card in his hand. What do we have you got sight of it? Do you know what it is?
I thought it was a Fury, but
Oh, right, you did say that. Okay.
we haven't had a red card to be able to pitch it, and we
Mhm.
haven't drawn a 5th land. So that's why it's kind of remaining stuck. 2 creatures in play now, and the Prosperous Innkeeper is going to help out that life total a little bit. Single swing with just the Yawgmoth is going to even both of them to 6. We're putting a lot in the faith of what can be drawn by Michael Miller, and slowly this Fury gets worse and worse as the cards that are able to follow up on Benjamin's side still not a red card or a 5th land. So that Fury staying in hand.
Yeah, this is tough. Okay, so Voidwalker is going to take a hit from Wall of Roots. Benjamin drops to 5, and then Benjamin's trying to clear the road because if there's no untapped creatures, then the Hearse can't be crewed during Benjamin's turn and block. Actually, it looks like Benjamin's going to proliferate here. He is, I think. Yeah, instead of paying a life and sacrificing a creature, he's going to spend 2 black mana and discard a card. Maybe.
Well, we have to start by sacrificing something to give something to proliferate.
No, I think that already happened. It just got exiled
okay.
because of the
Gotcha.
Voidwalker. Yeah, okay, so that's... No, I take it back. That's not what happened. There was no...
No, we paid 2 life, it looks like.
Yeah.
So we just did a minus and a minus, trying to draw some cards at the same time, it sounds like, for Benjamin here's Wall of Roots, going to be the follow-up, gain some more of that life back, and then use this Wall of Roots to continue to do the same thing, and we're almost back to where we started.
Yeah, and the gates are open, so Yawgmoth swings across, and Michael, maybe drawing a land now is...
Does it even matter?
Is enough? Okay, doesn't use the Hearse this turn. And it's not there. It's the Fury, like you said the whole time, and no red card and no land. That was multiple turns where Benjamin was riding on the edge a little bit stabilized, and had a lot going on, and navigates the match pretty well in entertaining fashion. And Benjamin Unger does defeat Michael Miller and will advance to the semifinals. So Michael Miller with a scam deck. Impressive day, I believe, was undefeated until... No, I'm sorry, I had 1 loss. Benjamin Unger is still undefeated.
Yeah.
It was 6-0, double draw, and then advances again to the semifinals. So if we have the top 4 bracket ready, we can put it up now. Otherwise, we'll catch it on the return from the break. All right, we got it ready right now. Here we go. So you can see that Thiago Saporito, Nicole Dubin, Tyler Novak, and Benjamin Unger will contest the top 4 here in the Rage NRG Modern 5K. Stick around. We'll be right back. Well, hopefully you didn't miss us, but Becky and I are back here for the Nerd Rage Gaming Series. Top 4 incoming. We've got Benjamin Unger, who we just saw win with Yawgmoth, versus Tyler Novak playing Domain Zoo. And the primary match, though, where we're going to start is Thiago Saporito versus Nicole Dubin. Temur Rhinos versus 4-color control. Players are looking at each other's deck lists as we are done with the closed portion of the event. We're in the elimination rounds now. And so while they're doing that, while they're shuffling up, we'll go ahead and give you a peek at the deck list we're about to see.
All right, I'm interested. I mean, we've got kind of an interesting setup now. The only decks that we got repeats of in this top 8 were the 4-color elemental / control decks, and then the Temur Rhinos deck. And these are the only 2 left after the first round. So of the things that got themselves into top 8, this is what we got left. 1 Temur Rhinos, 1 4-color, and that's all that's left in top 4.
Right, and we'll see how Tyler Novak fares against the Yawgmoth deck. But Domain Zoo is, I mean, the creatures are going to outside. It's not like Yawgmoth can go like, oh, ping, ping, your creature's dead.
Yeah.
And Tyler's gonna be like, okay, that's like half. You need a lot more fodder here. So interesting to see how that plays out. Anyway, I guess we'll catch the deck list later on. Meanwhile, the A match is ready to go. So let's go down to the table. Top 4.
No time wasted. Let's see how this is going to end up going for these players. And I mean, are you afraid if you have to sit down against somebody as well known as Thiago Saporito? You're probably not, but
At this point in my life, no, not really. But I am afraid playing against, like an archetype. If it feels like I'm looking at the
Okay.
deck list over, like, ooh, this is gonna be tricky.
Mhm.
You kind of, and the way that plays a role is maybe you're a little more risky than you would be otherwise if you think you're behind.
Okay.
And the same thing would apply if I'm playing against, I don't know, Reed Duke or Nathan Stoyer maybe, or it's just like, okay, these players are probably better than me. And so if I have a debatable hand, maybe am I more likely to keep because I'm not confident I can win on fewer resources? Maybe something like that happens.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting thing to point out as I mean, especially in modern and with both of these decks, they are very resource intensive. And so having to keep those constantly in mind is certainly something that you're going to be thinking about even when you're just shuffling up.
Mhm. Yeah, all right. So we're looking for no real place before turn 3 for Thiago, although it could be, ice on a land is still a pretty big deal. And we
That's
are
not too bad because it does allow you to draw a card too.
Yeah.
And it is, I mean, as long as you're paying attention to the pivotal turns of this 4-color deck, which do usually end up being like the turn 2 where you could cast an expressive iteration, or the turn 3 where you're going to be playing one of the planeswalkers, it does make sense to be trying to at least get them to take a step back.
Mhm. So the plays here, the turn 2 plays here, okay, and there is an ice here from Thiago. The plays that this would be shutting off is primarily Rendon 6, because Dubin's deck also doesn't really get going until turn 3. But delaying Rendon 6 is still significant, and that does appear to be what Thiago has in mind.
All right, trying to decide what the rest of the turn is going to be for Nicole now that Indatha Triumph doesn't really get to. I mean, it got to untap for but a moment.
Mm-hmm. So there's not going to be any counterplay on the stack here for Nicole. So if Thiago has Charlotte's Agent or Violent Outburst here, the Rhinos will enter play. Will they be good enough? That remains to be seen. Nicole's deck is certainly capable of beating a couple 4/4s.
That is very true. Taking a peek at what we could possibly be thinking about for Thiago Saporito's deck is also playing those 4 Mystical Disputes main board, and those are going to be quite good against a deck like this 4-color control one that Nicole has brought to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's the primary target, the Teferi Time Raveler, is if Nicole attempts one here, yeah, there's the chances of there being no dispute or Violent Outburst isn't particularly high.
And that's got to be something that you're weighing from Nicole's standpoint too. You're definitely wondering, like, okay, turn 3 is the turn that the Temur Rhinos deck does usually try to go off, and you've decided to wait. Okay, what does that mean for me? And a little bit of a change up here, and that does equate to a Violent Outburst on Nicole's end step. I'm gonna go ahead and flip over a bunch of cards here and be left with some Rhinos. The seeds on the overlay are switched. Thiago Saporito was the #1 seed in this tournament.
Okay, good call there, Becky. Maybe production can get that sorted out. And Nicole Dubin, in fact, was 4. Yeah, so they are just backwards. They're not just randomly wrong. I'm not sure that's worse, but it's not better either. There we go. All right, binding on 1 token. Well, that sounded good. Nicole's going to double up on that, binding on both tokens.
It seems this is always one of those things where the Crashing Falls deck just seems so strong to me. When somebody has to use 2 real whole cards to take care of a half of a token that you had, I feel like that just has to feel good for the Temur Rhinos deck.
Yeah, no, it does. But if something, if a force of negation had hit that Crashing Rhinos that was pitch cast, it'd be the same thing.
That's fair.
So it's like I definitely I think, too often value card advantage over board presence. But we see it here, and here is a Murktide. So, well, Leyline's a great answer to that, but 2 are expended already. And Nicole, continuing to be put to the test here.
Yeah, that's maybe something else that you wish you had a leyline binding for. We'll see if Nicole is able to create a different kind of answer, and instead is just going to say, all right, if you're going to advance a game plan, I'm going to try and do the same thing. Omnath, the follow-up to that large flyer.
Yeah, no, Omnath is a great follow-up there. I mean, it's only 5 damage in the air. That's not that big of a deal. Omnath actually negates most of that with the land drop next turn. And Nicole, recoups the card advantage from the double A line there. And yeah, this is not bad at all. Let's see, we have Gemstone Caverns here deployed by Thiago. We'll just tap for colorless. And a gone, the back half of, or not the back half, but the secondary half of Dead
the
Gone.
Right side half.
Yeah, exactly. We'll put that back in hand, where in Nicole Dubin's seat, you have to be concerned, well, my opponent bounced a creature with a come to play effect, so are they planning on Mystical Disputing? And if that's true, I'll run out a creature that's not blue, and that works. And Nissa is now on the board.
Oh, yeah, that would have been bad if it was a Risen Reef, but namely doesn't have the blue portion of it on this new Nissa and Windswept Teeth. So as we were talking about earlier, Nissa very good with a lot of the fetch lands that are such a kind of normal part of Modern nowadays.
Yeah, all right.
Nowadays, pretty much always. All right.
Yeah, White Mana created, and so after the fetch here, Nicole will be able to just flip the top of the deck before finding an elemental. It's elemental or elf, is that right?
Yes, I believe
Which
so.
the elf part isn't too relevant here, but well, is Nissa an elf?
Nissa is an elf.
Okay, so it can find a copy of itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, I try to hover over it, and the
Yeah, I just did the same thing. Yeah, the MTG Melee interface has not adapted well to the Aftermath cards, as we've found multiple times today. But it's okay, because they've been spaced out enough so that each time I forget that it doesn't work and then try again.
Oh.
And here is the Teferi into the Mystical Dispute. So the Dispute does hit home, and okay, there is a Solitude pitching the Omnath to take down the Murktide. All right, so a lot of stuff happened there, and Nicole does have command of the board right now with, I mean, Nissa in play, and Nissa in play, and any follow-up fetch lands are just more free cards. So this is, I'm impressed by this card so far.
I mean, I've been impressed by Risen Reef enough, so the fact that they just made Risen Reef a little bit better. I guess the only downside to this one is you can't have 2 of them in play at the same time.
Sure.
But the ability to continue to just like find cards and find more copies of herself. She herself is not an elemental, is an elf scout, but can try to find an elf or elemental card. What are you considering here if you are Thiago? Are you Murktide number 2?
Yeah, I think the actions give it away real quick here. It's another Murktide, and the remaining card in hand is Fire Ice. Okay, 6/6 Murktide versus Nissa, and Nicole is not out. There's a few cards left in hand, and it's hard to really flood too badly with Nissa in play. Here's Binding number 3. Yikes! This is looking pretty favorable for Nicole Dubin here.
Yeah, that looks extremely good for Nicole. To the point where you're attacking with Nissa, which I can't imagine that card is going to do a whole lot in its time. But hey, able to do it here. That Fire Ice, as you mentioned, could be a way for Thiago to try to draw out of this situation. But we're not really able to, I guess, tap down anything super great. And this Nissa is kind of scary.
Yeah, this is bad. Here's an Endurance. All right. And Thiago's going to consider, yeah, okay, fetch, and then maybe just ice down something here to try and maintain some time. There is maybe there's something to, like, a violent outburst into a couple rhinos would completely annihilate a potential attacker from Nicole Dubin.
Mhm.
So even without icing something, Nicole may not feel super comfortable attacking with both creatures here. Now that's, ignoring what might be in the hand, which I don't have sight of right now.
Yeah, this looks to be just another draw from icing that Rogren Triumph.
Okay, and a pass there. So Nicole's not going to risk either creature.
All right, Shardless Agent going to be cascading into a crashing footfalls here.
Yeah, well, that's what Thiago needed here. This is a rebuilt board presence now, although it's not like, even attacking with the two rhinos, Nicole's got enough life that there could be potentially a double block on one rhino just to give up the Nissa potentially, and then I mean, that's not great, but well, here's Nomnath. That is pretty great.
Woof. Great draws once again, and it just feels like this 4-color control deck never runs out of things to do.
Speaking of not running out, here comes two more 4/4 tramplers for Thiago. And now let's see, with Nicole at 12, I mean, attack with a squad of 4/4s would maybe be a little threatening, although there's no cards in hand for Thiago Saporito at this point.
Footfalls number 2 is going to continue to amass a bit of a board here for Thiago going into this turn. A lot of power in play. It looks like we are very quickly saying, you know what? I got all these 4/4s for a reason. This is what they're meant to do. Let's get sideways.
All right, so on that single block, double block with Endurance and Nissa, Thiago is going to put Nissa in the front. The board will simplify somewhat, and 8 damage will come across.
Yeah, looking at lower and lower life totals is meaning just how much we have to put in front of these rhinos in a 4 life. Making sure that we have ways to.
Oh no, my goodness!
What?
So that was, wow, that was an abrupt cutaway. That was
Yeah, I'm like, what the? Okay. And it doesn't even resolve. Mystical Dispute stops it from even being able to come into play. So would have been kind of backbreaking, but doesn't even have to be a concern. At 4 life, Nicole has to block this rhino. With the endurance, the Shardless Agent gets through. We've got to come up with 2 blockers. Nissa is a start.
Yeah, boy, that was such a good Mystical Dispute. Double Fury there would have been really, really strong. Okay, is there something else? Nicole needs more. Okay, fetch land.
Could be a start. I mean, I guess if we're to a life, we're already in such a rough place. We might as well just go a little lower.
Yeah, 1 and 2 is equivalent. Let's see. So with 1 mana, a 1, 2, 3. I mean, I fetch here, and then if Nissa flips a Solitude, Nicole is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe not fine, but
in a better place.
Alive. Stomping Ground here means Solitude would not be castable. I wonder if there was no untapped land.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like that you can only have so many basics in this deck.
Yeah, you're right. There are 3 basics in play. Maybe that's all of them. I'll take a look here. Yeah, that is it. That is why there aren't any more. And there is did bring Solitude.
And the flip was a Boseiju. So Thiago Saporito off of some top decks of his own, able to get himself a string of footfalls for Rhinos, able to put it all together and bring the number 1 seed a win at the start of this semifinals round.
That was a really good game. It was, I mean, Nicole kind of shrugged off at some card disadvantage, but very easily handled the kind of the opening salvo from Thiago. And then it looked pretty grim. And Thiago, I mean, drew more lands than he probably wanted to. And then I think it was the ice into Shardless and then draw off the top Violent Outburst, 2 sets of Rhinos, and then the dispute on the Ellersnorn. That was, I mean, Nicole was right back in if not for that. So that was all we could ask for in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at what we think game number 2 and potentially 3 are going to look like by starting with Nicole's deck. What do we think she's going to need to bring in that's going to help out a lot in this matchup?
Well, every time anyone's playing against Rhinos, I'm always looking for what kind of the real lock pieces are. And there's 4 Teferi's main deck here. There are 2 Chalice of the Voids in the sideboard. So that's a given.
Winners.
Change the equation. Here there's a one of. I mean, that can counter most of the deck. I guess not, oddly enough, Mystical Dispute, but it can counter most things, including Rhinos, which again is the big deal. So those all seem good. I guess if she wants more, Fluster Storms are available.
Yeah, I was going to say that might be an inclusion, I guess, depending on how many things you're deciding to take out in this matchup. And I think that can kind of be where you're a little bit questioning. I feel like those lightning bolts probably aren't too great. They don't really kill any of the Rhinos. And we maybe feel similarly about these ley line bindings. They're a bit clunky.
Yeah, they do get the Murktides though. So
that's true.
I mean, also Ether Gust is another way to counter the Rhinos. And it's not like if Ether Gust hits Crashing Footfalls, Thiago's going to be, real excited about putting it on top of the deck.
Yeah, exactly.
So there are some there's some real tools here. There seems like more cards that we obviously want than we obviously want to take out. But I agree with you. Definitely, the bolts are probably gone. And then it comes down to experience with the deck. I mean, Ephemerate. Do we have enough time to waste something like that? I mean, that's obviously super strong in ideal scenarios.
I was gonna say Ephemerate also. Okay, no, I'm confusing it with some other blink cards. It only targets things that you control.
Yeah,
so
I think Prismatic Ending might go too. I mean, what are we hoping for? I mean, sure, it's a cheap way to kill one Rhino, but is that a good deal for a card?
I mean, it's a cheap way to kill a Rhino that is, I feel like, easier to put together than something like the Leyline Binding.
Yeah.
So I feel like I would prize those a little higher than Leyline Binding itself.
Perhaps. Okay. Let's go ahead and look at Thiago Saporito's Temur Rhinos deck.
Yeah, sideboard here, Fury seems like it probably is allowing you to fight against some of the creatures that Nicole will be attempting to stick, but the rest of these things seem like they're maybe on a bit of shaky ground. Blood Moon always seems kind of risky to me.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw that game. Nicole actually, in some could argue, was punished by having all other base lands in play, which would be what Blood Moon would want you to try and do. So maybe Blood Moon. I think Blood Moon maybe comes in. Gemstone Caverns, I expect we could probably see just every time you're going second is probably what the intention is for that card.
Yeah, I mean, Thiago's already playing 2 Gemstone Caverns main. So it's quite an interesting setup for the lands here.
Well, the third one isn't there to not bring in.
That's fair.
So, or maybe this is just a flex. Maybe it's like, what, I only need 14 cyborg cards. I'm going to throw a Caverns in, even though I'm not planning on using it.
I mean, we've seen a lot of people end up registering 61 cards. Maybe that Gemstone Cavern should have just been the 61st card.
Maybe so. I couldn't. I cringed inside when Mr. Stryker said that he likes playing 61 cards in his Tron deck, and I was just like, oh, killing me here.
You're gonna out your cringing live on Twitch.tv right now.
Yeah, I'm sure that most of the chat felt the same way. 61 cards. Oh, I don't know. All right, getting ready for game 2. Nicole Dubin. Can she hold control for the whole game? It looked good for parts of game number 1, but at the end, Thiago, Saporito, and Rhinos were what was in charge, and Nicole's not wasting any time. Found the sideboard card opening hand, and Thiago has an answer to it. So, okay.
Oh, a quick answer. Yeah, no chalice for you. Don't care about having this ice. It was actually quite good in game number 1, but making sure that I can actually cast the things I cascade into is going to matter quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Force of Vigor is another option for Thiago and is an out 2 Chalice of the Void, but that's rough. I mean, there's only 2 chalices in Nicole's deck, in deck list. So how many Force of Vigors would you bring in? 1, 2, none? That's tough. And the first one's countered here anyway, so.
Yeah, it's hard because I feel like you're already, playing Borrower to take care of Chalice as well.
Mm-hmm.
You have kind of a few answers, but Chalice does single-handedly shut down your strongest way of winning a game out of nowhere. So being able to take care of it matters a lot. If I had a little bit more experience with the deck, I would say with more certainty, but I would probably be putting in some amount of Force of Vigors. Maybe not all 4 or 3, I think no, Nicole's playing 3, Thiago's playing 4.
I mean, I guess it could catch Leyland Binding on a Murktide. We did see that happen last game. So it's not just the Chalice, but it's still not great. As see both players just making land drops here. Do we have the, I'm not going to say all important 3rd land drop, but being stuck on 2 is pretty bad news.
Yeah, I kind of think that's the case for both of these decks as well, but Expressive Iteration going to try and allow for some extra land drops to be found.
All right. Dispute from Thiago Saporito. So this Expressive Iteration is not going to resolve, and does Nicole have land number 3? Looks like the answer is yes.
All right.
So
I'm kind of a big fan of the new Mystical Dispute arts too.
Are you? Yeah, those are the one. Those are the promos for the RCQs, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's very colorful. It reminds me of, I don't know why, because it's probably not even similar, but it reminds me of Blue Elemental Blast.
Oh, no, I can see what you mean by that. It definitely has like the swirling water art kind of behind it that it feels very reminiscent of that. All right, land number 3 found for both of these players. I feel like for Nicole, finding extra land past this point matters potentially a bit more
I agree.
than for Thiago, but Thiago saying 3 lands, that's what I need. Here's a Shardless Agent.
Okay, we saw Blood Wounding come in.
Oh, I was going to say, we're revealing a lot of our deck here. Nicole, rightful to take a closer look at what a lot of these cards that were brought in this matchup are.
Okay,
Rhinos hit the board.
Yeah, no Flusterstorm or anything. And all right, Nicole being put to the test here. 10 power on the board across 3 bodies, and no sweepers in the deck. Now, an immediate answer isn't necessarily required. Something like Omnath or even Nissa would be just fine here as a starter.
Yeah, I agree, but we're going to start with sacrificing this Flooded Strand to make sure that we have lands for next turn, which I feel like kind of spells that we don't have, like, well, I guess if we were going to play Nissa, we'd need to go ahead and do this and then just follow it up with a fetch land. And now we've been kind of forced to make these actions. We don't have time to sit and accumulate fetch lands for a really big Omnath landfall turn or a Nissa landfall turn with more than just one.
All right, Teferi, that works. Pretty good. Get rid of a Rhino, draw a card, and also absorb a couple damage on the way back.
Yeah, in a game with 20 life, 4 is quite a bit. This is going to be a bit helpful. Shardless Agent takes care of Teferi. There's nothing for 1 mana that's going to be able to stop that for Nicole, at least not here.
All right. Thiago getting serious here.
Wow.
Throw this agent into another pair of Rhinos. And yeah, without sweepers, I mean, this is
Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna maybe wish we were playing some of the older versions of 4-color control that had things like Supreme Verdict as an added element. I mean, Nicole could have brought in Engineer Explosives.
was there explosives in the list?
Yeah, there's 2 copies of Engineered Explosives.
Oh, well, then those would be excellent. Then, yes, I would imagine they did come in. You're right. I missed that originally. And something like that is probably going to be required here. It's tough. I mean, this is too much stuff. Even an Omnath plus, well, maybe an Omnath plus a land fetch into a Solitude would be stabilizing somewhat.
Yeah, it's definitely about to get out of hand here. So we're gonna need to start either digging for some answers or putting something onto the field, because even just these Rhinos are near enough to.
I guess Elishnorn into Solitude would also be pretty good.
Ooh. I like the way you're thinking. Instead, it is
Wow.
Omnath, which isn't too horrible. It does gain some life.
It doesn't. That was Boseiju.
Oh, that
into
was the
Omnath.
land. You're right.
Yeah, so Nicole wants to leave the Indoth Triumph to have access to white mana.
Oh, okay. And that white mana is equating to Leyline Binding. Take care of one of those Rhinos, but still 12 damage on the board between these Shardless Agents. But the Shardless Agents can be safely blocked by this Omnath. Just might eat a little bit of fire afterwards.
Yeah, so an ice here would put Nicole to 1. Thiago consults the hand while shuffling here.
Yeah, do you think it's more important to put Nicole to 1 or finish off the Omnath to stop from gaining life next turn?
Well, if there's just an all-out attack here, Nicole doesn't have to block a Rhino. I think probably would block a Charlotte's Agent. So then, yeah, so that's what you're saying. Then fire the Rhino, the Omnath to finish it off, and Nicole be at 3. I would probably prefer that. This is going to be neither one of. Oh, okay. Otawara. So there is the attack down to 1.
We're
Yeah.
sitting here thinking about Fire Ice. I mean, there's more copy of Fire Ices in the deck than Otawara, but
Yeah. Thiago Saporito is like Fire Ice is like a 10-year-old card. New cards are stronger. Everyone knows that. Let's go with Otawara.
Not wrong. Mystical Dispute, 4 of in the deck as well.
Yeah, and now I mean, Engineering Explosives is not enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Here's
those
the
Charlotte
Omnath.
Agents-
Okay, Omnath needs to find Omnath into.
We can't even. We're technically. I mean, Nicole's at 1, right?
Yeah, but
We can't even sacrifice a fetch land.
well, no, we can because we'll gain 4 on the drop.
Okay.
Yeah, so fetch land here into Explosives would leave Nicole at 4. That would do it. Okay, Steam Vents. Yeah. So
We have
okay, 5 life.
another-
Oh, Fury.
Tiago's like, yeah. What are we destroyed 2 Shardless Agents or a Rhino? What's gonna be the call here? And then I had a hope with this white mana left up that there might have also been an Ephemerate.
Yeah, that would have been pretty
Ephemerate.
good. That would have turned the game around completely. All right, here's an attack. Nicole drops to 1 again.
Indeed.
Thiago's got 1 card in hand.
1 card in hand, but 1 Rhino in play. And a dream. Tap land. Technically don't even have the option for it to come in untapped. I guess it depends on the rules you're using.
So, good choice on picking out the Charlotte's Agents instead of the 1 Rhino in case an Explosives was drawn. That would be less good against the Shardless, I think. But obviously that was not the case anyway. Yeah, 1 life here versus 16. Thiago's life total is not really relevant right now, but it's completely out of gas. But does Nicole have any defensive measures left? Ether Gust on the token.
all right.
Okay, it's out of here.
Do you
And
want
we
that to
play
go on
on.
the top or the bottom of your
A land.
deck?
Oh my goodness. Is this
Oh.
Okay, no play.
Pass? Oh no,
Wow.
this is such a tense place to be. I mean, last game Thiago looked to be extremely behind
Yes.
and then ended up just icing a land that didn't really even matter to be able to draw into a way to win. And we're also able to see that Thiago does believe in deck thinning a little bit.
Nicole looking for, all creature on this and Omnath on March.
Both of our players are kind of looking
Nothing.
for that right now.
Yeah, and the counters are going dead now as we make land drops. Mystical Dispute is a lot worse. Flush of Storm is completely dead. There's a Violent Outburst.
Oh,
That's not dead. Nicole might
no.
be.
We'll see. I mean, quite a few cards in hand, and Nicole wasn't following them up with land drops. So maybe they're pieces of action or at least ways to interact.
Okay. Solitude would work.
Let's see. Path to Exile is going to be able to exile one of those.
Okay, and a binding.
Wow. Force of Vigor.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. What a match for us to have finished up this round with. And Thiago Saporito, first seed, and is going on to the finals of this tournament.
That was good stuff. I mean, that was so much pressure and defenses, and then both players just taking a breather and recovering for like 3 turns.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I feel like that's much more interesting to watch. And I think it shows kind of, for a long time, it was considered that like these 4-color decks are the ones that are best to play long games, and seeing that even the Crashing Footfalls deck is able to kind of also just be like, okay, we'll play off the top of our decks, and eventually I'm still going to be able to do as much as you.
I mean, I feel like we could talk about that for a few more minutes, but I think the other semifinal is still going. So if that's true, let's get in there. All right, so we got Tyler Novak and Benjamin Unger. Yeah, and I'm sure both players, when Thiago draws the Force of Vigor, he's like, oh, this is worthless. And Nicole draws Path to Exile, like, oh, worthless. And then all those cards ended up mattering. But all right, back to where we're at now. See if we can get confirmation. Is the game state correct? We're in game 2. Benjamin Unger up a game. This is not a time shifted match, so we can pull that off the top of the screen. And Gigantha's in play, which by my reckoning means Tyler Novak's in trouble.
They're both at 9 life, and the creatures that are in play for Benjamin are not well, okay, never mind. I was gonna say not the most impressive creatures for the Yawgmoth deck, but you play those not so impressive creatures because they work so well with Yawgmoth.
All right, so I mean, it's gonna take a while to burn down Gigantha with Yawgmoth, but I guess it's possible eventually.
We can proliferate too.
Yeah. Now Tyler Novak, his Zions give abilities to his other colored creatures. Gigantha would get First Strike and Trample if Zion was in play. That would make that quite a bit more of a beating, although still able to be handled. One card in hand for Benjamin. 2 for Tyler, including Chain of the Rocks. Okay.
That feels like an old school card now.
I was feeling the same way. I mean, if you're playing all 5 colors, everyone is playing Leyline Binding these days. Tyler Novak's Chain of the Rocks. Let's go.
Maybe, I was gonna say maybe we didn't have copies of Leyline Binding, but there's a Leyline Binding in play with a Grist under it, so that's not quite the case. Maybe we just wanted more copies of Leyline Binding.
That is in fact correct. There are Leyline Binding's main deck. The Chain of the Rocks are from the sideboard.
Yawgmoth gonna go to the rocks.
Okay, so 3-power creatures all around. One of them just taps for 5 mana, which is not of much relevance right now. Benjamin will attempt to trade, and there's a Tribal Flames for 5, which if our board is correct, will tie up the match. So, all right, yeah, I mean that's Tribal Flames, boy, that hits hard. That always has, even back in the day. It's just that the mana is easier to assemble now than it used to be.
Certainly true. If we have access to deck lists, I'd love to take a look at them and be able to discuss. We recently saw Benjamin Unger's Golgari Yawgmoth the deck, and I think it was probably a different game plan before. The Go for the Throat and Fatal Push, probably a little more interested in those now, potentially that Murderous Cut as well, just removal pieces to make sure that there are less kind of wombo combos in the form of a lot of these creatures in play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean there are this 5-color zoo deck. I mean these things hit hard. There are the random sporadic artifact creatures alongside Leyline Bindings, so disenchants are pretty valuable. And yeah, no matter how you shake it out, Tribal Flames hits hard. 5 life, and it was for the full amount too. I mean it was Benjamin was at 5 after the attack.
Yeah, and we're able to take a peek at kind of already what Tyler Novak has decided he would like in this matchup, and Chain to the Rocks was something that was already very interested in. And I guess it makes sense. You're trying to clear the way for your creatures to block, and if your opponent is able to stick anything down, we're just like not interested in that. And as well as just making sure that those combo pieces are not able to stick in play. It's pretty important too against the Yawgmoth deck.
Yeah, exile removal is pretty huge here. Lightning Bolt's not so exciting against Undying creatures, but Chain Rocks, Leyline Binding, pretty good stuff. All right, let's go back down there. Game 3. See who is going to face Thiago Saporito in the finals.
I mean, which one of these decks do you think the Rhinos deck is more eager to play against?
I would have to go back and look at the sideboards again, focusing on that aspect. I imagine that the Rhinos deck can maybe overpower the elementals. What we have listed as 5-color elementals now. Wait, that's
it's definitely like 5-color zoo, and it even says so on Melee. There we go. Okay.
All right.
Much thanks production as 1-drop versus 1-drop. I don't know, Young Wolf versus Ragavan.
Yeah, that's a bad deal for the Ragavan.
I was gonna say, yeah, Young Wolf blocks Ragavan. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm sure Benjamin's very happy with those corresponding turn 1 plays. I don't know. Against the Rhinos, like Yawgmoth can gum up the board. It has 0-5s as long as you're obviously aware of what you're playing against. Maybe you don't take counters off of Wall of Roots too as quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would love that matchup from the Rhinos side because you have Fire Ice, but that doesn't really kill too many relevant things. But at this point in the day, we're also figuring we're playing against very capable players who may be a little fatigued at this point, especially if they played both days this weekend. But if you're playing decks as something I've found, especially I'll tell you, practicing for the Pro Tour recently, practicing against average players versus playing against Pro Tour players is not the same thing. And so when you're how games might go in practice, amongst your friends or on the ladder, isn't quite the same as how it plays out in late rounds of tournaments.
Turn 2 now for Benjamin Unger here. Inside Wall of Roots.
Wall of Roots, and Young Wolf's like, yeah, I don't want to risk it. I'm staying back.
I mean, I'd like for a Ragavan to attack into my Young Wolf anytime, any place, any day, and Benjamin seems to feel the same way.
As he should. Yeah, that would be a trade that would be very worthwhile. What do we got follow up here? We have, what is that? That's Territorial Kavu?
Yes, that is Territorial Kavu.
All right, so that's currently that's currently maxed for 2 lands. It's a 4/4 already. Foolish Benjamin putting a counter on his Wall of Roots. Now it can't safely block.
Very true, but
although I guess
allowing
Territorial
for
Kavu
mana
is
acceleration.
Territorial Kavu without trample. So these other creatures. Oh, there's a fatal push. Never mind. Doesn't matter anyway. Now an attack? Yes.
Yeah, let's start getting in there. I mean, normally I would expect the 5-color Zoo deck to attack quite a bit faster, but I mean, I'm sure Benjamin isn't too upset about trying to get in a little bit of chip damage.
No, why not? There's another replacement Kavu. Doesn't match the first one. Shame on you, Tyler Novak.
If only. You know what? This Walroots already gets taken down by a 4/4 Territorial Kavu. Maybe we'll add another 0/-1 counter, maybe?
All right. That is somewhat suspicious of Court of Calling.
You think so?
I think so. But, well, never. Okay. Murderous Cut. There you go. We've seen that twice today. It's been good both times. And now another attack.
Yeah, I mean, that Murderous Cut the last time we saw it was basically what got Ben into this top 8. So happy to see it again here and continue to take down these large and cheap creatures that Tyler is deploying on the board.
Yeah, large and cheap creatures, but they are more expensive than the removal spells that Benjamin is spending on them, allowing him to get in through, I mean, for what seems to be not very significant amounts of damage, but Tyler's at 11.
2 and 1, those add up, and they add up quick.
Yeah,
We're
they
not
do.
playing Commander here. We've got 20 life.
What do you even start in Commander Net? Is it 40 or 30?
Yeah, it's 40. It's so much.
That is a lot.
You just get to do whatever you want for the first, 3 turns unless somebody's decking you.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Was it Nishoba Brawler comes into play? Another fairly beastly creature. I guess it's a cat warrior, but it's currently a 4/3. But with the fetch line in play, I would treat it as effectively a juggernaut. But Grist,
I mean,
Grist's not
can
going to have
take
trouble
care
taking
of
that down.
something. Yeah.
Tyler Novak, let's not forget, even though he doesn't have any blue mana or permanents, it does have counters in this deck.
All right, yeah. Somebody decking you or somebody decking themselves to win the game.
Somebody decking themselves to win the game.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Thoracle decks.
Oh.
Surprise, surprise. It's too hard to kill all your opponents with 40 life. It's much easier to get rid of all the cards in your deck.
I suppose that makes sense. See, I have no experience. Several years ago, I was walking through a tournament hall. And there's a stubborn denial to stop the Grist.
Yuck.
Uh,
All right, I need a quick input
just
from chat while
happened?
we're figuring out what this Grist is doing. I need to know what commander we think Joe Lissette would play.
What? Oh, Oh, okay. There was
Yeah.
no stubborn. I thought I saw stubborn denial. I don't know what just happened there, but
Yeah, I think we decided that something was wrong and we could not actually stubborn denial. So
oh, okay. Fair enough. Well, that's really bad news for Tyler Novak.
yeah,
Like Chris came into play, wiped out the Nishoba Brawler, and there's a Wild Nicole and a Zion. All right. Well, all of a sudden, the blockers have first strike, which makes it much easier to win in combat.
all right, we're trying to hold down the fort with as many creatures as possible, but I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Sometimes this army of little creatures are able to get across for more than enough.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, the Grist is a creature on the stack, so someone now can't counter it. That's what happened.
That's so cheeky.
That is super punishing for Tyler. Yeah. Especially if he shocked in the land with the intention of doing that.
Yeah, and I think that might have been what happened too.
Yeah. All right, so now sitting on 5 life, and yeah, a quirk of the very well designed Grist, making that counter effectively useless here.
All right. We had a lot of people saying that your commander would be Grand Arbiter Augustine the Fourth.
Interesting. I've got one of those lying around somewhere, I'm sure.
I was gonna say, I think people just think you would play blue white.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be what I wanted to do though. Blue white was like, a stretch of my life, but we're well past that now.
All right.
Anyway, I want to get back to this game here. I don't want to take away from these players who are a game away from the finals. Benjamin Unger, can just sit here, I guess, and try and use Grist, but Zion has flying itself.
Ooh.
However,
but
it
it's
is an
also an
artifact.
artifact.
Yeah, Boseju takes it down, and now Grist will get a shot that, if Benjamin wants it at the Nicole, and there is not much left. Ragavan got played in turn 1 and has just sat there the entire time. Facing down Strangleroot, a insect token, and 2 young wolves. That's blocked the biggest one. That looks like 4.
Does the Yawgmoth deck all of a sudden play Lightning Bolt?
I believe so, but there's all. Somehow Benjamin still only has 2 land. Oh, Tribal Flames takes out Grist. All right, scratch that. And a Tarmogoyf. All right, never mind. We're still playing.
This is a pretty different zoo list than the other 5-color zoo list we were looking at. I don't think the other one was playing Tarmogoyf.
No, in fact, the other one was playing against Tarmogoyfs in the John Sagavan deck.
Right. Low life total. It looks like Ben is checking to make sure that life totals are correct. And also trying to make sure we know how big this Tarmogoyf is.
Yeah, well, it's big enough. One Tarmogoyf hit and 2 Tribal Flames would finish him off. Oh, another Grist. That's rough.
Yikes.
But doesn't mean Tyler's immediately dead, because he still has the now he'll still have the Nicole left alongside the Ragavan. And I guess there's a potential attack there where Benjamin gives up a couple creatures and squeezes through a little bit of damage.
I like looking at our.
Okay.
Ooh. We're just. There's just a bunch of creatures in both of these decks. The fact that Benjamin has been able to get in enough times that Tyler is at 5 is kind of impressive on its own.
Yeah, and Tyler's like, hey, can you please draw 10 land in a row here? Come on. But there's still several cards in Benjamin's hand.
We've been stuck on 2 lands. What do you want? Our Wall of Roots is 1 counter away from death.
Yeah. And here is a chord for...
A lot?
Yeah. Stubborn Denial.
4? Hey, I'll pay for it.
Yeah,
because the wild Nactols aren't big enough.
It's ferocious, right? Not ferocious. All right, Yawgmoth comes in. Plenty of fodder. In fact, multiple undying creatures, 1 without a counter. So Benjamin can basically draw as much as he wants here. Start with Strangleroot. Take the counter off the Young Wolf. All right. Back and forth we go until Benjamin draws a land, the Baron B.
Hold up. I have to decide exactly what my young wolves are killing.
Benjamin does lose a life each time. Maybe the bottom 20 cards of his deck are all land, although I'm not sure that would even stop him from winning at this point.
I'm not sure either, as Wall of Roots finally gonna be taken down. Cord again. This time I believe for 2, and Blood Artist is the play. That fixes the life loss on Yawgmoth problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. So that means 5 activations will finish off Tyler Novak, and as long as Benjamin's at more than 1, and I imagine he is, yes, that will do it. So Tyler Novak will fall in the top 4. A good run for an outside the metagame deck.
Oh, we had 2 decks that are 5 colors you make it. We've been seeing a lot of decks that I feel like people normally have completely counted out that are continuing to do quite well.
Yeah, no, I agree. And yet in the finals, we have Cascading Rhinos against Yawgmoth, 2 decks that we've seen numerous times that do well in the raid series. I mean, this is modern. Things change, but things stay the same. Thiago Saporito will face Benjamin Unger once the players are ready to go. In the meantime, we're going to show you the upcoming events so that if you want to make plans to make your way out to various cities in the Midwest to play or watch online, here you go. June 24th. Let me try that again. Late June, we have a 10K Modern and a 5K Legacy event in Mundelein, Illinois. In early July, so a couple weeks later, in St. Louis, we have 10K Team Showdown and a 5K Legacy. All 3 players from the team event will qualify for the end of the year championship, as well as earning invites to the upcoming regional championship. And then to finish out the summer, Detroit in mid-August, 12th and 13th, Modern 10K and Pioneer 5K, reverse of what we had this weekend. So if you're enjoying the coverage, you want to come out and play, there's always room. If you want to watch along at home, you can subscribe to the channel, you can do that also, but you can follow the channel and receive notifications when we go live, when things are, in the hopper and ready to go. Okay, so Becky Bell, we've got 1 match left. You're going to retire from coverage right now, or you want to come back on the other side of the commercial break?
I guess I'll come back. Just
all
for
right,
you.
me too. All right, so we'll give the players a few minutes to get situated. Maybe they use the restroom, get a drink of water. You can use that time to do the same. We'll be back with the finals of the Modern 5K just after this. All right, 181 players entered. There are 2 left, Thiago Saporito and Benjamin Unger for Cascade Rhinos versus Yawgmoth. The players are sitting down. I think they actually drew their hands already, I was told. So let's go ahead and get down there.
All right,
This
not
is
wasting
Rage Gaming
any
Modern
time.
5K. Thanks for being here. Becky and I will take you through one more round. You saw the trophy there on the table for a moment. Thiago Saporito, number 1 seed. Benjamin Unger, I believe, actually hasn't lost yet. So who's going to take it down? We'll find out.
Yeah, crazy place to be for both of these players. If you think that Thiago Saporito is going to win, hit the follow button. If you think that Benjamin Unger is going to win, hit the follow button.
Good work, Becky. All right, so I'm looking at the match histories here. Yeah, Ben hasn't lost. Thiago lost once, and it was the mirror. So we'll see.
Our opponent just drew more mystical disputes.
Perhaps.
Start of a Triland into Tapland, much like the Rhinos deck is kind of used to doing. Not doing a whole lot for the first few turns, and in the meantime, Benjamin gonna play some cheaper, smaller creatures.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to make some mana and flood the board out with stuff. I saw Yawgmoth in hand, so Dorks, mana, and Yawgmoth is really what this deck is about.
And just like that,
decides not to play any of his mana creatures. Maybe wanting to save them from Fire Ice, or maybe just if there's another land in hand, may not even need the mana creatures. Just the Undying creatures is all that's required.
Hey, I mean, we did see Benjamin pretty much win a game off of playing a bunch of these smaller creatures and just getting the opponent's life total really low.
Yeah,
I mean, we ended up winning with Yawgmoth, but.
Sure. Earlier we saw a game where Grist activated over and over again and basically won the game.
With
so
insects.
Yeah, we'll see. That may not be enough here, as Thiago likely to put down some creatures that can beat up on some insects. I mean, if the Rhinos can even see, I guess the Rhinos don't even have to know the insects are there. They just walk through and the insects get squashed.
Well, not if we have 4 insects. All it takes is 4 insects to beat a single Rhino.
I mean, that makes sense. Like, have you ever battled 4 mosquitoes at once? I don't know if a human being is winning that battle.
It feels unfair for you to make them into... Well, actually, the ones that we've been using as tokens do kind of look mosquito-esque. So, fair enough.
I mean, if it was 4 gnats versus a human being, yeah, that doesn't seem fair either in the other direction. All right, so here is Fury. It takes down the wall, and then Charlotte's Agent into, well, we can guess. How about... 4
Living
or
End.
2,
Oh,
right? Well, that would be not so effective against these young wolves, would it?
It says exile, doesn't it?
Maybe you're right.
I think we'd be fine, but instead, it's Crashing Footfalls. I guess the name of the deck is Temur Rhinos. And so now we have a Shardless Agent and some Rhinos in play. Assemble our army of insects.
Yeah, now it's going to be a little tough because this Yawgmoth, with the Water Roots gone, the Yawgmoth can't get into play. Ben doesn't have a land in hand, so, I mean, he can play out more stuff, including mana creatures, but they have to actually live, and he's going to start getting beat down here. And Yawgmoth, I mean, Yawgmoth does require life total to activate, so getting through 8 damage here is not enough to seal up the game, but it's a start for Thiago.
Who wins in a duel? 2 young wolves or 2 rhinoceroses?
Well, I think we know the answer to that one, but Stranglerootgeist, Undying Spirits might change things a little bit.
All right. Yeah. I mean, now we can just throw all 3 of them in front of 1 rhino, and then when they come back, the 2 wolves can go in front of the other one.
Yeah, that's actually a reasonable plan, and Thiago's going to need a way to get through that. Instead, destroying all expectations, the Stranglerootgeist trades with the Shardless Agent, and Benjamin just eats the 8.
I mean, that being said, if we have like 1 fire in Thiago Saporito's hand,
Yeah.
that single-handedly like undoes the whole like blocking extravaganza plan. So I'm kind of a fan of playing this safer. Oh,
Yes.
an unfortunate draw. Thiago Saporito suspending a Footfalls and saying, you know what, I'll add a clock in a different way here.
All right, Yawgmoth, can it resolve? Is there a mystical dispute? There is.
Oof.
Benjamin Unger.
Going, yeah, that technically does say
Yeah.
counter spell unless I paid 3.
Yeah, Benjamin Unger very much looks like he got on that one.
I mean, I have to imagine that that's pretty much how everyone feels when they
Yeah.
get got by a mystical dispute that somebody paid 3 mana for.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so Thiago untaps here, still in charge of the board. Now, Ben at 8 doesn't really have a choice. He's going to have to go for the triple block if Thiago even lets that happen.
I imagine Thiago is going to try and find a way to make it not happen. Starts with a fiery eyelet and then goes attacking. Going to start by just saying, all right, Strangleroot. And, ooh, Young Wolf. Violent
That's
Outburst.
1, 2, 3, 5. That's it, right? The blocked Rhino with 5 power with 3 toughness blocking. The other one's a 5. That's 7. That's exact damage. Benjamin Unger drops game 1. Thiago Saporito. Look pretty solid there.
That's a quick game. I mean, so this feels a little odd to me because I have every single time I've asked, like, okay, do we think that this is a good matchup or an okay matchup for the Yawgmoth? And then everyone all the time is like, no, this is the worst matchup for Yawgmoth. And I think now I've seen people say 4 different decks are the worst matchup for Yawgmoth. So why would even anybody be bringing this deck if every matchup is its worst matchup?
I guess Benjamin Unger's just outplaying people. But
I mean, must be nice to be that good. And now you're playing against Thiago Saporito of all people.
Yeah, and things didn't go so well there. So let's go ahead and look at the deck list here for one last time on the day. Benjamin Unger's Golgari Yawgmoth has looked really good today. Hasn't lost any matches. 6-0 in the Swiss, followed by 2 intentional draws, and then vanquished opponents in the top 4 and the top 8. Beat Scam in the top 4, beat Domain Zoo. I'm sorry, Scam in the top 8, Domain Zoo in the top 4, and now faced with Rhinos. Maybe one of the best decks in the format, and looking for help. Well, all right, we have this newfangled Ratchet Bomb here in Filigree Silex. That that can help. It takes down a pair of Rhinos right there. Discard spells sound good, right?
Yeah, I would think so too. Veil of Summer just also going to be, I mean, we basically lost that game to having our Yawgmoth get countered. I mean, it wasn't going to go great from there, but at least it was going to be something to help us maybe draw out of it. And I think this is kind of a rough place. Maybe you're hoping that some Thought Seizes are going to be able to at least keep you in the know of what your opponent is doing a little bit more. This does just seem like it's got to be rough, and it does kind of keep me wondering. Once again, you're just playing so many mopey little creatures and just hoping that off of the back of Yawgmoth or Grist, you're going to be able to take over the game. And I mean, I guess that's just Benjamin's plan, and it's worked out a decent amount of the time today.
No, you're right. But yeah, Young Wolf doesn't trade as well with 4/4 Tramplers as it does with Ragavan. So yeah, facing a whole different style of opposition here. And Thiago Saporito's Rhinos deck, highlighted by the 4 main deck mystical disputes.
I mean, at this point, it's like I feel like everyone has started to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was one thing that a few players were boasting about for a little while, and then everyone was like, okay, fine, we'll try it. And then it seems like people have tried it once and decided, you know what, actually, maybe this is good. Even in the matchups that aren't playing blue. So, like, there's a place right now where I'm wondering, are we even keeping in these mystical disputes, or were we just using it as a little bit of a gotcha in game number 1?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a totally reasonable question. If there are, there's 4 endurance in the sideboard, which can disrupt the undying mechanic, which could break up some of what Benjamin has going on. And there's 2 more furies, and well, that's a winner. So there are certainly some cards that could come in, and if Thiago's happy with the rest of the deck, yeah, maybe the mystical disputes do go out. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. There's only maximum 2 games left in the day.
Yeah, the Furies that are available as well. It's just, it seems like this is a potent deck. It seems like the little bits and pieces that you have are all pretty intrinsically overall good at dealing with things. Things like the Petty Theft and Brazen Borrower, like you're able to answer whatever kind of gets in your way, and you're able to play a lot of the good free spells in the format, which I think allows you to be able to play on your opponent's turn more than a lot of the other decks that makes this a scary deck to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just, 3, even with all the power creep that's happened over the last, decade, 3 mana for, 10 power across 3 bodies. That's still good.
Yeah.
And even half the time it happens at instant speed. So that's a lot to ask. But the Yawgmoth deck is very capable. Benjamin Unger clearly knows what he's doing. So we'll see. He's up to the challenge here. Down a game and down a card.
All right. I asked this last time which deck we think a mulligan's better, but Yawgmoth is kind of one of those decks that's trying to get a lot of kind of pieces put together. Does that equate to it mulliganing a little bit more? Or do we think that in this position, Benjamin is just trying to find specific cards that are good against Thiago's deck?
I would have to say the Rhinos deck is going to mulligan better. It just needs, a couple land and then a Cascade card to do its main trick is basically a 1-card deal, even though it's not instantly game winning. And then the rest is just, dressing and interaction. Now, Thiago looked a little in pain debating whether to keep that hand or not. So he did keep. So this hand is potentially, I'm going to guess, missing some element that he wants.
Yeah, I am in agreement there. And considering that we've now seen Benjamin put a card back, I have to believe that though it caused him pain, it's sticking around. But didn't we hear if you love it, let it go? So maybe in pain is a good thing. Oh, okay. Now I understand. Anytime you have to keep Crashing Footfalls in your hand, it definitely is a little rough.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ben, Wall of Roots and a Hierarch. So because of the counter, Fury can't take down the Wall of Roots, although I'm not sure that Thiago's going to be jumping the opportunity this early on anyway. A dead, half of the Deadgon will take down the Hierarch. So Deadgon, we've seen both sides get used, and that's just a card that seems very versatile for a long time now. Even in Legacy, I remember playing that. You pick off mana guys, you can bounce, anything later in the game. And here's a Thoughtseize. What do we got?
Oh, 2 Shardless Agents, 2 Endurance, and a Murktide.
We can see perhaps what the uncertainty was about pregame is there's not a 3rd land. So at the moment, Thiago can't cast anything. Which makes Thoughtseizing somewhat more tricky.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like we're so far away from the Murktide. Yeah, I was going to say we have to take the Shardless Agent because that's just the biggest whammy if you do draw a land.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's a little bit of a fright for Thiago as well that if we draw a land, that land has to be something that produces blue mana. All right. Did we find it?
No.
Did not. Passes the turn. Ouch.
All right. Can Ben Unger capitalize here? Making some mana, casting spells. What do we got? We got another Wall of Roots in hand. There it is.
Speaking of
Okay.
making some mana,
He's like, hey, did you want to interact with this? And Thiago's like, hey, man, you saw my hand. I don't have anything.
hey, but maybe we
Oh, there you go.
drew.
I stand corrected, as Ben was correct to ask for interaction, and fire does take down one of the walls.
Ouch. Also going to take a little bit of damage from that nurturing peatland, but hey, Yawgmoth's going to join the Wall of Roots party.
Well, Yawgmoth is happy to be the center of attention, I'm sure, at the moment. I guess that that suspended footfalls is down to 1, so it's on the way. And Thiago's deck is like, yeah, you kept the hand with 2 land. You're not getting any more. You got to learn.
All right. Adding some mana, sacrificing that Wall of Roots to draw a card here, it looks like. And also going to sacrifice the peatland, it looks like. Just trying to refill the hand for Benjamin here. It's going to be a Thoughtseize to take a peek again. A Fire Ice, number 2. I mean, Fire Ice, we've seen be able to get some Temur Rhinos players out of difficult situations, but it's not able to do that if you don't have any blue mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and still, boy, this is a mess of a hand here. 2 endurance, Fire Ice, Murktide. Okay. I mean, Ben, yeah, he gets crashing or getting for 1 damage here, and then he still has to deal with. I mean, it'd be a shame to have your opponent get completely stuck and then lose to a pair of 4/4s anyway.
Yeah, that certainly would be frustrating, but we're going to see if that is going to be the case, as that Crashing Footfalls does come off of suspend and 2 4/4s enter the battlefield. Is that the time that Thiago Saporito finds another land? No, we found a theory. But hey, that is going to make Benjamin's life a little bit more difficult for the Thiago Saporito fans out there.
All right, so Dried Arbor converts into a counter, and Yawgmoth dies. And Ben Unger, again, somehow every game has drawn 2 lands. There we go. There's another one, and it still has the Wall of Roots. 1 remaining out of the 3. Grist in hand.
And now one of the Rhinos only needs 3 insects to jump in front of it.
It's got to be discouraging for Ben here. I mean, is that just choosing a bad time to not to flow together well? I mean, at 10 life, is he fetching down to 8? I mean, shocking to 8 here, or maybe we already took that off. I'm not sure, but his life total. I mean, these 2 Rhinos are really a problem. Here's a Grist. I mean, can he afford the plus here? I don't know that he can.
Looks like he is deciding that he
is going to do
has
that. Okay, so I mean, that's going to absorb a lot of damage if Thiago even attacks it, which I suppose he has to do. All right, blocks make sense. Grist survives. Wall of Roots survives with 1 short of lethal damage on it. Thiago's like, well, what did you think? I was going to draw a land or something? Get out of here.
Yeah, maybe we drew another Fire Ice instead of a land. Who knows?
Oh, that'd be pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I was going to say that would be devastating, but I also imagine that we would windmill slam it. So
Mhm. Yeah,
said
and a
it's just pass. We're understanding the agonized faces that Thiago was making prior to the start of this match.
I mean, he's got several cards left in hand. Ben is, I think, just got 2 cards, Strangleroot Geist and whatever he drew this turn. I mean, and Thiago kept the 2 land in hand and has missed every time. Ben still only has 3, although I'm not sure he's got anything else to play anyway.
I'm also not sure that Ben cares as much about finding more lands.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. And now there's at least enough damage to kill a Rhino, albeit the small one.
Yeah, I was going to say, and it's rough to see this cycle of Thiago draw a card, nod head like, yeah, okay, it be like that sometimes, and then still go attacking. Gemstone Cavern's finally going to be the play. Maybe would have liked that earlier.
I mean, that doesn't even turn on anything.
Nope.
He still
And-
can't cast anything.
Yeah, in fact, that probably feels the worst it's ever felt. Maybe not worst it's ever felt, but pretty bad. Especially if we are pretty certain that 2 endurances and a Murktide, like the Murktide is still 2 blue mana away from ever coming down. At least now with this forest, we have the mana for our endurances.
Yeah, that's big because I mean, a couple of 3/4s, even just vanilla, is something that Ben can't easily handle right now. And yeah, okay. All right.
Cord. For 4?
Well, this is going to dramatically change things.
Is it gonna be a Yawgmoth? Did we bring in Shieldred?
If we did, it might have been better to do this pre-blocking and just have Shieldred pick off the 4/4 Rhino.
That's true. But maybe we didn't think about Shieldred until
I
we
mean,
started shuffling our library and saw it.
That is extremely possible.
Oh, but it's just gonna be Yawg. Maybe.
Oh, is it? Ben is not sure. Thiago's like, what's going on over there?
Yeah, you have multiple choices on 4? Ten life, opponent at 16, and stuck on lands. What are you going to be concerned about? I mean, it does make sense that you would be considering something like a Shieldred if it was brought in, because the Temur Rhinos deck probably struggles to take that out.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I could bounce it with Gone, I guess, but that's not the same. I guess Ben can't even recast it right now.
True.
Well, if the hierarchy looks, he can.
Yeah.
All right,
Ends up
Gone
going
with
for
it
Yawg
is.
anyway.
Go with
Fought
the
all
one
that
going in.
time just to go for the namesake.
All right, Thiago has to be a little discouraged by this. I mean, he got all this way with, not really managing to do very much, and then now it might come apart.
Yeah, he's going to be able to finish off this Rhino thanks to the help of a Yawgmoth.
Now, the Stranglegeist will, and Benjamin is aware of this, that the endurance in Thiago's hand will allow the Stranglegeist to not come back into play if it dies. So maybe Ben tries to actually zero out the current 2/2 Rhino.
Yeah, it sounds like that's what he's trying to do or think about.
All right, so damage.
I say
resolution
sounds,
resolves there.
looks. It looks like that is going to be the decision. And with that Undying on the stack, as you've mentioned, go ahead and endure.
Okay, but Ben sitting there with 4 mana and Yawgmoth and 1 card in hand. I mean, there are a lot of good draws here, and he's going to need something because at 7 life facing down, a couple of sizable creatures. I guess he's going to need something to be able to effectively block the 4/4 Rhino. Even a Dried Arbor, maybe plenty.
I was going to say, I feel like this would normally be a fine position to be in, except for that this Rhino has trample, and that makes a lot of the block sacrificing that you would normally be doing a little bit tricky.
So a Dried Arbor, for example, that would block Endurance, and then Yawgmoth could block the 4/4 Rhino, and then sack the Arbor, shrink into a 3/3. That would be fine. So I'm not sure I expect Thiago necessarily to attack here. Here's a fetch for an island. So now finally found all the colors of his deck around about turn 9.
Better late than never?
We'll see.
Oh, Fury. What a draw to follow up the 5th land coming to the top.
Okay, Ben giving. Is there a reaction here? Is there anything to do? I mean, there's incoming damage, and not in small amounts. In fact, equivalent to the life total here. Fetch costs a life. Yawgmoth costs a life.
Cord. The cord going to be for Blood Artist to at least get ourselves some life and get it. Oh.
Is that Hepatra?
All right, it's
We actually have to
Hepatra.
look up Hepatra. Ah.
Can we bring up Hepatra, Vizier of Poisons, please?
All right, 2 mana 2/2. Knew that much. When there's damage, you put -1/-1 counters. That's not likely to matter. Whenever you put -1/-1 counters on a creature, you get a 1/1 Death Touch token. That very much could matter.
Yep. So we're getting at least 1 Death Touch token here off of a -1/-1 counter going onto the Rhino, and that does save us the life. That would mean our end as well. So we're going to get another snake that is going to bite the dust as well and equate to another one. And we just got a whole lot of snakes every time we sacrifice one. We get to put more -1/-1 counters on this Yawgmoth.
Yeah, pretty.
We're only
pretty good
limited by
stuff.
our life here.
Pretty stunning comeback here for Ben Unger. And now, yeah, stops the first Rhino at 1/1 because he knows the Hepatra itself can block it. Endurance comes in, that can be blocked and killed by Death Touch token. And even that isn't enough to completely get him out of this, but he did get basically a whole fresh hand of cards.
Fresh hand of cards and a whole turn that he maybe otherwise wouldn't have been able to get, ending at 3 life, and is still going to go to 2 to sacrifice this Misty Rainforest. Not a bad place to be. We do still know about 1 other endurance in hand for Thiago, as well as for sure a Murktide. But as far as we're concerned, the Murktide still can't be cast because we only have 1 island.
All right, Yawgmoth deck. What can you turn up here? Hepatra is not enough to keep us alive, obviously. Well, I guess it could chump block Fury, and then the Rhino would do 1, so maybe it is. But it's really looking for some teammates here.
It really is. Yawgmoth was a nice one, but unfortunately was not long for this world. And as you mentioned, a lot of cards drawn, so a lot of cards in the hand, and Shieldred. How do you feel about that being a part of the Hepatra team?
I mean, that's a pretty spicy draw there. I mean, well, Ben drew a bunch of cards the previous turn, so that's no shock that he found something. Okay, Fury comes across. Shieldred can trade with it, or Hepatra can chump block. That's the choice.
Yeah, Benjamin, I think, got one thing on the mind, and that's using this Shieldred to gain us some life. Because if we're ever trying to Yawgmoth out some people, it requires us having at least a little bit of life to start things off, usually. Bunch of fetch lands, the play. Strangleroot Geist.
Does Shieldred attack here? That seems ridiculously aggressive. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Maybe not ridiculously aggressive.
I was gonna say this is gonna be like a standard situation where Shieldred never does any attacking. We just sit with these triggers going off over and over again.
Oh, go for the throat. Okay, well, with that in hand, maybe Shieldred could have attacked.
That's true. But maybe we didn't want to give anything away in case. Sure.
I mean, up to 6 now. We know there's endurance in hand. I mean, Ben knows that too. Filigree Silex. That
we're sideboard central here.
Well, I don't I don't know if that's gonna do a whole lot right now. Probably not worth expending to kill a 1/1 trampling Rhino. And no attack again. At this point, I feel like Ben probably could be pushing things a little bit more, but playing this fairly safe is also understandable. If Murktide came down, I wonder if Ben has something lined up to deal with it. Otherwise, he would have to be more aggressive here, I would think.
I mean, what if you attack and then Thiago like violent outbursts?
Well, now previously that would have been bad. Now there's Filigree Silex on the board, so it wouldn't even
That's
matter.
fair.
Okay, here's Yawgmoth.
Ooh, all right.
Filigree Silex is probably symmetrical, but I don't actually know, so I'll take a look. Actually, this is not even. Yeah, never mind. That's the other one. That's Urza Silex or Karn Silex. This one is just the Ratchet Bomb.
One of the
All right.
Silexes.
Yeah.
And
So this
taking
is-
care of the Strangle Root Geist before Yawgmoth comes into play. All right, so a lot of unknown cards now in hand for Thiago. One of them that is known is that Murktide, and this Endurance is attacking into our friend Shieldred here.
No, I don't think Ben wants to trade even a trade Shieldred for Endurance plus Fire Ice here or Dead Gone. So Dryad Arborist found. That seems pretty nice. Block, and then pick off the Rhino, pick up a card, which actually
Gain some life
nets.
back.
Yeah. And this really, I mean, Thiago was so far behind early, but applying pressure anyway, and Ben was on the ropes, and now standard Pioneer All-Star Shieldred, the Apocalypse is making waves here.
Yeah, Thiago just has not been able to draw the pieces necessary to finish off. Ben was at 1.
All right, fetches up Overgrown Tomb, which I'm honestly surprised. Several turns earlier when he fetched End Step and got a Forest instead of Overgrown Tomb, I didn't quite understand that, but he gets it now. Life Total pretty secure. Can we attack now?
No. We're going to Strangle Root Guy first. We're going to see if we can have some insurance in case something does pop into play to stop.
No, I agree. I mean, exposing the Shieldred in combat does expose it to Dead Gone and Fire Ice. So I understand leaving it back. I mean, I was concerned from Ben's side that if Thiago goes an island, then the Murktide comes down and then maybe potentially you get stuck. But that has not happened.
And trying to take a look at Thiago's graveyard, see what has already been expended. Probably trying to see if we are in fact committing to attacking with the Shieldred, instead just decides to attack with the Strangle Root Geist.
Yeah, it makes sense. Very conservative, but it makes sense. I mean, he has complete control of the board right now. And that's it. I cannot believe this. We're going to a game 3. That was quite a remarkable game. Even though Thiago missed seemingly infinitely on his third land drop, he still seemed poised to walk away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, every draw that came after that just was not exactly what Thiago wanted to see. I think if Thiago had gotten even just like one more piece of the puzzle that is that Rhinos deck, I think it could have been extremely different. But I mean, congratulations to Ben for making it through that game. I mean, I guess not too many congratulations yet. We still have a game 3 on our hands for these two decks.
So much stuff happened in the game. We saw Hapatra go completely nuts. Keep in the game. We saw Shieldred just sit and take over the board and act as a roadblock for everything, both directions. And grind Thiago out. Not quite the way the deck normally functions, but it certainly worked extremely well. And wow. And we've got one more game.
One more game for these players. Do you think we did get to see a little bit of what sideboard decisions looked like? And do you think there's anything that will get changed aside from the Gemstone Caverns now that Thiago is going to be on the play?
Oh, let's see. I have to look at it again. Why don't we pop it up real quick? Unless the players are done shuffling already.
No shot. If you're at this point, you shuffle for a good 5 minutes.
Maybe one of the reasons Benjamin was prioritizing getting that extra forest was because of the fear of a blood moon maybe coming in. I don't know that's super likely, but it's possible, and he may have felt the same way. That had to be the worst mana draw I've ever seen from a Rhinos deck. I mean, even at the end there was like turn 10 or 11, and Thiago still couldn't cast the Murktide.
Yeah, an agreement.
But no, I mean, I don't think we saw much unexpected. I don't think Thiago saw anything that was going to make him change his mind about, like, do I actually want Force of Vigor? I mean, we saw the Filigree Silex. I don't think he's going to sideboard against that. So probably not. And as far as Ben's perspective, let's go over and look at Ben Unger's Young with deck list. You're right. We saw more of his sideboard. We saw Shieldred. We saw Silex. We saw Thoughtseize, I think.
And Murderous Cut and Go for the Throat.
Yeah. So we saw probably all the hits that he had to bring in. So no, I don't know that I expect to see anything else different. And I am excited, though, to see what these players have in store for us in Game 3. If they're ready to go, here we are.
All right. Already off to a better start this game for Thiago.
Mana situation considerably improved from last game.
And a Young Wolf alongside that Blooming Marsh to start things off for Benjamin. Scalding Tarn as well. I have to imagine that Thiago saw these lands and was like, snap, keep.
Yeah. Triple Wolf? Okay.
We got a full pack here.
Yeah. But one pair of Rhinos beats Trip Wolves every day of the week. So,
oof. All right, let's see if that is going to be in the cards for Thiago. The lands are already a big improvement. We'll see if the cards to go along with it are as well. Thoughtseize took care of 2 of the Shardless agents in Thiago's hand before they were ever even capable of being cast last game.
show us land number 3. He's probably choosing between lands, right? He doesn't just not have one. Yep, there we go. It's a mountain. It's a pass. Okay. So Violent Outburst, certainly the expectation.
Do you send the Wolves into the Violent Outburst? This has to be a kind of scary turn for Benjamin, and at least, I mean, of all the starts to have, Thoughtseize is not a bad one, and it will prompt the Violent Outburst.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Mystical Suits are still in the deck.
I'm kind of, I mean, maybe I'm not like surprised. I'm sure not all 4 of them are still in the deck, but surprised to see some of them intrigued.
2 Murktides went by in that collection of cards. So with 3 in the deck list, Ben can maybe think it's less likely that Thiago's holding one, but he's going to see the line here, so it doesn't matter anyway. 2 Endurance, a Scalding Tarn, and 2...
I think they're both Fire Ices. One of them's just foil.
I guess that's the only split card in the deck, right?
Dead God. But they're both red,
those,
so...
Yeah, that looks different, right?
Yep.
This certainly would have been... This Thoughtseize would have been a lot stronger last turn.
But we wanted to have the full pack of wolves.
Yeah, I'm sure we did. I also... yeah, it maybe likely have just come off the top this turn. Also curious to see if Ben has a 3rd land, because he seems to have a habit of making his first 2 land drops and then not playing any for 5 minutes.
That's true. He decides to take one of the Fire Ices, protect the wolves for as long as possible. Follow up with a, push one of the Rhinos.
Okay.
Okay. We just gathered up all the wolves together, and I was like, are we swinging?
That would have been aggressive. I mean, I guess they're not blocking either, so maybe, but this is tough. Like, taking Fire Ice makes sense if Ben doesn't want a Yawgmoth to get hit by double Fire Ice and killed. But having 2 more endurance is going to give Thiago a lot of redundancy in his aggression here, even though they can't get. It'll take him a while to get through the young wolves.
Certainly true, but maybe just starting to go through some amount of them and limit the choices further down the line is not a bad place to be. And who knows, maybe we attack here and have something like another copy of Violent Outburst and then get to go through a little bit more.
Thiago inquires how many cards Ben has, and it's just 2.
Rough turn in mind for Thiago here.
I mean, 2 cards could be, a land plus Yawgmoth or Shieldred or Cord would be pretty strong here.
Fire Ice is going to be the call. Take out 2 young moles and endurance in response. Pitching endurance.
Wow, that's aggressive, but that will dramatically decrease what Ben has to work with. So if the plan was Cord, that plan is now basically offline.
And a nice little bonk coming in.
There is a Cord in hand.
Wow. I mean,
So now Cord for 2 is online. Is that even worthwhile?
no, but I think we just wanted to get rid of the young wolves before we could court for 4.
No, I understand. I'm saying from Ben's side, is Cord for 2 worthwhile here?
Gotcha. Okay.
He's got some life to play with still. Thiago with 1 card remaining, and was it endurance, pitch, endurance? It was. So the 1 card's unknown, isn't it? The reveal to Thoughtseize was Tarn, double Fire Ice, double endurance.
I believe
Yeah.
so.
So I don't think we know what the remaining card is.
I don't even know if Thiago just looked at the card that was drawn for turn before turning that Rhino sideways.
Well, if he already knew what that one was, then yeah, he didn't need to. If the other one in hand was Charlotte's Agent. So now the board's going to go real wide, real strong, and Ben is facing the last turn of his tournament life if he can't find an answer to this. And let's see, Filigree Silex would clean it all up. It is, however, a 1 of.
Rhinos in play. Overgrown Tomb going to be the fetch at the end here. Where is this going to go for Benjamin?
Guess if he's at 9 life, I mean, a hardcast Shieldred would allow him to survive
That's true.
barely, but barely is good enough right now. It's better than being dead. Or is Thiago Saporito going to walk out of here with the trophy today? We'll find out any moment. Ben thinking through options here, or maybe just accepting his situation, or is there are there chances here?
Yeah, this seems like a difficult spot to get out of. Once again, it's hard. If you have something like the Silex, it seems hard for me to believe that you don't just slam it into the 1 mana.
It's Yawgmoth. This will allow him to live, but not in very healthy fashion. But again, being alive is better than being dead. Oh no.
Very true.
Oh,
Ooh,
gone
it
on the
is.
Yawgmoth. Removing 4 toughness out of blockers. And even a Veil of Summer will cost a point here.
Shrink one of the rhinos. It's functionally the same though, as we lose a life to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really
I guess
looking
actually,
like... Mhm.
yeah, and that's it. And Thiago Saporito will defeat Benjamin Unger, and we are done. Rhinos end up on top of Golgari Yawgmoth in a tightly contested, highly entertaining match. Hopefully,
Mhm.
all of you at home enjoyed that.
I mean, that middle game was extremely close, and even just some of those small interactions that were happening in game 1 and game number 2 showed just how much and how aware Thiago Saporito is of this format, this deck, and a lot of things that could happen in these games.
Yeah, boy, that was something else. I mean, if you're on a trip from Brazil and you're going to show up to a 5K, you may as well win it, right?
I suppose so.
Boy, the yeah, well, we're getting Thiago in the booth set up with a headset right now, so we'll bring him in when he's ready. And we have there's some questions. If you have questions in the chat, you can get them in there fast enough. Maybe we'll hit them. And he's here. All right, Thiago Saporito, congratulations, well done.
All right, we may.
Can we get the? Okay, I think the mic is
down.
not.
Oh,
There you
thank
go.
you.
Now we
There
can
we
hear
go.
you. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Becky and Joe.
All right. Well, that was exciting stuff. Do you want to take us through? I'm particularly interested in your thought process in game 2, where we saw your face. You know, you were unsure on your opening hand. You kept it, got super punished, and almost won anyway. And then you had to come back and play another game. Like, what was your mindset? How are you feeling?
I thought I got a little bit of unlucky on never drawing a blue source. But
Yeah.
I was fine. Like, those things don't get me, so I was just trying to play my best.
Yeah. Well, it looked like you did. Very impressive stuff.
All right.
The,
So I imagine
ahead.
that you picked this deck because you think that it has a lot of good matchups. Did you play against anything today that felt really difficult for you to navigate against?
Not really. My only loss was the mirror, and I think I misplayed. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I have to ask, what brought you here this weekend? Are you here several weeks late from the Pro Tour, or several weeks early for? Are you going to Dallas next month? Or are you just here for other reasons? What's going on?
Oh, I did not play the Pro Tour, but I was on vacation with
Okay.
my wife down in Orlando, and I saw that was gonna be a tournament, and I talked with her and bought my ticket. So
All right. Well, I imagine this made it worthwhile. Nice job.
yeah,
The walked away with the trophy with the money, some NRG Series points that I imagine you're probably not going to use, but
Yeah.
still
Oh no,
makes
come
it.
back.
Yeah, you should. You should come back, join the series. Clearly, you're up to the challenge. So, what's next for you in the Magic world right now? What's going on? You have. Are you still a pretty active player, or was this kind of just a stop off and you're kind of distant from the game now? What's going on?
I have a Magic store in Brazil, and I'm not playing that much. So I have the PTQ in Brazil. I don't even know when it is, but I'm gonna play that. So if I qualify to the Pro Tour, I might go. Otherwise, I don't
All right.
care
Well,
much.
hit us with the name for viewers that don't know. Hit us with the name of your store so that if players are, they can't find what they want in Midrange Gaming, where can they go in Brazil to get the hookup?
It's Bolovo Games.
Okay,
Oh,
Bolovo
of
Games, and
course. What a good name.
that's all over the chat right now. So yeah, obviously everyone else is spreading the word. Congratulations. Anything you want to say to your fans or to your friends or anyone to help you prepare, or to your family who you left on vacation for to come play this event?
Oh, can I speak in Portuguese?
Yeah, sure. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Ok, valeu pra todo mundo aí de Santos que apoiou, emprestou as cartas. Tamo junto. É nóis.
All right. Well, I hope this resulted in a memorable moment on your vacation. Thanks for being here. Congratulations on winning.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, quite a day. Several pretty entertaining matches, and maybe our first South International Champion of a Nerd Rage event.
Haven't you also had? Oh, what's the
We don't need to
judge's
count
name?
Canada.
Wait, no. You had Antonio Zanuto.
That's true. That's right. We did. All right.
Gotta
So,
keep
have
the
we
other
had
ones in
any
mind,
international
too.
players not from Brazil win events?
No, Brazil #1.
All right, I guess. All right. Well, that is going to wrap up our weekend. Thank you all for being here. Again, follow if you want to hear announcements of when we go live for the future events. A lot of work goes into these events. Commentator crew, the judge staff, everybody, working all together, representing Nerd Rage owner Norman Cohen. This was our first trip to St. Paul, Minnesota, and from what I hear, the venue was great. The turnout was excellent. Everybody had a good time, and so perhaps we'll make it back there in the future. Anyway, thank you for watching all weekend long. I'm Joe Lisette. This is Becky Bell. We are Nerd Rage Gaming. We are out of here. Good night.